Chapter 1. A Warm Welcome. Welcome to the War Games. Seated cross-legged on the lawn, Ling He propped his chin in his hand, gazing at the shimmering screen before him with a soft sigh. Reluctantly ensnared in this peculiar affair, he felt a sense of discontent. Just a short while ago, he had realized his childhood dream by opening a quaint little convenience store at the entrance of his elementary school. He was on the verge of enjoying a blissful life filled with gaming, selling goods, and indulging in snacks and beverages at will. Yet, the entire world had been inexplicably swept into this bizarre game. According to the words displayed on the screen, those chosen for the War Games would represent humanity and partake in the battlefield against myriad races. A battlefield, no less, where death loomed ominously. Alas, with this thought, Ling He shook his head, releasing another heavy sigh. Is the heavens toying with me? At that moment, a line of text appeared on the screen before him. Have you decided upon your growth path? Indeed, while the War Games bore some resemblance to an online game in Ling He's eyes, it diverged in a significant manner. There were no hidden professions here. Or rather, everyone possessed a hidden profession. For within this realm, all individuals could establish a grand ambition and ultimate goal for their growth. This goal dictated each person's potential for development, while also influencing the difficulty of their ascent. Should one aspire to attain godhood, they might find themselves unable to take even the first step in a lifetime. Conversely, if the ambition were merely to become an ordinary lord, cultivating crops and raising fish, the challenges faced would be a mere fraction of those encountered by others. Of course, the upper limits of such a path would hardly soar high. Once this decision was made, it could not be altered, which left Ling He in a state of indecision. He was uncertain of what his heart truly desired. Did he wish to remain beneath others for the sake of stability, or did he yearn to immerse himself in the War Games, striving for supremacy? What a truly daunting dilemma. Casually plucking a blade of foxtail grass from the ground, Ling He reclined on the lawn and opened the regional chat interface. The War Games randomly assign newcomers, regardless of age or gender, to various regions, big and small. In Ling He's current region, a small line of text in the upper left corner of the chat interface read, "Remaining participants, 10,000. Having been ensnared in the War Games for a considerable time, Ling He opened the regional chat to discern how others were choosing their so-called growth paths. With this in mind, he sent out a casual message. Have you all decided on your growth paths? As many were still unfamiliar with the War Games, the response rate in the chat was rather slow. Numerous onlookers had noticed Ling He's inquiry. The first question mark appeared, soon followed by a cascade of others. Almost 2 hours had passed since the inception of the War Games, and they could scarcely fathom how someone could still be undecided about their growth path. It could only be said that they had witnessed their fair share of online games with customizable avatars. It is indeed rare to find oneself ensnared in the labyrinth of vocational choices. Moreover, this is not just an ordinary online game, but a war game intricately connected to one's very existence. By a small stream, a robust man had just pierced a crab with a sharp wooden stake. He then cast a furtive glance at the regional chat interface, barely managing to maintain his composure. Is this person a fool? Ding, a private message appeared before Ling He. Call me Battle Maniac. Are you serious, brother? Do you not understand the principle of taking quick steps, brother? You're already lagging behind everyone else right from the start. In just a few hours, night will fall. If it becomes too overwhelming, perhaps you should just select a warrior to ensure your survival. Later, I can share with you some survival techniques, lest you perish in this unfamiliar land. And those merchants at the trading post, ugh, forget it. Do I know him? Ling He stared in bewilderment at the barrage of messages that flooded his private chat. If his memory served him correctly, he should not be acquainted with this Call Me Battle Maniac. Could it be that he is one of those rare, kind-hearted souls? However, one remark from the other party caught his attention. Ling He shifted his gaze to a corner of the luminous screen. The words trading post were inscribed there. This was the regional trading system devised by the War Game to assist newcomers in surviving more effectively. Now that he thought about it, he had yet to explore it. Intrigued by the mention of unscrupulous merchants, he reached out and clicked into the trading post. As anticipated, there was no cornucopia of goods. Since all individuals in this area were novices in the War Game, the trading post offered only a few items for sale, apart from a handful of exceedingly expensive limited-time goods. Upon seeing the prices of these items, Ling He began to grasp what Battle Maniac had meant by unscrupulous merchants. Bread description. This is merely an ordinary loaf of bread. Asking price: 50 copper each, including a 20 transaction tax. Purified water description: it is rare to find such pure water sources. Asking price: 1 gold per bottle, including a 20 transaction tax. Lingyi glanced at a corner of the trading post where his remaining currency was displayed: 1 gold. The currency in the war game operated on a gold standard, with an exchange rate of 1 gold equating to 100 copper. Each novice lord entering the war game was granted a mere 1 gold as starting capital. According to the war game's description, this 1 gold served as the initial funding for each lord to recruit the most basic unit of soldiers. Yet, this sum could only procure a bottle of water or 2 loaves of bread within the trading post. It was evident that the prices for food and water had far exceeded their intrinsic value. Rascals! Lingyi muttered through clenched teeth. Yet, despite his grievances, the rumbling of his stomach reminded him that hunger had begun to gnaw at him. Alas! Rolling over on the lawn, Lingyi felt a pang of nostalgia for his little convenience store. How wonderful it would be if I could eat whatever I desired here. As his words faded into the air, the long-silent war game suddenly erupted with a flurry of pop-up notifications. Keyword captured: desire to eat whatever you want. Matching personality traits to preset growth path. Do you confirm the growth path as the end producer? Upon seeing the prominent phrase "the end producer" appear before him, Lingyi raised an eyebrow. For reasons unknown, the allure of these 3 words captivated him far more than any growth path associated with becoming a deity.
Chapter 2: Growth Path, The Final Producer. Final Producer. Introduction. Stars are my guiding flame, celestial orbits my ceremonial ribbon, and civilizations my sandbox. It is through my benevolence that all beings flourish within my garden, where existence is not measured by currency. And everything shall hinge upon my mercy. Before confirming the ultimate growth path, Lingyi could not discern the specifics of this trajectory. Yet, merely gazing upon the introduction stirred something within him. To reign as a king? To ascend as an emperor? To become a deity or a revered one? No. I have resolved, this shall be my choice. Ultimate growth path confirmed. Your growth path is the final producer. Note: you will no longer be able to enhance your growth experience through means such as slaughter, warfare, or domination, which are not related to market monopolization. Market monopolization. Lingyi stared at the pop-up before him, subconsciously glancing at his empty palms. It is said that the higher the potential of a growth path, the more challenging it becomes to advance. Yet, does the difficulty of this path's inception seem excessively high? To mention monopolizing the market outright, would anyone even want to purchase him? However, upon confirming the growth path, a new personal interface for the wargame activated. Lingyi reached out and tapped into it. The personal interface unfolded before him. Lingyi, nickname: Undecided, growth path, the final producer, current level, LV0, starting from scratch, attack capability, none, defense capability, none, special abilities, none, evaluation: when someone wishes to hang you from a lamppost, you will possess not a shred of power to resist. Lingyi smirked. What a character devoid of all attributes. And why on earth would someone want to hang him from a lamppost? Suppressing the urge to scoff, he chose to disregard the final evaluation. He then casually filled in the nickname section with the words conscientious vendor before delving into the growth path interface. Before him lay the passive effects bestowed by the growth path. Final producer LV0, unlocked effects. Defect 1, your official will be replaced by a secretary position, ignoring era restrictions. Effect 2, the loyalty of all your subjects will be converted into military pay, which will enhance all units along the final producer path. It appeared that unlocking additional passive effects would require elevating the final producer path. However, beyond these passive effects, there were 2 gifts awaiting Lingyi to open: Wargame Newcomer Growth Gift, and Final Producer Initial Debt. Lingyi had seen the Newcomer Growth Gift mentioned in the regional channel. It should be something that everyone possesses. As for the initial debt, upon merely seeing the name, he instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Observing the regional channel, it seemed that typical individuals, upon selecting their growth path, either acquired initial abilities they could utilize or received units or other assets. Yet here he was, devoid of any abilities, merely accruing an initial debt. Could it be that this was exchanged for his own capabilities? Haha, scaring oneself, indeed. Shaking his head, Ling He rose from the grass and decided to open a novice gift pack to test his luck. You have opened Novice Growth Gift from War Games. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and a few scattered items fell before Ling He. They consisted of a shabby stone axe, 2 steaming loaves of bread, and a can of chilled soda. Observing the pitiful stone axe and the mud-stained bread, Ling He fell silent for a moment before picking up the soda. Indeed, no matter the circumstances, the soda had never betrayed him. Taking a satisfying gulp, Ling He squinted his eyes in pleasure. Oh, refreshing. Well then, this so-called novice gift pack would ensure that he would not starve tonight, as well as help him survive as long as he avoided fierce beasts. As for anything more, it would depend on the contents of another gift pack. Next. Invigorated by the soda, Ling He turned his attention to the initial debt. Although the name appeared somewhat daunting, he opened it. You have opened Initial Debt of the End Product. This time, rather than items tumbling down like refuse, several pop-up windows emerged. Congratulations. You have received 1 loan voucher, repayment period, 1 year, congratulations. You have received 1 initial secretary recruitment card, a loan voucher and an initial secretary recruitment card. Ling He's gaze swept past the first item and settled on the latter. Initial secretary recruitment card. Effect: you can recruit a secretary unit at random without spending resources. This recruitment ignores territorial era technology. No need to spend money. And he could directly recruit a secretary. Ling He murmured softly and glanced at the recruitment interface. As it stood, he had not acquired any recruitable citizens or troops. But the option that had previously read clerk now indicated secretarian was currently available for recruitment. However, it differed somewhat from the recruitment card. Recruit secretary. Effect: randomly recruit a secretary unit that conforms to the current territorial era technology. Cost: 10 gold. Note: the current limit for territorial secretaries is 1. Once the limit is reached, further recruitment will not be possible. First, the 10 gold required for recruitment equated to the cost of 10 basic units, which Ling He could not afford at present. Secondly, the effectiveness of recruiting a secretary unit without using the recruitment card would be constrained by Ling He's current territorial era. Ling He surveyed his barren surroundings. Had his territory really entered the Stone Age? If he used the recruitment option on the page, would it summon a barbarian secretary? The mere thought of his secretary potentially being a bally, sharp-toothed wild woman, or perhaps a wild man, sent a shiver down his spine. In this light, the secretary recruitment card seemed to be the new player benefit on his journey as a newcomer to the path of the end product. Without further ado, he chose to use the secretary recruitment card, preparing to welcome his first citizen in the War Games. Congratulations on successfully using Initial Secretary Recruitment Card. You have acquired a new secretary, Vera. With a soft pop, a system prompt interface emerged, and a staff was thrust into the grass before Ling He. He then beheld the visage of his initial secretary, adorned with a dark patterned top hat. Beneath gold-rimmed glasses lay amber-hued eyes, and she was attired in a black suit, with a hint of a white shirt barely visible. Vera. Ling He instinctively uttered her name. The young girl blinked her eyes. Then, Ling He observed a petite hand reaching out towards him. My lord, I am quite adorable, please bestow upon me some funds. Chapter 3, Secretary Vera Ahem. Seeing Vera's candid request for money, Ling He nearly choked on his saliva. However, to ask for money upon their very first meeting, could it be a salary? Although he had previously gleaned from the regional channel that most newcomers were entering the Stone Age, where subjects and warriors required no wages, only sustenance in the form of food and water to maintain their loyalty, Vera's attire clearly did not embody the essence of that primitive era. Observing the youthful girl before him, her eyes brimming with anticipation, Ling He felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. Despite having merely operated a small grocery store, he was not the type of employer to withhold wages from his employees. With this thought, he turned his gaze to his interface. In this war game, the currency was more than mere numbers, it could actually be withdrawn from the interface if one so desired. And that was precisely what Ling He proceeded to do. Ding, as the system notification chimed, the currency count in his interface plummeted to 0. A single gold coin materialized in the palm of his hand. Here you go. He extended the coin toward Vera. Without hesitation, she took the gold coin from his hand, pinching it delicately between two fingers to examine it closely under the sunlight. The coin gleamed brilliantly, casting a dazzling reflection, while Vera squinted her eyes, reveling in its radiance. After a moment, she cautiously returned the coin to her waist pouch. Meanwhile, the gold count in Ling He's personal interface simultaneously reverted back to 1. Allow me to introduce myself, my lord. Vera leaned on her scepter, placing her other hand over her heart. I am Vera Barin, the devoted champion of value and your chief secretary. She smiled gently, adding, rest assured. I am not the type to hinder your progress for trifling gains. Such petty interests are but mere debris in the vastness of the waters, inconsequential. Ding, congratulations. You have gained the recognition of Secretary Vera. You may now access Vera's personal interface. Thus, this seemingly shrewd young woman had acknowledged him for the mere sum of a single gold coin. Ling He scratched the back of his head, then clicked into Vera's personal interface. Secretary, Vera, upgradable, traits, I of value deconstruction. Money allergy, I of value deconstruction, this unit can instantly discern the material cost and labor expenses of any item. Money allergy, this unit is cast by the god of commerce, contact with any gold coin of less than 90 purity will induce an allergic reaction. Gazing at Vera's personal panel, Ling He fell into a contemplative silence. One could not say it was unfavorable. From a commercial assistant's standpoint, the singular trait of the eye of value deconstruction rendered Vera's worth incalculable. Yet, alas, they were still in the early stages of this war game. He had initially expected his secretary to possess a modicum of combat prowess, but it seemed she was far from being even a mediocre fighter. Vera and he, when brought together, would likely struggle to master even a modicum of combat prowess. Before Ling He could exhale a sigh, the figure squeezed into his vicinity, their head craning forward. The lord was evidently perusing my personal panel, perhaps he was taken aback by its lavishness. Hardly luxurious at all. Just as Ling He uttered this thought, he abruptly halted, realizing something. He whipped his head towards the young girl beside him. Can you see this panel? Of course. Vera rolled her eyes, seemingly disdainful of Ling He's astonishment over such a trivial matter. I am your secretary, after all. Moreover, I can do more than just see it. With that, Vera promptly dismissed her own panel, revealing Ling He's personal information behind it. Pfft. Upon observing the 3 conspicuous blank spaces, Vera stifled a laugh. I can't believe our esteemed lord is a 3-0, at is even less impressive than my lavishness. After being mocked by Vera multiple times, Ling He could no longer contain himself. He reached out and tugged at Vera's cheeks, pulling them apart. Show your boss some proper respect, you rascal. As a fellow with combat prowess barely exceeding 1, Vera found herself unable to escape Ling He's grip, wriggling helplessly while threatening him with muffled words. You, chaotic lord, don't deduct my loyalty points. Vera's threat only incited Ling He to tighten his grip further. Simultaneously, he displayed his passive ability before her. How did you expect otherwise? I don't have any loyalty points at all. Vera's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the interface. Effect 2, the loyalty of all your subjects is converted into wages, which will provide bonus effects to all units on the primary production route. You scoundrel. After a brief moment, Ling He finally ceased his antics. Observing the girl covering her reddened cheeks, on the verge of tears, he placed his hand atop her head and forcefully flattened her top hat. Vera's expression stiffened. Truly, she felt belittled by this scoundrel lord. You foul rascal, I shall draw a circle to curse you. Vera squatted to one side, sketching irregular circles on the ground with her staff. Ling He watched this scene with a dark expression. Ultimately, he sighed, approached, and lifted the top hat from Vera's head, restoring it to its former shape before placing it back atop her head. Vera shot Ling He a resentful glance. I forgive you. Is your true form not a hat? Ling He remarked instinctively. Humph. With a couple of light huffs, Vera stood up, brushing off the dust that had settled on her. Then she pointed an accusatory finger at Ling He's face. Bullying your secretary and her hat is not befitting a lord aspiring to become a primary producer. Seeing Vera's seriousness, Ling He too began to adopt a more earnest demeanor. So, what do you think we should do now? Naturally, let us go shopping. As she spoke, Vera leaned closer to Ling He, her small hand mischievously manipulating his panel. Growth path dismissed, personal panel dismissed. Upon catching sight of the words trading post, Vera promptly reached out and clicked on it. She then pointed at the first item listed in the trading post and winked at Ling He. The look in her eyes conveyed a singular message: I want it. Wait, you want me to purchase this? Ling He's expression darkened as he observed the item Vera was indicating. Lumberyard, spiritualized, description, a lumberyard blessed by life. Capable of facilitating rapid and dense growth of trees through substantial consumption of land nutrients. Price, 100,000 gold, limited time purchase, 6 days, 19 hours, then 21 minutes remaining. Chapter 4, Who is the Good Secretary, PUA Boss? A time-limited item priced at 100,000 gold, this is clearly something the trading hall has put on display for spectators. In the nascent stages of this warfare game, who can truly afford such a luxury? Are you serious? Ling cast a doubtful glance at Vera. And upon receiving her confirming nod, he promptly reclined onto the ground. 100,000 gold. Why not sell your lordship and see if that suffices? Alas, my lord. You resemble a salted fish. Vera tugged at Ling's clothing, exerting herself to pull him up from the ground. As the saying goes, youth is the perfect time for striving. If you cannot afford it now, you may as well incur some debt. Isn't it said that accumulating debts is beneficial for one's health? Look. I haven't judged you for your poverty. At this point, Vera crouched down, leaned close to Ling's ear, glanced around cautiously, and whispered, let me tell you a secret. According to Vera's assessment, the value of the spiritwood logging yard is at least 500,000 gold. Once this opportunity is gone, it will be lost forever. Starting from scratch and taking out a loan is nothing to be ashamed of. Hearing Vera's incessant talk of loans and debts, Ling realized she had her sights set on his loan voucher. That voucher did not impose any limit on the loan amount. Thus, if he were to purchase with the voucher, he would only need to repay 100,000 gold within a year. Just imagining that some made Ling don a mask of anguish, and without hesitation, he snatched Vera's hat and placed it over his face. After all, he was someone capable of opening a small shop near the elementary school. How could he be manipulated by his own secretary? Do not casually take a lady's hat. You scoundrel of a lord. Vera bit her lip and vigorously wrested the hat back from Ling's face. As the cover was removed, Ling's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a refresh in the trading hall. Wait. He spotted an item that flashed by. Vera. Did you notice the new merchandise just listed in the trading hall? Oh. Vera brushed off the dust from her hat and tilted her head. Is this what you mean? My lord. As she spoke, her fingers swiftly navigated through the trading hall's pages, halting at a position that was not too far back. Amidst a myriad of ordinary food items being offered at exorbitant prices, the construction material stood out conspicuously. Wood, description, essential material for crafting basic infrastructure, listing price, 2 gold per set, including a 20 transaction tax, or trade for valuable items. With no construction blueprints currently available, Ling was at a loss as to what a set of wood could actually be used for. He then turned to Vera for assistance, only to see her smirking at the trading hall panel, a mocking smile gracing her lips. What a brazen display. Clearly worth less than 20 copper. Even if crafted into a campfire, it would only burn for a single night. A campfire that lasts but one night. Ling raised an eyebrow, realizing that the amount of wood appeared to be rather limited. However, in the span of just a few moments, the labeled 2 gold worth of timber suddenly displayed as sold out. Following this, the regional channel was inundated with a flurry of messages. Who just listed that wood? Please. Great master, list some more. I am willing to do anything. A young girl lamented, I'm just 18 and in dire need of a few building materials. As Ling observed the rapid succession of messages, he felt that the excitement rivaled that of a festive celebration. After a while, he managed to sift through the plethora of inconsequential chatter to grasp the current situation. Indeed, timber is relatively easy to acquire and not particularly rare. Yet, the randomness of initial locations within the region posed a significant challenge. Some individuals found themselves in barren landscapes, while others were in deserts or snow-covered terrains. For these players, basic construction materials were in critically short supply, often with no means to obtain them. Moreover, these extreme environments birth aggressive small creatures. It could be said that, had it not been for the bread and water provided in the novice gift pack, the casualty rate in this area would reach alarming numbers. Nonetheless, the harsh conditions were not entirely devoid of advantages. At least in these extreme terrains, the likelihood of creatures dropping copper coins far surpassed that of conventional landscapes. Several hours had elapsed since the selection of growth paths, and among the thousands, some individuals chose to accept their circumstances and adapt to their surroundings. This group constituted the primary audience for basic building materials. They possessed a few gold coins, yet were hindered by the absence of goods available for purchase in the market. After all, with the onset of the war game, many opted to hoard any surplus resources they collected rather than list them in the trading post. Moreover, harboring the most nefarious of thoughts, Ling contemplated an alternative possibility. In the war game, fellow tribesmen could also become adversaries, thus cutting off another's essential supplies could prove to be a lucrative venture. Human nature is fraught with treachery, and anything is conceivable. Just as Ling pondered this, the regional channel erupted with calls as another batch of timber was anonymously listed in the trading post. However, this time, the selling price had undergone a change. Wood, description, essential material for constructing basic infrastructure, listing price, 5 gold per set, including a 20 transaction tax, or valuable items for barter. 5 gold. Selling a set of wood for 5 gold, it was outrageous. Yet, Ling quickly realized that it was improbable for anyone to produce 5 gold at once, even if someone could. It was unlikely they would spend it on such a trivial amount of wood. Thus, the true intent behind this listing was likely bartering. The anonymous seller sought to amass as many resources as possible from others during the early stages of the war game. What a cunning scheme! Regrettably, regardless of the identity of the anonymous individual behind this, they have undoubtedly made a miscalculation. Vera, Ling turned to the girl beside her, and upon exchanging a glance, both revealed a cunning smile in unison. It seems, my lord, that you have already devised a plan. Indeed. As Ling spoke, she navigated the trading interface back to the first page and clicked on the top listed item, the lumberyard, spirit infused. Your currency is insufficient to purchase this item. Would you like to use the item, loan redemption voucher? Yes. As Ling confirmed the use of the loan redemption voucher, a virtual architectural view materialized before her. You have successfully purchased the item, lumberyard, spirit infused. Please select the area where you wish to place it. Chapter 5, The Contract Lumberjack from the Perspective of Construction. Ling He was afforded the choice of positioning and orienting the buildings. However, after several attempts, he discovered that the initial placement of the structures could not exceed 20 meters from his standing position. Given the seemingly endless expanse of the spiritwood lumberyard, adjusting the orientation and distance appeared futile. Thus, Ling He decisively placed the lumberyard just 3 meters in front of him. Upon confirming the placement, a thunderous rumble erupted, as towering trees burst forth from the earth. The once clear plain was instantly transformed into a dense forest. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Ling He's ears. Ding, due to your purchase of a system item. You have successfully triggered the secretary profession skill, bargaining. You have received a bonus, citizen recruitment order, contract lumberjack. To his surprise, there was an additional benefit. Ling He had not anticipated that Vera would provide him with such unexpected delight. It seemed that the role of secretary, replacing that of the administrative officer, was not merely a change in title. With this thought, Ling He cast a sidelong glance at Vera, who stood with her staff held to her chest and her head held high, exuding an air of anticipation for praise. Suppressing a chuckle, Ling He redirected his gaze and gently patted her on the head in encouragement. Truly, she had been underestimated yet again. Vera's body stiffened as she instinctively adjusted her high hat, her expression a mix of irritation and determination. Fortunately, amidst the playful banter, she did not forget her responsibilities as the chief secretary. Once she had composed herself, Vera quickly approached Ling He and opened the citizen recruitment panel. Pointing at the only recruitable unit, the contract lumberjack, Ling He glanced over. Contract lumberjack, era, Stone Age, end product path, description, a basic worker unit that has undergone initial education and understands the most fundamental meaning of profit. They have sworn an oath to forever remain loyal to their interests. Recruitment price, 1 gold, this time, Vera need not say more. Ling He promptly selected the recruitment option. Instantly, a robust and muscular man materialized before him. The man was unkempt, clad in only a grass skirt woven from leaves to cover his lower half. Observing this scene, Ling He instinctively looked towards Vera, only to find her gaze unwavering, devoid of any embarrassment. Her eyes did not regard the contract lumberjack as a robust man but rather as an object. Noticing Ling He's scrutiny, Vera inquired with a hint of confusion, "What is wrong? You insufferable lord." She was reluctant to even address him as my lord at that moment. "Nothing," Ling He replied, raising an eyebrow as he shifted his attention back to the contract lumberjack. He then opened the citizen interface. Information regarding the contract lumberjack swiftly appeared before Ling. Name, none. Occupation, contract lumberjack. Salary, none. Special ability, none. Combat power, 5, extremely low. Indeed, it is no surprise that as a basic unit, its combat power is precisely a meager 5, only surpassing the combined strength of 5 of itself and 5 Vela. However, compared to the basic units showcased by others in the channel, the contract lumberjack still possesses its merits. Contemplating this, Ling cast a glance at the regional channel. Many initial growth paths offer corresponding recruitment orders for citizens, thus there has been ongoing discussion regarding basic citizens within the regional channel. Most types of basic citizens have initial combat power ranging between 1 to 5. Aside from lacking special abilities, the combat power of the contract lumberjack is likely among the highest tier of citizens recruitable for 1 gold. The aesthetic of pure numbers. Retracting his gaze from the regional channel, Ling slightly smiled and patted the shoulder of the lumberjack before him. "As my first official employee, how about you give yourself a name?" Hearing Ling's words, the contract lumberjack's pupils constricted, followed by a rugged roar echoing through the air. "All for profit." I meant, how about you choose a name for yourself?" "All for profit." Observing the burly man before him, Ling fell into silence. "Will you say anything else?" "All for profit." Ft, ha ha ha. Viola, watching the unfolding scene, laughed heartily, clutching her stomach. "My lord, why would you think you could communicate with such an ancient barbarian?" Viola remarked, stepping forward to pat the lumberjack's muscular chest, then pointing to her own head. "Do you see this solid muscle? It's a sign of intellect." Upon hearing this, the contract lumberjack raised his hand and tapped the back of his head. Clearly, he did not comprehend Veila's implication. Witnessing this, Ling let out a resigned sigh, casually picking up the tattered stone axe from the ground, the one from the novice gift pack, and placed it into the lumberjack's arms. "Go chop your wood." "Yes." This time, the contract lumberjack finally uttered a different phrase. Ling almost thought he could only say that one line. Fortunately. Aside from his limited speech, the contract lumberjack did not appear to have significant intellectual shortcomings. As he received the stone axe, he turned directly towards the nearest tree and struck the trunk with great force. With each swing, a deep fissure appeared in the trunk, confirming that his muscular build was not merely for show. Simultaneously, the prompt window appeared before Ling. You have assigned contract lumberjack X1 to the lumberyard, spiritualized, current lumberyard, spiritualized, output efficiency, 100 units of wood day, ahem. Upon seeing the output efficiency of the lumberyard, Ling nearly choked. If memory serves him right, the previous trading post had the price for the anonymous merchant's lumber set at 5 gold coins. Yet, within his own lumberyard, a single lumberjack's daily output reached a staggering 100 bundles of wood. This observation led him to conclude that the lumber was hardly a rare commodity. Bah! Those unscrupulous merchants. A sudden sneeze escaped Lin Shao within a concealed cavern, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Who dares insult me? However, he quickly shook his head, turning his attention to the regional channel and trading interface before him. There were far too many detractors. If he were to heed every one of them, life would lose its charm. With that thought, Lin Shao deftly moved his fingers, listing several bundles of wood for sale in the trading post. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yes. Soon, a private message popped up before him. Chapter 6. I am the protagonist. Spirit Rain Melody, may I ask, how many sets of timber can be exchanged for this blueprint? At the same time, a message containing blueprint information arrived from the private chat interface. Wooden barricade, era, Bronze Age, fundamental pathway, description, a rudimentary defensive structure capable of efficiently inflicting damage on assault units, while also providing a certain degree of obstruction against infantry. Construction requires 3 sets of timber. Lin Shao merely cast a fleeting glance before promptly responding. 1 set. Spirit Rain Melody, impossible. In the snowy expanse, a battered woman clenched her fists tightly. Even if she were to ponder with her feet, she would know that given the current state of humanity, still in or barely on the brink of the Stone Age to the blueprint of the Bronze Age, no matter how undervalued it might be, could not possibly be offered at such a trifling cost. However, in her current condition, she could hardly endure the biting cold for long. Should nightfall arrive without securing sufficient timber for warmth, the impending chill could very well lead to her demise. Yet, within the chat interface, the anonymous merchant showed no inclination to relent. Anonymous, if that is the case, then seek out others for trade. See if there is anyone besides me willing to expend substantial resources to exchange for your utterly useless blueprint at this stage. And do not blame me for not warning you, even in bartering, a tax is required for transactions through the trading post. The tax on your Bronze Age blueprint should not be trifling, correct? With that final message dispatched, before the other party could respond, Lin Shao abruptly severed the private chat, scoffing in disdain. Bargaining? Who else could she possibly sell the blueprint of a Bronze Age structure to, apart from him? Lin Shao was well aware that the blueprint was worth considerably more resources. Given his growth path and capabilities, procuring additional resources would be effortless. But why should he aid a potential rival? From the moment the wargame emerged, Lin Shao understood that, in comparison to the yet-to-appear foreign tribes, the thousands of human lords in the regional channel posed the most immediate threat. Moreover, if this individual truly required timber, they would ultimately have to seek him out. For any items traded through the trading post, even in barter, taxes must be paid. Should the remaining gold be insufficient to cover the tax, both parties' items would be detained within the trading post, inaccessible for retrieval. This was precisely why Lin Shao felt so secure. He had calculated that each tree in the world yielded approximately 2 to 5 sets of timber. Given the tools and the quality of the populace most possessed, processing a single tree would require several hours. If a lord without the option for initial recruitment had to personally chop wood, the time needed would be even more substantial. This meant that even if someone were to initially arrive in a timber-rich location and immediately commence logging, in this brief span of merely a few hours, after leaving behind just enough timber for his own development, he could only retain 1 to 3 sets at most. This meager amount of wood, even if put up for sale, would barely cover the taxes for blueprints from the Bronze Age and might still fall short. However, his situation was markedly different. Lin Shao opened his personal panel and gazed at his growth path. Growth route, the false creator god, current level, LV1, unlocked passive, tenfold amplification, profit and loss, from the moment he decided on his growth trajectory. Lin Shao realized that since the difficulty of growth was tied to the ultimate goal, manipulating that final objective would significantly ease the challenges encountered along the way. The false creator god was the meticulously crafted target he had set for himself. The subtle distinction between truth and falsehood dramatically reduced the difficulty of his growth. Yet, the abilities bestowed by leveling up did not disappoint him. Tenable amplification, profit and loss effect, when you successfully gather resources, destroy 20 times the same surrounding resources. Obtaining a tenfold increase in resource collection, this effect cannot be disabled. Note, this effect becomes ineffective if there are no identical resources surrounding the gathered items. Lin Shao speculated that had he aimed to become the true creator god, this ability would likely negate the 20-fold destruction effect. However, given the current circumstances, it was of little consequence. A tenfold increase in resource collection allowed Lin Shao to acquire between 20 to 50 sets of timber from a single tree. At this stage, it was inconceivable for anyone besides him to muster sufficient materials and gold to exchange for those rare blueprint items and artifacts. As long as he could swiftly navigate the early stages through the trading post, he could eventually seize the living space of others to compensate for his excessive resource consumption. With this thought, Lin Shao curved his lips into a smile. Let those who once looked down upon me bear witness. In this era, I am the protagonist. However, as the trading post refreshed the next moment, the smile on Lin Shao's lips gradually stiffened. New items listed in the trading post: timber, description, essential material for crafting basic infrastructure, listing price, 1 gold set. My lord, this trading profit margin is far too low. Vera complained to Ling He while listing timber in the trading post. Just moments ago, a towering giant tree had come crashing down before Ling He. After nearly an hour of logging and processing, he finally reaped his first profit since purchasing the lumberyard. Timber x 10 sets, indeed. A single tree had yielded Ling He a substantial 10 sets of timber. By rough estimation, he calculated that a contracted lumberjack's daily workload should involve felling 10 trees. Factoring in meals and breaks, which would amount to about 12 hours of work. Damn Lord, are you even listening to me? Vera's furious voice echoed in Ling He's ears. In the midst of contemplation, Ling He instinctively placed his hand atop the girl's head, endeavoring to soothe her troubled emotions. Soon, however, his gesture was thwarted by the successful obstruction of a tall top hat. Ahem. Clearing his throat gently, Ling He emerged from his inner calculations, meeting Veila's earnest gaze. Do you believe my pricing is excessively low? Veila nodded gravely. Although she perceived the true value of the wood to be merely around 20 coppers. In a market where even a loaf of bread sells for 50 coppers, Ling He could have set a higher price without fear of unsold stock. A price of 1 gold, yielding a profit of 500, seemed to Veila woefully inadequate. Given her current role as Ling He's secretary, the situation differed, were their positions reversed. Veila would never entertain the notion of selling such timber at a pittance. Chapter 7, A Game Theory. Vera's doubts were laid bare. After listening to Ling He finally understood why Vera had appeared so irritable after listing the lumber. Oh you, Ling He chuckled, playfully tapping Vera on the forehead. You embody the quintessential mindset of a Victorian capitalist. Despite Vera's keen business acumen, Ling He felt that in the realm of transactions, the young girl fell short in comparison to himself. Have you heard of game theory? Ling He inquired, continuing his train of thought. What does that mean? Vera tilted her head in confusion. Sighing internally, Ling He realized that in an era prior to the birth of game theory, capitalists were still rather naive. Game theory is essentially the study of how individuals make the most advantageous choices when influenced by one another. Vera shook her head once more. Ling He decided to rephrase his explanation, gesturing towards the trading interface. In my view, the current marketplace is a zero-sum game. Lumber is a necessity that is guaranteed to sell, yet the amount of currency in circulation is limited. A zero-sum game is entirely composed of competition, with no possibility for cooperation, as one party's gain is invariably another's loss. In other words, if we wish to acquire more gold coins, we inevitably must seize the profits of other sellers. When gold coins were mentioned, Vera grasped the concept almost instantly. So, you mean that those who are also selling items are our adversaries? If we want to increase our revenue, the best approach would be to lower prices and encroach upon the survival space of others. With each word, Vera's eyes sparkled with excitement. Precisely, Ling He affirmed. Given that the profits in the marketplace are fixed, there's no need for them to collaborate with other merchants for mutual benefit. Trading 100 sets of lumber for 500 gold coins yields far less profit than trading 1,000 sets for 1,000 gold coins. Absolutely correct. Ling He snapped his fingers. Moreover, I believe we can take a more extreme approach. More extreme? Vera blinked in surprise. Indeed, Ling He replied, casting his gaze back to the trading interface. 1 gold coin per set of lumber seems excessively high to me. If we are to act, we should do so decisively, seizing all the profits from the marketplace and starving those unscrupulous merchants. As his words echoed in the air, a notification chimed, ding, all 10 sets of lumber you listed have been sold. Meanwhile, Lin Shao, with a grim expression, was dealing with the scattered piles of lumber at his feet. The marketplace had suddenly listed 10 sets of lumber at 1 gold coin each, most of which he had purchased. However, not all of it. He had merely reacted a moment too slowly, as 3 of the listed sets had already been sold. Thinking of this made Lin Shao grit his teeth, his gaze fiercely sweeping over the marketplace, landing on the second seller of lumber. Conscientious vendor, that damn scoundrel. Does he even realize what he is doing? Although only 3 sets of wood have successfully emerged from the 1 gold, 1 set scheme, it has nonetheless stirred a considerable uproar within the regional channel. Almost everyone has come to the realization that the price of wood cannot remain elevated indefinitely, leading them to adopt a stance of cautious observation. Even those who had privately conversed with Lin Shao, hoping to barter goods, found their conversations abruptly stilled. Gazing at the desolate chat interface before him, Lin Shao struck the ground with a fierce blow. This group had kept him in a prolonged state of hunger. And just as he was on the brink of reaping his rewards, he was unexpectedly thwarted by a few sets of wood offered by a scrupulous vendor. While Lin Shao was certain that this conscientious merchant could not possibly present wood at the rate of 1 gold per set again, he knew that ultimately these individuals would still seek him out. However, this period of hesitation would significantly impede his progress. Such a setback was intolerable for Lin Shao, who saw himself as the protagonist. How many would outpace him during this delay? A scrupulous merchant, indeed. A chilling voice escaped Lin Xiao's lips, we shall see. Lin He, blissfully unaware that he had already incurred the disdain of others without even stepping outside his door, was presently materializing the gold coins he had just acquired from a transaction. 10 sets of wood priced at 1 gold each, after deducting the 20 transaction tax, left Ling He with a substantial total of 8 coins, a modest handful. Cradling the coins, which weighed heavily in his hands, Ling He offered them to Vera. Would you like to hold them for a moment? Confronted by the dazzling gold coins, Vera's gaze became transfixed, and all her previous anxieties dissipated. Long live the Lord! A jubilant cheer erupted as Vera eagerly accepted all the coins from Ling He. The resplendent coins, basking in the sunlight, reflected a bright golden glow that transformed Vera's eyes into shimmering orbs of gold. After holding the coins for several minutes, Vera reluctantly returned the warm coins to Ling He. Come on, my lord, increase the output. I can hardly wait to witness the mournful faces of those mercenary traders. Their expressions will surely be entertaining. By the way, Vera inquired with a curious gaze, where did you, as a mere fish out of water, learn such knowledge of game theory? Ha ha ha, a secret, Ling He replied with an awkward laugh. Knowing he would never confide in Vera that his understanding of this so-called game theory stemmed from the corner grocery store near his elementary school. It is said that the money in a primary school student's hand is limited. For every 50 cents snatched from a child's grasp, another merchant loses that same 50 cents in profit. Very well, sensing Ling He's reluctance to divulge more, Vera switched topics promptly. So, how does our Lord plan to handle these coins? Simple enough, Ling He instinctively replied. I will hire 4 more lumberjacks and then purchase 4 stone axes from the trading post. He had just noted that the price of stone axes in the trading post was only 1 gold, making them relatively inexpensive compared to other items. After all, this item is ubiquitous, not particularly effective, devoid of significant technological merit, and certainly not a necessity, thus, its price cannot ascend. However, following Ling He's remark, he received no response from Vera. Is there something amiss with my proposal? Ling He inquired, a hint of confusion evident as he glanced at Vera. A balanced combination of manpower and tools seemed perfectly reasonable to him. Yet, what greeted him was Vera's awkward yet courteous smile. What I mean to suggest is, might it be possible for you to contemplate increasing the remuneration? It was only upon Vera's gentle reminder that Ling He recalled his overlooked passive skill, all loyalty of your subjects is converted into remuneration, which will enhance all units along the producer's path. Chapter 8, The Contracted Axe Warrior. The contracted lumberjack is indeed a unit belonging to the path of the end producer. In other words, this unit is entitled to the passive benefits of the end producer's salary. Given the current scarcity of resources, Ling He was initially hesitant to engage with this passive. However, since Vera mentioned it at this moment, Ling He decided to slightly increase the salary of his sole contracted lumberjack. Just 1 copper coin should suffice. Would you like to adjust the salary amount? Yes. As soon as he confirmed, a change appeared in the interface of the contracted lumberjack. Salary, 1 copper day, enhancement effect, resource output rate increased by 10. Ling He raised an eyebrow as he observed the enhancement effect brought about by the salary increase, and casually opened the interface of the spirit-infused lumber mill. Indeed, with the salary of his only contracted lumberjack elevated to 1 copper, the daily output had reached 110 sets of timber. According to the recent selling price, 10 sets of timber could be sold for 10 gold, equating to 1,000 copper. This meant that a mere expenditure of 1 copper could yield a 1,000-fold return daily. No. It was even more than that. Ling He realized that the salary could be further increased. Thus, he promptly began to operate. 2 copper, 3 copper, 4 copper. As the salary amount increased, the actions of the lumberjack became increasingly rapid, almost leaving behind afterimages. With each additional copper in salary, the resource output rate of the contracted lumberjack surged by 10, continuing until it reached 15 copper. Wait. Just as Ling He was about to further elevate the salary, Vera grasped his hand. Do not increase it any further, she exclaimed, leaning closer to Ling He's hand and manipulating the panel before him, simultaneously calling up several interfaces. Lord, look here. Vera pointed to the interface of the contracted lumberjack. After Ling He adjusted the salary to 15 copper, this interface underwent a qualitative transformation. Name, none, profession, contracted axe warrior, salary, full salary, note, increasing the salary beyond full will not provide additional benefits. Special abilities, exuberance, valor, combat power, 10, contracted axe warrior. Although Vera pointed to the bold words full salary, Ling He's attention was entirely captivated by the profession line. He never anticipated that merely increasing the salary could lead to such a transformation in profession. Upon clicking into the profession subinterface, it indeed differed significantly from that of the contracted lumberjack. Contracted Axe Warrior description: the sustained rise in their benefit index has imbued them with unparalleled exuberance. For them, felling trees is as effortless as breathing. Attribute 1, exuberance. This unit's resource output rate is increased by 150, and combat power is enhanced by 100. Attribute 2, valor in battle. Death cannot serve as a deterrent to diminish this unit's morale, and intimidations based on appearance are ineffective against this unit. An extraordinarily high combat capability, unparalleled morale, exceptional resource gathering efficiency, and, to a certain extent, immunity to intimidation. Such lavish attributes are hardly befitting of a basic civilian unit valued at merely 1 gold. At the very least, compared to all the foundational units Ling and others have observed in the regional channel, the current contract Axe Warriors appear strikingly superior. Aside from the necessity of expending a substantial 450 copper each month to maintain their sustained combat effectiveness, this unit possesses virtually no drawbacks. No. The expensive wages have never been a liability for the contract Axe Warriors, as a unit that can be directly recruited for just 1 gold. It is unreasonable to demand more. Reflecting on this, Ling lowered his head and planted a fervent kiss on Vera's cheek. I owe you one this time. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have remained oblivious to the utility of those wages for quite some time. He mused, well, because I never intended to distribute wages. Just then, Vera, who had been pointing at the term full wages, was caught off guard by his sudden action, causing her to shiver and leap aside. What the hell, you scoundrel lord? What are you doing? I'm not the kind of secretary you think I am. As she spoke, Vera pulled a white handkerchief from her pocket, rubbing it across her face. What kind of secretary did you have in mind? Ling instinctively inquired. But he quickly grasped the implication of her words, his expression darkening. Enough already. I'm not so desperate as to pursue a Victorian-era unscrupulous capitalist. Upon hearing this, Vera's demeanor shifted instantly. She pointed a finger at Ling's nose, exclaiming, you, who haven't even considered distributing wages, have no right to criticize me. Their gazes clashed, seemingly igniting sparks in the air before both deflated in defeat. Confirming their mutual understanding, they realized they were equally matched in their banter. Since this was not their first quarrel, Ling opened his mouth, intending to lighten the atmosphere. However, the next moment, he witnessed Vera's expression abruptly change as she raised her staff and forcefully struck it against the ground. Bring forth the intruder. What? Before Ling could react, an immense force knocked him down. In that instant, he felt a chill brush against his cheek. Whoosh, bang. A faint sound of collision echoed from behind him just as he fell, with a muscular ancient warrior landing heavily atop him. Ouch, that hurts, Ling exclaimed. Yet he did not remain dazed. He first pushed away the contract Axe Warrior who had tackled him, then directed his gaze towards the source of the collision. There, the outer bark of a massive tree had been breached, revealing a narrow opening. Due to the absence of any debris, it was difficult to ascertain the weapon used. Nonetheless, Ling understood that the recent attack had been aimed directly at his head. If struck, his skull would possess far less resilience than that mighty tree. Gratitude could wait until later. Vera, leaning on her staff, approached Linghe and gestured towards the direction beyond the lumberyard, indicating the presence of unexpected visitors. Linghe nodded and rose from the ground, his mind racing with speculation. It appeared that the recent activity surrounding the spirit-infused lumberyard had drawn the attention of unknown entities in the vicinity. The tranquil hours he had spent lying on the grass had nearly caused him to forget that this realm was governed by the relentless undertones of warfare. Historically, Linghe would have shunned any engagement in battles that posed a risk of injury. However, the spirit-infused lumberyard was an asset he had acquired with a loan of 100,000 gold. The mere thought of his fixed asset being threatened ignited a surge of fervor within him, coursing from his heart to his head. Regardless of who awaited them outside, he resolved to confront them. Chapter 9, First Victory. However, fervor did not cloud Linghe's judgment. Before rushing out of the lumberyard, He utilized his remaining funds to recruit 3 contracted lumberjacks. Subsequently, he equipped each lumberjack and allocated their wages to full pay. With 4 formidable contracted axe warriors serving as bulwarks between himself and Vera, Lingi finally dared to break free from the lumberyard. Upon exiting, the sight before him left Lingi momentarily stunned. What on earth was that? A slime? If the sleek, oval entity, measuring half a meter across on the distant lawn, could indeed be called a slime, it bore no resemblance to what he had envisioned. At that moment, he observed the creature, seemingly a slime, begin to stir. Its body quivered, creating rippling waves across its surface. In the next instant, a tiny ice crystal, mere centimeters in size, slowly emerged from within it. With a whoosh, the sound of the wind breaking, this ice crystal shot toward Lingi and his companions like a bullet. Fortunately, Lingi had prepared in advance, with 4 meat shields standing firmly in front of him. The ice crystal merely penetrated the chest of one contracted axe warrior before vanishing without further incident. Perhaps due to its relatively modest power, the struck warrior did not even emit a grunt. Impressive. Lingi gave a thumbs up to the contracted axe warrior in front of him. Without concern for whether the warrior understood the gesture, he pointed towards the distant blue slime. Charge and slay it. At that moment, the creature resembling a slime did not continue to form ice crystals. Thus, Lingi deduced from the interval since the initial attack that the opponent required about a minute to recharge. With that knowledge, there was little to fear. Naturally, the 4 contracted axe warriors standing before him did not appear to be intimidated either. At Lingi's command, they collectively shouted, "All for profit," and charged towards the distant foe. There was a considerable distance between the blue slime and the lumberyard, but the contracted axe warriors moved swiftly. During this time, the blue slime managed to launch only 1 ice crystal before the 4 warriors closed in. Then, they brought their stone axes crashing down. Given the bluntness of the axes, it was more akin to smashing than chopping. With the battle prowess of the contracted axe warriors, each strike sent copious amounts of gelatinous liquid splattering. In less than a minute, the creature resembling a slime was thoroughly pulverized, reduced to a puddle of mush upon the ground. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Lingi's ears, and a pop-up window appeared in his interface. "Congratulations. You have achieved your first victory against an alien lord. You have gained growth experience 0, you have obtained loot, none, an alien lord." Upon witnessing the window that had abruptly appeared before him, Ling abruptly realized that the gelatinous entity resembling slime was not merely a neutral creature spawned within the wargame. Acknowledging this, he hastily retreated. Simultaneously, he called out, "Wait, do not destroy it." Alas, his warning came too late. By the time Ling and Vela arrived, the slime had been thoroughly obliterated by the contracted axe warriors, rendering its form unrecognizable. Scattered amidst the remnants of the shattered gel lay a solitary, pitiful copper coin. Vela, however, showed no disdain. She promptly crouched down, thrusting her hand into the gooey remains of the slime to retrieve the coin. All the while, she could not help but mock, "TSK, TSK, what a miser." As she spoke, Vela stuffed the copper coin into her satchel. This time, Ling's personal panel did not reflect an increase in currency. He shook his head in resignation. It was not the coin itself that bothered him, after all. Vela had not kept the gold coin he had previously given her. A mere copper coin was insignificant. If she desired it, she could keep it. What distressed Ling was that he had finally encountered an alien lord, only for it to be so swiftly vanquished. It is worth noting that since the inception of the wargame, no one had reported the discovery of an alien lord within the regional channel. While it was possible that those who had encountered such beings chose to remain silent, it was equally plausible that this was his first encounter with an alien lord. Contemplating this, Ling accessed the regional chat interface and composed a message. "Conscientious merchant, beware of the rotund, slippery creature that resembles slime. It is an alien being and may be an alien lord, exhibiting considerable aggression, capable of murder." Once dispatched, his message stirred a considerable uproar within the regional chat. Naturally, the majority of responses were skeptical. Wind and cloud of the world, are you out of your mind? Even slimes are appearing now, should I go slay a troll to amuse you? Mr. Carefree not carefree, I would prefer encountering a slime rather than being pursued by a pack of damned wolves, help me. Silence, wait. Did you not notice who sent that message? The regional channel fell into a brief silence. Then, Ling observed the conversation veering off course. As those who recognized him due to his non-anonymous listings in the trading hall reacted swiftly. Oh my, I just realized it's the merchant brother. The one selling lumber. Merchant brother, do you have any lumber for 1 gold per stack left? My child cannot gather wood in the desert, I beg you. Humph. Hidden within the cavern, Lin Shao scoffed at the messages flooding the regional channel. He had anticipated this outcome. Human nature is inherently greedy and insatiable. Once someone undercuts the price of lumber, others will mentally label a new price floor. From that moment on, he wished to continue amassing resources from others through timber. Though the difficulty would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Despite harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the individual known as the conscience merchant. Lin Shao did not dismiss the messages disseminated in the regional channel as most would. A foreign lord resembling a slime. Lin Shao muttered to himself, his gaze slowly narrowing. This is a threat that must be eradicated, I shall remember this. At that moment, Ling He sent forth a new message in the channel. Conscience merchant, new timber will be available in 1 hour, please be patient, everyone, heart emoji. What? Lin Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he rose to his feet. How could he possibly produce more timber? Chapter 10, The Voices of Angels and Demons. The exclamations within the regional channel did not concern Ling He in the slightest. After disseminating the news of the impending arrival of more timber, he turned to beckon Vera and several contract axe warriors to return. However, before Ling He could utter a word, Vera raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence with a serious demeanor that brooked no jest. Noticing Vera's earnest expression, Ling He swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips. He then observed Vera scanning her surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Like a thief. She crept around the grassy area surrounding the slime's remains, prodding this spot and tapping that one. The tip of her staff brushed against the weeds, producing a series of delicate sounds. Suddenly, Vera's staff sank downwards, and a satisfied smile crept across her lips. It seems I was correct, I found you, she exclaimed, as the staff plunged downwards without hesitation. A startled cry emerged from beneath the grass. Upon hearing the noise, Ling He immediately commanded the contract axe warriors to advance. As a thin layer of grass was pried open, the group beheld what Vera had been seeking. Another slime. Ling He blurted out instinctively. Before them lay a filthy, mud-covered sphere, unmistakably another slime. However, this one, hidden beneath the grass, bore significant differences from the one that had just been reduced to mush. Its hue was not the bright azure of its predecessor, but rather a deep crimson, and it was considerably larger, estimated to be about 1 meter in diameter. Furthermore, this hidden slime exhibited no signs of aggression despite the watchful gaze of several pairs of eyes. Even as Ling He approached, he could feel its body quaking with trepidation. A series of indistinct gurgles emanated from the trembling form, akin to a small beast's feeble growl in the face of danger. Vera extended a finger and prodded the deep red slime, turning to Ling He with an amused expression. It seems it is afraid of me. Despite the simplicity of her gesture, Ling He could clearly sense the slime's tremors intensifying. Moments later, to Ling He's astonishment, the crimson slime extruded 2 round, plump orbs from its body, which resembled arms, reaching forward. Each orb clutched a gleaming gold coin, while the slime emitted a quivering sound from within. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of swallowing echoed. Ling He swiftly shifted his gaze, casting a look of disdain towards Vera. Indeed, in the face of the slime's offering, Vera's eyes widened, and she began to surreptitiously swallow her saliva. After a prolonged pause, she finally directed her gaze toward Ling He. If my deductions are correct, this creature hiding beneath the grass is the true mastermind behind our recent ambush. The rogue lord, what do you intend to do with this fellow? She found herself somewhat unable to resist the allure of gold coins, thus relinquishing the arduous decision to Ling He. Following Vera's gaze, the slime in the mire extended its spherical arm, offering gold coins to Ling He. Gaggle. The coins in the slime's possession appeared and vanished intermittently. Such capabilities affirmed Vera's earlier words. It was indeed the slime lord, not the azure slime that had just been reduced to sludge by the contract axe warrior. At this moment, its actions seemed to suggest a desperate attempt to barter for its life with the coins it held. Hiss, Ling He inhaled sharply. Vera had truly presented him with a formidable dilemma. Clearly, one could not attain both the gold coins and the life of the slime lord. Much like the azure slime that had only produced a copper coin. Should he slay the slime before him, the coins would undoubtedly slip from his grasp. Yet, to spare it. Amidst this hesitation, the voices of angels and demons began to echo in Ling He's ears. The angel urged, let it go. For the sake of the gold. But it is a foreign lord, should I release it, the consequences could be dire even. Yet it offers you gold. The devil's voice abruptly interrupted Ling He's thoughts. But it clearly intended to kill me. Yet it offers you gold. Enough! Ling He suddenly exclaimed, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and cast a fierce glare at Vera. Mind your own business and cease your chatter in my head. Ha! Vera pointed to herself. Her face a mask of confusion. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the slime's distraction, Ling He swiftly snatched the coins from its grasp. Ding! A delightful system notification chimed, indicating an increase in the number of coins in Ling He's personal interface. Only then did the slime realize the coins were gone. It then beheld Ling He's visage, graced with a devilish grin. Consider this gold as compensation for mental anguish, a fair transaction, transparent to all. However, your earlier intent to kill me cannot be settled with mere coins. As he spoke, Ling He gestured in a manner universally understood. Should you seek my life, the price must be higher. Gaggle gaggle, the slime trembled, but it produced no additional coins, instead burrowing deeper into the mire. No money. Ling He observed this scene, shaking his head in disappointment. How unfortunate. With that, he took a few steps back, while the surrounding contract axe warriors raised their stone axes in unison. Gaggle gaggle. As the axe descended, the slime quivered in terror. Fortunately, Ling He was entirely oblivious to the slime's language. For it seemed to convey, though I am not human. You are indeed a dog. However, the slime in the mire clearly did not intend to resign itself to fate. In the very instant the stone axe descended, its body rippled like the azure slime before it. Subsequently, a feeble flame flickered upward. This tiny flame drifted toward the chest of the contract axe warrior, only to dissipate instantaneously, its power significantly inferior to that of the previous ice shard. Yet, at that moment, Vera's eyes seemed to glimpse a treasure, and she shouted emphatically, spare the orb beneath the axe. With a whoosh, the stone axe of the contract axe warrior came to a halt just mere centimeters above the slime's head. Fortunately, their combat prowess was sufficiently high, allowing them to deftly control the momentum of the axe. Had it been another, the slime would likely have been cleaved into 8 pieces. What's wrong? Ling inquired, gazing at Vera with a hint of confusion. Chapter 11, Unveiling New Commodities. I believe I just glimpsed money, Vera exclaimed, crouching down once more, her gaze darting back and forth over the slime. At first glance, the slime appeared entirely unremarkable. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she had perceived the glimmer of a valuable object. Ling He harbored no doubts regarding Vera's assertion. After all, his esteemed secretary possessed the rare ability to discern value. If Vera claimed to have spotted something of worth, then the slime undoubtedly harbored a treasure. You sly creature. Ling He regarded the slime in the mire with a look of disappointment, causing it to tremble under his scrutiny. Ultimately, it could not withstand the intensity of their predatory gazes. The slime rummaged within its form and produced a soft, red gelatinous mass. This is it. Vera pointed excitedly at the gelatin, eager to touch it yet hesitant to make direct contact. After a moment's contemplation, she devised a clever plan. She gently prodded the gelatin with her wand. Whoosh, flames flickered to life. Fortunately, Vera's wand was coated with an unknown non-flammable substance, preventing the flames from igniting her hand. Subsequently, she announced her appraisal, an exceptionally efficient and effective incendiary. I estimate it to be worth at least 30 copper coins each. 30 copper coins? Ling He turned his gaze towards the slime in the muck. Its rotund body no longer seemed like that of a hostile lord but resembled a grinning deity of wealth. While 30 copper coins might not appear particularly substantial, it was essential to recognize that wood, which Vera had valued at 20 copper coins, was currently fetching much higher prices in the marketplace. Most importantly, there were no other offerings of incendiaries available at the trading post. Should Ling He succeed in carving out this niche market, he would become the first to venture into this territory and, simultaneously, a monopolist. The mere thought of this prospect ignited visions of wealth in Ling He's eyes. Yet, let there be no misunderstanding, his motivations were not solely driven by avarice. He also contemplated his growth path, which had yet to reach level 1. The producer pathway stipulated that monopolizing a market was the only means for Ling He to accrue growth experience. At this stage, completely dominating either food or wood was a formidable challenge. The 10 sets of wood he had previously sold constituted a mere fraction of the market share, resulting in only a negligible increase in experience points. However, the potential to introduce a new commodity altered the entire equation. With this thought in mind, Ling He's expression softened further towards the slime. Guggle. The slime, unable to comprehend the rich tapestry of emotions displayed by the bipedal creatures above, was bewildered. It observed as Ling He, the very one who had seized its gold coins, directed his gaze back towards it. The slime directly extracted 2 clumps of gel from its body, adopting a vigilant posture, as if to convey, "Do not approach, I am not to be trifled with." However, upon observing the gel produced by the slime, Ling's gaze brightened slightly. He retrieved the gold coins he had previously snatched from the creature and proposed, "Shall we engage in a transaction?" To ensure the slime comprehended his intent, Ling pointed to his coins and then to the gel in the slime's possession. "Gulu?" The slime appeared puzzled. It seemed to grasp Ling's meaning, yet it also seemed confused. After pondering for a moment, the slime cautiously extended the gel, while Ling offered the gold coins in return. However, he did not proceed with the exchange immediately. Instead, he raised his hand, indicating a single coin, and then gestured towards the slime's gel with a sign representing 9. At last, the slime comprehended Ling's intent. It retracted the 2 clumps of gel back into its body and rummaged within, producing a handful of noticeably smaller gel clumps. The quantity was precisely 9. Yet, Ling's expression darkened. What on earth was happening in this world, that even slimes resorted to cunning tricks? Dividing 1 clump of gel into 9 for sale, this creature would surely be labeled a rogue merchant among the slime community. "If you continue like this, our friendship will wane." Ling feigned an intention to reclaim his coins. He was eager to explore new markets. But that did not imply he would tolerate being deceived by a slime right before his eyes. Just then, a voice of astonishment from Vera interjected. "Oh." She reached out and took a piece of gel from the slime, examining it closely. These small gels seem to possess even greater value. They are more stable, easier to carry, and can be stored for future use. This type of gel might be worth around 50 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Ling immediately stashed the gold coins back into the slime's body and seized all the small gel clumps it held. A pleasurable transaction. Meanwhile, new goods were promptly listed in the trading post. Fire slime gel, description: the excretion of a fire slime, suitable for long-term storage as a fire source. Can be used to ignite flammable materials. Listing price: 1 gold coin each, including a 20 transaction tax, unlike timber. Although the listing price for these gels was not exorbitant by current market standards, they did not sell quickly. Ling speculated that perhaps their versatility was not as high as that of timber, or that at this stage, people were not particularly in need of such quick ignition tools. After all, the ancestral method of kindling fire through friction had been passed down. Acquiring a villager for 1 gold coin and investing some effort should not be too difficult. However, the name Fire Slime Gel sparked a wave of discussion in the regional chat. Little Boo, is it true that such creatures as slimes exist? I initially thought it was the vendor amusing everyone. West Chew Overlord, wait. Has the vendor already ventured into the territories of other race lords with such an abundance of slime materials? Jiozhai Go's fish, impressive. It seems our vendor excels in both expansion and development. Exclusive memories, oh dear, an 18-year-old female college student seeks companionship, sob. A flurry of requests for companionship surged through the regional channel. However, Ling noticed with keen eyes that amidst the multitude of pleas, there was a distinctive message. Call me Battle Maniac. It seems that incendiary items may not be in high demand at the moment, from the perspective of uniting against foreign foes. I shall purchase one to show my support. Chapter 12, The Adorable Slime. Meanwhile, Ling swiftly sold 2 units of the gel he had just stocked. With 1 gold and 60 copper credited to his personal panel. Upon witnessing the balance in his account return to exactly 2 gold, Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Look at this. This is what true ambition looks like. Merely talking without action is meaningless. The nickname Battle Maniac sounds somewhat familiar. Ling instinctively glanced at the regional channel, but the previous message had long been buried beneath a deluge of trivial chatter. So he chose not to dwell on it further. The 2 gold coins were soon in Ling's possession. Turning his gaze back to the slime in the muddy pit, he cheerfully waved the coins in his hand. Although the flammable items were not particularly easy to sell at the moment, he believed that with time, as people's finances improved and night fell, there would surely be a market. In any case, it was undoubtedly prudent to stock up now. With the experience from his recent transaction, the slime in the pit understood and obediently extracted 18 small gel balls from its body, completing the trade by accepting the 2 gold coins from Ling. That should suffice. Ling calculated that the profit from this transaction would somewhat alleviate the fright his heart had endured. Thus, he had no intention of further pressuring the seemingly pitiful slime. Exploiting the weak and reaping undue rewards was not the conduct of a conscientious merchant. Waving his hand to signal the surrounding contract axe warriors to step back, Ling retreated a few paces and pulled Vela to stand beside him. Once he had cleared the area around the muddy pit, Ling gestured towards the slime, saying, "You may leave now. Do visit often, and if possible, bring some goods for trade. We can mutually benefit each other." Goo. Although the slime in the pit could not comprehend the language of the 2-legged beings, it sensed a willingness to let it go. Thus, with a leap, the slime sprang from the pit and, with a series of convulsions, shook off all the muck clinging to it. At that moment, Ling realized that the slime indeed had eyes, which had previously gone unnoticed due to the mud obscuring its features. Now, with the grime entirely shed, a closer look revealed that this slime was, surprisingly, quite adorable. It would surely fetch a good price if sold as a pet, Vela murmured softly. Ling shot an incredulous glance at Vela, who had inadvertently voiced his thoughts. There was no way he would sell his future trading partner, that would be utterly unethical. With this realization, Ling cast a somewhat guilty glance at the slime. Fortunately, it could not understand human language, otherwise he would be uncertain about whether it would still dare to approach him for trade in the future. However, it was peculiar that, despite having cleared the path, the slime showed no intention of leaving. Just as Ling began to ponder this oddity, the slime made a new move. Goo, it blinked its big, watery eyes and jumped twice towards Ling. Upon witnessing the scene, the surrounding contract axe warriors promptly raised their stone axes, remaining vigilant of the slime's movements. Sensing the unusual behavior of several bipedal creatures, the slime quickly ceased its actions and extracted small clumps of gel from its body, demonstrating its benign intentions. Are you intending to continue our trade? Ling He observed the slime's actions and gestured for the contract axe warriors to lower their weapons. However, I currently possess no gold. Gaggle. Gaggle. The slime did not comprehend Ling He's words, yet it noticed the cessation of attacks from the contract axe warriors. Consequently, it hopped eagerly to Ling He, playfully rubbing against him and Vera. It was curious how this slime, having just emerged from the mire, appeared utterly unsoiled after shedding the mud. Warm, soft, and slippery. Vera pinched the slime that had approached her, instinctively offering her assessment: if crafted into luxury items like sofas, it should fetch over 10 gold. Gaggle. Although the slime could not understand Vera's speech, it keenly sensed a fleeting aura of menace emanating from her. In that instant, Vera's presence seemed more formidable than that of the surrounding contract axe warriors. Thus, the slime dared not linger before Vera and sought refuge behind Ling He, who appeared the most benevolent. Gaggle, gaggle, enough, do not frighten it. Ling He, feeling a pang of compassion, gently patted the slime. After all, it was his sole supplier of slime gel at present. The success of a potential monopoly in trade hinged on this creature. Gaggle the slime extended its 2 round little hands, clinging to Ling He's leg and nuzzling against him. This action elicited a chuckle from Ling He. You don't intend to stay here indefinitely, do you? Gaggle the slime continued to nuzzle against Ling He's leg. Vera approached, slightly miffed by the slime's earlier evasion, and poked it with her staff. Despite this, the slime showed no intention of releasing its hold. It appeared that it truly intended to accompany them. Vera, with her gloved hand stroking her chin, suggested, "My lord, why not allow it to stay? Consider it a pet and a reserve of funds." Ling He instinctively nodded but soon shook his head. To regard a future trade partner as a mere pet seemed rather absurd. How could he entertain such an idea? Yet, as he glanced down into the slime's large, watery eyes, he found himself unable to resist the urge to caress it. "From now on, you shall be called Hamburger. Let there be no misunderstanding," he named it solely for the purpose of better addressing this future collaborator, without any intention of viewing it as a pet. Gaggle. The slime, seemingly fatigued from nuzzling, looked up in confusion at Ling He, puzzled by the conversation between the male and female bipedal creatures. At that moment, Vera seemed unable to contain herself any longer and stifled a laugh. "The name Hamburger evokes the essence of home, and I had no idea that you, my lord, possess such a knack for naming." "Naturally, your lordship is a cultured individual," replied Ling He with a nod of agreement. He then cast a sharp glance at the contract axe warriors standing idly around. "Now that matters here have concluded, what are you still doing standing about? Do you expect the trees to turn themselves into timber? Hurry. Return to your task of chopping wood." The contract axe warriors, who fearlessly braved the icy projectiles, now shivered at Ling He's command. Without needing a second prompt, several of the warriors promptly grasped their stone axes and returned to their duties. Chapter 13, In front of my family, setting my own pace. The contract axe warrior departed, allowing the slime to relax a bit more. In the presence of Vera, it directly burrowed beneath Ling He and, with a startled exclamation from him, lifted him entirely, bouncing towards the lumberyard. Vera, serving as secretary, was thrown quite a distance and stood dazed for a moment before stamping her foot in frustration. "You two, wait for me, you wretched slime knight." With all tasks entrusted to the contract axe warrior, Ling He and Vera spent the ensuing time engaged in the slime's antics, continuing until a new batch of timber was completely processed. "Wow, this batch seems rather abundant." Ling He stood before a mound of wood, gesturing with his hand. This pile was even taller than he was while riding the slime, estimated to comprise around 100 sets. Vera provided the results of her calculations. The spirit-infused lumberyard was not like the wilderness. Each tree yielded a relatively consistent amount of timber. Thus, based on the efficiency of 4 fully equipped contract axe warriors, producing 100 sets of lumber in an hour was a normal figure. Naturally, barring any unforeseen events would be ideal. Ling He did not expect these contract axe warriors to suddenly yield more than usual. "Vera, Vera turned, puzzled at being called by name. She then had Ling He's next request: help me put these up for sale. I knew it would come to this. Vera sighed resignedly. The trading post in the wargame was not some magical realm where a mere call could amass resources from miles around. At this stage, to list items in the trading post, one could only access their existing supplies, placing them up for sale one by one or in groups. Previously, with only 10 sets, Ling He had no intention of doing it himself. Now, faced with over 100 sets of lumber, it was undeniably a laborious task he could not undertake alone. All right. What is a secretary for? I understand. As she spoke, Vera brought Ling He, along with the slime, to the timber pile, then pulled up an interface before him, beginning to list the lumber set by set. Meanwhile, Ling He opened the regional chat channel. At that moment, owing to his earlier hour-long promise, many were awaiting his next move. Days, years, months, it's already been over an hour. Why hasn't the merchant listed the lumber yet? Man-eating crocodile, perhaps he ran into some trouble. After all, he encountered a foreign lord before. He might be in a perilous situation right now. Most participants in the chat displayed unwavering confidence that Ling He would continue to list the lumber. It was evident to any discerning observer that the early stage was precisely when timber was most scarce. Those capable of harvesting surplus lumber would not miss the lucrative opportunity presented now. Their only concern lay with the pricing of the lumber Ling He was about to list. Amidst the discourse, Ling He observed a seemingly rational analyst conducting the conversation at his own pace. Creator deity, to be frank, even if he were to list new timber, it is improbable that it would be priced at 1 gold per set. Everyone is aware that the current timber prices range from 2 to 5 gold coins. How can you be certain that his next pricing 1 TB 3 or 4 gold coins? Kidnapping you, this can't be true. The vendor is willing to share his intelligence. I believe he is a good person. A derisive laugh echoed from behind the screen, followed by a fresh dialogue in the regional channel. Creator deity, very well, let us assume he continues to sell timber at 1 gold per set. How many sets do you think he can sell in one go? 10 sets? 15 sets? Or perhaps 20? Wake up. There are thousands of us in this region. Even if the timber is cheap, how can it possibly reach us? Rather than gamble on lottery odds, if you truly need timber, the existing supply in the trading hall is the optimal choice, ensuring no hindrance to progress. Happiness is self-given. That statement seems to hold some truth. A humble one for a lifetime, indeed. As Ling He observed the voices of dissent in the regional chat gradually morphing into compliance, he suddenly realized something was amiss. His intention in releasing timber at a low price was to deliver a severe blow to the unscrupulous vendors within the trading hall. However, if this trend continued, many might feel they would not receive their timber in time and hence would resort to paying exorbitant prices to the unscrupulous traders instead. This would render his monopoly on timber trade even more challenging. The orchestrator of this momentum could very well be a black market dealer within the trading hall selling timber. Goodness! Upon this realization, Ling He could not help but chuckle in exasperation. He had yet to initiate his own rhythm, yet others had already started theirs. Back in the day, his 50-cent spicy strips faced no rivals at the elementary school gate. How could he now be bested by this band of unscrupulous traders? Vera, for this listing, let us adjust our timber price to 50 copper coins. Ha! Upon hearing Ling He's words, Vera turned in disbelief. Are we turning to charity now? Can't you think a bit more favorably of me? Ling He replied with mild irritation, extending his hand to pat Vera's head. I've told you not to mess with a lady's heart. Vera covered her heart, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. I simply don't understand, clearly. 1 gold is already quite low in the current trading hall. Didn't you previously mention that a set of timber is valued at around 20 copper coins? Ling He mused. Oh, that does seem to be the case. With Ling He's reminder, Vera felt considerably relieved. Very well, you are the Lord. What you say is right. Seeing Vera obediently begin to adjust the prices, Ling He then redirected his attention back to the regional channel, sending a message. Conscientious vendor, apologies for the delay, dear friends, I encountered some matters that held me up. In a bid to earn the forgiveness of his family, the vendor made a heart-wrenching decision. The timber, originally priced at 1 gold per stack, is now offered to his family at a mere 50 copper for an astonishing 100 stacks. 50 copper, a negligible sum, promises no risk of loss or deception. Will not the family members hurry to the trading hall? Upon the announcement, the regional channel did not erupt with excitement. Instead, it remained eerily silent regarding news of timber for quite some time. Conversely, in the trading hall, each stack of timber that Vela listed was snatched up in an instant, selling at a pace even more rapid than her listings. As the timber flew off the shelves, the sales of the fire slime gel that Ling had on offer also began to flourish. Chapter 14. There exists an extraordinary individual who, upon observing the increasing number of gold coins in his personal interface, felt a growing satisfaction on his face. It appeared that the slime gel was not devoid of market demand, rather, it was the lack of ignition materials in the hands of those who required it. As long as the timber could find buyers, the fire slime gel would naturally sell well. Just then, an unexpected intruder barged into his private chat. Creator God, why bother? On the other end, Lin Shao paused momentarily at the message he had just sent. In a fit of anger, he had momentarily forgotten to remain anonymous. Fortunately, due to his previous anonymity, no one should be able to connect him to his identity at this moment. After pondering, Lin Shao adjusted his tone and continued typing in the private chat window. Creator God, given the current state of the trading market, consuming all the listed timber is hardly an issue. By selling timber at such a low price, what benefits do you expect to gain, aside from disturbing the market? A snicker escaped Ling He's lips as he read the messages that appeared in the private chat interface. Was he already this anxious? He recalled the individual named Creator God, who had previously attempted to manipulate the rhythm in the regional channel. With a FA or day of rational analysis, he had merely belittled Ling He and lured others into the embrace of unscrupulous merchants. It was unexpected that such a person would come directly to him, given his apparent lack of success in swaying the narrative. Conscientious vendor, so, what do you propose? Noticing that Ling He's tone was not overly aggressive, Lin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Communication was indeed possible, although the individual known as the conscientious vendor had already made it onto his blacklist. In the early stages of development, engaging in a confrontation with him would only lead to mutual destruction. Thus, for the sake of the greater good, Lin Shao decided to offer his solution. However, before doing so, he needed to test the waters with a bit of a sub-story. Creator God, to speak candidly, I am merely an ordinary timber merchant within the trading market. As individuals selling timber, we should be acutely aware that selling timber now comes at the cost of sacrificing our own development. Since we have made sacrifices, is it unreasonable to expect a corresponding return? Lin Shao sent these messages and, without waiting for Ling He's response, realized that the other party was not swayed by tales of hardship. Did he lack even a semblance of empathy for someone with a shared identity? Thus, only two possibilities remained: the other party was either seeking fame or profit. Lin Shao furrowed his brow. If it was fame he sought, that would indeed be troublesome, however. He believed no one could be so foolish as to jeopardize their future for an unattainable reputation. In that case, it would seem the other party was after profit, which was far easier to navigate. With a slight modification to his wording, Lin Shao resumed typing in the private chat interface. Creator God, it seems, esteemed vendor, that you do not favor beating around the bush, so I shall be forthright. We are all merchants of timber, and given the current scale of the trading market, it is impossible for any single entity to fill this demand void. In the present day, the trading market resembles an endless cake, where our mutual competition only serves to diminish its size, leaving us with ever-dwindling portions. Given this reality, why not unite? If we, as lumber merchants, were to standardize the pricing of our timber, we could enlarge the cake of the trading market, ensuring that each of us is sufficiently nourished. What does Your Excellency the vendor think of this proposal? Standardizing prices. Ling He gazed at the trading channel, pondering the suggestion put forth. He understood the implications. If merchants joined forces, manipulating market prices would indeed become a trivial task. This would lead to the formation of enterprises, conglomerates, and vast collectives of interest. Alas! This notion was fundamentally at odds with Ling He's own path of development. Had his trajectory leaned towards enterprise and governance, he would have embraced the proposal without hesitation. However, his path was that of a final producer. Compassion is the prerogative of the final producer, yet sharing is not a term found in the lexicon. A fact Ling He was acutely aware of. With a chuckle, Ling He shook his head. The idea was intriguing, yet he was not one to slice the cake. In a private chat interface, a message was swiftly dispatched by Ling He, conscientious vendor, absolutely. Was he actually in agreement? Upon reading Ling He's response, Lin Zhao's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated that mere words could halt this futile price war. Simultaneously, his contempt for Ling He deepened. Ultimately, he was merely a name-seeker, and once Lin Zhao ascended, this individual would be but an insignificant ant beneath his feet. However, just as Lin Zhao prepared to voice his thoughts, a new message appeared in the chat window. Conscientious vendor, however, I will set the price. 50 copper per group. Should you accept, we proceed, but if you refuse, I shall not twist your arm. What do you mean by that? As Lin Zhao sent this message, a warning window suddenly emerged before him. You have been blocked by the other party. Boom. Staring at those words, Lin Zhao's fury ignited. And he slammed his fist into the ground. Yet, what infuriated him further followed. In the regional channel, Ling He had delivered another statement. Conscientious vendor, just now. A person of great influence sent a message to my private chat. Can you guess what he said? He demanded that I raise the timber price to 5 gold. To a level that would render it unaffordable for everyone. But who are everyone? They are the families of vendors. Could I betray my kin based on his mere words? Absolutely not. Hence, for the sake of my family, I declare here today, from now on, timber will be abundantly available. If by tomorrow the market price for a group of timber exceeds 50 copper by even a single penny, I will take on his surname. As soon as the message was disseminated, the regional channel erupted with fervor. The lecherous one exclaimed, "Is it true, vendor brother? Unlimited lumber for 50 copper per set? If that's the case, you are indeed my long-lost brother." The hyperactive child chimed in, "Climb up, don't think you can take advantage of my father." The onlooker remarked, "A declaration of war. The conscientious vendor has declared war on the unscrupulous merchants of the trading hall. Is the first corporate battle about to commence?" The gentleman, who was anything but suave, pleaded for help. A declaration of war. Lin Zhao's teeth ground together ominously. He could no longer deny that Ling He had not only rejected him but had also delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face within the regional channel. You better hope I don't find out where you are. Chapter 15, a game over. Aha! Ling He gazed at the unexpected gathering of brothers and sons in the regional channel. His heart brimming with joy. The camaraderie in the channel was palpable. "Phew, you're rather at ease," Avera's voice interjected from the side. She had just been engrossed in listing timber in the trading post, oblivious to Ling He's chat. At last, taking a moment to wipe the beads of sweat from her brow, she noticed Ling He grinning at the chat panel. Immediately, Vera rolled her eyes. "You idle lord. If you're so free, why not assist me with the listings next time?" "Absolutely," Ling He readily agreed. He then produced 2 gold coins and placed them before his slime companion, Hamburger. "Come on, let us have some slime gel." Guggle. Hamburger blinked at the 2 coins presented before him, then extracted 18 small clumps of gel from within himself. Ling He expertly nestled the coins into Hamburger's body and affectionately ruffled the smooth surface of his head. Haha, you've just earned 5 gold coins. You are quite the little tycoon among slimes now, aren't you? Guggle. Hamburger, unable to comprehend Ling He's words, simply nuzzled against him in a show of affection. Ling He lazily leaned against Hamburger and began listing the recently acquired slime gel one by one. All set. After successfully listing all 18 units of slime gel, Ling He clapped his hands and stretched towards Vera. This time, I handled the listings all by myself. The next batch of timber is all yours. Ha! Vera's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on Ling He as if he were a scoundrel. She had suspected that this lazy lord would not so readily agree to help her. And now it seemed he had merely been biding his time. You scoundrel lord, you better pay attention. Vera pointed to herself. Here we have a lady. A delightful young girl. Can you truly bear to have her toil away? I cannot bear it, Ling He replied tenderly as he grasped Vera's hand. Yet that unhesitating response filled Vera with a sense of foreboding. As expected, Ling He's next words soon followed. But I could choose not to regard you as a delightful young girl, but rather as a heartless capitalist from the Victorian era. That way, my conscience would be much more at ease. With that, Ling He withdrew his hand from Vera's grasp. So, you only care about whether your conscience feels reprimanded. Vera feigned disbelief. But Ling He had made up his mind. As a conscientious vendor of the new era, he would not yield to the merciless capitalists of antiquity. Thus, unfazed by Vera's protests, he continued with his own affairs. Observing the 50-odd gold coins remaining in his account, Ling He promptly recruited 20 contract lumberjacks, purchased tools for them, and set their wages to full. Though maintaining full payment for an extended period may prove to be a rather unwise endeavor in the long run, in the short term, it serves as the most suitable method for achieving the initial accumulation of capital. Ling He estimates that this round of logging should yield approximately 600 units of timber before dusk arrives. The subsequent concern lies in whether the other lumber merchants in the trading hall will seize the opportunity to lower prices while he is temporarily devoid of timber, in an attempt to capture a larger share of the market. After all, according to Ling He's calculations, this represents the final opportunity for those unscrupulous merchants to earn excess profits through the trading hall. Yet, the outcome would prove to be favorable for Ling He. With all 100 units of timber he listed successfully sold, the price within the trading hall curiously stabilized at 5 gold per unit. Merchants, driven by profit, tend to maximize their gains whenever their stock is limited. Even though a price of 50 copper for such a fundamental resource as timber is commendable, the presence of 5 gold per unit timber discourages anyone from selling their materials at a loss. Conversely, consumer psychology diverges sharply from that of merchants. With Ling He's 50 copper per unit timber available and his promise of assurance, it is unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to purchase timber priced at 5 gold per unit within the trading hall. Thus, a stalemate ensued. This impasse granted Ling He precious time. In the lumberyard, colossal trees were being felled one after another. An hour passed, and the last batch of timber before dusk was finally processed. Over 600 units of timber piled high like a small house. Yet, at this moment, not a single unit of timber had successfully sold within the trading hall. Ling He smiled. He discerned that the individual known as the creator possessed some skill and recognized that the lumber merchants had banded together in their efforts to counter him. Unfortunately, their method of collaboration was flawed. It appeared that the entire pie of timber within the trading hall would be relinquished to him. Vera. Ling He nudged Vera's shoulder beside him, signaling her to continue listing the timber. Vera did not refuse. Engaging in banter with Ling He was expected. Yet it did not hinder her enjoyment of the process of earning a little profit. Units of timber priced at 50 copper were listed in the trading hall. Thanks to Ling He's earlier remarks, nearly all potential buyers awaited the sale of discounted timber. At this moment, Ling He further proclaimed in the regional channel, "Conscientious vendor, as a token of appreciation to my fellow family members, 50 copper per unit." Over 600 freshly produced timber units will be listed shortly. As before, with Ling He's call, the 600 units of timber vanished in an instant. Including the additional sales of fire slime gel, over 300 gold coins were credited to Ling He's personal account. However, Lin Xiao made a valid point. Given the current state of the timber market in the trading hall, it was impossible for one entity to consume the entirety of it. Although Ling He enjoyed a stellar reputation, with all 600 units of timber sold, dusk was gradually encroaching. The regional channel could not help but echo with unusual sentiments. In the frigid embrace of winter, the sunlight offers little warmth. The vendor's timber is indeed of excellent quality, abundant in quantity, and reasonably priced, yet, despite several attempts, I have been unable to secure any thus far. Underwater fragments, that is indeed the case, although I too wish to await the vendor's timber. My location is amidst a snowy expanse, and the temperature has begun to plummet, instilling a sense of trepidation within me. Whispers of concern, at present. The area is brimming with over 10,000 individuals. Even if merely half require timber, that amounts to around 5,000, can we truly obtain the vendor's timber? Observing the growing anxiety among the populace in the regional channel, Ling He, however, directed his gaze toward the other timber available in the trading market. A subtle smile gracing his lips. It is all over. Ladies and gentlemen, game over. With all 300 gold coins transformed into contracted lumberjacks and tools. The output at the lumberyard interface has now reached an astonishing figure. Lumberyard, spiritualized, allocation, contracted axe warriors X174, full salary, output rate, 43. 500 units of timber per day, Chapter 16, Celebration. Capitalization. They have lost, utterly and completely. Ling He's actions did not escape Vera's keen observation. Although Vera held some differing views regarding pricing with Ling He, her astute commercial instincts allowed her to perceive the despondency among other merchants within the trading circle. Indeed, the marketplace resembles a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, where the larger fish devour the smaller, and the smaller fish feast upon the shrimp. This is the prevailing theme of this arena. The lumber merchants, led by the deity of creation, erred in allowing Ling He to effortlessly navigate through the primitive accumulation of capital phase. This period represents the most vulnerable stage for capital, as well as for Ling He himself. However, with the completion of the primitive accumulation, Ling He has now emerged as the largest shark in the lumber market. Absent external regulatory forces, the capital he amassed will soon expand to unimaginable proportions. Contemplating this, a smile crept across Vera's lips, accompanied by a soft chuckle. Becoming the favored child of fortune, that is the fate befitting the Lord I have chosen. Ha! What are you mumbling about, Vera? Ling He approached Vera, reaching out to touch her forehead. No fever, yet why such a disconcerting smile? Vera's smile stiffened, the veins on her forehead pulsating. A disconcerting smile, was she referring to herself? To this esteemed lady, this beloved beauty? With a swift motion, she swatted Ling He's hand away, crossing her arms in indignation and turning her body aside. How foolish of her to commend this salty fish lord in her heart. Hissing, he shook off the hand that Vera had dismissed. Such vigor, clearly, she was not unwell, meaning he need not personally oversee the next round of lumber. Yet, seeing Vera's disgruntled expression, he couldn't help but find it amusing. All right, do not be angry. Attempting to soothe his little secretary, Ling He extended a hand, offering a soda can to Vera. What is this? Vera stared blankly at the iron can placed before her. A drink of joy, currently. It costs 1 gold piece per bottle in the trading house. As he spoke, Ling He popped open the tab of the can and unceremoniously pressed it into Vera's hand. 1 gold piece. Upon hearing this outrageous price, Vera's palm trembled, her anger dissipating entirely. Perhaps in a fit of ironic laughter, she placed the opened can before Ling He. Does this thing truly hold such value? Relax. Any money spent will soon return to us. Ling He shook his head while procuring another bottle for himself from the trading house. He then clinked his can gently against the one in Vera's hand. To celebrating our completion of capital S primitive accumulation, cheers. With that, Ling He gulped down half the can of soda. Will it all indeed return to us? Vera gazed at Ling He, lost in thought. Then looked down at her own drink, ultimately breaking into a relieved smile. Bringing the can to her lips, she took a couple of delicate sips. It's quite sweet. Isn't it? Ling He replied, chuckling beside her. He neither indulges in smoking nor drinking, preferring instead to sip on a sweet beverage. Alas! There were no ice cubes or hamburgers available, for the joy of a fizzy drink is best complemented by ice and a burger. Speaking of hamburgers, Ling He suddenly recalled the slime leaning beside him, shifting his gaze to the creature at his side. Guggle. The hamburger blinked, puzzled by the sudden attention from this biped. Ling He stroked his chin, inspecting the hamburger from head to toe. Since he had named it hamburger, he might as well treat it to a drink. With that thought, Ling He procured a bottle of fizzy drink from the trading post and inverted the open bottle onto the hamburger's head. Guggle. Initially taken aback, the hamburger soon experienced the effervescence of the drink, a multitude of bubbles rising from its foam. Guggle, 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 ha ha ha. Watching the hamburger bubble over, both Ling He and Vera couldn't help but chuckle. Amidst their merriment, dusk gently descended, and night finally enveloped the surroundings. Accompanying this change was the arrival of over 4,000 bundles of lumber, meticulously divided by the contract axe warriors. Unlike the previous few dozen bundles, the sight of these 4,000 bundles stacked together resembled a small mountain. Impressive in its stature. Vera's laughter faded. Gulping, she forced a smile and pointed at the towering pile of wood. You can't possibly expect a lady to handle all of this, can you? Ling He cleared his throat twice. He had initially intended for her to manage it alone. But upon witnessing the sheer volume of lumber, he felt uncertain. It was likely that Vera wouldn't finish shelving all 4,000 bundles before the last was fully processed. Considering efficiency, Ling He turned to Vera and tentatively offered, "Shall I assist you?" It's settled. Without allowing Ling He a moment's hesitation, Vera promptly agreed. With a resigned sigh, Ling He stepped forward to help Vera with the task. Simultaneously, the regional channel erupted with a truly exhilarating announcement that ignited excitement among all. Conscientious merchant, thank you for your patience, dear friends. Thanks to your support, I am deeply grateful and hereby present 4,000 bundles of lumber at 50 copper per bundle. 4,000 bundles. Every lord who read this message felt their jaws nearly drop to the ground. Wow. 4,000 bundles. Are you sure you didn't accidentally add an extra zero, merchant? Lone wolf in the pack, I've been meaning to say. Why does the merchant give me the impression of a basic NPC from a beginner village? Damn, that really does sound accurate. Faced with such an astonishing number, many who weren't in urgent need of lumber found themselves entirely unperturbed, even engaging in casual banter within the regional chat. Although most of the conversation was laced with jest, the astonishment shared among the crowd was undeniably genuine. The war game had only just commenced. The first night had yet to pass, and some individuals remained uncertain of their next steps. Even those at the forefront, who might have encountered extraordinary fortunes, were merely clutching a few coins. In stark contrast, Ling He commenced with a staggering 4,000 units of timber, which inevitably piqued curiosity regarding the extent of his development. Even Lin Shao, who had been closely monitoring Ling He's movements, felt a sudden quickening of his heartbeat. Who exactly was this individual? When Ling He listed 10 sets of timber at a remarkably low price, Lin Zhao's anger flared. For Ling He had shattered the unspoken pricing conventions that governed the trading hall. Chapter 17, The Cold Weather. A colder heart. As Ling He listed 100 sets of low-priced timber, he sought to negotiate with Lin Shao, attempting to win over this relatively larger timber merchant to his side. When Ling He showcased 600 sets of timber, he anticipated seeing Ling He's misfortune. For such a quantity could hardly fill the gaping void of the current trading hall. Meanwhile, if he merely sold 60 sets of timber, he would reap the benefits equivalent to Ling He's 600 sets. Yet, as he observed the incessant stream of timber being listed within the trading hall, an inexplicable sense of relief and helplessness surged within Lin Xiao. He had lost. Little did he expect that within just half a day, the market for high-priced timber would vanish entirely. His carefully orchestrated plans had faltered at the very first step. What puzzled Lin Xiao was how that so-called conscientious vendor could produce such an abundance of timber. Peering towards the entrance, Lin Xiao noted that the mouth of his hiding place concealed over 200 sets of timber shrouded by the surrounding dense forest. These 200 sets represented the entirety of Lin Xiao's harvest during this period, a feat made possible by his tenfold augmentation. It is often said that one must first fell trees to attain wealth, yet logging is no simple endeavor. After all, even rabbits do not graze near their burrows. To avoid exposing his hideout, Lin Xiao had deliberately dispatched his subjects to harvest timber far from his location. Each step of the process, from locating trees to felling them, from segmenting the timber to transporting it back, required substantial time and effort. Lin Xiao acknowledged that the 20-fold resource depletion resulting from the 10-fold augmentation compelled him to push his logging and hiding spots further apart. However, these drawbacks could be perfectly offset by the profits he anticipated. His development should have been flawless. He could not comprehend why the chasm between himself and that conscientious vendor was so vast. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao rose to his feet. Though he remained puzzled about how that individual managed to acquire such a volume of timber in such a short span of time, he resolved to set aside his thoughts. It was now evident that timber could no longer sustain its elevated price. Thus, before the conscientious vendor could monopolize the entire market, his best course of action was to minimize his losses promptly. At the current prices, 200 sets of timber could still yield around 100 gold coins. Having something was better than having nothing. Lin Xiao was not the first to realize this. Following the announcement of Ling He's 4,000 sets of timber being listed, many timber prices within the trading hall, previously set at 5 gold coins, had gradually dropped to around 50 copper coins. However, most individuals merely listed a handful or a dozen sets, engaging in minor skirmishes. As the second largest timber seller in the trading hall, Lin Xiao's price adjustments caught the discerning eyes of Veiler almost instantaneously. Damn Lord, damn Lord. Veiler tugged at Ling He's arm, interrupting his actions of listing timber. Pointing to the trading hall interface, she exclaimed, "Those unscrupulous merchants have adjusted their prices to match ours." Oh! Upon hearing Veiler's words, Ling He followed her, and indeed, a plethora of anonymously listed timber at 50 copper coins had appeared within the trading hall. It seems they could no longer contain themselves. Ling He chuckled lightly. Had it been earlier, if the opponent had reduced the price to 50 copper, it would have undermined Ling He's market competitiveness, leaving him in a difficult position. At that time, his capital was insufficient, and lowering prices further would entail the risk of mutual destruction. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Vera. Let us reduce our lumber prices directly to 30 copper. Vera did not oppose this time. Given the current surplus in production, she fully comprehended Ling He's intention. With a daily output exceeding 40,000 units of lumber, whether to absorb the entire market with 20,000 or 30,000 units made no difference to Ling He. In this battle, their adversaries remained solely other lumber merchants. Starving them out was crucial. Every small coin must find its way into her and that wretched lord's hands. Seeing Vera energetically engaged in her tasks, Ling He accessed the regional channel and composed several messages to send out. Conscientious vendor, good evening, everyone. Today's weather is rather chilly, the vendor is bundled up and can't help but sneeze. This makes me worry, what if you all catch a cold? What then? Upon reflection, if I ensure everyone stays warm, wouldn't that prevent illness? Considering your health, starting tonight, the price of lumber will uniformly drop to 30 copper per unit. In the regional channel, the crowd was at a loss for words. It seemed that every utterance from Ling He resonated like a heavy bombshell. Azure sky awaiting rain, oh no. I never expected there would be such a good-hearted vendor in a war game. Dragon Godfather, lumber at 30 copper per unit. The price of half a loaf of bread. Is the vendor truly giving it away? As these words spread, many in the regional channel suddenly grasped the implications. What? A unit of lumber at the price of half a loaf of bread? Although Vera regarded the prices of bread and water as exceeding their intrinsic value. With high-priced goods failing to sell, the fear of comparison loomed. With the prices of bread and water established, even those from regions rich in lumber began to waver. Should they purchase a few units? While they could chop wood directly, the market price of lumber was merely 30 copper per unit. Felling a tree depletes stamina. And once that is spent, they still need to eat bread. Thus, this lumber, valued at half a loaf of bread, is practically a gift. Following a round of price adjustments, Ling He's potential clientele surged by nearly half. Conversely, Lin Shao was not in such high spirits. Indeed. Today's weather was quite cool, but his heart felt even colder. If lumber were priced at 50 copper per unit, he could still make a slight profit. 100 gold coins would sustain his development for some time. However, with the price now at 30 copper, his earnings had been halved, driving him towards a dead end. Initially, Lin Shao intended to let go of his grievances, yet the recent actions of Ling He reignited the resentment that had been gradually dissipating within him. Very well. A price war, is it? Let me see just how low you can drive your prices. With that, Lin Shao took action to adjust the pricing of the lumber he had listed. Wait. Vera, who had been attentively monitoring the trading hall, voiced her confusion. The wretched lord has reduced the price of lumber to 15 copper. Should we lower our prices as well? 15 copper. Ling He, who was diligently listing more lumber, lifted his gaze and glanced around the trading hall. Indeed, a batch of lumber was being offered at the price of 15 copper. Foolish. He muttered under his breath, shaking his head. We need not lower our prices, we can simply purchase their lumber and still make a profit. Oh. Vera nodded, her fingers swiftly engaging in acquiring the undervalued lumber within the trading hall. Meanwhile, a solitary sum of less than 30 gold coins appeared on Lin Zhao's personal panel. Chapter 18 The Trial of the Pages. Why has it come to this? Shouldn't he continue to lower the prices? This thought flickered through Lin Zhao's mind for a brief moment. Yet, the next instant, upon gazing at his meager 30 gold coins and the timber within the trading post that showed no sign of price reduction, his face flashed with indignation. In that fleeting moment of clarity, he realized he had fallen into a trap. The other party had deliberately driven the price of timber down to 30 copper coins. Not out of mere spite, but as a calculated maneuver to suppress timber profits. It was evident that the merchant known as the conscientious trader had amassed sufficient confidence to dominate the timber market entirely. Consequently, by reducing timber profits to such an extent, traders like Lin Shao would find it nearly impossible to amass capital quickly through timber sales. Without capital, the expansion of production would be unattainable. Without sufficient goods, it would be impossible to challenge the conscientious trader's stronghold in the timber market. Even a small influx of low-priced timber would be swiftly consumed by the immense scale of the conscientious trader, ultimately becoming a mere fraction of the latter's profits. Thus, this cycle perpetuates the dominance of the powerful while relegating the weak to perpetual subservience. Unless a formidable external force were to intervene, there seemed to be little hope of displacing the conscientious trader's position in the timber market. In less than a day, merely through a trading post, such a colossal entity had emerged. The thought sent shivers down Lin Zhao's spine. Now, looking at the name of the conscientious trader within the trading post, he saw not a principled merchant, but rather a greedy maw, extending its invisible hand to voraciously seize profits. All the customers purchasing goods and merchants selling items within the trading post were merely sustenance for this insatiable beast. Bang! Lin Zhao struck the rock wall with his fist. Yes, he had discerned the true nature of the conscientious trader and understood the terror they represented. Yet, he could not bear to watch himself be ruined by this individual. Presently, he had lost his advantage, his opportunity for growth, and even the 200 sets of timber he once possessed, reduced to a mere 30 gold coins. These 30 coins would only suffice to keep him within the upper echelons of this region. But was it his goal to merely stand among the elite? No. He aspired to ascend to a divine status, to become a formidable figure capable of wielding creation and destruction with a mere gesture. It felt as though he was drifting further away from the realization of his ambitions and dreams, and all of it was the fault of that conscientious trader. Before their arrival, he had been the protagonist of his own story. An ever-intensifying hatred coalesced within Lin Xiao's heart, twisting his features into a grimace. In truth, he loathed himself more than the trader. He resented his poor judgment, his inability to perceive the situation clearly, and most of all, his own impotence. He did not know who the conscientious trader was, nor did he possess the strength to confront them, thus, this hatred remained bottled up within him. Lin Xiao could only endure with bloodshot eyes, pounding his fists against the rock wall repeatedly, seeking to alleviate his inner turmoil through self-destructive means. Every punch was delivered with unrelenting ferocity, each strike leaving his flesh torn and bloodied. Until a voice, laden with trepidation, echoed from behind Lin Xiao. "My lord." Accompanied by this was a notification from the system: "The loyalty of your wilderness servants has decreased by 5 points. Lin Xiao abruptly turned his head, his inflamed gaze fixating on the source of the sound. There, his few loyal subjects returned with freshly cut timber, startled by his frenzied demeanor. Given their loyalty, they dared only to call out to Lin Xiao from a distance, too fearful to approach and ascertain the situation. "Hey!" An eerie laughter escaped Lin Xiao's lips. "You look down upon me, do you not?" "No, my lord, we merely worry for your well-being." The wilderness servants, sensing Lin Xiao's madness, had receded. Attempted to explain softly, only to be cut off by Lin Xiao's outburst. "Enough. I know you all scorn me. Yes, I am a worthless fool. A simpleton with a feeble mind. Are you satisfied now? Is this enough for you?" His voice, laced with hysteria, could only incite further repercussions. The wilderness servants swallowed hard, visibly intimidated by Lin Xiao's current state. "The loyalty of your wilderness servants has decreased by 10 points. A total decrease of 15 points in loyalty." The loyalty of Lin Xiao's subjects hovered precariously near the threshold of adequacy. The timber you requested is placed here," they stammered, hastily depositing the bundles before each concocted an excuse to flee the vicinity of Lin Xiao's hideout. Watching his subordinates abandon him, he glanced at the solitary piles of timber strewn across the ground. A profound sense of desolation washed over Lin Xiao. "I should not be this way, I should not." Leaning against the rocky wall, he slowly closed his eyes, the madness in his expression gradually yielding to anguish. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, this time with a newfound calmness. A page inscribed with arcane script materialized in Lin Xiao's hand. It was an item acquired through a barter of timber before the emergence of the conscience vendor. Trial page, description: war is the dominant theme of this world. Only through trials of blood and fire can we grow stronger. Never before had Lin Xiao contemplated employing it in such a manner. He murmured, his bloodied fingers tracing the page. The function of the trial page was to select a trial of varying difficulty, randomly summoning different wilderness creatures or foreign lords to assail him. Lin Xiao had initially intended to use this page when he had grown powerful, to further his grand ambitions. Yet now, he resolved to utilize it at this moment. "Please select your trial difficulty, I choose Apocalypse." Upon his declaration, a crimson exclamation mark materialized before Lin Xiao. With the current regional intensity, the cataclysm has a chance of leading to the complete extinction of all beings. Shall we proceed? Yes. Matching you with the corresponding cataclysm. Upon noticing the matching time display appear in the window, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. It was his first time utilizing this item and he did not anticipate that it would require time for matching. Nevertheless, he thought, let them live a little longer. As he observed the increasing matching time, a smile finally crept upon Lin Zhao's lips. Perhaps, apart from him, no one else would dare to employ the trial page in such a manner. But what of it? Since he could not fulfill his ambitions nor reach the pinnacle of greatness, why not allow the thousands in this region to accompany him on a journey to the underworld? Chapter 19: Ascension of the producer level. An impending crisis loomed unnoticed. After considerable time had elapsed, Ling He and Vera had finally completed the arrangement of over 4,000 sets of timber within the lumber yard. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the plush surface of the hamburger, wiping away the beads of sweat that incessantly emerged on their foreheads. Indeed, there are moments when earning money proves to be a laborious endeavor. However, upon witnessing the number of coins in the panel surpassing 1,000, Ling He could not resist turning to Vera, sharing a knowing smile. At last, the Lord had acquired a modest sum of wealth. In the midst of their conversation, Vera extended her hand, resting it on Ling He's abdomen, signaling for a monetary reward. I suspect that if you had 10,000 coins, you would sell your own boss, Ling He quipped, shaking his head as he swatted her hand away. He then retrieved 500 coins from the panel and playfully tossed them onto Vera. Given that their production capacity had exceeded demand, there was no harm in allowing Vera a bit of fun with the coins. How heavy! Vera exclaimed, struggling to rise from the pile of coins, though the glimmer in her eyes revealed her delight. The scent of money is overwhelming. Nestled among the coins, she inhaled deeply, emitting gleeful sounds. Every coin is Mommy's little darling. Finally, the hamburger emitted a disgruntled protest, as two chubby hands toppled Vera and her coins from atop it. This heavy creature is nearly squashing me, it seemed to complain. I almost forgot about you, my apologies, Ling He said, reaching out to gently pat the top of the hamburger's head. The hamburger nuzzled against Ling He, making a sound of endearment. You favoritism-loving lord, Vera retorted, rising from the ground where she had landed amidst the coins. Unable to restrain her sarcasm, she added, you are so gentle with that jelly. Yet you fail to care for me, your lovely lady. Not jelly, it's hamburger, Ling He corrected her. Whatever. Who cares about that slimy creature? Vera pouted, emphasizing her point. Shouldn't you be a bit gentler with a lady, you stingy producer? Ling He stuck out his tongue at Vera, declaring, those ancient, greedy capitalists who only inflate prices have no right to criticize me. Scoundrel lord. After a playful exchange, Vera ultimately conceded, squatting down to entertain herself with her coins. It was then that Ling He found the energy to refocus on the hamburger. The hamburger blinked its large eyes, unsure of what the bipedal beings were planning next. Ling He stood up and pushed 100 coins toward it. Gah. The hamburger took a step back, shaking slightly. It had avoided the coins belonging to the bipedal creatures, believing them not to be its own. Realizing the misunderstanding, Ling He reassured, fear not, fear not. With a hand gliding over the slippery surface of the hamburger, Ling He waited until the creature relaxed its guard before gesturing towards the coins scattered on the ground. Mimicking a transaction. The restock time has arrived, my dear partner. Having had previous trading experiences, the hamburger easily comprehended Ling He's intentions. However, this time, confronted by a multitude of coins, the hamburger hesitated. Gaggle. Noticing that the hamburger did not produce any gel, Ling He voiced his confusion. Did the creature fail to grasp his meaning? Regrettably, he lacked the ability to communicate in slime language. If only he could converse with the slime, the trade would be much simpler. Just then, the hamburger seemed to make a resolute decision. Gaggle. Ling He then observed the hamburger carefully extract a single coin from the pile before presenting 9 gel units before him. Subsequently, it produced a second coin, then a third. Initially, Ling He was puzzled by the hamburger's actions. However, as the transaction progressed to the 20th and 30th coins, he distinctly noticed that the hamburger's form had shrunk considerably. This revelation startled Ling He. Gaggle, seeing the hamburger emit a faint sound while continuing to extract gel. He hastily interrupted its actions. Wait. This is sufficient. He pushed the remaining coins towards Vera for her to play with, feeling a pang of sympathy for the now diminutive hamburger. At the current rate of shrinkage, it seemed doubtful that the hamburger could fill the void of 100 coins, even if it emptied itself completely. Reflecting on this, he realized that his recent transaction had been akin to seeking the hamburger's demise. It appeared he needed to devise a plan for creating a slime farm, perhaps that would allow him to expand his product offerings. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling He continued to caress the hamburger, soothing its startled emotions. Gurgle under Ling He's gentle reassurance, the hamburger gazed up with watery eyes, nuzzling against his palm. Then wrapped its arms around him, drawing him closer once more. Ling He let out a sigh of relief, grateful that his biological pillow was not throwing a tantrum. No, how could he think of his partner in such a manner? Reclining against the hamburger, with Vera occupied playing with the coins, Ling He seized the opportunity to examine his personal interface. However, just a glance sent a jolt through him. Upgraded? The interface displayed Ling He, nickname, conscientious vendor, growth path, end producer, current level, LV3. At present, Ling He held a complete monopoly in the market for fire slime gel. While the lumber market was a substantial pie, he had already consumed nearly half of it. Acquiring the remaining share was merely a matter of time. The cumulative effect propelled Ling He's level to 3 in a single stroke. With each ascension in level, Ling He was bestowed with a unique item from the producer's path. LV0 LV1 Random Recruitment Order for Citizens, Producer's Path, LV1 LV2 Black Iron VIP Card for the Trading Post, LV2 LV3 Secretary Training Scroll. These 3 items lay within Ling He's personal panel. Among them, the most unassuming appeared to be the Black Iron VIP Card for the Trading Post. Black Iron VIP Card for the Trading Post. Effect: when conducting transactions, both purchases and sales, it reduces the Trading Post's tax rate by 5. Though it merely represented a 5 tax reduction, Ling He did not dare to underestimate the significance of this VIP card. For it implied that he could sell an identical item for 95 copper while others would need to sell it for 100 copper to achieve the same net profit. This would undoubtedly serve as the final straw that broke the backs of other merchants in the Trading Post. Subsequently, Ling He shifted his gaze towards the other 2 items he had acquired. Chapter 20, The Recruitment Order for Livestock and Beasts, Random Recruitment Order for Livestock, Endgame Path. Effect: upon use, it adds a recruitment option for livestock, which will invariably be a basic unit of the endgame path. It dawned on me that my initial populace could be found here, Ling murmured to himself, casting a sidelong glance at Vera, who was busily playing with coins. To traverse from level 0 as a fledgling to unlock the basic recruitment options for the endgame path, one must first reach level 1. It was certainly thanks to Vera that I could even consider this. Had it not been for the additional boon obtained through her efforts, I would have faced a veritable hellscape at the outset, an endeavor tenfold more challenging than my current plight. What are you looking at, you wretched lord? Vera had sensed Ling's scrutinizing gaze and instantly grew wary. The attention of a rogue lord could hardly bode well, she thought to herself with disdain. Oh, it's nothing at all. Ling shook his head, diverting his gaze from Vera and subsequently employing the random recruitment order in his possession. Congratulations. You have acquired the basic unit, Livestock and Beasts, Livestock and Beasts. The designation hardly seemed to denote a serious entity. Ling navigated to the recruitment interface to peruse the details of his newly acquired populace. Livestock and Beasts, Era, Special, Endgame Path, Description: Livestock and beasts require fodder when hungry. Yet they will procure their own sustenance when in need. Recruitment cost, 1 gold. Judging by the recruitment cost, it appeared to be on par with the contracted lumberjack. Ling felt a tinge of disappointment. Given the foundational unit brought forth by Vera, this redundant designation rendered the new addition rather lackluster. Nonetheless, the recruitment price was a mere 1 gold. For Ling, at this juncture, such an amount was inconsequential, thus he decided to recruit a unit to observe its capabilities. In the next moment, a robust voice resonated before Ling, startling him. "Greetings, boss. Why you can speak normally?" Ling stared at the slender man bowing before him, instinctively stepping back. "Indeed, boss." The slender man raised his head to meet Ling's gaze, his face soon adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Of course, if it pleases you. I can refrain from speaking normally." Confronted with this obsequious demeanor, Ling realized that this was the livestock he had just recruited, and he steadied himself. Having grown accustomed to the lumberjack's incessant chants, the prospect of engaging with a populace member capable of coherent conversation was somewhat disconcerting. However, once he regained his composure, Ling scrutinized the livestock before him. He was shorter than the contracted lumberjack, less muscular, and in terms of combat prowess, he appeared decidedly weak. Aside from the ability to communicate and a rather amiable disposition, he possessed no significant advantages over the lumberjack. Yet, astonishingly, this unit, like the lumberjack, also required 1 gold for recruitment. As the silence lingered between Ling and the oxen, the latter cautiously rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Is there any task you require me to undertake, boss?" Indicating the forest behind him, the man added, "I believe logging would suit me just fine. Provide me with a tool, and I shall excel immediately." Ling nodded inwardly, recognizing a merit in the oxen. Compared to the contracted lumberjacks, this individual displayed considerably greater initiative. The contracted lumberjacks, in contrast, would not seek work unless commanded explicitly. However, Ling did not hasten to dismiss the oxen. Instead, he shook his head and said, "There is no rush." He instructed the oxen to stand before him and, under the latter's anxious gaze, began to examine the details of his subject's panel. Name, none. Occupation, oxen. Salary, none. Special abilities, self-improvement, self-sufficiency. Combat power, 1, barely sufficient. 2 special abilities. Although the combat power of 1 was somewhat disconcerting, the presence of 2 distinct abilities left Ling momentarily taken aback. It is noteworthy that contracted lumberjacks only acquire additional abilities after receiving a full salary. Instinctively, Ling opened the details of the oxen's special abilities. Self-improvement, description, through effort and perseverance, the qualified oxen must always possess an aspiration for advancement. Effect, for every 24 hours of work, combat power increases by 1, capped at current era stage X3, for every 24 hours of rest. Combat power decreases by 1, minimum of 1. This implies that in the current Stone Age, the oxen's combat power could potentially rise to 4. Realizing this, Ling shook his head. In the context of the present Stone Age, this ability seemed rather superficial. After all, although contracted lumberjacks lack special abilities, they possess an initial combat power of 5 points. Even if the oxen maximized their buffs, their combat power would still fall short of that of contracted lumberjacks. Furthermore, to maintain combat power, the oxen must ensure that their working hours exceed their resting hours. If they mirrored the contracted lumberjack's routine of working 12 hours and resting for 12 hours, their combat power would never improve. Despite his growing disappointment with the new recruitment options, Ling persisted in his examination. Self-sufficiency, effect, when this unit is in a state of full salary, their hunger level remains at full, eliminating the need for food supply. Upon reviewing the oxen's second special ability, Ling expressed a note of surprise. He felt as though he had overlooked something important. Vera, do contracted lumberjacks require sustenance? Vera, startled by the question, dropped a coin to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to respond, do humans not need food? No. That is not right. You scoundrel lord, surely you did not intend to leave them without nourishment. At that moment, Vera gazed at Ling He with eyes that resembled those of a demon. Clearing his throat, Ling He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment. I merely inquired because I was unaware. Noticing the genuine confusion in his eyes, Vera comprehended the situation, letting out a heavy sigh. As his secretary, it was indeed her oversight. She had presumed that providing food for the workers was a matter of course and thus failed to remind Ling He to make the necessary preparations. "Scoundrel lord. Allow me to assist you in arranging tonight's meal," Vera declared, rising and brushing off the dust from her trousers. To ensure Ling He grasped the gravity of the situation. She added, "If the workers starve, then all the recruitment fees and wages would be in vain." Chapter 21, The Capitalist Witch Indeed. Ling and Shen nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of understanding. "Given the circumstances, let us first partake in a meal." However, upon glancing at the current prices of food at the trading post, it seemed that starving would be a more economical choice. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ling ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. If he were to act in such a manner, others would surely regard him as a beast. Fortunately, Vera did not impose excessive expenses upon Ling. She first led Ling and the newly recruited workers to gather several baskets of wild grass from outside the lumberyard. Then, she purchased some bread and water from the trading post, along with a large pot procured from the novice gift package. After placing it over the campfire and allowing the contents to simmer, a thick, unidentifiable concoction emerged before Ling. Gulp. Ling swallowed hard. "Vera, do you truly know how to cook? The contents of this pot appear far from edible." "Fear not, it will be fine once cooked," Vera replied, tearing the 2 pieces of bread into smaller chunks and tossing them into the pot. Those 2 pieces of bread had previously fallen to the ground, tainted with dirt. But she had seized them while Ling was distracted. Now, they would augment the meal for the contracted lumberjacks. "Let it be known, I absolutely refuse to partake in this." Ling stepped back, preparing to make a swift escape. Gaggle. At this moment, Hamburger was hiding behind Ling. Although it was unaware of Ling's remarks, it nodded vigorously in support. In its eyes, this bipedal creature before them was indeed quite terrifying. With a tall black hat and a large pot brimming with an unknown liquid. Could this be the witch among bipeds? Gaggle. Hamburger trembled, recalling tales of wicked witches who would mercilessly dismember outsiders for sale. The thought was utterly chilling. "Honestly, I never suggested that you should eat this, you insufferable lord." Vera rolled her eyes at Ling and stirred the pot with a wooden spoon. After ensuring everything was thoroughly cooked, she nodded in satisfaction. The starch would enable the workers to quickly regain their strength, while the grass, though difficult to digest, would enhance satiety and reduce food costs. Truly, a perfect meal. With that, Vera set down the spoon and clapped her hands. "All right, the meal is ready. Let the workers come in groups to eat." Under Vera's direction, more than 170 contracted axe warriors were divided into 3 groups to receive their food. All the while the lumberyard continued its operations without a moment's pause. Watching the expressionless warriors consume Vera's dark culinary creation, Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Luckily, the loyalty of his subjects had been compensated with wages. If the other lord subjects were to experience Vera's cooking, their loyalty would likely plummet. With this thought, Ling cast a furtive glance at Vera's back. Vera was evidently oblivious to Ling He's movements. At that moment, she was immersed in the sense of accomplishment derived from preparing a hearty meal. Today, she had managed to save the lives of countless beings, sparing them from the clutches of starvation. With Ling He as her counterpart, she believed that her actions would surely grant her a place in paradise after her demise. In a fleeting moment, Vera seemed to perceive a beam of celestial light illuminating her, a shimmering radiance that embodied the essence of virtue. Yet, as her eyes grew moist, the vision of that light became increasingly vivid. No, Vera gradually came to the realization that the glimmering light fluttering away was none other than her beloved gold coins. Upon this revelation, she abruptly snapped out of her reverie, her head stiffly turning towards Ling He. "My lord, how much did I just spend? Let me see." Ling He perused his homepage, speaking uncertainly. "It seems to be around 120 gold coins. The bulk of that sum was allocated to bread and water." Despite Ling He having driven down the price of timber in the trading market, other supplies remained exorbitantly priced. Moreover, there was the stone pot Vera had set up. This item appeared to be a rare find in the novice package, thus commanding a hefty price. The sole consolation was that as long as currency circulated within the trading market, the money spent would likely return to Ling He's hands before long. After all, Ling He had practically monopolized the timber market, an insurmountable barrier for anyone wishing to advance. Yet, despite this, Vera found herself crouching despondently on the ground. No. What have I done? She suddenly lost her desire to ascend to heaven. The price of that ticket was simply too exorbitant. It's all right, I understand, Ling He said, placing a heavy hand on Vera's shoulder, giving it 2 reassuring pats. At the current rate of consumption, even a simple meal of bread and water mixed with wild grass for nearly 200 contract axe warriors would require 100 gold coins. Even if they only ate twice a day, before Ling He established a stable food source, the fixed expenditure would amount to 200 gold coins. This did not even account for the distinctive salary mechanism of the producer system. Through this meal, Ling He grasped the truth of how easy it was to recruit workers. Yet how challenging it was to sustain them. It seemed imperative to consider replacing the contract lumberjacks with cattle and horses. Ling He's gaze drifted towards the stone pot, where cattle and horses were distributing an unclear liquid to the contract lumberjacks. Upon noticing Ling He's gaze, the man immediately lowered his back slightly, donning a pleasing smile. I will finish my tasks shortly, boss. Do you have any new instructions? Well done, Ling He nodded in praise before tossing a stone axe into the man's hands, saying, once you finish distributing the porridge, go chop some trees. All right, I'll make sure to do just that. The man appeared highly motivated by Ling He's command. After swiftly distributing the last few bowls of porridge, he grabbed the stone axe and dashed towards the nearest tree. Thud, thud, the sounds of chopping echoed. Yet Ling He shook his head, observing the man. The efficiency was far too low. The lumbering oxen and horses swing their axes at a pace considerably slower than that of the contracted lumberjacks, resulting in fewer notches carved with each strike. The time required to fell a single tree by these beasts is at least double that of their human counterparts. However, within the lumberyard's panel, the addition of a single ox or horse can enhance the daily timber output by 70 units, only 30 units shy of the output achieved by a contracted lumberjack. Thus, Ling He deduces that the daily working hours of the oxen and horses must exceed those of the contracted lumberjacks. So, what would happen if their wages were raised to the maximum? With this thought in mind, Ling He adjusted the line concerning wages within the panel. Chapter 22, The Striving Beasts of Burden and the Enhanced Vera. Much like the contracted lumberjacks, the remuneration of the beasts of burden is capped at 15 copper coins per day, implying that once their pay reaches this threshold, any further increase in wages will not enhance their productivity. However, in contrast to the contracted lumberjacks, the benefits that the beasts derive from the wage system are somewhat distinct. Prior to adjusting their remuneration to the maximum, regardless of any alterations made to their pay, the output efficiency of the beasts remained unchanged. This suggests that the beasts of burden have perpetually operated at maximum capacity without the need for additional financial incentives. It was only when adjustments were made to elevate their wages to full compensation that their interface exhibited a semblance of advancement. Name: none. Occupation: striving beasts of burden. Remuneration: full compensation. Special ability: self-enhancement, self-reliance. Combat power: 1, barely sufficient, at first glance. Apart from the added descriptor of striving, Ling He perceived no significant changes compared to their previous state of inadequate remuneration. Thus, he proceeded to delve into the details of their special abilities. Unsurprisingly, the self-reliance ability had not undergone any alterations, as it required full compensation to activate, merely transitioning to an active state. However, the self-enhancement ability had experienced profound transformations. Self-enhancement, description, through diligent effort. A competent beast of burden must perpetually possess a spirit of progress and an unwavering commitment to their labor. Effect 1, for every 24 hours of work. Combat power increases by 2, capped at 3 times the current era stage. For every 24 hours of rest, combat power decreases by 1, minimum of 1. Effect 2, for every point of combat power, resource output efficiency increases by 15. While enhanced, the improvements were modest, at least. They appeared less direct than the contracted lumberjacks, whose combat power surged by an astonishing 100 and resource output efficiency escalated by 150. Furthermore, based on Ling He's internal calculations, a beast of burden in full compensation, fully buffed, could only yield 112 units of timber daily. 2 fully compensated beasts would produce fewer timber units than a single contracted axe warrior in full remuneration. However, the advantage of the beasts of burden lies in their lack of necessity for food provisions, a significant merit that rendered Ling He considerably indecisive. Although Vera managed to deceive the contracted axe warriors with a concoction of bread and weeds for their meals, it still cost over 100 gold coins. Even disregarding the physical condition of the contracted axe warriors, treating them as expendables and providing merely 2 meals a day, each consisting of a gruel mixed with weeds, Ling He still needed to expend around 200 gold coins daily for the current batch of contracted axe warriors. Moreover, this was not a sustainable solution. To maintain the physical health of the contracted axe warriors and ensure their productivity, improving their diet was imperative, which would entail additional expenses. Yet, the beasts of burden presented a contrasting scenario. To sustain 400 fully compensated cattle and horses, their production efficiency can nearly match that of the current 174 contract axe warriors. They require only 60 gold coins daily, which is less than 1/3 of the daily sustenance cost of the contract axe warriors. Furthermore, when accounting for the consumption of the contract axe warriors in a fully compensated state, choosing cattle and horses will reduce expenses to a mere quarter of that of the contract axe warriors under equivalent production efficiency. Moreover, as time progresses, cattle and horses hold the potential for further advancement. Even when looking to the future, this remains a lucrative venture. After considering the gains and losses, Ling has already made his decision. Although the contract axe warriors are indeed formidable, the market competitiveness of cattle and horses is simply too high. With the advancement of the era, it is inevitable that utilizing cattle and horses as the fundamental production units will become a necessity. Given this, why not seize the moment? Contemplating this, Ling resolved to reclaim all the gold coins he had lent to Vera for her amusement, and subsequently expend 800 gold coins to recruit 400 cattle and horses, preparing the necessary tools for them. These newly recruited cattle and horses will require at least 2 days to mature. During this period, the contract axe warriors cannot be dismissed. Their presence is essential to ensure sufficient production efficiency at the lumberyard. As for after 2 days, Ling plans to repurpose the optimized contract axe warriors as proper combat units, assigning them work tasks suitable for the newly recruited cattle and horses. Ling then turned his gaze to the final item he had obtained through growth and upgrades, the Secretary Training Scroll. This decision was almost instinctual, as Vera was the only potential secretary he had. Vera, Ling called out her name. Come here for a moment. Vera approached Ling, her expression one of curiosity, and beheld him extracting a sheet resembling A4 paper from his personal panel. I have a gift for you. Without waiting for Vera to respond, Ling immediately used the Secretary Training Scroll. Would you like to use the item on Secretary Vera, Secretary Training Scroll? Yes. Upon confirmation, the item transformed into a flurry of sparkling particles, drifting towards Vera's form. Half of it surged into the scepter in her hand while the other half melded into her wallet. Vera's panel underwent an instantaneous transformation. Secretary Vera, upgradable, traits, I of value deconstruction, money allergy, index stimulation, Pishio wallet, skipping over the first 2 traits that he already understood. Ling's attention was drawn to the 2 new traits that had just emerged for Vera. Index stimulation, description, with a grand feast before you, how could one not desire? Effect, by committing to long-term full compensation, it can unlock the potential of the producers or units, enhancing the probability of elevating the profession level of the producers. Note, if the commitment cannot be fulfilled, a 100 chance of triggering rebellion among the producers, elevating the profession level of the producers. Regarding this, Ling and Da have some conjectures, which should be akin to the transformation of contract lumberjacks into contract axe warriors during the peak of their employment. However, The term probability appears rather precarious in Ling's perspective, particularly with the annotation indicating a 100 chance of rebellion, which perpetually underscores that this ability is indeed a double-edged sword. Should Ling wish to harness this power, he must ensure he reserves ample funds for the future, otherwise, it could easily devolve into a self-defeating endeavor. Akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot, yielding more loss than gain. Beyond the exponential stimulation, Ling's gaze shifted to another newly emerged special ability of Vera. Pishio Wallet. Description: Great Pishio a Pishio that only takes in and never expels. Effect: the Pishio Wallet attempts to shatter all objects it attempts to extract from its mouth. When activated, it can list valid items belonging to our side within a 5-meter radius. Combat Power 3, Chapter 23, You actually know how to cook well. This item is quite useful. Upon witnessing the remarkable efficacy of the Paya wallet, Ling He was suddenly struck by a thought. Previously, he had painstakingly shelved 4,000 sets of wood, which had left him utterly exhausted. If he were to expand his product range in the future, merely listing items in the trading hall would prove to be an arduous task. However, with Vera's Paya wallet, the situation was transformed. When activated, it could list all items within a 5-meter radius, significantly enhancing Ling He's efficiency in stocking goods. Most importantly, when it came time to list wood in the future, Ling He could comfortably delegate the task entirely to Vera. As Ling He contemplated this, a cry of pain suddenly pierced the air. Ouch! Instinctively, he turned to see Vera, whose fingers had inadvertently brushed against the wallet at her waist, only for it to snap at her without hesitation. The white glove was torn, and a small cut appeared on Vera's finger, blood seeping forth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Vera quickly withdrew her finger, tears welling in her eyes as she sucked on the injured digit. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound, and the bleeding subsided within moments. Once her injury stabilized, Vera wiped away her tears and stared blankly at the wallet. It actually bit me. It actually bit me. Ling He opened his mouth slightly, intending to offer some words of comfort. Yet before he could utter a syllable, he beheld a transformation in Vera's expression. A smile blossomed on her face as she unfastened the wallet from her waist and planted a tender kiss upon it. What a lovely little wallet, protecting Mummy's coins, she exclaimed. Well done. From now on, if anyone dares to touch Vera's money, this wallet will just bite them to bits. As she spoke, Vera cast a bold glance in Ling He's direction. Hey, enough of that. Ling He could no longer contain himself. He had never coveted Vera's money, after all. She was his secretary, and her funds were as good as his. Ha ha ha. Vera burst into laughter, though she was oblivious to Ling He's thoughts. Engaging in playful banter with the seemingly heartless lord, who refused to feed or pay his workers, was rather entertaining. All right, I was merely teasing the scoundrel lord, Vera said, reattaching the wallet to her waist. With her gloved hands resting on her flat chest, she declared, since you've gifted me with a present, I must reciprocate. Tonight, let the scoundrel lord taste Vera's culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Ling He hastily retreated. No, you can't take revenge like that. He had already witnessed Vera's cooking prowess and had no desire to sample it again. This was not a gesture of gratitude. She was undoubtedly seeking to avenge the bite she had just received from the wallet. Scoundrel lord, are you serious about retreating? You truly doubt my culinary skills? Vera's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling He nodded affirmatively. I would rather believe you are a refined lady. This young lady is not a demure woman, Vera instinctively remarked. However, she soon realized the implications of Ling He's words, her cheeks flushing as she bit her lip in frustration. I, who am neither refined nor skilled in cooking, am reduced to being your secretary. What an unjust plight for you, you scoundrel lord. Coughing lightly, Ling He averted his gaze towards the sky, attempting to shift the conversation. The night is truly dark tonight. How about we make do with some delightful beverages and bread? Absolutely not. Such a clumsy attempt at diverting the topic clearly failed to distract Vera. Ultimately, with no other choice, Ling He reluctantly agreed to let Vera showcase her rather dubious culinary skills. After all, how good could the cooking of someone who merely stated that it was sufficient to cook something until it was done possibly be? Moments later, he found himself stunned. Wait. You can actually cook properly. Ling He gazed at Vera as she expertly flipped and grilled a pork chop in the stone pot. Today marked the first day of the War Games, and pork chops were not cheap. The trading post had one priced at a staggering 5 gold coins. In a region bustling with tens of thousands, it was unlikely anyone else could easily part with such treasure for mere indulgence. Oh, wait, not just 5 gold coins. I can certainly cook. Vera rolled her eyes, casually opening a bottle of delightful beverage priced at 1 gold coin and pouring it into the pot. With no additional seasonings at hand, this delightful drink was the optimal choice for flavor. The enticing aroma soon filled the air. Gurgle. Gurgle. It wasn't the sound of a hamburger but rather the embarrassing growl of Ling He's stomach. Humph. Vera naturally had this and smirked with a sense of triumph. Scoundrel lord, let's see if you dare to question my culinary prowess again. With a fluid motion, Vera skillfully plated the pork chop, serving one piece to Ling He and placing another before herself. Ling He, in turn, handed her the bread and delightful beverage he had prepared in advance. During the early stages of the War Games, such a simple meal cost Ling He nearly 20 gold coins. However, upon tasting the pork chop, he felt the expense was well worth it. The sweetness of the delightful beverage perfectly masked the meat's gaminess, seeping into the pork chop's fibers. Though sweet, it offered a unique flavor experience. Ling He sighed contentedly, this is the life I desire. The fighting and the War Games, let those who wish to partake do so. Ding, just then, a private message interrupted Ling He's pleasant reverie. Lin Yugu, may I exchange this blueprint for some lumber? Wooden spike, era, Bronze Age, basic pathway, description, a rudimentary defensive structure that can effectively damage shock units and partially impede infantry. Construction requires 3 sets of lumber. Ling He frowned slightly. He preferred not to be disturbed while dining, but since the sender was somewhat of a customer, he chose to endure and read on. Leaning closer to Vera, Ling He gestured towards the private chat interface. Could you help me appraise this? Blueprints from the Bronze Age? Vera scrutinized the documents for a moment. After a thorough examination, she waved her hand dismissively. Approximately 10 gold pieces. They are not particularly valuable. 10 gold pieces, you say? Ling He nodded, realizing it was less than the cost of a single meal. Given his current standing in the timber market, he found such trivial transactions rather beneath his notice. Nevertheless, as the other party had approached him, Ling He decided to respond in accordance with Vera's valuation. Conscientious merchant, 30 units of timber. If you agree, proceed with the transaction. If not, feel free to seek another vendor. Chapter 24, You are a good person. In front of her, the private chat interface displayed a number that seemed inflated by a factor of 10. A trembling finger extended forth and sent a reply message, good. Half a minute prior, in the depths of the snowy landscape, the night had grown dark, then the biting cold wind cut through the air. A woman, battered and bruised, concealed herself beneath a thick layer of snow, clutching a small vial of red gel, her only source of warmth. Long before Ling He first introduced the fire slime gel to the market, Lin Yuyug had spent her dwindling savings to procure a single unit. However, the warmth emitted by the gel was woefully insufficient to stave off the chill of the snow. The snowdrift merely provided a refuge from the predatory beasts lurking nearby, offering no semblance of comfort. She harbored no illusions. Death had become her constant companion, and perhaps the next time she closed her eyes, she would find no opportunity to awaken again. I am destined to die, the woman uttered with a bitter smile. She had scoured numerous wood cellars, hoping to barter her blueprint from the Bronze Age for some timber. Yet, in this era of war games, her blueprint was decidedly unfashionable. Even when wood prices soared, only one individual had been willing to exchange a set of timber for her design. Now that prices had plummeted, she had hoped transactions would be easier. Only to be met with despairing news. Due to the low cost of timber, most merchants in the trading market could hardly afford the transaction fee for her Bronze Age blueprint. Even those who could afford it would never risk their entire fortune for a worthless relic. Except for the ethical trader. As a titan of timber in the current market, nearly everyone recognized the staggering wealth he possessed. Presently, he was the only one with the funds, capability, and potential to acquire her blueprint. Approaching this ethical trader, Lin Yuyuge had mentally prepared herself for a lowball offer. As long as the timber he offered exceeded a single set, even by a slight margin, she would be content. Yet, no matter how fanciful her imagination, she could never have anticipated his astonishing offer of 30 sets of timber. Transaction successful. It was not until the stacked timber materialized beneath the snowdrift that Lin Yuyuge could scarcely believe her eyes and mind. With a sigh of relief, she activated the fire slime gel, igniting a small piece of wood. As warmth gradually returned to her body, she began to comprehend that this was not a near-death hallucination, nor a fleeting dream. She had been saved. 30 sets of timber, if used sparingly for warmth, would suffice to sustain her in the snow-covered expanse for an entire month. But why? Lin Yuyuge, why would you help me? You must understand the value of that blueprint. Even if you were to reduce your offer tenfold, I would gladly accept. She had no prior acquaintance with this ethical trader and could not fathom his motives. In the lumberyard, Ling He was just about to sever a piece of meat when a new message popped up on his private chat panel, leaving him momentarily perplexed. No. He genuinely did not understand. Was it truly acceptable to agree to a price that was 10 times lower? With the recent recruitment of oxen and horses, Ling He's daily wood production had already surpassed 70,000 units. 30 units of wood were merely a fraction of his output. Conscientious vendor, no. My dear sir or madam, please do not overthink it, I am merely providing a standard quote. To Ling He. The act of the other party approaching him for business and then responding with Vera's assessed price was simply a straightforward transaction. Vera quoted 10 gold, equating to 33 units of wood, with a transaction tax of 15%, meaning Ling He would deduct 3 units of wood to cover the transaction fee. To him, this was nothing more than an ordinary deal. As for why he didn't negotiate for a lower price, naturally, it was because the transaction volume was too trivial. Barely enough to cover the cost of a meal, rendering Ling He entirely disinterested in bargaining. Spirit Rain Melodies. You are a good person. Caught off guard, a good person card was unexpectedly bestowed upon Ling He. Silently, he took a bite of his meat, astonished that merely conducting a normal transaction could result in such an accolade. He wondered if the other party was overly eccentric or if the world itself was simply mad. But in the next moment, a pop-up window appeared before him. Lord Spirit Rain Melodies has used a special ability, Hunter's Pact. Your location has been highlighted to Lord Spirit Rain Melodies. You have unlocked a new panel, Friends panel, highlighted location. Upon reading these words, Ling He narrowed his eyes dangerously, setting down the piece of meat in his hand. Conscientious vendor, what does this mean? Although the Hunter's Pact had unlocked a brand new friends system for him, Ling He did not perceive much benevolence in the highlighted location. He was not fond of combat, he preferred to sell his wares and lead a leisurely existence. Yet, he understood the principle that a man is innocent but may bear guilt due to his wealth. Among the thousands of human lords within the region, who did not know of his substantial wealth? If this Spirit Rain Melodies came with ill intentions and revealed his location in the regional channel, it was likely that many would be tempted to come and take a bite of his juicy morsel. Conscientious vendor, you just said I am a good person. But I believe good people should not be threatened with guns, right? The implication was unmistakable. At that moment, Spirit Rain Melodies also realized that her actions were somewhat abrupt. She and the conscientious vendor were not yet familiar enough for her to employ a special ability without caution, which was bound to lead to misunderstandings. Thus, she immediately sought to rectify the situation. Spirit Rain Melodies, I apologize, my mind was a bit muddled and I overstepped. I merely thought that good people like you are in danger in this current world. Hunter's Pact is a special ability in my growth path, allowing me to sense the location and life status of my target, but it can only be bound to one target at a time per era. If I can survive, should you encounter any peril in the future, I believe I could assist you. The conscience of a vendor, no need. With those 3 words, Ling He raised his hand and closed the private chat interface before him. He was not a mere 3-year-old child, easily swayed by the words of a stranger. Was the search for his location truly for his benefit? If that were the case, then all would proceed smoothly. However, if it were a ruse, Ling He cast his gaze toward the logging yard, where nearly 200 contract axe warriors at his command were not merely idle. The nature of humanity. With a deep breath, Ling He lifted the cold meat patty once more and placed it into his mouth. Alas, it had grown ice cold. Chapter 25, The Final Strategy. The evening air was inherently chilly, and outdoor meals tended to cool quickly. The disturbance from this private conversation had rendered the pork chop utterly cold. Displeased with the unappetizing meal, Ling He reluctantly produced a few gold coins, requesting Vera to prepare another portion. As for the neglected pork chop in his hand, an idea suddenly illuminated Ling He's mind, leading him to ponder a suitable fate for it. Vera, have you seen the hamburger? He inquired. Vera, who was focused on her cooking, cast a sidelong glance at Ling He before retorting, "Isn't it right beneath you?" Oh. Ling He instinctively realized his oversight and stood up from atop the hamburger. It was akin to wearing glasses. Having used the hamburger as an impromptu seat for so long, he had unconsciously overlooked its presence. "My apologies, dear hamburger," Ling He said, reaching down to pat it gently. "I did not intend to forget you." The hamburger looked at Ling He with a puzzled expression, bewildered by the sudden departure of the bipedal creature. It was oblivious to their conversation, as it could not comprehend their language. At that moment, Ling He extended the pork chop he had bitten into several times towards the hamburger. "Would you care for some?" "Gua." The hamburger gazed at the pork chop placed before it, tilting its body and shaking its head in a manner reminiscent of refusal. "Are you not hungry?" Ling He was taken aback, recalling that aside from a cup of bubbly drink, he had not offered the hamburger anything else. Was it possible that, as a slime, the hamburger did not possess a sense of hunger? Yet, the hamburger's subsequent actions contradicted Ling He's assumption. With a swift motion, the hamburger pushed the pork chop away and bounced excitedly towards the edge of the lumberyard. "Hey, where are you off to at this hour?" Ling He called out, surprised at the hamburger's sudden departure. He quickly summoned several warrior axes to chase after it. It was nighttime, and venturing outside the lumberyard posed unknown dangers. After spending a day together, Ling He had developed a bond with the hamburger. He certainly did not wish for his fast companion to be torn apart by some unseen creature. "Come back, hamburger. This is no time for mischief." As he gazed beyond the lumberyard, Ling He observed the hamburger frolicking on the grassy expanse outside. To his astonishment, the hamburger was rolling about without a care, voraciously consuming the blades of grass, which were swiftly eroded and absorbed into its form. After shaking off the dirt clinging to its surface, the hamburger soon regained its pristine appearance and let out a satisfied belch. "Gua!" Spotting Ling He, who had followed it outside, the hamburger waved its chubby little hand and bounded over to him. "Gua!" Ling He laughed heartily. "Oh, so you are a vegetarian. It appears you thrive solely on grass." His hands playfully rubbed the hamburger's surface. It was remarkable that such a creature could sustain itself on mere weeds. Truly, slimes were far easier to care for than contracted lumberjacks. However, what should be done about the cold steak in one's hand? Contemplating this, Ling subconsciously glanced at the contract axe warrior beside him. Well, it can wait until tomorrow morning to be tossed into the dark concoction that Vera is brewing. It could serve as a meager feast for everyone. "Hey, At that moment, Vera's voice echoed from the campfire announcing that the food was ready once more, urging the insufferable lord to hurry back for a meal. Coming right away, Ling responded, intending to return with his hamburger. Yet, no sooner had he turned than a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, as if some colossal object had plummeted from above, shaking the very ground beneath. Oh! By the campfire, Vera gazed skyward, murmuring softly. It appeared that this night was not destined to be a peaceful one. Warning! 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 3 large red exclamation marks materialized before all the lords, including Ling. The Ghost Spirit tribe has employed their ultimate strategy, a 90th tower. The Ghost Spirit tribe has employed their ultimate strategy, Mirror Realm. Ling, upon seeing the notification springing up before him, swiftly turned to look behind. The tremor of the ground was indeed not a mere coincidence, for where he had just been gazing, the towering structure now loomed, previously an empty space now transformed. The tower stood less than a kilometer away from Ling. The regional chat had descended into chaos. Windlike warrior, does anyone know what is happening? What is the Ghost Spirit tribe, and what is this ultimate strategy? Single and arrogant, I have no idea. I haven't even encountered the slimes that the vendor mentioned today. Normally, at this hour, those who had secured their shelters would be preparing for rest. Yet, with this sudden disturbance, nearly everyone had awakened. Engaging in fervent discussions about the Ghost Spirit tribe and the nature of the ultimate strategy. Messages flooded the regional channel, and the ultimate conclusion drawn was one of uncertainty. Throughout the day, those who had even glimpsed an outsider were exceedingly rare, let alone any knowledge of the ghost spirits. As for the ultimate strategy, it lay beyond the grasp of many. However, it wasn't long before a message emerged in the regional channel that could not be overlooked. Cold Soul, have you noticed that the number of participants in the regional chat is dwindling? Upon reading this, Ling's gaze shifted to the corner of the panel. The regional channel, which had seen nearly no decrease in participants throughout the day, was now witnessing a reduction of dozens within mere minutes. As time wore on, that number continued to rise. Seeing this, the expressions of all present grew grim. The rate of attrition was alarmingly rapid. It was crucial to note that this area housed only 10,000 souls, yet they remain utterly unaware. They do not comprehend who their adversaries are. Nor do they grasp the imminent perils that await them. A shroud of gloom descends upon every individual. Except for Lin Xiao. Ha 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 ha. Within the concealed cavern, a triumphant yet maniacal smile graces Lin Xiao's countenance. They are all doomed, everyone shall perish alongside me. Before him. In addition to the recent regional announcement, there exists another interface regarding the trial scroll. Much successful, trial content, apocalyptic catastrophe, legacy of defeat. Synopsis, a lamentable race. Vanquished on a battlefield that transcends our era. Now, they have forsaken their ancestral lands, intruding into our realm, a world still tender, untouched by the tempests of experience. Choose, fight. Descend into madness. Shall we allow them to resurrect their former glory upon our soil, or shall we siphon their flesh and blood, growing into towering giants anew? Chapter 26, a sinister motive. Lin Xiao discerned that the sudden emergence of the Ghost Spirit clan was the catastrophic trial imposed by the pages of the trial book. In the face of this so-called apocalypse, even the collective might of the human lords in the region would struggle to contend with it. Moreover, humans would never unite. As a member of humanity, Lin Xiao believed he had a profound understanding of humanity's inherent flaws. At that moment, an unexpected sound of footsteps echoed outside the cave where Lin Xiao was concealed. The rustling noises piqued his ears, and he retracted his smile. His gaze sharpening with vigilance toward the outside. Who could it be? He calculated that the vassals sent to gather resources should not have returned so soon. As he remained alert, the footsteps outside paused briefly. Then, a small girl's voice reached Lin Xiao's ears from beyond the cave. Big brother. Can you let me stay for just one night? The outside is so dark, and I am frightened. Just a little girl. Lin Xiao did not let his guard down. The girl appearing at this moment could either be another human lord or a peculiar vassal of some lord. Regardless of which, it was not favorable news for him, as it indicated that his refuge had already been compromised on the very first night of the war games. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Lin Shao. Yet he concealed it beneath a calm facade. He discreetly tucked a finely honed stone dagger into his sleeve and adopted a gentler tone as he spoke to the outside. "Come in." "Okay." With that, a lively little girl clad in a tattered princess dress stepped inside the cave. From her attire, Lin Shao surmised that she could only belong to a lord, for such industrial-era garments could not possibly be produced in the current age. "Big brother." Upon entering the cave, the girl's eyes brightened as she approached Lin Shao. He had been prepared to take action, but upon noticing a man following her into the cave, he withdrew the dagger back into his sleeve. This individual had brought a vassal. Assessing the girl's potential threat, Lin Shao discreetly retreated a few steps deeper into the cave, increasing the distance between them. Observing this, the little girl halted, her voice tinged with disappointment. "Do you dislike me, big brother?" Lin Shao remained silent, his wariness unyielding. The silence spoke volumes. The little girl sighed. "Since you dislike me, I shall leave." "That would be for the best," Lin Shao replied coldly. "But before you go, may I ask you a question?" The girl lifted her head, her voice now devoid of its earlier fragility. Lin Shao offered no more than a single word in response. "Ask." "Surely, big brother still cares for me," she remarked. Yet Lin Shao maintained his impassive demeanor. "Very well, since the elder brother is unwilling to take me in, I shall seek my fortune with other lords." The little girl chuckled, then posed a question. "Who do you think is the strongest lord among us humans today?" "The strongest lord?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Shao instinctively uttered a name: the conscientious merchant. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the ongoing timber trade had undoubtedly amassed a staggering fortune of gold coins in the hands of the conscientious merchant. Wealth is indeed a form of power. To assert that the conscientious merchant is the strongest among them holds no fault in Lin Shao's subconscious. "The conscientious merchant," the girl repeated, seemingly committing the name to memory. Then waved goodbye to Lin Shao. "Well then, thank you, elder brother. I shall take my leave." With that, she prepared to depart. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Shao's voice rang out suddenly. "Wait. The elder brother truly could not bear to send me away in the night." The little girl turned back with a smile. However, a sharp blade plunged heavily into her throat. "You cannot leave." Lin Shao withdrew the stone dagger from her neck, blood splattering onto his face. The girl gazed at the frenzied visage before her, instinctively parting her lips to call for the aid of her people. Alas! The only sounds that followed were the sickening noises of blades piercing flesh, as the followers she brought fell into a pool of blood. The citizens who had ventured out with Lin Shao had returned. In the end, the girl could only depart with a face full of resentment, dissipating into a cloud of particles before Lin Shao. It was as he suspected. Lin Shao picked up 2 gold coins from the ground, casting a sardonic glance at the spot where the girl had fallen. Normally, upon death, whether human subjects or lords, bodies do not vanish. Nor do they yield such a profusion of currency. This scene could only affirm one possibility, that the girl and her followers were not human. The reason for the girl's exposure lay in her words. "We humans." Lin Shao scoffed. "We humans have never referred to ourselves in such an odd manner." Moreover, Lin Shao's gaze turned complex as he regarded the trading post. Nearly all timber products now bore the moniker of the conscientious merchant. A lord of humanity who is unaware of the conscientious merchant. Does he truly take him for a fool? Recalling the prompt window that had appeared earlier, Lin Shao surmised that this might be one of the Ghost Spirit clan's ultimate strategies, the Mirror Realm. To disguise themselves as peers and approach for a lethal strike. Perhaps he could turn this to his advantage. Lin Shao's eyes were drawn to the glaring name of the conscientious merchant in the trading post. If he was not mistaken, The Ghost Spirit clan would also be gathering information on the strongest human lords from others. Their ultimate conclusion could only point to the conspicuous figure of the conscientious merchant. If one were to further stoke the flames during this period. Lin Shao shifted his gaze towards the regional channel, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Conscience vendor. I wonder how you shall respond to this maneuver. Creator of gods, allow me to share a thought. In the present phase of the Ghost Spirit clan, we possess no intelligence whatsoever, and remain utterly oblivious to this potential threat to our ultimate strategy. In such circumstances, being scattered alone in the wilderness is tantamount to courting death, giving our foreign adversaries the opportunity to pick us off one by one. Therefore, I urge that the more powerful lords should proactively disclose their locations, encouraging the weaker lords in the vicinity to rally to their side. Only through unity can we weather the current crisis. Within the lumberyard, Ling He had returned to the campfire, having finished the freshly grilled steak prepared by Vera. At this moment, he sipped his drink leisurely while perusing the messages in the regional channel. Thus, every word disseminated by Lin Shao was absorbed by his attentive gaze. Chapter 27, Unity is a charge. Is unity really together? Ling rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Although this character, known as the Creator God, had previously stirred quite a commotion in the regional channel, his current statement bore a semblance of truth. Gathering with other lords might indeed yield some protection fees, heating costs, than venue charges. The more Ling pondered, the brighter his eyes became. If he were to acquire more architectural blueprints and utilize his surplus timber to construct a refuge, perhaps he could impose additional tolls and entrance fees on top of those aforementioned charges. Ling admitted he was somewhat tempted. As someone who enjoyed dabbling in minor enterprises, he harbored no significant aversion to outsiders. Profit was paramount. Even the foreign lord, Hamburger, who had once sought his demise, was tolerable in his eyes so naturally. His fellow lords were beyond reproach. After all, unity comes at a price. He sought wealth while others sought survival. It was a fair transaction in his mind. However, just as Ling began to contemplate this, he discovered that others in the trading hall had already outpaced him. Call me Battle Maniac if anyone is near the stream. Feel free to seek me out. My location is relatively flat, and there is a gnarled maple tree close to the water if you are nearby. You should easily spot a higher ground. I've dispatched my subjects to wait by the stream. Those who encounter them can return together. What swiftness! Ling sighed inwardly. He hadn't even settled on his fee structure, yet this battle maniac had already provided a reference point for his location. As soon as Battle Maniac revealed his landmarks, a flurry of scattered location messages flooded the regional channel. Observing these updates, Lin Shao's enigmatic smile widened. Those who could announce their positions in the channel were either reckless novices or genuinely formidable, perhaps even a combination of both, the bold and the strong. In light of the impending cataclysm, those who chose to trust other lords would undoubtedly become prime targets for assault. Yet, Lin Shao still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. The individual he truly wished to target had yet to speak in the regional channel. Creator God, speaking of which, where is the merchant brother? Upon reading this, Ling, who had been preparing to announce his own reference point, suddenly furrowed his brow. Was this a ploy to thrust him into the spotlight? This moniker, Creator God, was indeed relentless in seizing every opportunity to steer the narrative. As anticipated, with the emergence of this question, the focus of the regional channel swiftly shifted towards Ling. White's bride, indeed, where is the merchant brother? He should be the strongest among us, why hasn't he spoken? Broken Wing, could it be that the merchant brother has already fallen asleep? Username is useless, who knows? Perhaps he has already been eliminated by that ghostly tribe's ultimate strategy. I observed the reduction of personnel in the regional channel, and perhaps he is among them. The merchant's wares in the trading hall remain available. Surely, the merchant is thriving. Ling He has always been the most prominent figure within the regional channel. With Lin Zhao's provocation, nearly everyone began to speculate why the conscientious merchant had not disclosed their location. While some interpretations were benevolent, many were steeped in malice. Ling He even noted several individuals cursing him to death. Humph, is the scoundrel lord feeling dejected? Veiler leaned closer to Ling He, glancing at the discussions in the regional channel. Look, this one, that one. A few usernames were pointed out by Veiler, all of whom were the clowns we had outperformed in the market earlier this morning. Would you like me to retaliate for you? A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Veiler's eyes as she spoke. If the scoundrel lord wishes to bear insults, that is one thing. But for others to join in is rather disrespectful to her exquisitely charming secretary. No, it's unnecessary. Ling He shook his head, gently patting Veiler's hat. Your support brings me great solace. Since most of them are merely defeated clowns, let them vent their frustrations. After all, no matter how vile their curses, they cannot reclaim the market. However, as the discussions deepened, Ling He noticed many attempting to privately message him in hopes of acquiring his location. Ding, you have a new private message, Ling Yugu, please. Please. Please do not reveal your location, trust me. It's this person again? Ling He furrowed his brow. Were it not for Ling Yugu, he wouldn't have left that piece of meat uneaten, even when cold. Moreover, she cautioned him against disclosing his position, yet had already utilized her skills to ascertain her own location. Conscientious merchant, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Ling Yugu, I just killed someone. Conscientious merchant. Ling He's brow knitted even tighter. He was utterly perplexed by what Ling Yugu meant. She urged him not to disclose his position, yet she was evidently aware of her own. When he requested a reason, she merely claimed she had killed someone. Was this an attempt to intimidate him? To threaten his life within 3 days? Ling Yugu, please do not block me. Remain calm, and allow me to explain. Conscientious merchant, all right. Ultimately, Ling Yugu could be considered a client, and he typically did not have the habit of blocking potential clients. Furthermore, he was curious to hear what insights she might offer. Ling Yugu, I just killed someone, but I did not kill a human. Those beings can disguise themselves as human lords and engage with us in conversation, yet they exhibit certain deficiencies in their linguistic expression. Their essence is not particularly formidable, yet upon their demise, they drop several coins, with an abnormally high drop rate that borders on the alarming. I suspect that these entities are likely connected to the recently emerged Spectre race. Before I began to harbor doubts about him, he inquired about who the strongest lord among humanity is in this present age. Instinctively, I uttered your name. And you may now find yourself in the crosshairs of the Spectre race. Therefore, I implore you to trust me wholeheartedly and refrain from engaging with other lords outside the chat interface. You are a good person, and I wish to prevent your kindness from leading to your demise. Chapter 28, The Accursed Spirit Clan. What an inexplicable fellow, issuing himself a Good Samaritan card. Ling He tugged at the corner of his mouth. He certainly considered himself a benevolent individual. Yet his notion of goodness likely diverged significantly from the one espoused by Ling Yugu. Nonetheless, the other party had provided him with valuable intelligence. And as a competent merchant, Ling He understood the importance of not dampening the mood. Conscientious merchant, understood, I have noted it. Simultaneously, Ling He discreetly deleted the pre-edited content within the regional channel. Upon receiving Ling He's affirmative reply, Ling Yugu, situated far in the snowy plains, let out a sigh of relief. Her previous overstepping had created a considerable rift with the conscientious merchant, and she genuinely feared that he would disregard her counsel. Fortunately, he was not a fool. In the regional channel, the remarks from that creator deity were evidently suspicious, seemingly crafted to lead one astray. To trust him would be akin to becoming a target in a shooting range, a perilous endeavor. Ling Yugu's gaze swept across the regional channel, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes. Whether one was virtuous or villainous, it was human nature to turn a blind eye to suffering. However, those who would kick someone when they were down amidst external threats were truly despicable in her eyes. The few fallen gold coins were tightly clenched in Ling Yugu's palm. She could no longer afford to adhere to her original plan of a gradual recovery. Meanwhile, Ling He had disabled all attempts at private messaging and stretched his arms skyward, yawning lazily. Overindulgence often leads to drowsiness. He rubbed the corners of his tired eyes, turning his gaze towards Veiler. Do you think that the thing Ling Yuyug mentioned will come seeking us tonight? Indeed. Veiler replied with unwavering certainty, her tone serious, devoid of any jest. Her eyes were fixed on the tower outside the forest. Given its height, even from within the grove, one could catch a glimpse through the gaps in the leaves. A subtle smile played on Veiler's lips. Since we are already bordering one another, I believe they will not miss the opportunity to pay a visit to our future neighbor. However, if you feel tired, you may rest fast, you scoundrel lord. Veiler's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Ling He's eyes before she continued, you can entrust me with the task of setting up the goods tonight. Should any ghastly entities approach, I know precisely how to safeguard our assets. Ling He chuckled, playfully patting Veiler's hat. So, our genteel capitalist is concerned for my well-being. You truly cannot expect pearls from a dog's mouth, Veiler retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I am merely fulfilling my duties as a secretary. And you need not emphasize the term genteel. All right. Ling He, of course, did not heed Veiler's suggestion to rest. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to remain alert and accompany Veiler through the night watch. As time gradually passed, Ling He sought to comprehend the nature of the entities referred to by Ling Yuyugu, pondering their potential threat. During this interval, the logging site remained eerily tranquil, interrupted solely by the rhythmic sounds of the contract axe warriors and the cattle at work. Bored, Ling He turned his attention predominantly to the regional channel. To his surprise, as the creator god suggested that human lords gather, the rate of decline in participants within the channel did not merely halt, it began to rise. This peculiar occurrence seemed to validate the intelligence provided by Ling Yuyugu, indicating that any hasty engagement with other lords would be perilous. Ling He shook his head, feeling a pang of regret at the dwindling numbers within the channel. Each life lost represented a potential client for his future endeavors. The absence of each individual could translate into a long-term financial loss of hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Should all perish, his path to growth would be irrevocably obstructed, as it would be impossible to monopolize a market devoid of any trade or economic output. The notion of severing one's means of livelihood was akin to slaying one's kin. In light of this, it was evident that the Ghost Spirit clan deserved their fate. Just as Ling He contemplated these matters, a loud call resonated from outside the logging site. I see the fire within. Is anyone there? The voice sounded youthful and somewhat unsteady. Ling He snapped back to reality, exchanging a glance with Vera. Was it those other human lords still wandering outside at this late hour, or were they perhaps the entities Ling Yuyugu had mentioned? Should we let them in? Vera inquired. Let us wait a moment, Ling He gestured for Vera to remain patient, while he mentally assessed the current situation. The logging site lacked any fencing or defensive measures, it was merely a grove standing on the plains. If they wished to enter, they could do so directly rather than inquiring. This indicated a certain sincerity on their part, devoid of any malevolence. With this thought in mind, Ling He stood and called out, if anyone is out there, feel free to come in. I have ample wood and a bonfire, you may stay the night without issue. However, contrary to his expectations, the response from outside was unexpected. The young man's voice betrayed hesitation. I apologize, but we aren't very acquainted, so it's unnecessary to enter. Could you come to the periphery of the logging site? We can converse face to face. Was he doubting his intentions? Ling He found this somewhat amusing. Yet, upon reflection, it was only reasonable. While he harbored doubts about them, they were entitled to question him as well. Concealing ambushes within such an expansive grove was not a daunting task. Have the contract axe warriors cease their work, Ling He commanded. Then, they ventured out to meet friends outside. Veiler nodded, halting the work of the contracted axe warriors. She picked up a torch from the campfire and silently followed Ling He's footsteps. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Ling He chose not to allow the hundreds of contracted axe warriors to accompany him, instead instructing them to conceal themselves among the trees. Ultimately, only Ling He and Vela were truly revealed to the open view. Opposite them stood a large group of more than a dozen individuals, led by a bespectacled young man. Upon seeing Ling He emerge from the forest, the gentle smile immediately graced his face. "I am Lu Qi. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you both at this late hour." Chapter 29, a conversation worth 10 gold coins. Vera nodded noncommittally, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Do you understand how many small coins we lose for every minute we are delayed?" Vera's words were far from frivolous. As the current backbone of the lumberyard's production, the complete withdrawal of the contracted lumberjacks resulted in tangible economic losses. However, Lu Qi, for a moment, did not grasp the gravity of her statement and could only scratch his head in bemused silence. "Vera." Ling He shot her a glare, then discreetly surveyed the expressions of Lu Qi and his companions. Judging by their attire, it was evident that there was more than one lord among them, with Lu Qi seemingly at the forefront. On the surface, there appeared to be no significant animosity. Fortunately, they did not seem particularly astute. Despite Vera's blatant hints, none of them had noticed. "Ah." Lu Qi interjected hesitantly, "I apologize for the interruption. How much have you lost?" "I can compensate you." "Really?" Vera replied eagerly, calculating her losses in her mind, ready to announce an astronomical figure. However, before she could utter a word, Ling He swiftly covered her mouth. Vera struggled. But Ling He focused on Lu Qi, revealing a figure that was not overly substantial. 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Lu Qi echoed quietly, soon breaking into a smile. "That's not a large sum." He extended his hand, and 10 gold coins materialized in his palm. "Consider these coins a gesture of friendship between us. What do you think?" At the moment the coins appeared, Vera's eyes widened, and she ceased her struggles. Her initial intent was to declare an exorbitant figure to humiliate the other party, hoping they would retreat in dismay. To her surprise, the opponent was not only capable of offering compensation but was also willing to do so. However, Ling He's current coin flow had reached 4 digits, and a mere 2-digit sum was insufficient to elicit any visibly emotional response from Vera. Nevertheless, Vera lifted her head to meet Ling He's gaze. "Shoo," Ling He whispered softly, and upon Vera nodding, he released her mouth. "Call someone to fetch it." Ling He murmured in her ear. Vera obediently nodded and struck her staff firmly against the ground. "Come here." As her words echoed, a contracted axe warrior emerged from the dense forest behind them. This was a technique Ling He had discovered recently. With the same phrase, if he were to call out, all the subjects present would respond. But if the secretary were to do the calling, it could be articulated in a more succinct manner, achieving what he could not accomplish with precision. At this moment, the contracted axe warrior had swiftly approached Lu Qi, who was keenly observing the warrior's movements. There was no doubt about his strength, and judging by his speed of approach, his agility was equally commendable. If only he could shed the flaw of being entirely unclothed, he would undoubtedly make an admirable warrior. The exchange of coins transpired without incident. 10 coins were swiftly returned to Ling He by the contract axe warrior. Before Ling He could reach out, Vera promptly seized all the coins. "Indeed, they are genuine." After allowing her fingers to glide over the charming little coins and savoring their comforting warmth for a moment, Vera carefully retrieved her wallet and placed the coins within. Simultaneously, Ling He's panel reflected an increase of 10 coins in his inventory. "I come with good intentions, there is no need to deceive you both." Lu Qi's voice echoed from afar. Ling He nodded and, getting straight to the point, inquired, "Now that the compensation has been settled, let us discuss the matter at hand. What is it that you seek from us?" Lu Qi was taken aback by Ling He's sudden directness following the monetary exchange, momentarily speechless. However, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a pleasant smile, and began, "In truth, our purpose for this excursion is to recruit other lords to join our cause." "Join you?" Ling He queried, puzzled. "Indeed, we have established a gathering place by the stream where many individuals like us congregate." "By the stream? Are you affiliated with the Battle Maniac faction?" A flash of realization struck Ling He, as he recalled that the only clear location mentioned in the area channel belonged to the Battle Maniac. Lu Qi, surprised, nodded in response. "How did you know?" "Yes. We are indeed from the Battle Maniac side." Ling He exhaled deeply. It hadn't been long since their conversation commenced, yet he felt it was nearing its end. "I will not accompany you." "Why?" Lu Qi furrowed his brow. "Isn't it beneficial for all of us to come together?" "Normally, that would indeed be the case," Ling He remarked, his tone laden with meaning, before introducing himself. "I am the conscientious merchant." "You are, no, you are Ling Gu." Lu Qi appeared genuinely astonished. Ling He shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. 10 coins only allow our discussion to reach this point. The fair trade has concluded. How long do you intend to maintain this charade?" Lu Qi's gentle smile gradually faded. "When did you realize?" "Isn't that rather simple?" Ling He raised 3 fingers. "Firstly, I am certain there are no streams in my vicinity. The Battle Maniac's people cannot possibly be close to me. Secondly, I have never disclosed my surname and can assure you that I do not know you. How did you manage to discern my true surname from merely a nickname? As for the third point," Ling He extended a finger towards Lu Qi's rear. "This is something I have long wished to address. I have tolerated you for quite some time. Which rational human team would include a slime? Are you attempting to take me for a fool? This is an affront to my intelligence." "What?" Lu Qi's eyes widened as he turned to glance at the soul slime within their ranks. "Is there something wrong with that?" He could never have anticipated that the exposure of himself and his companions would stem from an inconspicuous slime. Yet, wasn't there also one over there with Ling? However, at this moment, Ling had no intention of engaging in further meaningless dialogue. Whether his assumptions were correct, or if the other party was truly human, would become evident after they revealed their innermost thoughts. "Vera, eliminate them." "Humph." Vera let out a soft snort, then brought her staff down forcefully upon the ground once more. However, unlike before, this time Vera extended a finger towards the sky. Simultaneously, she proclaimed loudly, 10 days full salary. "Ding, your secretary Vera has activated the skill, the exponential stimulation. The contract axe warriors under your command are temporarily enhanced to contract berserkers." Chapter 30, The Contract Berserker. Contract Berserker, Synopsis, Profit. Profit. Ever more profit. The intoxicating scent of readily available gain can drive one to madness, stripping away all reverence and ultimately obliterating any obstacles in one's path. Special abilities: Exponential Frenzy, Indomitable. Never retreat in battle. Entry 1, Exponential Frenzy. This unit's resource output rate is enhanced by 150, with combat strength consistently at 300 of the base value. Entry 2, Indomitable. During combat, physical means cannot serve as a deterrent to diminish this unit's morale. Appearances and psychological intimidation are ineffective against this unit. Entry 3, Never retreat in battle. This unit's default combat philosophy is to fight to the last. It will not disperse until casualties reach 100. Ling read through the information of the contract berserker with rapid comprehension. To speak honestly, he found it hard to believe that such a unit could be recruited for merely 1 gold coin, boasting the attributes expected of a foundational production unit. In this current era, it seemed that even the most regular troops of others would find themselves decapitated and used as a ball by the contract berserkers. The power of remuneration truly is tremendous. Just as Ling was lost in contemplation, a deafening roar erupted behind him, and dozens of stone axes flew forth from the forest, hurtling towards Lu Qi's troop. Caught off guard, a significant portion of the team was immediately felled. Fortunately, The stone axes were not particularly sharp, so most merely suffered broken bones in this round of assault. Only one unfortunate soul was struck directly in the skull, resulting in immediate death. However, the deceased did not linger on the ground for long. Under Ling's gradually narrowing gaze, the body swiftly disintegrated into particles, vanishing into thin air. Indeed, they were not true humans. Yet, even so, Ling felt a pang of trepidation. Had it not been for the slime accompanying the opposing team, and the prior warning from Lin Yu's song that had heightened his vigilance, he might have been ensnared by a few of their words. At many moments, they had displayed such a facade of normalcy that without a deliberate search for inconsistencies in their speech, one might fail to discern anything amiss. At this moment, Liu Qi and his companions clumsily rose from the ground. However, unlike before, Liu Qi's gaze towards Ling was devoid of mirth, replaced instead by palpable wariness. He was wary of Ling, but even more so of the forest behind Ling, from which a throng of berserkers surged forth. Ah! Berserkers! Whose barbarian clan has he inadvertently disturbed? Liu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. Though not human himself, he possessed a modicum of human knowledge. Berserkers, whether in recruitment or maintenance, were not particularly inexpensive. At least for humanity at this stage, the cost of enlisting hundreds of berserkers would undoubtedly amount to a staggering figure. The human lord before him, how could he possibly summon such a formidable force in such a brief span of time? Liu Qi was granted no further moment for contemplation. For Ling and the contract berserkers behind him were already poised for their next move. Everything was driven by the pursuit of profit. With a roar akin to a battle cry, the berserkers surged forward, charging directly at Liu Qi and his companions. Their stone axes had already been thrown earlier. Yet in their frenzied state, they seemed utterly oblivious to this fact. Broken branches, scattered stones picked up from the ground, and even their fists became lethal weapons. Liu Qi and his entourage did not lack attempts at resistance. However, the only combatant at their disposal was a basic spear-wielding soldier. Spearman, era, Stone Age, basic unit, description, a fundamental soldier equipped with a rudimentary stone spear. They are also adept hunters. Special ability, thrust, combat power, 6, the spearman. As a basic unit, could typically dominate most commoners in battle. Even Ling's contract lumberjack, in a state of deprivation, could not rival him. Regrettably, Liu Qi's team had but a single spearman. This solitary figure was to confront nearly 200 contract berserkers, all fully equipped and ready for battle. With a whoosh, as the berserkers closed in relentlessly, the spearman unhesitatingly thrust his stone spear toward the heart of one berserker. Yet, in the next moment, a massive hand reached out from the side and seized the spear. Before the spearman could react, a boulder the size of a sandbag struck his forehead. Following this, a throng of berserkers surged forward, raining down blows upon him. The spearman, standing at the front, could not endure even for a few breaths, succumbing like the unfortunate fellow before him, disintegrating into particles upon the ground. Meanwhile, Ling, through his panel, observed the combat power of his contract berserkers. Contract berserker, combat power, 15, with a combat power of 15, the strongest recruitable unit Ling had encountered today in the regional channel barely reached a fraction of that. He was uncertain of the future strength of contract berserkers, but one thing was clear, in this Stone Age. There were likely no units capable of trading blows with them, at least, not today. Examining the berserkers' panel consumed little of Ling's time. Yet, in that brief interval, the battle had already reached its conclusion. The overwhelming quality, combined with sheer numbers, rendered Liu Qi's resistance utterly futile, akin to that of a helpless chick. They inflicted minimal damage upon the contract berserkers before being subdued and methodically dismantled by the berserkers reclaiming their stone axes. Hooray! Observing the remnants of Liu Qi's party dissipating upon the ground, Vera cheered. It was time for the spoils. With that, she tossed a torch to Ling and, grasping her staff, rushed to the site of Liu Qi's downfall to commence her cleanup of the battlefield. Ling was taken aback, hastily accepting the torch. Hey! Do not play with fire on the grass, you heartless capitalist. However, observing Vera bending down to collect the coins, Ling realized that she had likely not heard a word of his admonishment. Do we truly lack just a few coins? Ling sighed in resignation, yet continued to hold the torch aloft, assisting Vera in searching for the loot dropped by Lucci and his companions. You do not understand, you infuriating lord, Vera replied, shaking her head. Earning money can be both a goal and a source of amusement. I am relishing the process of becoming prosperous through hard work. But you are merely bending down to pick up the money, Ling could not help but retort. Fortunately, with the torch's assistance, locating the reflective coins in the open space proved rather effortless. In no time, all the coins scattered on the ground were gathered together by Vera. Chapter 31, The Perils of Bloodshed. Vera meticulously counted the gold coins in her possession, ultimately revealing a total of 34. 34. As Ling processed this figure, he began to calculate in his mind. If one merely considered this number, the spoils from this battle were rather substantial. Any lord in the vicinity, excluding himself, would deem this a considerable fortune. However, Vera had utilized an exponential incentive, promising full pay for 10 days to all the contract axe warriors, with 174 warriors receiving 10 days' wages. This amounted to a staggering 261 gold coins. The gold amassed from the carnage barely covered a fraction of the expenses. Ling's expression darkened instantly. Who was the imbecile that claimed bloodshed and arson would lead to wealth? After slaying numerous individuals who bore semblance to humans, he found that the return was paltry. Not even enough to match the scraps he earned from selling lumber. In Ling's view, this saying ought to be rephrased to bloodshed and arson lead to impoverishment across generations. The more one fought, the poorer one became. It was incomprehensible that anyone would aspire to prosper through war. As Ling mused, his peripheral vision caught a glimmer at his feet. Was it a coin that Vera had overlooked? Instinctively, he crouched down, patting the dense underbrush. Yet, instead of a gleaming coin, he discovered a dark, reflective card. An unfamiliar object. Could it be a blueprint or equipment that had dropped? Ling glanced at the hundreds of contract berserkers surrounding him and Vera before reaching down to retrieve the card. The moment he grasped it, information regarding the item flooded into his mind. Curse of the Spirit Tribe. Description: derived from the ultimate strategic realm of the Spirit Tribe. When the mirror spirits are slaughtered in vast numbers, true nightmares shall descend, eliminating all threats to the Spirit Clan. Effect: when used on our core structure. If our area is below the third stage, it can serve as a benchmark, allowing us to advance into a pseudo-era prematurely. What a terrifying description. Vera, having unconsciously drawn closer to Ling, elongated her tone as she gazed at the card labeled Curse of Death. It seems it is to be discarded as trash. How frightful for Vera. Unable to restrain himself, Ling playfully flicked her forehead, urging her to speak with more seriousness. Moreover, what exactly constituted a core structure? And what was a pseudo-era? Ling waved the card in front of Vera, inquiring how this item was meant to be utilized. In truth, Ling understood that this item was likely not meant for his current use, but several of the terms were still foreign to him. Yet, he couldn't help but ask about its purpose. Vera puffed her cheeks and rubbed her forehead. This lady is quite serious, you know. Despite her protest, she softened her tone, stating, core structures are not far off, you'll understand in due time, you foolish lord. Rather than fixating on the outcome below, it would be prudent to direct your attention here. With that, Vera gestured towards the introduction section within the panel. Is this merely an ordinary introduction? Upon this remark, he suddenly observed that the introduction section appeared to expand further down, suggesting that there were additional details yet to be revealed. As he pulled down the introduction, a new line of prompt materialized before him. Note: try flipping it over. What lies on the reverse? Following the instructions, he turned the card in his hand, however. With this simple flip, the formerly pitch-black card underwent a startling transformation. Death. On the side facing Ling He, a large, blood-red character for death emerged. In that very moment, a shiver coursed through Linghe, prompting him to turn with an unsettling sense of foreboding. At the instant the character manifested, it felt as though something terrifying within the towering structure nearby had also awakened. Humans, once again, humans. In a realm unheard by Linghe. Ominous voices echoed from within the tower. Why are there humans everywhere? The voices brimmed with resentment and fury. Accursed humans, akin to pests, scattered abundantly, endlessly. Stains that can never be cleansed. Vermin that can never be exterminated. Humans, damned. With a crescendo of rage, the entire tower seemed to tremble. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the furious voices abruptly ceased, as if on the brink of returning to slumber. After a pause, fragmented utterances emerged from the tower's apex. The strongest. The conscience merchant. Linghe, kill him. As the last word fell, the tower seemed to respond. Two ethereal figures soared from within, hurtling towards the site of Lucci's demise with astonishing speed. They streaked through the air like twin meteors. At that moment, as Linghe contemplated returning to the lumberyard, he witnessed a severed head flying past his face, blood splattering onto his shoulder. Was that the Berserker of the Pact? Thud, just as Linghe froze in shock. A heavy thud resonated behind him. Turning to look, he beheld a monstrous figure resembling dry timber yet towering above a human being overwhelmed by the encroaching berserkers of the Pact. You fool overlord, what are you dawdling for? Step back. Vera's voice rang out from the opposite side. She wielded her staff, striking the ground repeatedly, directing the berserker axemen who, as if obeying an unseen command, formed a protective barrier around Linghe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Linghe understood that had it not been for Vera's swift reaction and command, his heart would likely have been ripped from his chest by that monster. However, the glance revealed that the subdued creature was but one of many. Another monster rampaged through the ranks of the berserkers, its limbs as dry as kindling yet as resilient and sharp as steel, confronting the unarmored berserkers of the Pact. The monster often merely sweeps its hand, cleaving a person in two. A single thrust is enough to seize a still-beating heart. This exemplifies the crushing superiority of civilization's hierarchy. To face 100 foes alone is of no concern. How amusing. Observing the rapid decline in the number of contract berserkers on the field, Vera's amber eyes sparkled with delight, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If that is the case, then how about this? The staff was forcefully brought down by Vera once more. A full bounty for 100 days. As her words echoed, the arena fell into silence, seemingly unaffected by her proclamation. Noticing the stillness, Vera raised her hand to her lips and cleared her throat softly. Then, she spoke slowly, even in death. It shall be granted. Ding, your secretary Vera has activated the skill, index stimulation. The contract berserkers under your command are temporarily enhanced to contract demon warriors. Ling slightly parted his lips. Is this truly possible? Can they be further empowered? Chapter 32. In life, one pursues profit, in death one becomes a profit-seeking spirit. Contracted ghost warrior. Introduction. On the brink of life and death, experiencing the essence of spirits, and comprehending the truths of the world, emerges an ultimate combat unit. In life, one is a profit-seeker. In death, one becomes a profit-seeking spirit. All things are ephemeral, only profit is real. Special abilities: exponential frenzy, indomitable, unyielding to death, sacrifice of the remnant body. Among these special abilities, the first three remain unchanged from the contracted berserker. Ling's gaze swept across the interface, focusing on the newly added unique ability of the contracted ghost warrior. Sacrifice of the remnant body. Effect: upon receiving fatal damage, resist death until surviving for a full 2 hours, or all core limbs suffer catastrophic damage. During this effect, combat power increases by 100. And the target is afflicted with a state of intimidation. At that moment, several contracted berserkers, recently dispatched by a monster, staggered back to their feet at odd angles. Some had lost their heads, others bore gaping wounds from shoulder to abdomen, while some were left with only half of their bodies. They appeared as if they had clawed their way back from the depths of hell. For a moment, Ling and the others were momentarily stunned, pondering who among them truly embodied the essence of monstrosity. For profit. A chilling voice, a reminiscent of the underworld, emanated from the contracted ghost warrior. Even the once mighty spirit monsters, who had been rampaging, shuddered upon hearing that voice. Profit. Suddenly, all the resurrected contracted ghost warriors lunged towards the lingering monsters in the arena. Despite their monstrous forms, the spirit creatures could only hastily cut down a few of the contracted ghost warriors. In an instant, severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. Yet, these warriors, defying death, proved to be far more formidable than the so-called undead. Even with only a single limb remaining, they persisted in crawling towards the monsters before them. At last, one of the spirit creatures made a critical error, allowing a massive hand to seize a protruding part of its body. This would be its only mistake, and ultimately, its last. For the deceased contracted ghost warriors were, astonishingly, able to contend with it in strength. Seizing this opportunity, Ling cast a glance at the combat power of the contracted ghost warriors in their death state. Contracted ghost warrior, death state, combat power, 30. This was a full twofold increase compared to the contracted berserker. The attribute enhancement of sacrifice of the remnant body was not merely added to the base panel of the contracted lumberjack but represented a noble peripheral enhancement. Their combat power in death was far superior to that in life. Upon witnessing this, Ling's mind settled. There were only two foes. While he commanded nearly 200 contracted ghost warriors, those in life were his allies, and those in death were his spirits. With silver for sustenance, victory in this battle was assured. Indeed, as the contracted ghost warriors seized the protrusion on the monster, it could no longer float to other positions, its mobility severely hampered. Soon, more contracted ghost warriors surged forward, toppling it to the ground. Stone axes, rocks, and various heavy objects rained down upon the creature. Yet unexpectedly, the outcome was less than satisfactory. Ling furrowed his brow. Despite the monster's appearance resembling withered wood, it was undeniably resilient. He observed that some of the contracted ghost warriors had their stones shattered upon impact, yet the creature's exterior remained utterly unscathed. It felt akin to striking an iron block with stone. No significant damage could be inflicted in the short term. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The monster, initially pinned to the ground, began to rise slowly. The contracted ghost warrior suppressing it had not entered a state of death, thus its combat power was merely 15. Placing it at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Suddenly, the creature spun, flinging the warrior away and regaining its freedom. However, this time, its focus was not on Ling, but rather on Veiler. It recognized who the true mastermind behind the contracted ghost warriors was. Ling's pupils constricted. He sensed something was amiss the moment the monster shifted its gaze away from him. Veiler, run! He shouted desperately. At that instant, the rising monster darted past its comrades and the array of contracted ghost warriors, extending its arm toward Veiler with lethal intent. Its speed was astonishing. Veiler, whose physical prowess was inferior even to Ling's, could only widen her eyes in horror as the withered form approached her rapidly. There was no time to pivot her body, nor to flee. Was she destined to perish? Suddenly, a fireball erupted from the forest, grazing Veiler's cheek and colliding with the monster. A horrifying shriek erupted from the creature's mouth. In mere moments, the monster, which had rendered even the contracted ghost warriors helpless, was reduced to a cloud of ash. And astonishingly, the one responsible for this was Hamburger. Both Veiler and Ling stared in disbelief toward the forest. Gulu? Hamburger, who should have been sleeping by the campfire, rolled out from the rear of the forest. With its big eyes blinking at Veiler, a Hamburger decisively rolled over to Ling's side, affectionately nudging against him. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Ling couldn't help but laugh at the sudden assault of Hamburger's tiny round hands. However, considering that Hamburger had just saved Veiler, he felt reluctant to push it away. But Hamburger, how did you become so powerful all of a sudden? Lin inquired, rubbing Hamburger's body, his tone laced with curiosity. Earlier, Hamburger's attacks couldn't even defeat the contracted axe warriors. How had it suddenly dispatched a ghostly creature so effortlessly? Wait. A thought sparked in Ling's mind, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. Hamburger, hold on. I need to verify my hypothesis. With that, Ling extricated himself from Hamburger's embrace, brandishing a torch as he approached the subdued monster. What the hell, Lord? What are you contemplating now? Seeing Ling he suddenly perform such a perilous act, Vera hastily followed suit and drew closer to his side. Following Ling's gaze, she glanced down at the creature on the ground. The sight before them was nothing short of horrifying. A grotesque monster lay pinned beneath a throng of writhing limbs. And merely casting a glance at it could induce a disconcerting illusion of one's own sanity unraveling. Fortunately, neither the malevolent spirits of the ghostly clan nor the contracted ghost warriors under Ling's command possessed the capability to inflict psychological harm. Thus, both Linghe and Vera maintained a semblance of mental stability. I wish to test my hypothesis, Linghe remarked as he raised his torch and, with a casual flick, hurled it towards the creature's form. Chapter 33, Surviving the Nightmare. With a fierce conflagration igniting upon contact with the monstrous entity, the flame surged forth at an astonishing velocity, swiftly engulfing both the creature and the contract-bound warrior that had been subduing it. Once more, a chilling wail echoed from the inferno. He 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 ha ha ha. The flickering flames reflected in Ling's eyes, prompting an uncontrollable burst of laughter. This time, however, there was no Hamburger to tickle him. Vera rolled her eyes, discreetly stepping back a pace, and cautiously inquired, "Have you finally lost your mind, you scoundrel lord? You're the one who's gone mad," Ling retorted, casting her a sardonic glance. He then turned back, suppressing his mirth as he regarded the towering blaze before him. Who could have imagined that this creature of the Ghost Spirit clan, with its body as unyielding as steel, would be so flammable? Indeed, it appeared to be even more combustible than timber. A mere spark could send this reaper, standing defiantly on the battlefield, straight into the depths of hell. Perhaps it was not just this creature, others from the Ghost Spirit clan might possess similar characteristics. Ling's mind raced with possibilities. No wonder the likes of Lucci had hesitated to enter the lumberyard. Their fear was not of ambush, but rather of the bonfire that could ignite within. Yet, this thought lingered in Ling's mind only briefly. Lucci and his companions were far too weak, they were dispatched in an instant by the contract berserker, leaving Ling unable to verify his suspicions. The flames, having surged with such intensity, now dwindled just as rapidly, leaving nothing but the ashes of the ghost spirit creature, along with the charred remains of the contract warrior that had kept it in check. An unusual, smoky aroma wafted through the air. Ling hesitated momentarily, stepping back to align himself with Vera. He surveyed the surroundings and leaned toward her, whispering, "What shall we do about these contract warriors?" In the wake of the monstrosity's rampage, at least half of the contract warriors had sustained fatal injuries. Now, their bodies lay in tatters, clinging to life in a desperate struggle against death. In just over an hour, they would inevitably succumb, reduced to mere remnants. What else can we do? Vera shrugged nonchalantly. We might as well treat them as fertilizer and bury them beneath the lumberyard, where they can ultimately serve us. Oh, Ling nodded in understanding. I thought you might suggest adding their flesh to your potpourri, it would save quite a bit of money. Huh? Vera's eyes widened. I am a lady. How could a lady engage in such gruesome activities? And how could you utter such words without batting an eye? TSK. Ling clicked his tongue softly, disappointed that Vera had not taken the bait. He had expected her to propose including the contract warriors in her culinary repertoire. Alas, what a pity. However, since Vera harbors no such intentions, as a person of conscience, he undoubtedly must show respect. Therefore, the handling of the remaining contract ghost warriors is entrusted to you. Ling he patted Vera on the shoulder and offered her an encouraging glance. He also cautioned, let us not forget that we still have to pay. Although the threat from the ghostly race has been temporarily resolved, Ling He has not forgotten the promise recently made by Vera, full payment for 100 days. Regardless of the circumstances. Calculating this, it amounts to a substantial expenditure of 610 gold coins. The gold Ling He earned in a single day is approximately this amount. Upon Ling He's reminder, Vera evidently came to this realization as well. Given that it is a matter of commitment, the notion of incurring debt seems rather impractical. This implies that even if half of the contract ghost warriors were to fall, a daily provision of 610 copper coins must be prepared as wages. Should they carelessly overspend and fail to produce the wages, it would not simply be a matter of prohibiting malicious debt collection. The rebellious contract ghost warriors could truly hang her and that rogue lord from the crooked neck tree. Just the thought sent a shiver down Vera's spine. Irritated, she cast a fierce glance at the contract ghost warriors still frozen in place and forcefully struck her staff upon the ground. Get back to work, quickly. Even in their weakened state, the contract ghost warriors should still be able to endure for about another hour. Since they must ultimately receive their wages. Vera is unwilling to forgo this last opportunity for them to generate surplus value. In response to Vera's command, the contract ghost warriors expressed no dissent. Silently retrieving their stone axes from the ground before turning back toward the forest. Some of the axes were damaged, but it was not a significant concern. After all, in an hour's time, there would be no need for so many axes. With all the contract ghost warriors having departed, Ling He too had no intention of lingering in the dark outskirts of the forest, so he turned and led Vera and Hamburger back to the campfire. Sigh. Upon returning to the campfire, Vera let out a heavy sigh. Thanks to our good neighbor, we have suffered a great loss tonight. Gurgle zzz. No one responded to Vera. For Hamburger had nestled by the warm campfire and returned to slumber. Given Hamburger's state of sleep, had it not been for the earlier battle with the ghostly creatures that startled it awake, it would likely have slept soundly until dawn. Meanwhile, Ling He focused his attention on the small card in his hand. With both ghostly creatures vanquished, the ominous word death at the center of the card had completely faded away. Correspondingly, the description underwent some changes. Curse of death from the ghostly race, description, derived from the final strategic mirror realm of the ghostly race, it contains fragments of their civilization and power. Effect, when used on our core buildings, if our era is below the third phase, it may serve as a benchmark to advance into a pseudo-era. The description no longer mentioned the summoning of nightmares, but instead spoke of containing the legacy of civilization and fragments of power. It seems that the curse of death has been weathered quite well. The wretched lord? Ling He tucked away the small card in his hand, meeting Vera's puzzled gaze. Why do you appear to be in such good spirits? Vera queried, bemused. Previously, during the skirmish with Liu Qi and his companions, incurring a loss of 261 gold in wages alongside a gain of merely 34 gold had left Ling He quite pained. Why, then, was he unperturbed by the actual loss of 2,610 gold now? Indeed, I am in good spirits, Ling He replied, spreading his hands with a smile. Because soon we shall strike it rich. Oh. Vera tilted her head in curiosity. One must acknowledge that Ling He possesses a remarkable talent for amassing wealth, even she, the exceptionally charming capitalist. Ahem. Even she, the extraordinarily delightful lady, found herself struggling to keep pace with Ling He's rhythm. Chapter 34. Am I not going to make money? What should we do? Vera inquired aloud. In truth, what we need to do is rather straightforward. Ling He extended a finger, stating that we merely need to share the intelligence we currently possess within the regional channel. Just like that. Vera tilted her head. A few question marks floating above her top hat. Are we charging for information? No, of course, the information is free. Ling He shook his head, asserting that he is a good person and would never engage in such opportunistic behavior. Is that for real? Vera scrutinized Ling He with a skeptical gaze. If Ling He had no intention of placing the contracted Ghost Warriors on the menu of the contracted Ghost Warriors, she might have had a slight inclination to believe in his goodness. However, it seemed improbable that someone on par with her, or perhaps even surpassing her, could truly be virtuous. What kind of look is that? Ling He raised an eyebrow, displeased with Vera's doubtful expression. He had already received the good person card from the same individual twice in succession. Surely, the certified good person counts as a good person. Oh well. It matters not whether one is good or not. Given the late hour, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Ling He glanced at the sky and then articulated his thoughts. Vera, what do you believe is the most significant issue affecting our income at present? Is it our insufficient production capacity? Vera instinctively replied. Yet, before Ling He could respond, she shook her head. No, our production capacity is actually somewhat excessive. The current market struggles to absorb our output. Then is it the pricing? Vera mused aloud but soon shook her head again. Pricing is not the main issue. For given the current output of the lumberyard and the essential nature of the timber, regardless of the price, we would inevitably capture a substantial portion of the circulating gold coins in the trading hall. Rather, it is thanks to Ling He's initial self-sacrifice that the price of timber plummeted dramatically, otherwise, we would not have established a monopoly. Raising timber prices recklessly would only provide breathing room for others who could sell timber, ultimately diminishing Ling He's gold income. Reflecting on this, Vera despondently tapped her forehead. What else could possibly influence her income with that insufferable lord? Unable to think of an answer. Seeing Vera's troubled expression, Ling He found it amusing and simply raised two fingers. Then, I shall be straightforward. The issues currently affecting our income boil down to two key points. The first being demand. Demand, you say? Vera contemplated Ling He's words and nodded to herself. Ling He was indeed correct, demand is a significant concern. Presently, most lords lack architectural blueprints and therefore have no need for large quantities of timber. The seemingly scarce timber is, in reality, a genuine necessity only for the firewood required to ignite the campfire each night. If one were to adopt a stricter approach towards oneself, or perhaps discover a splendid sanctuary, even the daily necessity of a stack of firewood could be entirely spared. In the absence of demand, even a complete market monopoly would yield minimal actual profits. Seeing that Vera had grasped the issue concerning demand, Ling He continued his discourse. This predicament has, in fact, ceased to be a problem. For our dear good neighbor has adeptly resolved it for us. As he spoke, Ling He pointed towards the distant tower. With prior guidance, Vera immediately comprehended Ling He's implication. Others may be oblivious, but could she and the insufferable lord be any less informed? The spirit folk harbor an intense fear of flames, to the extent that even the most terrifying of creatures dare not approach even the faintest flicker. As long as the spirit folk exist, fire remains an essential for the sake of their safety. This directly influences the trading market, causing a sharp increase in the demand for firewood. The market's pie has expanded due to the arrival of the spirit folk. Oh, how delightful! Vera couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes glimmering with prospects as she looked eagerly towards Ling He. And what, pray tell, is the second point, my dear lord? The second aspect, Ling He smiled, is of utmost significance. The human lords in this region are devoid of funds. Even if we were to reduce the price of firewood to an all-time low, they would still be unable to procure any goods. However, akin to the first point, this shortcoming has also been flawlessly addressed by our beloved neighbor. A vivid picture was painted in Vera's mind through Ling He's narration. While the current human lords lack wealth, they cannot ignore the affluence of the foreign races. That creature claiming to be Liu Qi, despite his entire team's combat prowess being mediocre at best, each individual can still yield between 1 to 3 gold coins. Should Ling He disseminate information and provide means of identification, most human lords would not find themselves utterly powerless against them. In due course, everyone would profit. Furthermore, this influx of wealth would ultimately flow into our hands through the market's transactions. Vera interjected, placing her hands before her and clenching them tightly. What we need to expend is merely free information, which holds no value for us, in exchange for an enlarged market pie. Allowing all lords to become instruments for our financial gain. In the end, they shall weep and express their profound gratitude to you. To seek both reputation and wealth is indeed more sinister than the demons in the depths of hell, my dear lord. Lingyi rolled his eyes, insisting. I have professed to be a paragon of virtue. Yet, at this moment, you should comprehend my noble intentions, should you not? Disseminating all the intelligence at no cost may not be profitable for him, but it is unlikely that he would remain without gain. Indeed, Vera nodded vigorously. When do you intend to commence your nefarious scheme? Patience, for I must first confirm one last piece of information. Unable to rectify the situation, Ling decided to abandon his concerns regarding Vera's mode of address and instead opened his private messaging interface to initiate a conversation with an old acquaintance. Conscientious vendor, brother Battle Maniac, are you there? Meanwhile, in the Lord's gathering by the riverside, Battle Maniac gazed at his private messaging interface. His eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Although the wargame had only recently emerged, everyone was aware that in this region, the conscientious vendor had already become a figure of considerable stature. Such a prominent individual would reach out to him. No, a Battle Maniac suddenly recognized a lapse in judgment. He recalled that he had previously engaged in private messaging with this conscientious vendor, initiating the conversation himself, though he had received no response at the time. Upon seeing the earlier message he had sent, Battle Maniac suddenly remembered the individual. Call me Battle Maniac, it's you. You are the vendor brother. Chapter 35, a complimentary lunch. Intelligence. Conscientious vendor, it's me, haha, I owe thanks to brother Jean for his casual remark back then. Call me Jean, I don't deserve such praise. In reality, Jean wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he had merely been voicing a casual complaint about the unscrupulous merchants in the trading market. Little did he anticipate that such a trivial observation would lead to the emergence of a financial titan. However, seeing that the other party was not only alive but thriving brought a sense of relief to Jean. He had always been a principled person, valuing loyalty. And upon entering the wargame, he adopted a save whenever possible attitude towards others. Earlier, when he sent a private message, he genuinely intended to teach Lingyi a few survival techniques. When Lingyi delayed his response, Jean feared that Lingyi had met a grim fate at the hands of some ferocious wildlife, lamenting the loss of a life. Yet, it was evident that Lingyi was faring quite well now and required no further instruction in survival skills. Call me Jean, vendor, if you have something to discuss. Please speak freely. We are all of the human race, and I will do my utmost to assist. Was he truly offering help without even inquiring about the matter? Lingyi, upon reading Jean's reply, felt both surprised and yet somehow unsurprised. He recognized Jean as a good person, a realization he had come to earlier. Thus, Lingyi decided to be straightforward and concise. Conscientious vendor, it's not a difficult matter. I merely wanted to ask Brother Jean if there is someone named Lucci in your vicinity. Lucci? Jean furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the campfire behind him. There, a well-mannered man was resting, and he happened to be Lucci, whom Lingyi had recently defeated. Jean was unaware of the events that had transpired between Lingyi and Lucci. At this moment, he was filled with questions. Why was the conscientious vendor seeking Lucci, and how did he know Lucci was with him? Taking a deep breath, Jean sent a new private message. Call me Jean, has Lucci offended you in some way? The sudden inquiry regarding Lucci was the most plausible explanation Jean could conceive. As he stared at the private message interface, uncertainty stirred within him. Offending the conscientious vendor at this juncture would undoubtedly be unwise. If the response confirmed his suspicions, should he expel Lucci from his camp? Yet, faced with someone who had come to him for refuge, Jean found it difficult to take such harsh action. Fortunately, Lingyi's subsequent reply eased his concerns. Conscientious vendor, no. Not at all, if anything, he appears quite gentle. But thank you, Brother Jean, for clarifying. Knowing Lucci is with you has alleviated many of my uncertainties. Call me Jean, you are welcome. However, what exactly is the matter concerning Lucci? He is presently here with me. May I kindly request your insights, Venda? After much contemplation, Jean Kwang could not fathom the significance of Lucci in relation to himself. Following the suggestion of a merchant, he opened the regional channel, where Ling He had commenced his discourse. Good evening, dear family. The merchant has just endured a fierce battle against the Ghost Spirit clan, suffering substantial losses. How are all of you faring? Merchant brother has finally revived. So, the previous silence in the regional channel was due to the skirmish. I am quite well. A few grotesque beings approached me, but the wolves that were pursuing me ended up being their demise. I even managed to quietly collect a few gold coins. Merchant brother, can you share how formidable the Ghost Spirit clan's combat prowess is? Upon hearing this inquiry, Ling He was instantly invigorated. Concerning the combat strength of the Ghost Spirit clan, let me put it this way, their stronger creatures can slaughter units with a combat power of 30 as easily as one would butcher a dog. However, they are not invincible, a mere spark can obliterate them in an instant. Is what the merchant brother says true? I must prepare more fire-starting materials. Wait. Does the merchant brother already possess established units with combat power exceeding 30? This revelation caused many to draw in a sharp breath, realizing the implications. In a realm where the strongest local combat power barely reached 10, encountering a unit with 30 would be akin to facing an armored vehicle with mere indigenous tribesmen. Yet, the merchant claimed that even such units could be dispatched effortlessly by the Ghost Spirit clan's monsters. Many were incredulous. Words without proof hold no weight. Do you have any evidence? Skeptical remarks occasionally surfaced in the regional channel. Ling He merely glanced at these comments and chose to disregard them. Lord, won't you refute any of this? Vela inquired, leaning against Ling He's shoulder. He shook his head, believing that those who trust him will do so, while the skeptics could wait for another lifetime to reconsider. He did not view himself as the protagonist of a novel, nor as a hero from a fairy tale. Nor did he aspire to be a paragon like Jean Kwang. Engaging in fruitless arguments was not his desire. Vela chuckled, I knew it. A bunch of irrelevant characters dares to trouble our esteemed creator for explanations. Ling He nodded in agreement, finding Vela's praise quite endearing. However, he could not shake the feeling that her recent address of him seemed to ascend a notch above merely calling him Lord. Returning to focus, Ling He continued to share intelligence within the regional channel. The conscientious vendor remarked, certainly. Not all entities of the ghostly clan possess the formidable and terrifying strength that I have just described. Among these creatures, there exists a certain type whose combat prowess is not vastly different from our own. Ling and the others laid bare their speculations regarding the mirror realm, which included the authentic intelligence he had just verified. A particular ghostly being can masquerade as other human lords, approach them, gain their trust, then subsequently slay them. The targets they imitate likely have prototypes within this region, and their personalities and understanding of the terrain are closely linked to these prototypes. In most instances, one can discern the authenticity of a being by identifying discrepancies in their speech. However, Ling presented an even more superior solution, one so simple that even a fool could utilize it, allowing even the most dim-witted to effortlessly distinguish whether an individual is indeed a true human. Chapter 36, adding a bit of abstraction on the private chat function. When utilized properly, a simple greeting can reveal whether the individual before you is indeed a genuine person. The untainted communication channel among humans has become humanity's greatest asset in the struggle against the looming threat posed by the Spectre tribe. However, Lin Shao, who was eavesdropping, scoffed at the information shared by Ling He. TSK. It is indeed a clever strategy. Having encountered a disguised monster and survived, he certainly understands that this method is entirely feasible. However, That well-meaning merchant has made a slight miscalculation. For this approach to succeed, it requires the unreserved and harmonious cooperation of all human lords within the region. Yet, the malevolence of human nature will be vividly exposed in this scenario. At that moment, a chat message appeared before Lin Xiao. "Mr. Cool or Not, is the person standing before me you?" Upon seeing the private message, Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Had someone already made contact with the spectre monster imitating him? The next moment, a smile crept onto his lips as he decisively responded in the private chat. "Creator of gods, yes. Mr. Cool or Not, then take a step with your left leg, raise your right hand to make a V sign. And spin around 3 times for me to see." Instantly, Lin Xiao's smile froze upon his face. If it were truly him standing before the other, performing such actions would undoubtedly pose no issue. However, the predicament lay in the fact that the entity before that individual was not the authentic him. As expected, when Lin Xiao failed to respond, another private message quickly arrived. "Mr. Cool or Not, fraud." With that accusation, Lin Xiao found himself completely blocked. Simultaneously, his expression darkened. He suddenly realized that the concept of human malevolence seemed to be unachievable within the perfect solution proposed by the well-meaning merchant. Unconsciously, he had suffered yet another defeat. Damn it, was this part of that merchant's scheme as well? As Lin Xiao pondered this, his private chat interface erupted with several new notifications. However, this time, the questions were no longer about whether he was indeed the person opposite. The individuals on the other side of the private chat were a few lumber merchants, eager to discuss how to address the situation concerning the well-meaning merchant. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, despite the merchant's commendable reputation, he had certainly offended numerous individuals. The lumber sector within the trading hall had the potential to satiate all. Yet that merchant had chosen to diminish the size of the pie. Not only did he shrink it, but he also hoarded it for himself. Those starving lumber merchants were likely seething with the desire to swallow him whole. Now, as for those reaching out to him via private chat, Lin Xiao recognized them. Previously, he had regarded them as nothing more than a motley crew of insignificant characters. Yet, given the current circumstances, even the most unremarkable individuals could serve a purpose. Whether they could spoil the broth depended entirely on their actions. Upon this thought, Lin Xiao swiftly dispatched a message in the private chat interface. "Creator God, friends. May I propose an idea? Shall we give that unscrupulous trader some trouble? Username is useless, I would gladly do so. If you have any good ideas, do not hesitate to share. Creator God, patience, let us proceed in this manner and then in that manner." Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Ling He noticed that after sharing the information, his reputation within the region appeared to plummet significantly. A multitude of conspiracy theories inexplicably surfaced against him, dividing opinions into those who believed and those who did not. The skeptics had little to say, instead mocking the words he had spoken. Surely, no one truly believes him, right? I mentioned the impending zombie crisis, did anyone take me seriously? Wow, a combat unit with 30 points of strength is truly formidable. Our little trader is remarkable, he boasts without even needing a draft. Do you think our trader has met his end? He previously dared not even share his location but now fabricates grand tales. As for the believers, they questioned Ling He about how he acquired such information and what his motives were for releasing it. Tell me, why is it that the Ghost Spirit clan has only recently emerged, and while the rest of us remain oblivious, this trader seems to know everything? Indeed, it has only been a short time. If he possesses information, why must he share it in the region? Could it be that the trader has become a pawn of the Ghost Spirit clan, luring us into a trap? A pawn? Veiler chuckled softly and nudged Ling He's shoulder. Someone called the Lord a pawn, doesn't he have any reaction to such an insult? Ling He shrugged indifferently. He had already shared all the pertinent information, effectively placing the meal right before them, needing only to feed them directly. With a perfect strategy laid out, Should one choose to ignore it or even follow it and still fail, what could be said? One might conclude that their fate was sealed. Regarding the shifting sentiment in the regional channel, Ling He discerned a subtle undercurrent aimed at him. However, he was not one to chase after reputation fervently. To those targeting him, Ling He could only express that deceiving others was acceptable as long as they did not ensnare themselves in their own traps. If those individuals were indeed foolish enough to fall prey to their own deception, he surmised that in a few days he would no longer see their attempts to steer his actions. Having concluded his tasks, Ling He stifled a yawn, rubbing the corners of his sleepy eyes before turning to Veiler. Veiler, do you still stand by what you said earlier? What did I say? You mentioned that you would come to keep watch. As the words fell, without granting Vera a chance to respond, Ling He rose directly to his feet, flattened the hamburger on the ground, and then lay down upon it. Observing this, veins throbbed upon Vera's forehead. You wretched lord. Did you ever consider giving me the opportunity to refuse? At this moment, Ling He was already sprawled atop the hamburger, on the verge of entering a dreamland, offering only perfunctory remarks in response to Vera. Vera, do your best, Gunbat. Taking a deep breath, Vera sat beside Ling He and forcibly positioned his head onto her lap. You must lean in a bit while sleeping, I still need to access the trading panel. Ling He offered no resistance, allowing Vera to manipulate him as she pleased. After a considerable time, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, Ling He suddenly called out Vera's name. Vera. Vera reached out to stroke Ling He's forehead. He is still calling for me in his dreams. It seems my position in the heart of this wretched lord is quite significant. Yet in the next moment, Ling He vaguely uttered the latter half of his sentence. Chapter 37, The Loyal Orange has been consumed. Vera. Upon seeing the joyful drinks at the trading post, let us purchase them all. Was it the joyful drinks she had in mind all along? To think that in the heart of that scoundrel lord, she is worth less than a bottle of joyful drink. Clenching her teeth, Vera trembled as she raised her fist, only to gently lower it after a prolonged moment. Sighing softly, she tenderly massaged Ling He's forehead and whispered, All right, I understand. Ling He was unaware of how long he had slept, only feeling surrounded by the sweet fragrance of the girl in his dreams. The air was fresh, the temperature delightful, and the mattress exceptionally soft. Hence, he flipped over like a lazy fish, burying his face amidst a pile of clothes. Just a little more sleep. Zzz. Smack. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Startled, Ling He sat upright on the hamburger, covering his face and glancing around. Who hit me? Has the ghostly clan struck again? Not at all, Vera, with her friendly smile yet marked by dark circles under her eyes, appeared before Ling He. Scoundrel lord, do you even know what time it is? Is it morning? It's noon, you scoundrel. Vera placed her hands on Ling He's shoulders and vigorously shook him. How much longer do you intend to sleep? Those lumberjacks rest later than you but wake up earlier to work. How can someone your age sleep so soundly? My loyalty to you has been entirely devoured as late-night snacks and breakfast. Gurgle. At this point, Vera's stomach rumbled with hunger. It was then Ling He noticed a few empty bottles of joyful drinks scattered at her feet, clearly indicating that she had sustained herself on those to make it this far. In the distance, a towering stack of over 1,000 bottles of joyful drink loomed, reaching the height of a person. Ling He offered an awkward yet polite smile. Vera, why didn't you buy some food for yourself? Because you didn't grant me the authority to purchase bread and meat, Vera rolled her eyes. As a secretary, she generally could not spend Ling He's money indiscriminately. The joyful drinks, however, had been bought according to Ling He's instructions, as she had acquired all the joyful drinks available in the market. Here, the interface was brought up by Vera before Ling He. According to your directives, we have procured over 1,000 bottles of joyful drink from last night until now. And although all the timber harvested has been sold, most of that money has returned to us. This is our current financial standing. Vera pointed to the corner of the interface. At that moment, Ling He discovered that his assets had reached 135. 6 gold. So much money. Ling He recalled that before he fell asleep, he had almost exhausted his funds, with barely a couple of 100 gold coins left in his pocket. Yet, after just a brief slumber, his finances had soared to a tidy 4-figure sum. Now there is no need to worry about the 610 gold coins owed to the contract Phantom Warrior. At this rate, it won't be long before the 100,000 gold borrowed to purchase the lumber yard can be swiftly repaid. The taste of monopoly is simply delightful. With money in hand, Ling He is naturally not one to shy away from indulgence. Thus, he spent a mere 5 gold coins to procure some berries and bread from the marketplace. A modest breakfast for himself and Vera. Oh, this is much more like it. Vera stuffed the berries into the bread, thoroughly ravaging the fruit spread before severing it in small bites. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the weariness from a night of vigil began to weigh heavily upon Vera's eyelids. As for the subsequent tasks, the troublesome lord would have to manage them on his own. He must strive to generate profit. The Paisho wallet was handed from Vera to Ling He, who then watched as she found a shaded spot beneath a tree to lie down, quickly drifting into a state between dreams and wakefulness. "I will come to relieve you later," she murmured, surrendering to sleep. Seeing Vera already lost to slumber, Ling He shook his head in resignation. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. While earning money was indeed pleasurable, why must he, as the lord and a business owner, endure the burden of working in shifts? At this moment, a laborer approached Ling He, his body glistening with sweat, clearly having toiled since morning. Ling He cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired, "What is it?" The laborer sheepishly rubbed his hands together. "Well, the new batch of lumber has been processed. Would you prefer to list it now, or shall we wait a while?" "Let us do it now," Ling He replied, gesturing to the ground. "From now on, place the processed lumber beside me when I'm present. When I'm not, you can stack it all together." "Understood." The laborer nodded, appearing eager to comply with Ling He's instructions. Soon, a fresh batch of lumber was delivered to Ling He's side. Had this been before, he would have had to manually list each group of lumber himself, but with Vera's Paisho wallet, the task became significantly simpler. Opening the wallet, he activated Vera's secretarial abilities. In an instant, all the lumber within a 5-meter radius was listed in the marketplace at the prices previously set by Vera. Compared to the strenuous efforts of yesterday, Ling He's role today was merely that of a shopkeeper, allowing him a much more leisurely experience. In this newfound free time, Ling He opened the regional channel, eager to discover what transpired the previous night. Upon entering the channel, the most striking detail was the count of remaining individuals displayed in the corner. Remaining individuals, 7,924, in just one night, over 2,000 lives were lost. This was particularly alarming considering there were only 10,000 human lords in this region. A loss of 1/5 is no small matter. Though it was certainly an improvement over the earlier prediction of extinction within 3 days. The deceased were merely casualties in Ling He's future wealth. A fact that did not sit well with him. Yet, he also understood that these individuals were likely influenced by conspiracy theories circulating in the regional channel. Or perhaps they simply failed to heed the warnings he had offered. The damned spirits cannot be salvaged with mere words, nor is there any need for such attempts. Rather, it could be said that in the absence of this group, Ling He's reputation within the regional channel has become increasingly favorable. Indeed, Ling He noticed several individuals sending private messages to express their gratitude. It appears that this group also fell victim to the attacks of the ghostly tribe. And they survived thanks to the intelligence and solutions provided by Ling He in advance. As he perused the messages, a fleeting glance caught his personal interface. And he suddenly noticed something. "Oh, have I leveled up again?" Perhaps due to the relatively undemanding nature of the early levels, as the lucrative timber market was truly reaped. Ling He found that after a single night's rest, his level had ascended to level 5, unlocking new rewards. LV3 LV4 Agent Mechanism, LV4 LV5 Blueprint, Council Chamber, Chapter 38. The agent mechanism. Ling He and his companion directly claimed the rewards for their upgrades. Instantly, a series of pop-up windows appeared before him. Congratulations! You have unlocked the mechanism Alliance. You may propose alliance resolutions within the core building. Your alliance mechanism would be superseded by the agent mechanism. A brief glance was all it took for Ling He to discern that this was yet another function akin to a secretary replacing an affairs officer. Likely a feature unique to capital growth pathways. Upon entering the detailed interface, a string of information unfolded before him. Agent description: we never share our exclusive cake. Thus, the agent is the highest form of alliance. P.S. The ultimate producers are never short of ravenous hounds surrounding them. Utilize the agent mechanism wisely. These tamed hounds will become the stepping stones to our expansion into broader markets. Privilege effects: 1. You may unilaterally designate any non-resistant life form as an agent without needing to go through the core building. 2. The agent mechanism imposes no alliance constraints on either party, thus neither you nor the agent need to incur any maintenance costs. 3. When you designate a foreign lord as an agent, you will be permitted to use the internal trading functions of the corresponding race, however. Each transaction will incur an additional 1 tax payable to the agent. Ling He was unaware of the previous effects of the alliance mechanism. However, after reviewing the 3 privilege effects brought by the agent mechanism, he felt this mechanism was perfectly tailored for him. The agent mechanism swiftly resolved his dilemma of the human forces being too weak and their numbers too few, rendering them vulnerable to total annihilation. Had the human lords been eradicated yesterday without the agent mechanism in place, Ling He would have become an unprogressive blank slate. But today was markedly different. If the human lords in this region were truly so ineffectual, Ling He could entirely abandon the defunct human market and instead embrace the slime race. Or even trade his goods with the ghost spirits, or seek out other potentially existing races in secrecy. This meant that Ling He would no longer be confined within the human marketplace. The very notion of humanity could no longer serve as an impediment to his ascent into higher market tiers. Whom shall I test this new mechanism on? Ling He mused, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the slime lord, Hamburger. As a slime lord, Hamburger was the perfect specimen for the agent mechanism. Ling He stealthily approached Hamburger, gently rubbing his soft form, confirming that he was still in a deep slumber. Thus, he clasped his hands together and murmured, "Apologies, Hamburger. I shall compensate you with delightful beverages upon your awakening. Do you wish to designate Slime Lord XXXX as your agent? Note, within the same region. Only one agent of the same race may be designated." Yes. At that moment, there were no other foreign lords in proximity to Ling He. Therefore, Hamburger was his only choice, leaving no room for hesitation. "You have sent an invitation to the Slime Lord, XXXX. XXXX has not responded to your invitation and will automatically accept after a countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. D. You have successfully designated the Slime Lord, Hamburger, as your agent. Is that all?" Ling stared at the fleeting pop-up before him, blinking in surprise. He had expected the designation of an agent to come with some dazzling effects. Instead, he found himself profoundly disappointed. Recruiting Hamburger as an agent brought no apparent changes beyond registering the nickname. Ling had yet to figure out how to utilize the slime trading post feature. Perhaps Vera, as his secretary, would possess some knowledge, but given that she had just pulled an all-nighter, he refrained from disturbing her. He decided to wait until Vera awoke to inquire. Currently, the crops on the human side were thriving, capable of consuming all the goods Ling was producing. Therefore, he felt no urgency in exploring foreign markets. Alternatively, Ling had plenty of other matters to attend to, such as examining another reward obtained from leveling up. Council Hall, Era, Stone Age, End Producer Path, Description, a core structure that unlocks the resolution function upon construction and grants ownership of a 10-meter radius of land. Long-term possession leads to a strong claim over the held land. Construction requirements, 500 units of wood, so the core structure awaited him here. Upon reading the description of the council hall, Ling could not help but glance again at the agent mechanism. Clearly, the agent mechanism had rectified the bug in the alliance system that required a core structure to initiate resolutions. From this perspective, it seemed he had nothing that necessitated the council hall at present. Wait. A thought struck Ling regarding the item he had found last night. The death curse of the ghost tribe, which mentioned it needed to be used within a core structure, right? That item could allow Ling to enter the so-called pseudo-era. Although he found this somewhat perplexing, his curiosity compelled him to discover more. Moreover, he was not one of those impoverished souls. A mere 500 units of wood was insignificant for Ling at this stage. With ample resources, he could proceed without hesitation. Would you like to construct the building, council hall? Yes. Please select a location for the building. Ling once again entered the building perspective he had experienced when purchasing the spirit-infused lumber yard. For the council hall. A core structure, he did not place it haphazardly but instead walked out of the lumber yard and positioned it directly across from the distant tower. Or, a provocation. In the brief time he had slept, Ling had already devised a plan for dealing with any remaining ghost tribe monsters that might still inhabit the tower. Thus, he was not overly fearful of that creature returning to trouble him. However, as Ling confirmed the placement, the council hall did not materialize before him as the spirit-infused lumber yard had. Only a new pop-up notification appeared. Placement location selected, please allocate construction personnel. Ling he glanced at the prompt before taking a couple of steps towards the direction of the council hall. Construction personnel allocated, Ling he. Current efficiency, 0. Estimated completion of the council hall in XXXX years. So, I have to construct this building myself. Well, it is indeed reasonable that a structure must be built. Ling he tapped his forehead, realizing he had become too comfortable. He nearly mistook this life or death scenario for an engaging online game. However, upon further reflection, this might not be entirely disadvantageous. At least in this wargame, the construction aspect closely mirrors reality, without restrictions on the number of personnel involved. This implies that as long as he is willing to spend money and invest resources, a building that would typically require a considerable amount of time to complete could potentially be reduced to a single day or even just a few hours. And for Ling he, is there truly a problem that can't be solved with money? With a casual wave of his hand, he spent 1,000 gold coins. 500 cattle and horses, along with the necessary equipment, materialized before him. Chapter 39, The Slime Aspiring to Dominate. Greetings, esteemed master. Although the oxen and horses were not particularly robust, the volume of 500 voices raised in unison was undeniably impressive. Nodding thoughtfully, Lingi set the wages for the newly recruited oxen and horses to the maximum and began to assign their tasks. 200 of you shall proceed to the lumber yard, while another 200 shall construct the assembly hall. The remaining 100 do not engage in any activity for the moment. I will require your assistance shortly. Understood, master. The oxen and horses, fully compliant with Lingi's directives, commenced their work diligently. Simultaneously, Lingi glanced at the construction interface, observing the progress of the assembly hall. Labor force engaged, oxen and horses x 200. The assembly hall is expected to be completed in 12 hours, to his astonishment. The construction time had indeed been reduced to less than a day. Lingi estimated that if he had assigned merely a dozen workers to the assembly hall, the timeline could have stretched to approximately half a month. With only a few workers, the completion could easily take 1 or 2 months. It was evident that financial expenditure was the cornerstone of all productivity. The oxen and horses, oblivious to Lingi's contemplations, were busily transporting timber from the lumber yard to the construction site of the assembly hall, where they would further refine and segment the materials. Perhaps the cacophony of construction was too overwhelming, for the hamburger, which Lingi had deemed a makeshift sofa, slowly stirred from its slumber. Good morning, a soft, melodious voice emerged from the hamburger's mouth. Good morning, Lingi replied instinctively, without much thought. It took him 3 seconds to realize the implications of this exchange, and he suddenly looked down at the hamburger in astonishment. Could he truly understand the hamburger's speech? Was this an enhancement provided by the agent mechanism? It seemed plausible. If communication were impossible, engaging in trade with foreign races would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet, even now, the hamburger, still in a state of drowsiness, had not perceived anything unusual about their conversation. It leisurely opened the communication channel designated for the slime race. Upon seeing the hamburger's interface appear before him, Lingy, who had originally intended to speak further, instantaneously fell silent. Could it be that the usage of the agent mechanism necessitated the other race to voluntarily open their interface to him? With this thought in mind, Lingy decided to withhold his revelation from the hamburger for the time being, opting instead to observe for a while longer. Unfazed by Lingy's fixed gaze, the hamburger remained oblivious, not even recognizing that Lingy was observing it. After all, it could not communicate with the bipedal creatures, nor were they of the same race, thus there seemed little reason for concern. What was there to see? Could it be that the bipedal creatures could perceive its interface? Humming a cheerful tune, the hamburger accessed its private chat interface, which was already inundated with numerous unread messages. Little Pink, are you still alive? Since you mentioned your intention to eliminate the bipedal creatures, it has been quite some time since you last communicated. Those bipedal beings are indeed formidable. If worse comes to worst, you may return to us. We would not hold it against you. As night fell, the towering structure descended from the heavens, fortunately sparing us from calamity. A group of even more terrifying entities clashed with the bipedal creatures, resulting in the annihilation of many of them. Are you safe? Those dreadful beings have set their sights on us, and we are no match for them. Our only recourse is to flee, hoping to escape unscathed. Alas! I managed to escape, but many have perished. Are you still alive? Surely, you haven't fallen victim to those fearsome creatures as well. Observing these messages of concern, Lingy cast an odd glance at Hamburger, a hint of barely perceptible envy shimmering in his eyes. What is this? A neighborly sister or a childhood friend? Why is it that, despite everyone being new to this warfare game, Hamburger is allocated to the same area as familiar acquaintances? Yet, following this envy, curiosity swiftly followed. Surely, Hamburger would respond. Although Lingy prided himself on not being overly curious, the thrill of peeking into another's little secrets was undeniably enticing. Under Lingy's unwavering gaze, Hamburger finally rose to the occasion and replied in the private chat. Of course, I'm fine. Those strange creatures are quite weak, you know. I've now tamed a batch of bipedal servants. They couldn't even touch me, their master, before being dispatched by my loyal followers. Wow! How impressive! As Hamburger's chat window continued to illuminate with messages, Lingy could hardly contain himself any longer. His mischievous hand swiftly seized Hamburger from both sides, tugging with a force that contorted Hamburger's form. What are you doing? Hamburger protested, vigorously shaking to express its discontent. This predicament rendered it incapable of conversing with Little Pink. Yet, in the next moment, it met Lingy's half-smirking expression. Every pet aspires to be its master. You've certainly grown quite capable, my adorable Hamburger. At that moment, Hamburger became acutely aware, its eyes widening in shock, stammering as it spoke. Why you? How can you speak our language? This is bad. The bipedal creatures have overheard our conversation. Wait, if that is the case, could they see their interface as well? The thought plunged Hamburger into despair, feeling as though its future as a slime was shrouded in darkness. No, it might even be devoid of a future altogether. Wailing softly, Hamburger lamented, why must I cry? No one has threatened you. Seeing that Hamburger had frightened itself, Lingy decided not to escalate matters further. Emotionally, Hamburger had saved Vera's life yesterday. Logically, it was a collaborator in the production of his slime gel. In Lingy's eyes, Hamburger had already acquired a dual immunity from punishment. A mere pinch was simply a playful warning regarding Hamburger's self-proclaimed status as master. Concepts of masters and slaves were relics of a bygone feudal era. We now reside in a civilized age. Are you truly incapable of harming me? Hamburger raised its head. Its small, round hands brushing away tears from the corners of its eyes. Indeed. Ling He affirmed with a nod. Hamburger lowered its head in silence. And after a moment's contemplation, it lifted its gaze once more. Gaggle gaggle. Looking into Hamburger's clear yet foolish eyes, Ling He felt his fists gradually clench. Suddenly, he feigned ignorance, thinking, do you take me for a fool? Gaggle Hamburger shrank back in fear. Observing this, Ling He let out a resigned sigh, conceding that he would wait until Hamburger was ready to speak. For now, he requested, show me your interface. Although Hamburger remained silent, it obediently displayed its personal interface. Upon seeing it, Ling He's eyes widened in astonishment. You, my friend, are truly the protagonist, aren't you? Chapter 40, Have I Become an Experience Card? Upon gazing at the personal interface of Hamburger, a rather alarming sequence of titles caught the eye: Growth Path, Divine, Supreme, Legendary, Multicolored Thunder Slime King, Current Level, LV9. What was the significance of this lengthy and imposing array of prefixes? Ling couldn't help but recall a rather dismal online game he had played prior to entering the war game. At level 1, after defeating a rabbit, he was compelled to wield a broken wooden stick against a drowning crayfish. By level 10, having vanquished the Wolf King at the village entrance, he was swiftly enlisted to aid the village chief in eliminating robust crayfish warriors. Upon reaching level 50, armed with the legendary weapon, the Sword of Kings, he found himself engaged in fierce combat against demonized crayfish. Even after achieving level 100 and dispatching the creator god, he still had to venture into dungeons to be mercilessly pummeled by the otherworldly demon crayfish. It was merely a reskin of the same mechanics, devoid of originality, relying solely on numerical values. Reflecting on it now, Ling felt an urge to denounce that wretched game. However, observing Hamburger's growth path led him to believe that its intensity rivaled that of the abysmal game design. Most striking was the realization that, despite boasting such an impressive array of titles, Hamburger had reached level 9. Ling lifted Hamburger off the ground, shaking him vigorously, his eyes wide with astonishment. Hamburger, haven't you been with us the entire time? When did you level up to 9? Level 9, nearly double his own. In the war game, the higher the potential of the growth path, the more arduous the leveling process. Hamburger's growth path, on the surface, seemed far from lacking in potential. Ling, utterly perplexed, continued to shake his companion's body. Gaggle, gaggle, Hamburger, disoriented from the vigorous shaking, felt as though his mind was being thoroughly rattled. During this commotion, he managed to extract his small round hand and, with great difficulty, tapped on his personal interface. A detailed interface materialized before Ling, unlocked passive, Narrow Escape from Death. Narrow escape from death. Description: to become a ruler, one must endure trials and stand resilient in the world. Effect: experience gained from simple battles is reduced by 80, while experience gained from perilous battles is increased by 80. When engaging with foreign foes, experience is continuously acquired based on the disparity in combat power between allies and enemies. Upon perusing the effects of this passive skill, Ling finally comprehended how Hamburger had ascended to such a high level. Ultimately, it was his fault. He had, after all, slept with Hamburger in his embrace all night long. While it was true that he was not particularly strong, Hamburger's own frail combat prowess certainly facilitated rapid leveling. However, a realization struck him. Narrowing his eyes, he fixed a stern gaze upon Hamburger. So, you've been using me as your experience card to grind levels. Just then, right before Ling's very eyes, Hamburger's level surged from LV9 to LV10. In an instant, his body seemed to undergo a profound transformation, as an array of radiant light surged forth from all around, enveloping Hamburger and coalescing within him to form a vibrant, multicolored core. Had he leveled up again? Before Ling he could ponder further, He felt the hamburger in his hand growing increasingly heavy, reaching a point where it seemed almost unmanageable. Sensing that something was amiss, he loosened his grip, allowing the hamburger to plummet to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, the strange transformation was far from over. The hamburger's size began to swell dramatically, expanding before Ling He's astonished gaze, growing taller and larger until it enveloped him in a shadow. Only when it reached a colossal size did the expansion cease. Cough, cough. Ling He cleared his throat a couple of times, seizing the opportunity while the hamburger was dazed, and swiftly retreated, positioning himself protectively in front of the herd of cattle and horses. "We are all friends here, I advise you not to act recklessly, hamburger." Given its current dimensions, Ling He estimated the hamburger to be over 3 meters tall, resembling a monstrous creature. Should it decide to sit down, it would undoubtedly crush 2 or 3 of the cattle and horses beneath its weight. As Ling He's voice faded, the hamburger finally emerged from its stupor. The first sight that met its newly focused gaze was that of hundreds of bipedal creatures brandishing weapons, staring intently at it. However, what had once appeared to be large bipedal beings now seemed diminutive. The hamburger tilted its head, taking a moment to comprehend that it had not shrunk the bipedal creatures, but rather had grown enormously. It had become supersized, larger than the bipedal creatures and even surpassing the monster that had attacked them the previous night. Now, it felt invincible. Indeed, it might even be capable of annihilating the bipedal beings before it without difficulty. Under the watchful eyes of the herd, a brilliant light erupted from within the hamburger, akin to the energy buildup of a sci-fi laser cannon, blindingly bright and painfully piercing to the eyes. Just as Ling He anticipated a confrontation, believing the hamburger was about to reveal its bloodthirsty nature, the radiance suddenly dissipated. What materialized before the group was a hamburger that had shrunk to a size barely larger than its original form, with a pitiful expression reminiscent of a forsaken pet. It extended its small, round hand toward Ling He, who was hidden behind the herd. Ling He stepped forward, his twitching lips betraying his inner turmoil. "So, you charged up all that energy just to reduce your size?" The hamburger nodded vigorously, affirming Ling He's observation. "Good heavens." Ling He rubbed his forehead and shook his head in disbelief. He had thought the previous spectacle signaled a transformation of grandeur. Witnessing Ling He's evident disappointment, the hamburger retracted its outstretched hand, wondering if the bipedal beings disapproved of its current appearance. "I can change again." Realizing the hamburger was about to transform once more, Ling He hastily interjected, "Wait, no." But it was too late. A blinding flash of white light surged into Ling He's eyes, and in an instant, his vision was consumed by an overwhelming whiteness. In a moment of disorientation, he felt as though he had ascended to paradise, with the gates to heaven standing before him. However, the angel at the threshold merely cast a fleeting glance at Ling He's credentials. What does that even mean? Before Ling He could voice his bewilderment, a sudden sensation of plummeting enveloped him, and the blinding white light receded in an instant, taking with it the vision of paradise he had conjured in his mind. After the brilliance faded, the form of hamburger had completely vanished from his sight. In its place, a soft body leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against him incessantly. Perhaps, transformed into a female biped, the creature would once again cherish him. Listening to that familiar, soft voice, Ling He stiffly turned his gaze downward. Indeed, the hamburger that was now cuddling him had morphed into the likeness of a little girl. Chapter 41. The young girl's hamburger experience card draped in a fiery red skirt. She leaned against Ling He's chest, her countenance adorned with a serene smile. "Wait, wait, wait." Ling He abruptly pushed the hamburger away, extending his hand to measure its height against the bun. "You are far too young for this." "Wait a minute, the hamburger is actually a girl." "What does being a girl mean?" The hamburger, bearing the visage of a youthful maiden, displayed a look of innocent bewilderment in response to Ling He's inquiry. "Does it mean female?" Not quite as she spoke, the hamburger lifted her skirt. "Our kind does not distinguish between male and female, so I am not a girl." You see, in reaction to the hamburger's action, Linghe instinctively averted his gaze, yet he could not resist stealing a glance. Indeed, beneath the hamburger, there was nothing at all. Strictly speaking, the hamburger was merely a slime resembling a human form. In that moment, Linghe found himself at a loss as to whether he should feel disappointed or relieved. He approached and lowered the hamburger's skirt, gently ruffling her hair before admonishing her in a cautionary tone, "You must not perform such actions in front of others in the future." "Why?" The hamburger tilted her head, utterly perplexed by Linghe's words. "You might be seen." Linghe continued to explain. "Seen, as in my body being visible." The hamburger pondered for a moment before continuing, "But the bipeds have already seen me fully, haven't they?" As she spoke, she gestured to her attire. "This is my body too." It is the same as what is underneath each word was more provocative than the last. Linghe, feeling utterly helpless, resorted to a tone one might use to soothe a child. "Hamburger, dear, let us revert to your original form." But. The hamburger clutched the hem of her dress, appearing frightened. "But I saw that the bipeds did not seem to favor my previous appearance. And I fear they will drive me away. If they do, there would be no daily experience cards to collect, right?" Linghe remarked offhandedly. "Oh." The atmosphere was abruptly shattered, and the hamburger stared at Linghe in astonishment, her eyes blinking in confusion. Linghe turned his face away. "Ahem. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Oh, the hamburger nodded, partially understanding. "Then, before I change back, may I ask the bipeds a question?" "What question?" "Are we friends, master?" Linghe had intended to respond, but upon hearing the hamburger's query, the words caught in his throat. Friends, master. How on earth did these two terms become intertwined? At a loss for a reply, Linghe simply pressed his hand onto the hamburger's head, giving it a vigorous rub. "You are currently my agent, my subordinate distributor, understand? If you do not, it matters not. Do not ask questions that should remain unasked, just transform." Bing and the hamburger, being rubbed and patted, appeared to be in a state of bliss, and no further inquiries were made. "Then I shall transform, master." "No, stop." Just as Linghe's exclamation escaped his lips, the flashbang detonated at close range within his embrace. Following the blinding white light, the hamburger reappeared before Linghe, retaining its original size and shape. "Gulu?" After a brief pause, Linghe turned his gaze toward the hamburger and tentatively inquired, "Could you refrain from using flashbangs during your transformations in the future?" "Gulu gulu," the hamburger nodded in response. Despite reverting to its slime form and feigning an inability to articulate human speech, Linghe sensed that it had indeed comprehended his words through its gestures. "Let us conduct an experiment." Linghe propped his chin on his hand, surveying the hamburger's form. "Eureka! Hamburger, try to expand your body a little, but not excessively." "Gulu." The hamburger swelled slightly, reaching approximately the height of Linghe's chest. "Yes, just like that." Linghe nodded. "Now, stay right there." With that, he reclined upon the hamburger's back. "All right. Hamburger, grow a bit larger." "Gulu." Though confused by Linghe's request, the hamburger complied obediently. "Larger, larger, even larger." After several enlargements, the hamburger stood at an impressive 2 meters tall, towering over the surrounding cattle and horses. Linghe lazily lounged atop the hamburger's head, exhaling a contented sigh. "Oh, this is incredibly comfortable." Given the hamburger's current capabilities, it seemed entirely feasible for it to carry him as it moved. If the previous iteration of the hamburger resembled a fixed sofa, the present version was akin to a mobile bed. After experiencing the unparalleled softness of the hamburger's embrace, Linghe felt that every idle soul ought to possess their own slime king. Naturally, the hamburger belonged to him. After instructing the nearby cattle and horses to bring him 2 bottles of soda, Linghe opened one for himself while pouring the other into the hamburger's form. Lulu gulu gulu, a cascade of bubbles erupted from the hamburger's head, bursting into the air. It was evident that the hamburger was thoroughly enjoying itself. However, playtime aside. As another batch of wood was processed, Lingi momentarily set aside his playful spirit. All right, we have much to accomplish today. He gently ruffled the hamburger's head, for instance. Let us continue our trade, my dear agent and partner. Due to the arrival of the ghostly tribe, the fire slime gel, which had previously struggled in the market, suddenly became highly sought after. In the time Lingi spent sleeping, the gel had been entirely sold out in the trading post, necessitating a replenishment. Gulu. Although the hamburger did not vocalize, it clearly understood the term trade that had escaped Lingi's lips. Consequently, a small container of gel was presented to Lingi from atop the hamburger. No. Ling shook his head and refrained from accepting the gelatin that hamburger offered. From previous experiences, he had discerned that providing an excessive amount of slime gel in a short span could be detrimental to hamburger's well-being, potentially leading to dire consequences. Even the disappearance of hamburger itself. This was a scenario Ling was keen to avoid. Such a soft and comfortable mobile bed, if lost, would likely be irreplaceable. Therefore, a hamburger, much like Vera, was something that must be safeguarded at all costs. Moreover, given hamburger's solitary capacity to produce slime gel, it was utterly insufficient to meet the vast demands of the human market. Expansion of production was imperative. After some contemplation, Ling leaned forward to hamburger and inquired, "Could you show me your recruitment interface and construction interface?" The expansive grassy plains outside seemed perfectly suited for grazing. Chapter 42, Investment. Gulu. Though Lingi was perplexed by hamburger's intentions, he obediently navigated through the construction and recruitment interfaces. Before Lingi's eyes lay a plethora of recruitable troops and citizen types. Among them were the elemental slimes of ice and fire, the thunder slime and the venom slime as combat units, along with the special variant slime provided by the officials. Lingi poked at hamburger's soft body, questioning whether this creature was truly not the protagonist. Fortunately, hamburger had been a pauper before following him. Had the venom slime attacked him back then, Lingi pondered if he would still be here now. Of course, hamburger remained a pauper even now. A glance at the balance in hamburger's personal interface revealed a conspicuous 0. Lingi couldn't help but chuckle. After taking hamburger in, he had not deprived it of anything. Which meant that the few gold coins exchanged yesterday had all been squandered. Where on earth did your money go? Lingi inquired, ruffling hamburger's body. He noticed no additional slimes had appeared, indicating that hamburger had not used the money to recruit its own citizens. Where else could the money have gone? Perhaps hamburger had given it to some small childhood friend. Just as Lingi's thoughts wandered, hamburger gurgled and scratched its body with its tiny hand. Then pointed at its personal interface. Special ability, transformability. Are you suggesting that you spent all your money on this skill? This time. Hamburger did not feign silence but responded with a soft I fear the bipedal creatures might drive me away. All right, they won't chase you off. Lingi, having anticipated hamburger's next statement, interrupted. However, he had initially intended to guide hamburger on how to develop itself to swiftly secure orders from his side. Yet now it appeared that hamburger's growth was a fanciful dream. Aha! An idea struck Lingi, and he posed a question to hamburger. How about I invest in you? What is investment? Investment is... Lingi contemplated, then explained in the simplest terms, I see potential in you and have decided to lend you money for development, which you will repay later. Hamburger was somewhat tempted but hesitated, but I lack the skills for this. Well, so do I, at least not at the moment. Lingi's tone was light, indicating that this was a gentleman's agreement without contractual obligations. Consider it my trust in you, hamburger. Trust, you say? Hamburger trembled slightly, uncertain why the bipedal creature would place its faith in it. Could this be the feeling of friendship that Little Pink had mentioned long ago? Okay, a soft, sweet voice emerged from hamburger. If it is a friend's request, then I shall agree. Upon seeing the hamburger, Lingi promptly decided to invest in it. He lightly tapped its forehead and declared, it is settled then. The investment will be offset by goods. Naturally, as the investor, Ling He would have full discretion over the funds, which elicited no objections from the hamburger. Subsequently, Ling He leaned over the hamburger and extended his hand. Coins cascaded from his palm, clattering as they fell before the hamburger. Remember to collect them, don't let them roll into the bushes, Ling He reminded. Oh. The hamburger replied in acknowledgement, and then, with a slight motion, it absorbed all the coins into its being. As the coins vanished, the remaining balance on the hamburger's panel surged to 1,000 gold. So much wealth. The hamburger blinked at its panel, marveling at the first 4-digit figure it had ever seen. However, it refrained from immediate spending, recalling the gentleman's agreement with Ling He that the funds were to be allocated at the discretion of its friends. Ling He, please show me the details of the recruitment interface, Ling He instructed. The hamburger complied, displaying the details of the units it could recruit. Ling He glanced over the information. Flame slime, era, dawn era, dynastic path, description. We arrived in this world with innocence and yearning, uncertain if we are ready to face dangers and challenges. Recruitment price of 1 gold, 1 population. It seemed that the era classification of slimes differed somewhat from that of humans. But Ling He merely skimmed past this detail. His attention was focused primarily on the recruitment prices. The ice and fire single-element slimes, thus basic subjects, had recruitment costs identical to that of Ling He's contracted lumberjack. Meanwhile, the lightning and poison attribute slimes were priced at 3 gold and 5 gold, respectively. As for the aberrant slime, the 10 gold official unit remained unchanged. However, Ling He noted one crucial aspect: recruiting these slimes required not only the specified recruitment price for each unit but also an adequate population cap to accommodate them. This stipulation had not arisen when he recruited the contracted lumberjack and livestock. He pondered whether this was related to species, pathways, or simply the uniqueness of his subjects. After some contemplation, Ling He decided to seek clarification from someone experienced. He opened the private messaging interface. Conscientious merchant, how are you, battle maniac? At that moment, the sun rose high in the sky, and battle maniac, having nearly succumbed to sleep after a long night, was instantly revitalized upon seeing the private message. What is this sensation of being summoned in the dead of night by my employer? He thought with a wry smile, yet he responded. Call me battle maniac, if you have something to discuss, merchant, please go ahead. I noticed you were up all night listing lumber, so take care of yourself. Conscientious merchant, haha, it's no bother, I'm here to serve my family, so I'm not tired. There exists a minor inquiry that I wish to pose to the esteemed Zhong Kuang. It seems that there are numerous lords in his vicinity. During the recruitment of subjects, is there a limitation on population? Zhong Kuang replied, so it is this matter that the esteemed merchant inquires about. It is, in fact, not a guarded secret. Soon, information regarding population constraints was conveyed by Zhong Kuang in a private chat. Ling carefully scrutinized the details. According to Zhong Kuang, it appears that at present, population limitations are closely tied to the chosen developmental path. Different developmental trajectories exhibit varying attitudes toward subjects. A nuance that is reflected in the requirements for recruiting them. Among these, the dynasty path is not regarded as an obscure choice. Hence it was also mentioned by Zhong Kuang. Chapter 43, Feudalism as Dross. In the dynastic approach, the lord serves as a vassal to the king, while the subjects are vassals of both the lord and the monarch. According to the tenets of this dynastic paradigm, it is indeed the sovereign's duty to shield the subjects from adversities. Hence, the necessity for a population requirement in the recruitment criteria emerged. Upon grasping the intricacies of the situation, Ling couldn't help but click his tongue. Feudal dross. Truly a quintessential relic of the medieval feudal system. The requirement to provide housing for the subjects during recruitment is absurd. Why not learn from the thousands of cattle and horses under his command, who toil relentlessly for 17 or 18 hours a day, collapsing into slumber whenever fatigue sets in? Clearly, the lumberyard serves as their lifelong abode. There is no pressing need for additional housing. Regrettably, Hamburg's growth trajectory is thus, and no amount of disdainful remarks about feudal remnants can eliminate the population cap. Unless the population limit is increased, Hamburg's fundamental capacity is merely 1. Even with a plethora of gold coins, Hamburg can only recruit a single subject. This limitation poses a significant setback for Ling's slime gel production initiative. Consequently, he could only express his gratitude to the war frenzy before shifting his gaze towards Hamburg's construction interface. The options for construction in Hamburg are few, making it effortless to locate a population-augmenting structure. Slime nest, era, dawn era, dynastic approach, defect, population limit 1, construction requirement, 5 sets of timber, to Ling. The requirement of 5 sets of timber for each nest is not excessive. Currently, the lumberjack contract with the Berserker remains unwithdrawn. And taking into account the output of 600 cattle and horses, the daily timber production reaches an astonishing 300 sets. If Ling wishes for Hamburg to recruit the maximum number of foundational subjects, his investment of 1,000 gold coins could yield 1,000 units, necessitating an equivalent population capacity. Yet, even then, only 5,000 sets of timber would be required. Fortuitously, the earlier words of the war frenzy sparked an idea in Ling's mind. After a night of heightened tension, with daylight now upon them, most human lords would likely be in need of rest. This would create a temporary demand vacuum. Even if Ling were to list timber on the trading post, it would not sell quickly. With this in mind, the timber harvested during this demand lull would be perfectly suited for constructing slime nests in Hamburg. 5,000 sets of timber, equating to 1,500 gold coins, would be included in my additional investments, Ling murmured, uttering phrases about Hamburg that sounded obscure. He then patted Hamburg's form and instructed it to construct 1,000 slime nests outside the lumberyard, slightly distanced from the location of the council hall. Gaggle. Hamburg complied with Ling's directives. Thousands of slime nests were scattered across the expansive meadow. As these structures were not his own, Ling could not enlist the help of the cattle and horses in their construction. All he could do was direct them to transport timber as close as possible to the construction site. The remaining task would require Hamburg to recruit a fire slime to commence the building process at a leisurely pace. Fortunately, the slime nest is not as labor-intensive as the council hall. To Lingi, it merely involves digging a small pit in the ground, supporting it with timber, and finally covering it with soil or other debris. Thus, a slime nest can be declared complete, provided there is sufficient timber. Even a single slime can construct a nest within a mere few minutes. Once the nest is established, additional population can be recruited to further generate slimes. This exponential growth, doubling from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8, and from 8 to 16, leads Lingi to estimate that completing all nests would require merely 9 to 10 iterations. What remains is simply a matter of time. Having arranged the investments, Lingi reluctantly dismounted from Hamburger. Goo. Hamburger looked at Lingi in confusion, unable to comprehend why the bipedal creature suddenly seemed distant. Lingi smiled, affectionately ruffling Hamburger's body. Apologies, my friend, but I may be delayed in keeping you company. With that, he pointed towards the imposing tower not far from the lumberyard. Though Hamburger was quite comfortable, Lingi had a crucial matter to attend to while daylight persisted. The ghostly tribe. This remarkably close neighbor required Lingi to temper their ambitions and impose some limitations. Otherwise, despite having safely navigated last night, the prospect of daily assaults would prove overwhelming. As the saying goes, while there may be thieves for 1,000 days, one cannot expect to defend against them indefinitely. Lingi, though a carefree spirit, understood the gravity of maintaining his leisurely existence and thus acted decisively. Hey, you lot. Lingi gestured towards the hundreds of oxen and horses left under his command. The leader of the beasts approached him with a sheepish grin. Boss, feel free to give your orders. Lingi nodded slightly, instructing. Each of you should carry the maximum load of timber you can manage, then summon 50 contracted ghost warriors to accompany me. As he spoke, Lingi turned his gaze towards the nearby tower, his destination becoming clear. The beasts asked no further questions. Upon receiving his command, they sprang into action. Soon, each beast was shouldering a load of timber, while 50 contracted ghost warriors gathered around Lingi, serving as his guards. Gu Hamburger nudged Lingi, seemingly eager to join him, yet ultimately remained behind. After all, it was not a journey to a distant place. After approximately 10 minutes, Lingi and his entourage arrived at the base of the tower. What appeared unremarkable from a distance became utterly awe-inspiring upon closer inspection. At this moment, one of the oxen, carrying timber, whispered to Lingi, "Boss, are you planning to enter?" These beasts were far sharper than the contracted lumberjacks, and it was clear they sensed that something was amiss with the tower the instant they arrived at its foot. The tower, from an exterior perspective, exudes a profound sense of decay, yet it simultaneously emanates an air of lifelessness. The cattle, however, are not paralyzed by a fear of death. Yet, should the master perish, the prospects of future wages would become uncertain. In response to the concerned gazes of the cattle, Lingi slowly shook his head. "No, I shall not enter," he declared. Given his current capabilities, he lacked the confidence to directly infiltrate the lair of the Ghost Spirit clan. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he was utterly powerless against that group of spirits. "Open the door," with a commanding shout from Lingi. The accompanying contracted ghost warriors surged forward, pressing against the heavy entrance of the tower, their muscular arms straining as they exerted all their strength to push the formidable door ajar. "Place the timber at the threshold." Lingi issued another command. Soon, the cattle amassed over 100 bundles of timber, forming a substantial pile before the tower's entrance. At that moment, Lingi retrieved a fire slime gel and gently traced it across the massive bonfire constructed from the numerous timber bundles. Whooshed. Chapter 44, We Need an Irresistible Product. A towering inferno erupted, sealing the sole entrance of the high tower to the outside world. Simultaneously, a gentle breeze swept across the prairie, carrying the thick smoke from the flames directly into the tower. Perhaps it was merely Lingi's illusion, but he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from behind the flames. Yet, as he concentrated on searching for the source, that inexplicable sensation of being observed vanished in an instant with the flicker of the fire. Was it truly an illusion? Lingi withdrew his gaze from the flames, aware that the feeling of being watched may not have been a mere figment of his imagination. It was possible that the monstrous spirits of the Ghost Spirit clan were lurking within the tower's blind spots, observing him. However, Lingi did not expect to extinguish the Ghost Spirit clan entirely with the smoke from the bonfire. At present, his objective had already been achieved. "You," Lingi pointed at his subordinates, "you few are now tasked with tending to this bonfire. If the wood runs low, go directly to the lumberyard for more." He had but one request: the flames beneath this tower must not be allowed to die out. Indeed, this was Lingi's strategy. Since those monsters were far more flammable than wood and held an intense fear of fire, barricading the tower with flames would inevitably trap the Ghost Spirit clan inside. Even if this required the daily consumption of several hundred bundles of wood, it was a small price to pay. A few hundred bundles of wood would cost only about 100 gold coins, while his brief encounter with those two monsters had nearly cost him 3,000 gold coins. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. Lingi muttered to himself, stretching his arms skyward. In that moment, many thoughts flooded his mind. In this entire region, the human lords had effectively engaged in direct conflict with the Ghost Spirit clan. With the intelligence he had disseminated the previous night, it was likely that, for the time being, the human lords would not suffer a resounding defeat. Indeed, in some cases, they might even gain a slight upper hand. Those lords who participated in the battle and survived would consequently reap a substantial reward. Yes, a considerable reward. Lingi narrowed his eyes, rapidly calculating in his mind. Just as bank robbers never earn as much as money launderers, regardless of how fiercely one fights, the income garnered is merely a fraction of the collective spoils. With his monopolistic position in the trade of lumber, he had amassed an astonishing 5,000 gold coins overnight. Yet, to believe that this represented the entirety of the earnings for the other human lords in the region from the previous night was something Lingi could not accept. Though over 2,000 lives were lost, nearly 8,000 lords had survived. They undoubtedly possessed a considerable wealth of their own if he could consolidate all their collective earnings. It would amount to an exceedingly formidable figure. This sum would be sufficient to propel Linghe's growth trajectory to unprecedented heights. However, relying solely on Linghe and the current goods, particularly the timber and fire slime gel, it proves somewhat challenging to amass such wealth. Unless Linghe can present something that he can monopolize, something that none can refuse. And what that something is, Linghe has already discerned on this journey. It is life. A faint smile graced his lips as he cast a glance at the flames beneath the tower, then, with no lingering attachment, beckoned the contract ghost warrior and turned to depart. To realize this ambition, the assistance of Hamburger is essential. Gaggle. Just as Linghe returned to the lumber yard with the contract ghost warrior, he was met with Hamburger's warm embrace. Haha, it hasn't been long. And you miss me that much, Hamburger? Linghe chuckled, affectionately ruffling Hamburger's form. Hamburger, while giggling happily, wrapped his small, round hands tightly around Linghe, snuggling against him. In the past, when Hamburger was smaller, Linghe relished the closeness, as it offered a unique sensation akin to petting a cat. Yet, since Hamburger reached level 10, his size had surpassed that of Linghe. In a moment of bemusement, Linghe found it hard to discern whether he was cuddling Hamburger or vice versa. After a brief moment of closeness, Linghe resumed his position atop Hamburger's head, examining the progress of the citizen recruitment on Hamburger's part. During his absence, Hamburger had constructed dozens of slime nests across the expansive plains, following the ratio of 9:1 for recruiting fire slimes and ice slimes. Hamburger now commanded over 50 fire slimes alone. However, compared to Hamburger, these recruited citizens were relatively small, averaging merely half a meter in height. Thus, the individual gel production was not particularly high. In extreme cases, a fire slime could produce only 10 units of fire slime gel per day. This output, while modest, was nonetheless sufficient. Linghe estimated that once Hamburger fully utilized his investments, the daily production of fire slime gel would reach nearly 10,000 units. This quantity, while not overwhelming the market, would certainly exceed expectations. Though fire slime gel has a certain audience, it has yet to achieve a level of fervent demand. Unless it could be linked to life. This was precisely what Linghe aspired to achieve in his mind. Linghe patted Hamburger's body and inquired, Hamburger, may I ask you something? Gaggle. What is it? Hamburger responded with a puzzled tone. It was evident that they could still communicate, making transactions more convenient. Reflecting on this, Linghe voiced his question. Can you instruct your citizens to produce some of that gel you used when you attacked me? Attack. Upon hearing this word, Hamburger wilted like a squashed persimmon. He should not have acted against a friend, even if they had not yet been friends at that time. Hamburger. Feeling as though her soft bed had suddenly shrunk by half, Linghe expressed her confusion. Acceptable, a hushed voice emerged from beneath her. Then, a flame slime was summoned forth by Hamburger. The highly unstable slime gel that Linghe had previously encountered was extracted from the body of the flame slime. Observing this, Linghe refrained from directly engaging and instead lay upon Hamburger, reaching for a nearby twig to poke at it. With a whoosh, a small flame leapt into the air, dissipating into the atmosphere. It was tantalizingly close to igniting the twig. Despite its seemingly ample size, its potency was even less than that of the stable fire slime gel. As Linghe continued her experiments, she muttered to herself. No wonder Veiler offered such a low price for this gel. It was unstable, difficult to store, and possessed minimal power, truly. Veiler's judgment was impeccable. Chapter 45, Special Weapon Against the Spectral Tribe, a Hive Gel. However, this does not imply that such an unstable gel lacks value. Ling propped his chin on the bagger, pondering a well-known adage, striking gold in dung. Ahem, it should be said that true gold will always shine. A competent merchant often unearths the latent worth of seemingly worthless items. This is the essence of business acumen. Baga, can you make this gel even more unstable? Ideally, it should be unstable enough that a mere gust of wind could trigger its explosion. Gaggle. Baga found it difficult to comprehend why Ling desired such a concoction. While the unstable slime gel in its regular state could serve as a feeble projectile, the modification Ling envisioned would likely make it perilous even for the slime to handle. Nevertheless, although the idea was somewhat absurd, it was still quite simple for a slime to produce such gel. Soon, under the guidance of the Slime King Baga, a flame slime crafted the desired gel. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through, igniting the gel spontaneously. Precisely as intended. Watching the flickering flame dance in the wind, Ling's thoughts began to align with reality. This inspiration had emerged from the devastating attack unleashed by Baga last night, which annihilated the Spectral Tribe's monster. Ling aimed to introduce that attack into the human marketplace as a unique strategy against the Spectral Tribe, although he had already disseminated the information regarding the monster's fear of fire. Exploiting this weakness was no easy feat. The spectral monsters floated above the ground, moving at extraordinary speeds and slaughtering with the ease of mowing grass. Even a well-prepared human lord would find it challenging to strike these monsters with a torch. Ling himself. Had it not been for the contract ghost warrior restraining the monster's movements and Vela diverting its attention, Baga's attack would not have succeeded so effortlessly. However, the marketplace is an entirely different realm. A super unstable fire slime gel that detonates upon purchase represents an unpredictable assault. Even if the spectral monsters possess remarkable agility, they could easily fall prey to such an unforeseen attack. What does it mean to sell life? It signifies that at the moment of purchase, those who were once destined to see no more sunrises suddenly regain the hope of witnessing another day. This is the essence of selling life. Of course, before listing this unstable fire slime gel, Ling must continue to collaborate with Baga to refine it. First and foremost, the potency is the least significant aspect. The spectral creatures exhibit complete vulnerability to fire, thus igniting them requires minimal force. Secondly, the area of effect must be substantial. Although the slime gel is but a tiny entity, Ling still harbored the hope that once ignited, it could envelop an entire person. This aspiration proved quite challenging to realize. Fortunately, after spending considerable time and exhausting over a dozen flame slimes, Ling and Hamburger discovered an alternative approach. The solution was simple: dispersion. Ordinary slime gel, whether before or after ignition, tends to maintain a cohesive form. However, the modified unstable slime gel resembled a conglomerate composed of countless minuscule gel molecules. Upon encountering external forces, such as a gentle breeze across the grass, the gust from a punch, or the slight airflow generated by a weapon's swing, this unstable slime gel would detonate, transforming into a myriad of sparks scattered in all directions. The impact of these sparks was minimal. In Ling's tests, they proved incapable of igniting trees or weeds, merely causing slight burns upon contact with the skin. Nonetheless, even this minor effect should be more than sufficient to vanquish the wretched creatures of the Ghost Spirit tribe. Eureka! Finally, the task was complete. Upon hearing Ling's satisfied exclamation, Hamburger too let out a quiet sigh of relief. Engaging in research was evidently ill-suited for slimes. After a day spent toiling alongside the bipedal creature, not only had the populace been drained of several specimens, but the slime itself was on the verge of exhaustion. Naturally, the day's endeavors yielded some results. At the very least, on a technology tree interface that Hamburger had unknowingly unlocked, a peculiar branch appeared, leading to an unclear destination. Cocoon gel, flame, description, a product of collaborative research between a certain slime king and a human, aimed at expanding the attack range while reducing damage output. Effect, upon encountering minimal disturbances, disperses to a conventional attack range of 500 times, inflicting 0.03 times damage. Thus, just as Ling prepared to pop open 2 bottles of celebratory soda with Hamburger, Vela's ethereal voice drifted in from behind them. "Isn't this just fireworks?" Ling paused, reflecting on her words. Indeed, it did bear a striking resemblance. Hey, Lingi suddenly realized, turning to look beneath hamburger. Vela, when did you wake up? Just now. Vela replied with an eye roll, gesturing towards the sky. You oblivious lord, don't you even notice the time? Lost track of it while playing, I see. Following Vela's pointed finger, the remnants of the setting sun hung in the sky. Not only Vela, but as the sun gradually descended. The previously quiet regional channel began to buzz with activity, as many human lords swiftly adapted to a nocturnal routine due to the threat posed by the ghost spirit tribe. So, this is the product of your day's research. Vela approached a flame slime, observing the cocoon gel it had extracted. However, as she walked, the wind generated exceeded the gel's tolerance threshold, causing it to explode into a spray of sparks right before Vela's eyes, leaving her covered in a shower of embers. After a prolonged silence, Vera could no longer restrain herself and presented her offer. Completely devoid of any igniting capability and utterly incapable of storage, she declared, 10 copper coins, no. I wouldn't spend even a single copper on such a trinket. With that, Vera turned to Linghi, questioning. What price do you intend to set for this sheer waste of resources and production, you scoundrel lord? Linghi raised 3 fingers. 3 copper coins. Vera gasped, her eyes widening. Or 3 gold coins. She exclaimed, her mouth agape. What on earth transpired today? Have you finally buried the last remnants of your conscience, you rogue lord? Chapter 46, Without millions of gold, what conscience can a peddler have? Hey, hey, hey. My lord possesses a grand conscience. Linghi exclaimed with a hint of dissatisfaction. This was the culmination of his arduous research over the day, a formidable weapon poised to confront the ghostly clan. Even if the item itself held little monetary value. The labor and intellectual investment surely counted for something, did they not? Vera crossed her arms, regarding him with a skeptical expression. Even if you, the rogue lord, assert such, who would believe you? Linghi shook his head, a confident smile gracing his lips. That remains uncertain. With that, he shifted his gaze from Vera to the open plains beyond the lumber yard. Unbeknownst to him, thousands of slime nests had been established, with an abundance of adorably vibrant ice and fire slimes frolicking across the grass. It was high time to replenish the inventory at the trading post. Burgling, he patted the creature affectionately, his smile transforming into one of warmth. Let us calculate the total expenses. In stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere surrounding Linghi, Lin Shao found himself jolted awake by a chilling sensation pressed against his neck. The coldness emanated from a blade. Unlike the stone dagger he had fashioned himself, this was a genuine, finely crafted steel weapon. Who are you? Lin Shao could scarcely fathom that after a mere few hours of daylight slumber, his life had been thrust into the hands of strangers. He had indeed instructed his subjects to remain vigilant. As he pondered this, Lin Shao cast a furtive glance to his side. The loyal subjects who had stood guard for him now lay lifeless in a pool of blood, deprived even of the opportunity to sound a warning. Is this the brutal reality of war games? A mocking voice whispered in his ear, have you come to terms with your predicament? The speaker was a bald man. His forehead adorned with an array of cryptic tattoos that exuded an air of madness upon first glance. Lin Shao nodded slightly. Aware that strength lay in the might of others, regardless of the indignation and resentment boiling within him, he could only suppress it. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his mind, his thoughts racing to comprehend the current situation. First and foremost, a weapon forged of steel was far beyond the reach of an ordinary human lord. It was only the second day since their entry into the war games. To acquire steel weaponry, one could only turn to the sporadically refreshed limited-time items at the trading post. However, purchasing such limited-time items required a substantial sum, an exorbitant amount of wealth capable of breaking the spine of even the wealthiest human lord. Suddenly, Lin Shao stammered, suppressing his tremor. You are with the conscience peddler, aren't you? You are that conscience peddler. Though reluctant to concede, Lin Shao could not deny that in his understanding, the only individuals wealthy enough to procure limited-time items were indeed the conscience peddlers. Alas, he thought, I merely revealed a nickname during a private conversation with the conscience peddler. And now I find myself discovered in my hiding place by dusk the very next day. The conscience vendor, what a chaotic affair. The man pressing a knife against Lin Zhao's neck furrowed his brow. Brandishing his steel blade, he intended to provoke an intriguing reaction from the newcomer's face. To his astonishment, however, the fellow displayed no surprise whatsoever and instead uttered a name that left him utterly bewildered. Aren't you from the conscience vendor? Upon witnessing the genuine confusion in his adversary's expression, Lin Zhao's taut nerves began to relax. Perhaps it was the series of setbacks encountered with the conscience vendor that had altered Lin Zhao's mindset. He had transitioned from viewing everyone aside from himself as mere pests to now perceiving only two types of individuals, the conscience vendor and the filthy vermin of the sewers. In silence, a flicker of disdain escaped Lin Zhao's gaze, though it went unnoticed by his captor. The bald man exchanged glances with the knife wielder, who instinctively shifted the blade away and stepped aside. We have no connection to the conscience vendor you speak of. As the bald man spoke, he moved closer behind Lin Zhao, his calloused hand brushing through Lin Zhao's short hair before he leaned in to inhale deeply. This repulsive scene sent shivers down Lin Zhao's spine. Had the blade not been pressed against his neck, he would have surely annihilated everyone present. With a swift motion, the bald man advanced further, now whispering into Lin Zhao's ear, his nauseating breath palpable. I sense that you and we are of the same ilk, he murmured. From you, I detect a fragrance of hatred, confusion, and a loathing for humanity, coupled with a desire for its destruction. And that, my friend, is why you are alive to behold us. With that, he extended his tongue and licked the perspiring skin of Lin Zhao's neck. Clenching his jaw, Lin Zhao's fists tightened, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Fortunately, his opponent refrained from any further repulsive actions. Continuing from his previous remarks, the bald man asserted, as for the conscience vendor you mention, believe me, we are 1,000 times more powerful than he. Can you casually produce a few million gold coins? Lin Zhao instinctively inquired. No. The bald man fell momentarily silent, stepping away from Lin Zhao. He sensed that the instant he admitted their lack of wealth, Lin Zhao's fear of him had diminished significantly. What kind of nonsensical thoughts filled this man's head, equating power with money? After a brief pause, the bald man resumed, his voice low and measured. The conscience vendor, the conscience vendor. You have mentioned him repeatedly in just 3 sentences. I am beginning to wonder. Who exactly is this conscience vendor that you deem more significant than your own life? He chuckled. At this moment, as the topic of the conscience vendor arose, Lin Zhao's trepidation dissipated, replaced by a cold, mocking laugh. Who was this individual? A mere glance at the regional channel would reveal the answer, if only you could access it. In just a few sentences, Lin Zhao had begun to form some conjectures about his captors. Perhaps, like the little girl he had slain the previous night, they were disguised members of the Ghost Spirit clan. Alternatively, they might be humans who had entered the wargame at a different time, arriving here through some unfathomable means. Yet, even in the latter scenario, their presence could not have been long established, otherwise, they would surely have heard of the conscience vendor. The bald man furrowed his brow at these words, choosing not to speak further, but instead opened a personal panel that was invisible to outsiders. Chapter 47 My enemies will settle with my enemies. He harbored a delusion that if he continued to engage in conversation, perhaps before exposing his identity, that young man would deduce the identities of himself and his companions. Yet, was this not rather amusing? The bald man entered the regional channel from his personal panel, simultaneously licking his lips with his tongue. He found Lin Zhao quite intriguing. Consequently, he developed a certain interest in the so-called conscientious vendor frequently mentioned by Lin Zhao. Perhaps this individual was a talent worth cultivating. As the bald man contemplated this, a message from a user named Conscientious Vendor flashed across the regional channel. Conscientious Vendor, hi. Good evening, family. Oriental Mingzhu, Vendor, you are up so early. I saw you listing lumber from last night until noon today. Don't wear yourself out. Personification, go away, what nonsense are you talking about? Can't you just wish the vendor well? Heavenly Path, indeed, we owe our survival to the vendor's intelligence. Many who boasted about the vendor yesterday have vanished without a trace today. Upon witnessing his reputation flourish within the regional channel, Ling He could not help but smile. It was quite puzzling why those who had scorned or doubted him had suddenly gone silent. This was precisely why he refrained from engaging in arguments. Whether they believed in him or not, his dear neighbors from the Ghost Spirit tribe would naturally step in to rectify matters with those who doubted him. All who held ill opinions of Ling He had perished. Thus, could his reputation not improve? Of course, such musings were best kept to himself. Ling He had not forgotten his primary concerns. Conscientious vendor, I am truly astonished by the affection from my family. However, despite the vendor providing strategies promptly, over 2,000 souls fell on this land overnight. Who were they? They were our beloved friends. They were our brothers. They were, indeed, the vendor's family. Given that the Ghost Spirit tribe has slaughtered us so, can we truly endure this? A few words stirred the emotions of the crowd within the regional channel. Due to Ling He's repetitive use of family, many subconsciously identified with the notion of death. Considering the possibility of meeting their demise at the hands of the Ghost Spirit tribe in the near future. In an instant, cries of indignation and calls for confrontation against the Ghost Spirit tribe erupted. Fearless brother, damn it, people die like birds, but death lasts an eternity. Vendor. Name a gathering point, and will accompany you to confront those wildlings. Black Dragon, indeed, I dare to kill men, so why should I fear those spirits? Just tell me where to gather, and I'll bring my people to lend a hand. The incessant calls for an all-out war against the spectral clan left the bald man in a state of silent astonishment. How terrifyingly persuasive. If one could ensnare them before they matured, the future benefits would be beyond imagination. However, Lin Shao, observing the regional channel's updates, furrowed his brow slightly. Based on his perception of the conscientious vendor, the sudden incitement of emotions likely harbored motives beyond mere warfare. His suspicions were indeed correct. Ling He had no intention of igniting a larger, more profound conflict between humanity and the spectral clan, nor did he wish to be the instigator of war. Everyone understood that initiating warfare incurs substantial costs. To squander hard-earned wealth on unnecessary ventures, rather than for personal gratification, was, in Ling He's view, an exceedingly shameful act. As the emotional fervor reached its peak, Ling He continued to engage in the chat channel. Conscientious vendor, dear friends, I have comprehended your sentiments, and rest assured. I could never bear to place you in peril. Therefore, I have devoted the entirety of today to diligent research, ultimately developing a formidable weapon capable of vanquishing the strongest monsters of the spectral clan. Limited time offer. Massive clearance sale. The original price of the honeycomb gel was 10 gold, but now it is not 8 gold, not 5 gold. But merely 3 gold coins, just 3 gold coins. With 3 gold coins, you cannot suffer losses or be deceived. But you can purchase tomorrow's sunshine and the continuation of life. Details regarding the usage of the honeycomb gel and its applicability to various types of spectral clan monsters were also disseminated in the regional channel. However, sales remained stagnant. Firstly, as per Ling He's claims, the honeycomb gel would explode upon purchase, rendering it unpreservable. Currently, with no immediate danger at hand, the demand was understandably absent. Secondly, the product description stated a mere 0.03 times effectiveness, which deterred many potential buyers. The moniker of conscientious vendor resonated loudly and positively in the regional channel. Yet, when faced with such fearsome monsters, did a 0.03 effectiveness seem rather insufficient? Contrary to the majority, upon reviewing the honeycomb gel's effects, the bald man felt a tightening in his chest, followed by an immediate purchase. At that moment, as he confirmed his acquisition, a multitude of fiery particles erupted around his body. Sir, are you all right? Anxious voices rang out from all directions. I'm fine, he reassured his companions. gently calming their concerns, then patted his shoulder. These feeble flames could not even ignite his body hair. Yet, in the bald man's eyes, a shadow of determination flickered. The range was approximately 3 meters, sustaining for about 2 seconds. Given his understanding of the spectral clan at this juncture, any of their denizens entering the fiery particle zone within those 2 seconds would face dire consequences. Regardless of their formidable fighting prowess, their demise is inevitable. That conscientious vendor was indeed correct. Yet, for this very reason, his life must come to an end. The bald man turned to Lin Shao. You harbor a deep-seated resentment towards that so-called conscientious vendor, do you not? No, not at all. Lin Shao shook his head rather than hatred. It would be more accurate to say that he was merely displeased. The bald man grinned savagely, finding the unexpected response quite satisfying. So, would you like to know who we truly are? As Lin Shao gazed at the menacing grin of the bald man, he realized that the latter had already developed a murderous intent towards the conscientious vendor. In the next moment, he disregarded the blade poised at his throat and erupted into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Excellent. Just as the last batch of rotten fish and shrimp have perished, another swarm of pests has come knocking. I am indeed curious to know who you are. Rather, I shall say. Lin Shao ceased his laughter and declared earnestly, please allow me to join your ranks. Chapter 48, The Camp of the Apostates. As the words fell, the blade pressed against Lin Shao's neck was withdrawn. He could distinctly sense that the gazes of those surrounding him, while still not entirely amicable, were no longer as fierce as they had been moments before. To join us, you must first utilize this item. The bald man casually tossed a small iron card in front of Lin Shao. Identity iron plate, era, imperial era, dynasty path, effect, change your nickname, usable once per era. What should I change my nickname to? Lin Shao inquired. Anything you desire. The bald man leaned closer, patting Lin Shao's shoulder with a grave yet earnest demeanor. We do not care what you wish to be called, we merely wish for you to bid farewell to your past. Lin Shao understood this was a means of control. Once he utilized the identity iron plate, both his current name and his connections within the regional channel would become a thing of the past. Noticing the impatience of those around him, Lin Shao resolved to act without hesitation. Use. Please confirm your nickname, From Entropy. I shall henceforth be known as From Entropy. As Lin Shao spoke, his personal interface reflected the change, and a pop-up window appeared before him. The Lord of the Weeping Wall has used a special ability, Oath of Rebellion. You are invited to join the secret party, do you accept? Note, after joining the secret party, you cannot use any abilities to initiate or accept friend requests without the consent of the party leader. I accept. You have joined the secret party, you have unlocked a new panel, Friend Panel. You will automatically establish a friend relationship with all members within the secret party. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Shao's perceptiveness, the Weeping Wall burst into laughter and patted Lin Shao's shoulder once more. Welcome to the camp of apostates, From Entropy. Lin Shao nodded slightly, refraining from interjecting, and silently listened as the Weeping Wall elaborated on what it meant to be an apostate. Apostates are those who, despite being human, stand against humanity as a whole. They lack fixed allies. Whoever wages a large-scale war against humanity will find them to be sharp blades in their hand. Among the apostates are the unfortunate souls with troubled fates, followers of cults, vanguards of anti-human organizations, and even madmen who take pleasure in slaughtering their kin. Not all of them are inherently malevolent, yet the ranks of those with chaotic and evil ideologies are not insignificant among the apostates. In summary, one could encapsulate their essence in a single phrase: all are welcome. As he provided this explanation, the Weeping Wall closely observed Lin Shao's facial expressions. Noting that Lin Shao showed no signs of distress, he felt increasingly satisfied with the newcomer. Do you have any questions? The Weeping Wall prompted. After a moment's hesitation and a glance around, Lin Shao asked, is our party leader not present here? Upon joining the secret party, he realized that the figure before him, the Weeping Wall, was merely a member of the secret party, while the true leader remained elsewhere. Confronted with Lin Zhao's inquiry, the expression on Ku Chong's face shifted dramatically. You certainly have a knack for asking questions. If this is a matter of confidentiality, kindly disregard my inquiry, Lin Zhao promptly added. However, Ku Chong responded with a sinister grin, stating, how could one simply dismiss what has been said? It is of no harm to share this matter with you. Nevertheless, should you contemplate disseminating our intelligence, I trust you comprehend the repercussions that await you. Lin Zhao nodded knowingly. After altering his nickname and joining the secret faction, he realized he was irrevocably bound to this endeavor. A glance at his friend list revealed over 50 members of the secret faction in the current region, all of whom were aware of his nickname. If he were to utter anything inappropriate while bearing this moniker in the regional channel, it was likely that blood would be shed in an instant. I shall never divulge a single word of what I have heard. Observing Lin Zhao's prudence, Ku Chong turned his back, his gaze revealing a hint of profundity. Our esteemed leader possesses remarkable capabilities. However, upon awakening, he encountered a minor mishap. A mishap? Lin Zhao furrowed his brow. Given the current strength of the secret faction, the leader should undoubtedly be formidable. Who could possibly cause him to face an accident? Indeed, an incident that remains beyond our comprehension. Ku Chong scratched his bald head. The leader mentioned he was roused by the thick smoke, only to find himself ensnared by flames. It seems he even sought assistance at that moment, though I refrained from sharing this detail with you. It was likely not a significant matter. In a realm teeming with novices, how could a mere fire pose a threat to such an illustrious leader? No matter how fierce the flames, it was improbable that the leader would have found himself without an escape route. I see. Lin Zhao nodded thoughtfully. This meant that the leader of the secret faction had just awakened, only to enter a state of disappearance, with the instigator still unknown. This region truly harbored hidden talents. Achoo! Achoo! Ling He sneezed several times, forcefully blowing his nose. Who has the time to prattle behind my back? He muttered softly, purchasing a piece of fabric at the trading post to wipe his nose. Hey, you impertinent lord. At that moment, Vera had climbed onto Hamburger's back, leaning against Ling He's shoulder while intently observing the trading data. So far, only one of your hive gel has sold. Is it truly necessary to stock such a large quantity? Vera gestured towards the trading interface, where Ling He had listed a staggering 2,000 units of hive gel. It is worth noting that this revised slime gel, while regarded as having little value in Vera's eyes, could only be produced 5 units per day by each fire slime. A figure significantly lower than that of the conventional gel. These 2,000 units of honeycomb gel have directly consumed 4/9 of the productivity of the slime ranch. Relax, relax, Ling said, handing a chilled soda to Vera. This was precisely why he had urged Hamburger to recruit 100 frozen slimes. The ice-type slime gel has the ability to create a faint frost on its surface. A substantial accumulation of this ice slime gel is just perfect for chilling the soda. Spendthrift, Vera rolled her eyes as she accepted the soda from Ling's hand. Given the adage that one should not bite the hand that feeds them, Vera chose not to comment further. As for the term spendthrift, Ling merely chuckled, unfazed. After all, if one cannot indulge in the fruits of their labor, what is the purpose of earning money? Chapter 49, Christmas Eve. Moreover, due to the investment in the slime ranch, Ling He had requested that Hamburg continue to grant him a 10% discount on future orders. This meant that the exchange rate adjusted to 1 gold for 10 fire slime gels or 5 honeycomb gels. As of now, aside from Ling He, no one else had established any trade relations with the slimes. Therefore, Ling He merely needed to successfully sell these gels at the trading hall on the human side to effortlessly achieve an after-tax profit of 850. And that was merely the profit margin for the ordinary gels. If he were to trade in honeycomb gels instead, the profit would skyrocket to a staggering after-tax rate of 1275. This was still under the premise that Ling He adhered to fair trading practices. The monopoly over the market was truly delightful, Ling He could not help but exclaim. Of course, this was contingent upon being able to sell them. Ling He glanced at the night sky above and said to Vela beside him, "Tonight, I will keep you company a little longer." He had his own considerations regarding staying up late. The council hall had been under construction since noon, with a building time of 12 hours. It would not be completed until around midnight. Ling He intended to observe the functionality of the council hall before sleeping, while also checking the subsequent real sales figures for the honeycomb gels. However, after making this statement, Ling He awaited Vela's response, which did not come. "Vela." Ling He turned his head curiously, only to find Vela's gaze drawn to the distance. In the direction of her attention, a towering structure was engulfed in roaring flames. The fire had raged since daybreak, and even now, in the dead of night, it illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day. Vela, snap back to reality. Ling He reached out and playfully tugged at Vela's cheek, pulling her toward him. "Wait, you are supposed to keep me company, not go all hands on, you scoundrel lord." Vela regained her focus, swatting Ling He's hand away before straightening her slightly askew top hat. After taking a sip of the chilled soda, Vela said earnestly, "I have a premonition that tonight will be a peaceful night." "Is that even in question?" Ling He gestured toward the distant tower ablaze with fire. "I have a feeling that every day ahead will be a peaceful night." "Is that so?" Vela smiled gently. "Then I can only pray to the great God of wealth that everything you say, scoundrel lord, comes to fruition." Meanwhile, as Ling He and Vela leaned together sipping their chilled sodas, in the snowfields, Ling Yuga lay hidden beneath a thick layer of snow, covering her mouth. Her eyes fixated on the outside world. A bear's severed head cruelly lay before her, its unblinking eyes still locked in a gaze with hers. The ghostly tribe. Though Ling He had previously mentioned the terrifying appearance of the ghostly monsters in the regional channel, this was the first time Ling Yuga had witnessed one in its true form. The figure, resembling dry twigs, glided silently over the snow, leaving no trace. Yet, their combat prowess was far more fearsome than those creatures that could mimic human forms. Before her stood a bear, the quarry that Lin Yuyug had been pursuing since dusk. Its flesh was destined to nourish Lin Yuyug and her 3 loyal subjects. As anticipated, it lay dead. Yet contrary to expectation, it did not perish by Lin Yuyug's hand. Just as she confronted it alongside her followers, a creature from the Ghost Spirit clan materialized silently. Its arrival was abrupt and foreboding. Fortunately, its primary target was the strongest combatant present, the very bear Lin Yuyug had hunted. The bear's formidable prowess bought her precious seconds. In that fleeting moment, she and her followers scattered into the traps they had originally set for the bear, covering themselves with thick snow. Thus, when the creature from the Ghost Spirit clan severed the bear's head, it failed to immediately detect Lin Yuyug and her companions' whereabouts. However, as her bodily functions began to wane, Lin Yuyug realized she could not remain hidden beneath the snow for long. As long as the Ghost Spirit clan did not relent, they would inevitably discover her hiding place. Even if they did not, the heavy layer of snow could very well claim her life. Contemplating this, she seized the opportunity while the creature turned away, decisively signaling to her subjects. This was a prearranged signal established prior to the bear hunt, now repurposed in the face of the Ghost Spirit clan's menace. In the next instant, her indicated subjects sprang forth from the snow, dashing away from the monster's path. This sudden movement instantly captured the creature's attention, which pivoted and pursued without hesitation. What a fortuitous opportunity! Seizing the moment while the creature was distracted, Lin Yuyug rose from the snow, grasping a wooden stick and applying deep crimson gel upon it. A small flicker of flame ignited as the slime gel successfully burned, yet it failed to catch the wood alight. In that instant, her expression froze in dismay. It was a grave oversight. Having lain in the snow for so long, the stick was far too damp to catch fire easily. But it was too late for regret. Due to her earlier actions, the creature had now shifted its focus onto her. With no hope of outrunning it, was she left with no choice but to procure materials and confront it head-on. Lin Yuyug's mind raced. Thanks to the benevolent merchant, acquiring wood within the trading post was remarkably simple. Yet, just as she made a move, she caught a glimpse of the creature swiftly closing in on her. The sight of its menacing arm poised to pierce her chest was chilling. Even if she procured wood, there would be no time to ignite it. Panic surged within her. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. She recalled the merchant's mention of honeycomb gel in the regional channel. This gel required merely 3 gold coins. A sum easily attainable by anyone who had slain such mimetic monsters. The only lingering doubt was regarding its effectiveness, as it was marked with a mere 0.03 power multiplier, casting shadows of skepticism on its potency. Alas, he is a good man, even if deceived this time. In the final moment before Lin Yuji's heart was pierced, her fingers twitched slightly as she purchased a hive gel from the trading post. Suddenly, the freshly acquired hive gel exploded before Lin Yugu. The beautiful fiery particles brought a touch of warmth amidst the frigid snow. Was this not akin to fireworks? As Lin Yugu was momentarily entranced, a colossal flame unexpectedly surged before her. The harmless fire particles igniting the monstrous entity of the Ghost Spirit clan in an instant. She had survived. Chapter 50, The Varied Faces of Humanity and the Merchant of War. Lin Yuyuk pounded her chest, her gaze still reflecting a hint of lingering terror. After a moment, she shifted her focus to the side, where she sensed the presence of a conscientious merchant through the Hunter's Pact. Could it be that he has saved her once more? Her eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. In truth, she was not the sole victim of the assault. As night descended and the chilling wind swept in, the obscured vision of humanity provided an opportune moment for the monstrous Ghost Spirit tribe to launch varying degrees of attacks across the region. The massacre of the previous night appeared merely as a prologue. This evening, the Ghost Spirit tribe revealed its true fangs to humanity. Amidst the ubiquitous mimicry of monsters, the genuine terror of the Ghost Spirit tribe began to roam the surface in large numbers. They wielded no external weaponry, yet effortlessly shredded the strongest human battalions. In the dark of night, dismembered flesh and lifeless bodies fell to the ground. One by one, human lords found themselves cornered by the Ghost Spirit tribe, desperately casting their gazes towards the trading hall and the formidable weapon offered by Ling He. This inadvertently served to validate the authenticity and utility of Ling He's wares. Crackle and pop, the wrathful warrior witnessed a ghost spirit monster engulfed in flames, while several others hastily tossed wooden debris into the pyre, fearing the creature would not perish thoroughly enough. The merchant had not lied, these items could indeed annihilate the ghost spirits. The warrior muttered to himself. Unlike others who were compelled to purchase, he chose to take the initiative, seeking out the monsters described by Ling He to test the efficacy of the honeycomb gel. Such matters of life and death were no trifling matter. Even if the merchant's reputation within the region was stellar, the warrior could not blindly trust the seller's words. Thus, he baited the creatures, laying traps around himself to lure the ghost spirit monsters. Should the honeycomb gel fail to perform as the conscientious merchant claimed, the surrounding lords would ignite the thicket where the warrior stood, granting him an escape route. At that point, even at the risk of offending the merchant, he would unveil the truth about this seller in the regional channel. Fortunately, the outcome did not disappoint the warrior. The honeycomb gel possessed the lethal power to vanquish the ghost spirit monsters, just as the merchant had asserted. Warrior brother. At that moment, the voices around him snapped him back to reality. He withdrew his gaze from the flames and turned to the group emerging from the shadows behind him. Most of these individuals were lords who had recently sought refuge with him, not particularly bold souls, drawn to him for warmth in numbers. Yet, in their eyes, he now discerned a fervent spirit of battle, and a hint of greed. Warrior brother, since the merchant's goods are indeed genuine, shall we take the initiative to strike starting tonight? A figure half suggested, half urged. Indeed, Brother Jean Kwang, with your leadership and our collective effort, the threat posed by the ghost spirit clan seems trivial. Brother Jean Kwang, make up your mind, this is a golden opportunity. Whether we can surpass others hinges entirely on this moment. Amidst the fervent voices, Jean Kwang almost forgot the initial timidity of these individuals when they first approached him. Yet, He understood the catalyst for their remarkable transformation in attitude, the goods provided by the conscientious merchant. With the assistance of Hive Gel, the menace from the Ghost Spirit clan to humanity was effectively neutralized. Furthermore, slaying these spirits promised bountiful rewards. The mimetic creatures yielded coins measured in gold, far exceeding the meager copper pieces dropped by wild beasts. While the withered, branch-like monsters just defeated would not drop gold, they offered substantial experience points. Zhong Kuang glanced at his personal panel, LV4, LV6. He had chosen the path of the warlord, which favored the traditional gaming approach of leveling up through combat. The higher the combat power of the defeated entity relative to his own, the greater the experience points gained. Typically, to amass more experience, one must engage in increasingly challenging battles. However, this principle did not apply here. For the easily vanquished ghost spirit monsters had elevated his growth trajectory by a full 2 levels. This implied that the monetary and experiential gains from the ghost spirits were disproportionately greater than the threats they posed. The extraordinary rewards, coupled with minimal risk, were sufficient to transform even the most timid into the fiercest warriors. The human lords surrounding Zhong Kuang were precisely in this state. Brother Zhong Kuang, make a decision. Make a decision. The crowd continued to encourage him, their voices echoing in his ears. Zhong Kuang gazed at the fervent expressions of those before him, reminiscent of the pioneers who first set foot on the American continent. The risks were remarkably low, while the rewards loomed large before them. Would he choose to turn a blind eye or to indulge in jubilant revelry? Biting his lip, Zhong Kuang ultimately acquiesced to the impending festivity under the intense scrutiny of the crowd. Very well, starting tonight, we shall take the initiative. Hooray! Long live Brother Zhong Kuang! An uproar of cheers erupted around him as everyone celebrated his sound decision. Yet, what preoccupied their minds more was the anticipated plunder from the ghost spirits in the forthcoming hunts. Am I truly making the right choice? Zhong Kuang mused, shaking his head as he refrained from joining in the jubilations. Opening the trading post, he observed the dwindling stock of Hive Gel and fell into a contemplative silence. Akin to a weapons merchant selling flintlock guns to the pioneers of the American frontier. A conscientious vendor, this is the trafficking of war. Low risk does not equate to no risk. Many who would not have perished will meet their demise due to a misguided perception of their own capabilities. Yet, what can be done in the face of such inevitability? Those who swim against the current will ultimately be engulfed by the tide, and the warmaniac is no exception. Moreover, he cannot indeed refuse the terrifying profits that beckon. Ha! The warmaniac bitterly chuckles, shaking his head. What he initially deemed a mere impetuous youth now appears far more formidable than many others. Chapter 51, The Core Structure, the Council Chamber. Could it be true? Has it really sold? In the timber yard, Vera gazed wide-eyed at the trading panel displayed on Hamburger's body. The sales figures for the lumber remained consistently high, necessitating Vera to constantly replenish stock to ensure a steady supply in the marketplace. The fire slime gel, the quick ignition tool, had also seen remarkable sales, especially with the Spectre tribe's emergence making traditional fire-starting methods impractical. This was hardly surprising. What truly astonished Vera was that, after a period of neglect, the Hive Gel had begun to sell as well. In fact, as time progressed, the pace of these sales appeared to accelerate. If 2,000 units of Hive Gel continued to sell at this rate, by nightfall, at least half would be offloaded. How on earth did you manage this, my lord? This is inconceivable. What is inconceivable about it? Ling shook his head. First, I never exaggerated the efficacy of the goods. Second, my pricing is fair. Third, I have taken the safety of everyone into account. It would be quite strange for someone as benevolent as I to struggle to sell anything, wouldn't it? My lord, are you not indulging in a bit of self-promotion? Vera remarked softly. What nonsense is this? Ling shot a glare at Vera, adjusting her hat back into place before continuing. Those who require hive gel are typically individuals who have encountered mimic monsters, thus drawing the attention of subsequent threats. Based on my observations, these individuals usually possess at least 6 gold coins, perhaps even more. Do you know why I priced the hive gel at 3 gold instead of 6? Because I have graciously afforded them a chance for a second chance. Never mind, conversing with an old-fashioned capitalist like you is futile. With a huff, Vera pouted, adjusting her hat back to its original position. Dear Lord, you just rambled on without addressing how you managed to sell the hive gel. No. Ling raised a finger, waving it before Vera. I have already explained why I am able to sell the hive gel. The truth is, what I am selling is not merely the hive gel itself, but life. Life. Vera tilted her head in confusion. Indeed. Although I may be at a loss for words, I still took the time to share my thoughts with Vera, as she is currently the one who understands me best and can engage in conversation to alleviate my boredom. I cannot simply turn to a contract warrior who repeats the same phrases. I see. As Vera gradually comprehended Ling's reasoning, the expression in her eyes shifted. Initially, she regarded him as an insufferable lord. After grasping his perspective, however, she began to see him more as a chaotic demon. Well, how should I put it? Vera, somewhat distressed, rubbed her chin as a flash of inspiration struck her mind. Aha! You wretched lord. Do you realize that if the weapon merchants from my hometown could adopt your moral standards and approach to business, each of them would surely ascend to paradise? Huh? It's not as splendid as you claim. Ling He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not complimenting you, you know. Vera sighed, shaking her head. This insufferable lord had little to commend him, save for an overly buoyant state of mind. Had it not been for her urging Ling He to invest in the lumber mill, Vera felt he might still be lying lifeless on the grass. Just then, a voice akin to that of cattle came from below the humbug. Boss, the council hall you commissioned us to build is complete. Would you like to inspect it? Oh. Has midnight arrived so swiftly? Ling He remarked, glancing towards the distant tower. Perhaps due to the incessant flames emanating from that tower. Not a single spectre of the ghostly clan had been sighted near the lumber mill tonight. As Vera had stated, it was indeed a peaceful night. By the way, the council hall is considered a core structure. Ling He nudged Vera's shoulder, presenting the death curse of the ghostly clan before her and inquiring. This artifact that ushers in the pseudo-age should be usable now, correct? It can indeed be used, Vera nodded. As the secretary, it was her duty not only to alleviate the Lord's burdens but also to clarify doubts to some extent. Rather than merely bickering with Ling He, she could finally leverage her impressive store of knowledge to regain some ground. Humph, let us proceed like a proper lady, Vera declared, promptly leaping off humbug. Seeing this, Ling He quickly followed suit, not forgetting to wave back at humbug, signaling for him to accompany them. The trio, along with a slime, soon arrived at the newly constructed council hall. One could only say it truly reflected the architecture of the Stone Age. To Ling He, the completed council hall appeared to be merely a rather shabby wooden hut. However, despite its modest appearance, it was still a significant improvement over enduring the elements. The cattle, understanding the task, stepped forward and awkwardly opened the door for Ling He and Vera. How considerate. Vera nodded and then eagerly pulled the somewhat impatient Ling He into the council hall. Inside, as visible from the outside, the hall was quite rudimentary upon entering. There was only a round table around which the unique functions of core structures could be utilized. In addition, there were a few small rooms, each furnished only with a simple wooden bed and a small table with stools, devoid of even a mattress. Ling He and Vera made their way directly to the round table in the hall. A core structure panel materialized before Ling He. Assembly Hall, core structure, currently unlocked features, declaration of war, justification for war, diplomatic improvement, alliance, abolished, era evolution, Senate, not yet activated, aside from the alliance mechanism. which has been supplanted by the delegation system, there remains the Senate mechanism, the activation of which is still unknown. Ling He's gaze fell upon era evolution among the remaining features. Indeed, if the wretched lord wishes to enter the pseudo-era, selecting this option will suffice. Viola, standing nearby, elucidated, at that time I will provide further explanations, and ultimately the decision lies in your hands, wretched lord. Ling He nodded thoughtfully and then accessed era evolution on the panel. In an instant, the surroundings transformed dramatically. Although he found himself within a dilapidated wooden cabin, Ling He beheld a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Molten bronze cascaded like a waterfall, and war chariots galloped fiercely across the plains. A deep horn sounded amidst the roaring of the furnace as a plume of smoke swept across, unfurling a parchment scroll. Pseudo-era, Bronze Age. Description: This is our era. Expand for more details. Chapter 52, The Pseudo-era. Synopsis: This is our era. Deeply buried within the recesses of our wisdom, firmly rooted. When our ancestors glimpsed the dance of flames in the furnace, when we forged our first pact with the earth. The molten rivers of copper and tin solidified within the molds, liberating humanity from the shackles of the Stone Age. Behold! The swordsmith imbues the blade with the essence of the stars, divine totems rise upon the surface of ceremonial vessels, wheels traverse the spine of the wasteland. And caravans laden with wealth traverse one city-state after another. This is not merely an awakening of arms, but a crucible of civilization. Rise up. The gods still gaze upon humanity from behind their bronze masks, while humans now wield the power to alter material forms. Will this azure and golden radiance illuminate the protracted night of the ages? As they perused the details of the Bronze Age, Ling and silently closed the interface. After absorbing the introduction, he felt an overwhelming urge to immerse himself in this pseudo-era. Unfortunately, although the Bronze Age presented itself as a selectable option before him, the entry button remained unclickable. To access this pseudo-era, Ling had to meet a prerequisite condition. Entry requirement: forge a bronze weapon or tool. At present, Ling had not encountered any information regarding bronze or copper mines within the regional channel. In other words, the possibility of entering the Bronze Age in the near future hinged entirely upon chance. As Ling contemplated this, Vera approached his side, gliding her hand across the panel while elaborating on the nuances of the era. The term era encompasses both the collective era, which all human lords within a given region enter together, and the individual era, which pertains to the pseudo-era Ling currently examined. The former was not something Ling needed to concern himself with at this juncture, so it was set aside. Vera focused on elucidating the latter. Pseudo-eras are typically accessible only to pioneers who meet specific criteria, building upon the foundational collective era of the initial region. A pseudo-era can elevate by a single tier, and once selected, the choice is irrevocable. Entering a pseudo-era confers numerous era-specific attributes. Yet it also influences the growth trajectory of individual lords and the special abilities of certain units to some extent. For instance, once Ling enters a pseudo-era, his era level will be calculated as level 2, and he will no longer recruit characters from the Stone Age when enlisting secretary units. Furthermore, the upgraded rewards along his growth path may include items reflective of the era's characteristics. Lastly, the benefits bestowed upon his cattle and horses will be counted among their special abilities. The combat power enhancement limit, previously set at 3 points for a level 1 era, will rise to 6 points for a level 2 era. Having listened to Vera's extensive explanation, Ling rubbed his temples and remarked, "It sounds like there are primarily advantages, with little to no drawbacks. At present, there indeed seemed to be no disadvantages." Vera did not contest Ling He's statement but subsequently added, "Even so, I must remind you, you rogue lord, to choose the pseudo-era with great caution. Firstly, this is due to the fact that different eras emphasize various aspects, and the bonuses they confer differ significantly." As she spoke, Vera paused her movements on the panel and pointed to several lines of text before Ling He. These were the additional bonuses available upon entering the Bronze Age. Old Path Reunion, Era Progression Speed 100, Materialistic Tendency 10, copper refining boom, bronze smelting rate 20. Or smelting efficiency 10, or output speed 50, when using bronze equipment, citizen combat power 3, Wu Wei divine path, all citizens mystical resistance -20, when battling mystical beings. Morale reduction rate increases by 100, the Bronze Age could bestow 3 era traits upon Ling He, 2 positive and 1 negative. The copper refining boom particularly caught Ling He's eye. This not only enhanced efficiency but also accelerated production rates, if he wished to delve into the mining industry. He could not afford to overlook these bonuses. Moreover, the additional 3 points to citizen combat strength when utilizing bronze equipment, combined with the unique abilities of the cattle and horses, would effectively translate to a 45 increase in production efficiency. In contrast, the negative trait's impact on attributes was almost negligible for Ling He. After all, whether it be the contract axe warriors in a fully funded state or the berserkers and ghost warriors further reinforced by Vera, their morale was remarkably high. As long as Ling He could afford sufficient funds, it would be exceedingly difficult for his citizens' morale to falter. As Ling He pondered this, Vera continued, secondly, and most importantly, when the initial region transitions into a new era, all lords will simultaneously enter this new age. At that time, regardless of the pseudo-era the rogue lord have chosen, it will be forcibly overridden by the regional era. Oh, I see. After listening to Vera's words, Ling He nodded thoughtfully. This meant that one could not merely select a pseudo-era based on bonuses. A wrong choice, one that was entirely at odds with the regional era, would render all efforts expended in the pseudo-era futile once the region entered a new era. Reflecting on the matter, Ling He realized he had been inadvertently constrained by the Bronze Age for quite some time, to the extent that the item related to the death curse of the ghostly tribe had yet to be utilized. With this in mind, he hesitated no longer and promptly retrieved the death curse. In that instant, the panel, which had solely displayed the Bronze Age pseudo-era transformation, opened up to reveal a whole new domain. Pseudomorph era, spiritualized era, description, we have glimpsed an unforeseen path in our adversaries. The ancient tree willingly splits its rings to offer its branches, rock walls guide miners to seize dreams that have settled in the earth for millennia. And mycelium spreads and grows beneath the decayed soil. We have transcended mere cognition, experiencing the joys and sorrows of the continent, learning to distill existence from the world, and weaving all things with the spirit as our guiding threads. The century-long journey of wit is compressed into a moment of instant ripeness. This is not the overture to the conquest of nature, but rather a rhapsody in communion with all spirits. Unlike the Bronze Age, the conditions for entering the age of spiritualization have now been fulfilled. In other words, as long as Ling He desires it, he can at any moment expend the death curse in his possession and transition into the age of spiritualization. However, before deciding between the Bronze Age and the age of spiritualization, Ling He must first examine the additional attributes that the latter may bestow upon him. Chapter 53, The Era of Spiritualization, the path ahead is uncertain, rate of progress -30, idealistic tendencies 20, and subsequent eras cannot accommodate a purely materialistic age. All things possess spirit, the essence of spirit will become a hidden attribute within regions. When the concentration of spirit in a region is at medium, high, or extremely high levels, it will enhance crop growth rates by 15, 45, and 100, respectively. 3 feet of spirit, all subjects gain a mysterious resistance of 10. The Lord's luck increases by 1, and during the growth path upgrade, the inclination for spiritual rewards rises by 30. In comparison to the enhancements of the Bronze Age, the era of spiritualization appears somewhat enigmatic. The clearest expression pertains to the acceleration of crop growth. However, whether in medium, high, or extremely high concentration states, the enhancements seem less competitive when juxtaposed with the fervor of copper smelting. The same ambiguity applies to the concept of 3 feet of spirit. What exactly is the inclination for spiritual rewards? Ling He is uncertain. If there is only a 30 probability, does the absence of triggering this reward inclination mean it is tantamount to not having this beneficial attribute at all? Have you made up your mind, you wretched lord? Vera inquired. Should we transition directly into the era of spiritualization, or wait a while and step into the Bronze Age? Or perhaps not choose either? Ling He closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, then provided an unexpected answer: let us choose the era of spiritualization. Are you truly not considering it further? Vera pointed towards the Bronze Age, a time deeply rooted in humanity's essence, when likely to be the preferred choice for the next era. Should the Bronze Age become the dominant era, all investments made during the era of spiritualization would essentially be in vain. Even so, do you wish to explore this novel path, my lord? Absolutely. Ling He nodded. Indeed, as Vera articulated, the Bronze Age, etched into the very bones of humanity, stands as the most probable era for this region. Furthermore, the era bonuses of the Bronze Age appear significantly stronger than those of the era of spiritualization at the same level. However, the era of spiritualization offers a boon of one luck. There is a saying that goes, those with good fortune seldom face misfortune. For the sake of this solitary point of luck, Ling He harbored a premonition that perhaps the era of spiritualization would unveil surprises unattainable in the Bronze Age. Let us select the era of spiritualization. Very well, Vera replied, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference and shrugging her shoulders. The decision lies solely in your hands. Insufferable Lord. I am merely offering a suggestion. Seeing that Vera did not continue to oppose him, Ling He placed his hand upon the panel before him. Pseudo-era, era of spiritualization. Choose. The death curse of the Ghost Spirit clan was consumed. Congratulations, you have successfully entered the pseudo-era, era of spiritualization. You have temporarily entered the level 2 civilization stage. Please explore further for additional functions. Self-exploration. Ling He did not dwell on this thought but instead raised both hands and stifled a yawn. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently endured until past midnight. Having chosen to enter the pseudo-era, he had resolved his final concern of the day. What lay ahead was the necessity to await the market's continued fermentation. Only with an upgraded growth trajectory and the rewarding tendencies of the spiritual era could there be a possibility for manifestation. Vera, good night. With a simple farewell, Ling He beckoned the hamburger to follow him indoors. Wait, you scoundrel lord, where are you going? Vera hastily followed Ling He into the dwelling, only to witness a weary Ling He placing the hamburger upon the wooden bed. He then flattened it, arranging it into the semblance of a mattress before finally reclining atop it. So comfortable. Ling He sank into the embrace of the hamburger, emitting a faint groan of contentment. With his mind free of concerns, he was on the brink of peaceful slumber. Ugh, Vera puffed her cheeks and lunged forward, pulling Ling He from the hamburger. If you sleep here, how am I to restock the trading post? If you must sleep, come out and do so. As she spoke, she half dragged him out of the council chamber. The night air was a touch chilly, prompting Vera to first instruct the hardworking cattle to kindle a bonfire in the open space. Subsequently, she, much like the previous night, had Ling He recline upon her lap. Zzz. Perhaps due to genuine fatigue, Ling He soon succumbed to slumber. Noticing that he had fallen asleep, Vera ceased her chatter and silently opened the trading post interface, observing each transaction with keen attention. However, the latter half of the night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Oh! A diminutive man collapsed to the ground, clutching his broken fingers and emitting a piercing scream. His gaze was fixed ahead, filled with terror as a figure approached him step by step. I am human. I am truly human. What must I do for you to believe me? I certainly believe you. Lin Zhao's voice resonated before the man. Upon hearing this, the man's expression brightened momentarily, but then he was seized by excruciating pain in his palm. Glancing down, he discovered that his left hand had been brutally pierced by a stone dagger. What do you want from me? What must I do? The man cried out in anguish, only to meet Lin Zhao's cold, piercing gaze. Surrender all the remaining coins you possess. At the slightest hesitation, Lin Shao unhesitatingly severed another finger from his hand. Instantly, the man dared not negotiate further. I will give them, I will give them. A series of dull thuds echoed as a dozen gold coins clattered onto the muddy ground. Lin Shao bent down to retrieve the coins, glancing back at a companion. Thank you. That companion was none other than the individual who had previously held a blade to his throat. Lin Shao had only just realized that the other possessed a particularly useful special skill. Encounter effect when you successfully ambush a Lord unit. Temporarily disable the opponent's chat and recruitment panels. It is precisely this effect of the encounter that transforms the plundering among lords of the same kin into a tangible reality. Unceremoniously. In response to Lin Zhao's words, the newcomer offered a faint smile, suggesting that he was far superior to Lin Shao at that time. Back then, I was rather foolish. And the pledge I presented pales in comparison to yours now. By the way, if you have no use for this person, might I take a turn with him? As he spoke, he gestured towards the man who lay incapacitated on the ground. Lin Shao merely cast a casual glance in that direction, uttered a dismissive whatever, and swiftly departed. Finding a quiet corner, Lin Shao gazed at the handful of gold coins in his possession, letting out a self-deprecating laugh. Am I strong? Yet these blood-stained coins, obtained through plunder, seem to hold less value than the fleeting gains of others within mere minutes. Chapter 54, Guild Mechanism. Lin Shao murmured to himself, when a private message from a friend appeared before him. Cry wall, from Entropy, after completing the oath, return with the others. Those who have seen us must not be left alive. Upon reading the private message, Lin Shao furrowed his brow. From Entropy, aren't we continuing the hunt tonight? But this is an opportunity, we could gain substantial benefits from them. Moreover, if we allow others to continue growing. Cry wall, from Entropy. This is an order. I did not come to have you question me. Tonight has seen too many upheavals. The main forces of the Ghost Spirit clan are dwindling rapidly, and the leader remains silent. We cannot afford to act recklessly. If we expose ourselves before the leader issues a task, neither you nor I, nor anyone else, will have a favorable outcome. Observing the messages from Cry Wall, Lin Shao's expression darkened. Despite the commanding and threatening tone, he sensed only noise and cowardice. They had chosen to become villains, yet they were still shackled. Unable to plunder and develop freely. Bound by constraints, they were left impotent. In such circumstances, what distinguished them from the righteous? They were hardly better than the good. His initial assessment was indeed correct. They were merely a swarm of filth from the sewers, incapable of achieving greatness. However, regardless of Lin Zhao's thoughts, the prevailing circumstances remained formidable. From Entropy, understood. The secret party's actions concluded hastily that night. Hours later, dawn broke. Hey, Lord Bastard, wake up. Ling He was roused from his slumber by Vera's persistent shaking. The sun was already high. Vera. As he was jolted awake, Ling He remained in a dazed state, groggily gesturing for Vera to take care of breakfast herself. Just buy whatever you want, we are not short on money for a meal. Let me sleep for another 5 minutes, wake me up in the afternoon. With that, he buried his face in Vera's lap, on the verge of drifting back to sleep. Lord Bastard. Ultimately, it was Vera's loud call that shattered Ling He's dream. Who is there? Ling He lifted his head from her lap, half sitting up, instinctively surveying his surroundings. Who dared to disturb him? Vera was nearly in stitches, arms crossed before her. How unfortunate for you, my lord, that I am here to wake you. Vera. Ling He rubbed his eyes and, upon regaining some clarity, glanced at the sky. Judging by the sun's position, it was still not noon, likely around 9 or 10 o'clock. Instantly, his expression soured. Does anyone understand? It's only 9 in the morning. And I've been summoned by my secretary. In the days when he operated a small stall at the elementary school entrance, he never opened his doors before 11:30. All right. Vera, observing Ling's despondent expression, sighed and shook her head. I don't wish to rouse the lazy lord, but there are acquaintances seeking your attention. I believe it would be prudent to inform you, the lazy lord. As Vera spoke, she accessed the private chat interface before Ling cast a brief glance. Recognizing that it was the notorious Wafrenzy, who was sending him a message so early in the morning, around 9 o'clock. Wasn't it merely a question he had posed to him yesterday morning? A tit for tat, perhaps. Though he grumbled internally, Ling found himself fully alert now. Based on his understanding of Wafrenzy, a private message from him likely wouldn't involve trivialities. With this thought, Ling scrutinized the private chat interface. Call me Wafrenzy, hey. Vendor bro, I'm planning to establish a guild. Creating a guild seemed trivial enough, not a significant matter, but wait, establishing a guild. Ling suddenly realized the implications, narrowing his eyes. In a typical online game, forming a guild might be inconsequential, however, in a war game. This hinted at an entirely new mechanism that Ling had never encountered before. For the moment, he refrained from replying to Wafrenzy's message and instead opened the regional channel. His first glance was at the corner of the channel. Remaining players, 7719, last night. The human faction had only lost a little over 200 players, which, compared to the first night, could be considered a peaceful night. This also indicated that the human side's gains would not be significantly diminished. As Ling pondered this, he redirected his gaze from the corner to the continuously emerging messages in the regional channel. Among them were newly discovered weaknesses of the spectral tribe. For instance, a certain mimetic creature exhibited a peculiar spatial distortion when approached by flames. This discovery came from a human lord known as Mr. Carefree, an alias that seemed vaguely familiar to Ling, though he couldn't quite place it. He decided to focus on more pressing matters that were currently being discussed in the regional channel. The very first guild in the entire region, the War Goddess Hall, was openly recruiting members. The message was disseminated by Wafrenzy himself. He provided no concealment, elaborating in detail about the guild mechanism within the regional channel. The guild mechanism resembled a variant of the alliance system but placed greater emphasis on the relationships between individual lords rather than the collective. Once a guild was established, it would necessitate daily financial contributions to avoid dissolution. Conversely, guild members could reap numerous benefits within the guild. For instance, blueprints for fundamental structures could be submitted for guild research. Once the research was completed, all guild members could freely replicate the dungeon blueprints and use them until the guild disbanded or they withdrew from it. This single advantage was sufficient to attract many who were not particularly affluent. However, according to the words of the battle maniac, the advantages of joining a guild extend far beyond this. Ling and Kuai swiftly scrolled through the regional channel and discovered the growth path and upgrade rewards shared by the battle maniac. LV9 LV10, Random S-Class Guild Aura, War God Path. What he randomly acquired was Holy Law of War. Description: all our allies are trustworthy supports, hence we can confidently entrust our backs to our companions and immerse ourselves wholeheartedly in the impending battles. Effect: halts any friendly damage inflicted among guild members. Upon seeing this effect, Ling clicked his tongue in admiration. The ability to negate friendly fire in a wargame sparked numerous outrageous strategies in Ling's mind. It can only be said that the battle maniac truly possesses remarkable fortune. Chapter 55, The Benevolent Basaka. Having grasped the situation, Lingi typed a line of text in the private chat interface. Conscientious vendor, is Brother Basaka's inquiry an invitation for me to join the guild he established? Instantly, Basaka replied. Call me Basaka, haha, dear vendor, please do not flatter me, I dare not presume. I merely wish to inquire if you have any intentions of establishing a guild. Surely you understand, dear vendor, that the first guild established can garner considerable influence within the region. Thanks to your valuable information and resources, I have been able to unlock the guild mechanism today. I am not one to forget my roots. Should you wish to form a guild, I shall not vie for the title of the first. After reading this lengthy message, Lingi was left with a singular thought: Basaka was indeed a person of integrity. It was only natural. Someone who readily extends a helping hand to strangers must possess a kind heart. As Lingi pondered this, new messages from Basaka appeared. Call me Basaka, of course. If you are willing to join the War Goddess Hall, I would wholeheartedly support it. However, I wonder what your growth path is. Our guild mechanism requires that recruited members have a growth path associated with warriors. Fearing Lingi might misunderstand, Basaka elaborated. Due to the nature of his guild mechanism, which is derived from the War God pathway, all members must have a growth path related to warriors. Paths such as Basaka, Shield Warrior, Paladin, or Dragon Knight would qualify. However, paths akin to deities, emperors, priests, or hunters and thieves would not meet the recruitment criteria. Even if Basaka wished to extend an invitation, it would ultimately result in failure due to the inability to satisfy the joining conditions. Conscientious vendor, I see. Lingi could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had briefly entertained the thought of joining Basaka's guild to bask in its glow, but alas, that notion was dashed before it could fully form. The Terminator, it seemed, had no connection to warriors. Conscientious vendor, it is unfortunate that my growth path is destined to be incompatible with Brother Basaka's guild. Nonetheless, I wish Brother Basaka immense success with his guild. I currently have no plans to establish one, so feel free to claim the title of the first guild. I hope Brother Basaka will kindly support my business in the future. Upon reading Lingi's response, Basaka breathed a sigh of relief. The conscientious vendor was currently in the limelight within the regional channel. Establishing the first guild would undoubtedly divert some attention. This was precisely why he sought to communicate with him beforehand. While it was not a matter of great consequence, even brothers can fall out over minor gains. And Basaka did not wish to incite animosity from the region's most prominent merchant. On the other hand, having resolved the matter with Basaka, Lingi promptly closed the private chat interface. After a yawn, Lingi embraced the lovely Vera resting beside him, yearning for a delightful nap. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of his personal panel. Remaining assets, 26, 192, 51 gold. A cough escaped him, nearly choking on his own saliva. Lingi straightened his posture once more. After a single night, his assets had surged to over 20,000, approaching 30,000 gold. Although he had anticipated this figure, witnessing the staggering amount of his remaining wealth left him momentarily speechless. Has the insufferable lord finally taken notice? Vera tilted her head back proudly, her demeanor exuding confidence. The over 70,000 units of lumber produced yesterday had all been exhausted. Aside from what the lord had utilized, the profit from sales amounted to roughly 17,000 to 18,000 gold. Furthermore, the sales of fire slime gel and beehive gel performed commendably, yielding nearly 6,000 gold in revenue, despite not being fully sold out. Adding this to the unspent funds from yesterday, we arrive at the current figure. Splendid. Lingi listened to Vera's report with a smile, affectionately ruffling her heart. It was indeed thanks to Vera's diligent management of the shop. At that moment, Vera was in high spirits and paid no mind to Lingi's playful gesture. Oh. And there's one more thing I almost forgot to mention. Vera suddenly extended a finger, her tone becoming slightly more serious. Currently, there are over 1,000 subjects. And the daily wage expenses exceed 200 gold. Insufferable lord, you must carefully manage your labor costs. Lingi nodded in agreement. It is essential to economize where possible. Although daily income is substantial, the labor costs of over 200 gold each day are indeed considerable. Presently, within the entire region, it is likely that only Lingi could master such a sum. Even if there were others, they would be exceedingly rare. Fortunately, with 2 days past, the first batch of recruited workers had already fulfilled their 24-hour work period. The enhanced 2-point combat power had elevated their resource output rate by 30. Without withdrawing the contracted warrior spirits, Lingi's lumberyard now boasted a daily output exceeding 80,000 units. This was not even the limit of the workers. Due to Ling He advancing to the second level era, the combat power enhancement cap for the workers had risen to 6 points. As long as they continued to labor diligently, the efficiency of the lumberyard would undoubtedly reach new heights, surpassing 100,000 units without additional labor costs. Perhaps it would be wise to recruit more workers. Ling He mused. With the advent of the second-level era, the workers had become increasingly efficient. Under full wages and buffs, their base combat power even surpassed that of the contracted lumberjacks. Coupled with their low labor costs, utilizing them not only as production units but also as a viable alternative to replace the contracted lumberjacks seemed a commendable strategy. After making this decision, Ling He turned his attention back to his personal interface, this time focusing on the growth path levels. Although the timber was already in a near monopoly position, the experience that Ling He could continue to extract was rather limited. However, the immensely popular Fire Slime Gel and Honeycomb Gel provided Ling He with substantial growth experience. Consequently, Ling He's level surged to level 7. With only a minuscule gap separating it from level 8, and an upgrade was anticipated either today or tomorrow. Naturally, with the upgrade came rewards. LV5 LV6 a random building blueprint final producer path, LV6 LV7 Elite Secretary recruitment card. Without haste, Ling He utilized the random building blueprint, not immediately inspecting the outcome, but rather directing attention towards the Elite Secretary recruitment card. Elite Secretary recruitment card. Description: to seek a steed of great merit, one must first forge a golden platform. Only by planting the parasol tree can the phoenix be attracted. Effect: consumes 10,000 gold coins to recruit an elite secretary that meets the current era's upper limit, and increases the secretary recruitment cap by 1. Chapter 56 The New Secretary. By Emo. Only by nurturing the phoenix tree can one attract the phoenix. Ling He mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Vera. Being able to see her own panel, Vera must have noticed the effects of the exceptional secretary recruitment card. The idea of recruiting another secretary at the cost of a fortune seemed rather inequitable in comparison to Vera's free status. Why are you staring at me, you scoundrel lord? Vera rolled her eyes, exasperated. If you wish to use it, then do so. Being overly concerned with others' feelings will never lead one to the ultimate realm of the Ender. Is that so, Vera? Is that truly your perspective? Ling He observed her expression closely, unable to discern any flaw in her demeanor. It appeared that Vera genuinely did not care about such trivial details. He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that perhaps he had been too inclined to regard Vera as a person. With a swift motion, he seized Vera's high top hat, an emblem of capitalist sin, and placed it atop his own head. In that instant, Ling He felt as though he had been possessed by Vera's capitalist spirit, his gaze becoming markedly more piercing. You scoundrel lord! Vera's sharp cry pierced the air. How many times must I say it? Do not meddle with a lady's heart. With that, she lunged to reclaim her heart from Ling He, only to find him preemptively pressing it down upon his head, leaving her in a state of impotent fury. Amused by Vera's indignant glare, Ling He couldn't help but chuckle. You're still laughing, she exclaimed, eyes narrowed. I shall cease my laughter, but you are undeniably charming, Vera. As he spoke, he returned the top hat to its rightful place atop her head. That moment evoked a memory of their first encounter, when Vera had declared, I am quite adorable. Please give me money. Humph. Vera adjusted her hat with a haughty snort. Of course, this lady is charming. I find that hard to believe, Ling He retorted, shaking his head. You are nothing but a wretched capitalist from the Victorian era, lacking any semblance of ladylike grace. Nevertheless, he continued, pinching her cheek, I find myself in need of a heartless capitalist like you. Thus, whether in the present or the future, Vera shall remain my chief secretary, that shall never change. I have always been, Vera replied with a roll of her eyes, clearly unappreciative of his sentiment. So, are you going to recruit someone new or not? As she spoke, she stifled a yawn with her hand. I am rather tired, you know. I yearn for sleep, especially after enduring your head resting on my legs every night, leaving them sore. If you could recruit someone to share my workload, I would be quite pleased. It's not as if I wanted to rest my head there. You were the one who insisted on dragging me from my bed. Ling He murmured instinctively. Did you just say something, scoundrel lord? Nothing at all. Ling shook his head gently, redirecting his gaze to the exquisite secretary recruitment card. Beyond Vera's feelings, Ling hesitated to utilize the card immediately due to an underlying concern. Unlike the card that had once summoned Vera, this one was bound by temporal constraints. Should Ling choose to employ it now, the secretary he would summon would be a product of the spirit era. If he were to postpone its use, perhaps in future eras, it might yield even greater benefits. Should he retain it? Or is it truly worthwhile to reserve this exquisite secretary recruitment card for the future? Ultimately, after weighing his thoughts, Ling shrugged. He was not a protagonist from a novel, and he lacked the patience to hold on to something valuable for a decade or more, regardless of its worth. If an item is clutched in hand without being utilized, its value inevitably diminishes to zero. Ling comprehended this well. Therefore, he decided to use it. 10,000 gold was deducted from Ling's account, representing a significant portion of his current funds, roughly 1/3. After all, even the previous promise of wages for nearly 200 contract ghost warriors amounted to only 3,000 gold. Congratulations on successfully using Exquisite Secretary Recruitment Card, your Secretary Limit 1. As your current era is Spirit Era, you have acquired a secretary unit suitable for the current era by MO in the next moment. A stunning woman clad in a blue robe with waist-length hair appeared before Ling and Vera. If Vera embodied a blend of cuteness with a touch of refinement, then this woman exuded an ethereal grace mixed with a heroic spirit. While her charm might be slightly less than Vera's in terms of adorableness, her presence enhanced her beauty, making it rival Vera's allure. As Ling became increasingly entranced, Bai Mo's brows twitched, and she gently opened her eyes, clasping her hands in a respectful gesture towards Ling. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. As a good person, I boast of a few remarkable skills and possess a modest understanding of poetry and literature. I am willing to serve your cause. Ling noted her eloquent manner of speaking when suddenly, a notification appeared before him. Ping, congratulations on earning Secretary Bai Mo's recognition. You may now access Bai Mo's personal interface. Immediately, Ling approached Bai Mo, assisting her to her feet, and proceeded to examine her personal interface. I want to see too. Vera quickly leaned beside Ling, peeking over his shoulder with curious eyes fixed on Bai Mo's personal interface. Secretary Bai Mo, Combat Power 20. Traits, Mental Victory, Spring and Autumn Calligraphy, Joyous Music in Battle, Archery Mastery, 8 Steeds Evasion. River Map and Luo Book, Mental Victory. When our actions align with proper conduct, the combativeness of all subjects within this secretary's domain increases by 2. Spring and Autumn Calligraphy. When our actions trigger regional global announcements, this secretary can add, modify, or delete any text therein. Joyous Music in Battle. When this secretary wields the ancient zither as the primary weapon, her combat power is multiplied by 500, along with gaining musical support skills. The 5 chapters of archery. When this secretary wields the primary weapon, the longbow, their combat power is amplified by 500, and they acquire skills related to bow attacks. The 8 Steeds Shadow. When this secretary's steed is a war chariot, their combat power is similarly enhanced by 500. Furthermore, should they find themselves in a spiritualized zone, they enter a unique state, traversing as if on level ground. The River Diagram and Luo Book. Within the vicinity of this secretary, when our side vanquishes neutral entities, the drop rate increases by 20, and the amount of gold yielded also rises by 20. Ling He, having read through it first, inhaled sharply. The Book of Rites and Archery. What a splendid embodiment of the gentleman's 6 arts. With Vela serving as a comparative benchmark, Bai Mo's attributes appear exceedingly opulent. Vela. Ling He murmured, is it possible for me to retract my earlier statement? Huh? Chapter 57, in accordance with rites in a light-hearted jest. Upon witnessing Vera's wide-eyed gaze, the look akin to that reserved for beasts, Ling He hastily clarified that he was merely speaking in jest. Surely. He had been influenced by Vera's peculiar heart, leading him to utter such heartfelt yet insincere words unconsciously. Beside them, Bai Emo glanced between Vera and Ling He. Stifling a laugh, the rapport between the two appeared quite amiable, devoid of any hierarchical undertones. Amicable, you say? Vera tilted her head, 3 question marks seemingly materializing above her. Are you suggesting that I maintain a cordial relationship with this scoundrel who doesn't even provide meals? As she spoke, Vera pointed an accusatory finger at Ling He. Locking in her target. Coughing heavily, Ling He interjected, how many times must I reiterate? You heartless capitalists have no grounds to speak of my virtues. Though he vehemently disagreed with Vera's assertion, her words sparked a sudden realization within him. Given the current state of his subjects, it was inconceivable that they were in alignment with the right. In this light, Bai Mo's special ability of spiritual victory appeared to be a futile skill on his part. One that seemed impossible to activate. Just as Ling He pondered this, Bai Mo's light laughter resonated once more. Oh, my instincts do not fail me. Your relationship is indeed splendid. Furthermore, this esteemed, she glanced at Vera, her eyes twinkling as she recalled something. Though Vera had perused her personal panel, Bai Emo had yet to view Vera's, leaving her unaware of Vera's name. Fortunately, her refined demeanor allowed her to swiftly amend her words, thus averting any awkwardness. Oh, this esteemed capitalist lady. Certain matters cannot solely be attributed to our Lord, can they? As the sage once said, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it will first exhaust their spirit, labor their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and expose them to hardships. Clearly, our Lord is generously providing everyone with opportunities for growth. This action aligns with the rights and is, indeed, an act of great benevolence. Ling He, overhearing this, found himself coughing incessantly. Bai Mo's effusive praise was somewhat embarrassing, had she not pointed it out. He might never have realized he was such a paragon of virtue. Ding, congratulations. You have met the conditions, in accordance with rights. Bai Mo's special skill, spiritual victory, has been activated. In the current area, the combat readiness of all your subjects has increased by 2. To his astonishment, this marked the second time since Bai Mo's arrival that Ling He gasped in disbelief. So this was the nature of spiritual victory. Initially, he had contemplated how to meet the condition of being in accordance with rights, only to discover that this concept was defined entirely by Bai Emo herself. I deem myself in accordance with the rights, hence, I am. As for what constitutes the rights, that is not for others to fret over. Gazing at the smiling Bai Emo, Ling He suddenly felt an urge to explore her other abilities. Among them, the easiest to trigger was the 5 chapters of archery, which could be activated simply by equipping Bai Emo with a longbow. Coincidentally, there was a limited time item in the trading post that had yet to be purchased. Iron frame bow price, 50 gold, limited purchase, 2 days, 12 hours, 39 minutes, a mere 50 gold coins. Equivalent to a day's worth of meals for Ling He and Vera, was not a sum he would typically hesitate to spend. However, given its current necessity, Ling He did not balk at the expense. After acquiring the iron frame bow, a finely crafted wooden bow appeared in his hands. Unlike conventional bows, this one was equipped with sharp iron tips at both ends, capable of easily penetrating unarmored targets. Bai Emo, give this bow a try, Ling He offered, presenting the iron frame bow to her. Bai Emo accepted the bow, her fingers gliding over the bowstring, and with a gentle flick, she tested it. What a splendid bow! To receive such a generous gift upon our first meeting makes me quite anxious. Although Bai Emo expressed her dismay, Ling He could discern no intention of relinquishing the bow. She seemed utterly enamored with her new acquisition. As Bai Emo held the bow, her personal attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Secretary, Bai Emo combat power, 100 attack skills, white arrow, triple shot, piercing strike, auxiliary measurement, while instrument her combat power surged to over 100. This marked the first time Ling He had encountered a subordinate with such formidable strength. Even the previously deceased contracted ghost warrior had possessed only a mere 30 combat power. Bai Emo, could you demonstrate your shooting skills? Ling He inquired. Certainly, my lord, she replied without hesitation, nocking an arrow and aiming at a distant giant tree. Triple shot. In an instant, an arrow soared forth like lightning, embedding itself into the tree trunk with a resounding thud. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the next moment, 3 additional arrows followed, each striking the fletching of the preceding one. With a combined force of 3 arrows, the initial shot pierced through the entire trunk and continued its trajectory, firmly embedding itself in another massive tree behind it. Ling He could only click his tongue in astonishment. If Vera represented the meticulousness of a logistical secretary, then the newly recruited by Emo embodied the dual role of secretary and bodyguard. Typical low-powered firearms would scarcely claim the capability to penetrate a tree trunk with such ease, yet by Emo had effortlessly done so with her own strength, showcasing a rather alarming level of martial prowess. Ling He sensed that Bai Mo's combat power had not yet reached its zenith. Notably, among her abilities, only Zhao Lu enters the formation and 5 chapters of archery were limited by the primary weapon. Meanwhile, 8 Steed's Shadow Escape required a chariot, which did not conflict with the former 2 abilities but still provided a 5-fold increase in combat power. When combined, Bai Mo's combat prowess could escalate to a staggering 500 points. It could be said that she was indeed an exceptional secretary. With merely a modest sum, one can recruit an individual unit boasting a formidable strength of 500 points in the 2nd tier, which presents no loss for Ling He. After all, he currently finds himself in a state of utter destitution, with wealth being his only remaining asset. Regrettably, he has yet to validate this notion. It is not due to a lack of funds, but rather that the entire trading post lacks any available war chariots, as no one has progressed to that stage. Ling He has come to experience the sentiment that money is not an omnipotent solution. Reflecting upon this, he sent a message in the regional channel, Conscientious Vendor, offering a high price for ancient zither, war chariots, or mineral locations. Those willing to sell may privately message the vendor, fair prices guaranteed, no deception. Once the message was dispatched, a considerable time elapsed without anyone reaching out to Ling He. This was primarily because, at this hour, most individuals had just settled into slumber, and secondly, the items Ling He sought were not commonplace in the current region. Thus, Ling He remained unperturbed, having merely released the message before redirecting his focus. Chapter 58, Plans and Greed. Unbeknownst to him, this piece of news had caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Guqin, war chariots, or mineral deposits. Lin Shao silently pondered, casting a furtive glance around him. Under the summons of the Weeping Wall, nearly 10 lords of the secret society had already gathered. Several more lords were en route, but a single night was insufficient for all to convene. Among these lords, many brought along their subjects, whose caliber was far superior to the primitive newcomers of the current region. This indicated that the forces at Lin Zhao's disposal were remarkably formidable. This was an opportunity. With Lin Zhao's astute mind, he immediately recognized the immense potential of the moment. Setting aside the Guqin and war chariots for the time being, the fact that the conscientious merchant wished to acquire minerals implied he would undoubtedly make an appearance on site. After all, such resources, buried deep underground, could not be traded through the marketplace. Following this logic, this could very well be Lin Zhao's best, if not only, chance to witness the true face of the conscientious merchant in the early stages of the war game. Furthermore, backed by the powerful military of the secret society, he could potentially outpace the merchant's efforts to widen the gap through market manipulation. Realizing this, Lin Shao rose and swiftly approached the Weeping Wall. "May we have a word?" he inquired. The Weeping Wall, seeing Lin Shao before him again, sighed and rubbed his bald head. "What is it you wish to say?" At this juncture, he felt somewhat helpless, uncertain whether admitting Lin Shao into the secret society had been a wise decision. It wasn't that Lin Shao was disingenuous, rather, his enthusiasm for the society's endeavors was somewhat excessive, to the point where the Weeping Wall sometimes questioned who the true veteran member was. "I have a splendid plan," Lin Shao declared. "If this plan comes to fruition, I believe our secret society will not face any financial shortages for a considerable time." We shall possess an inexhaustible wealth to support our operations. As his words fell, Lin Shao sensed several gazes fixate upon him. Indeed, while the society was known to plunder the wealth of fellow human lords, this did not imply they were particularly affluent. Most ordinary lords allocated their resources toward personal development, typically leaving little surplus currency. Therefore, even with the society's acts of pillaging, slaughtering, and even engaging in deception and threats, their net income after expenses was often minimal. Hence, Lin Zhao's assertion of inexhaustible wealth stirred considerable interest among the assembly. Haha, it seems I have overheard something remarkable. A man with a serpentine visage approached Lin Shao and sat beside him, casting a glance at the weeping wall. Do you mind if I partake as well, old friend? The man, whom Lin Shao recognized as one of the lords summoned by the weeping wall the previous night, went by the nickname of the Shadow Wolf. In response to Shadow Wolf's inquiry, the weeping wall remained silent. It is not that he has acquiesced to the meaning of the Shadow Wolf, but rather that he understands that many within the secret party possess their own distinctive personalities. He cannot command the actions of the Shadow Wolf. Indeed, were it not for the favor of their leader, the Shadow Wolf would not even be seated here. Observing the silence of the crying wall, a smirk of derision crept upon the lips of the Shadow Wolf. Very well, it seems that Master Crying Wall has tacitly approved of my presence. Young man, the brilliant plan you have mentioned, why not share it with everyone? However, before you proceed, allow me to offer a word of caution. The tone of the Shadow Wolf grew increasingly ominous as several formidable-looking citizens materialized behind him. My time is exceedingly precious, and unlike Crying Wall, I do not cultivate talent without discernment. Should I discover that your so-called plan is merely a ruse, I fear I shall have no choice but to personally apologize to our esteemed leader. Apologize for what? The members of the secret party surrounding them were well aware of the veiled implications in the Shadow Wolf's words. Yet, Lin Shao did not exhibit any signs of trepidation. He appeared remarkably composed, even displaying an expression of unshakable confidence. Trust me, my lord, this plan will not disappoint you. For just moments ago, I encountered news from the conscientious vendor on the regional channel. The conscientious vendor. Upon hearing that name, a Crying Wall immediately rose to his feet. Another mention of the conscientious vendor. Indeed, the conscientious vendor, Lin Shao affirmed with a nod. The Shadow Wolf furrowed his brow, his gaze darting between Lin Shao and Crying Wall. As a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with the reputation of the conscientious vendor, and thus had no inkling of the riddle being exchanged between the two. Ignoring the Shadow Wolf's confusion, Crying Wall asserted with unwavering conviction, no. I do not approve of this plan. But I haven't even revealed what the plan entails. Lin Shao exclaimed in a sudden flurry of anxiety. He had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet he could never have imagined this turn of events. Crying Wall would outright reject his plan simply based on the name of the conscientious vendor, denying him even the chance to articulate his proposal. No need to elaborate. Crying Wall's fierce gaze bore into Lin Shao as he declared, from entropy. I believe I have reiterated to you many times that until we contact the leader, we must remain concealed from the public eye. That conscientious vendor is akin to a star upon this very stage. Do you believe that if we disturb him, we can maintain our current level of secrecy? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the Shadow Wolf burst into laughter. He still did not comprehend the riddle exchanged between Lin Shao and Crying Wall. Yet the wariness etched upon Crying Wall's face was not lost on him, igniting his curiosity even further. A pale, slender arm draped over Lin Zhao's shoulder as the Shadow Wolf leaned closer. Speak, I am most intrigued by your plan. Elucidate for me the details of your scheme and the identity of this conscientious vendor you speak of. What Crying Wall cannot accomplish, perhaps I can. With that, the Shadow Wolf nudged Lin Zhao's back, signaling him to step aside for a more private conversation. Sensing support from within the secret party, Lin Shao exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he truly did not wish to miss this opportunity to drag the conscientious vendor into the mire. My lord, the Phantom Wolf, please follow me. Walking side by side with the phantom wolf, Lin Shao gradually articulated his thoughts. At present, the conscientious vendor holds the largest share of the trading house. I have conducted calculations, and the daily revenue of the conscientious vendor is unlikely to fall below 5 figures. Copper coins. Gold coins. As his words fell, Lin Shao could distinctly feel the grip on his shoulder tightening significantly. However, that pressure soon relaxed. Simultaneously, a somewhat gentler voice from the phantom wolf reached his ears. Continue. Chapter 59, Ling and the Liberation. Lin Shao nodded slightly. I have just seen a message on the regional channel. The conscientious vendor is offering a high price for ancient zither, war chariots, and mineral coordinates. A flicker of confusion passed through Yolang's eyes as he could not comprehend the significance of a mere purchasing announcement. However, he refrained from interrupting Lin Shao. Thus, Lin Shao continued. This is our opportunity. Tell me, if we were to deceive that conscientious vendor under the pretense of offering mineral coordinates, could we not seize him in one fell swoop? Wouldn't that yield us daily profits in the 5-digit range? Yulang responded noncommittally, neither expressing clear agreement nor outright opposition. Yet, the glint of greed in his eyes betrayed his stance. Monthly earnings amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins were a sight he had never encountered since joining the secret party. If Lin Zhao's assertions held true, then the conscientious vendor would be akin to a veritable gold mine. Securing that gold mine could very well lead to a change in leadership of the party. Shall we act now? Yulang inquired. No, Lin Shao shook his head. I suspect that the conscientious vendor is no fool if we wish to deceive him. Our words must hold some truth. In other words, before we act, we must genuinely possess a mineral resource. As Lin Shao and Yolang's figures gradually receded, their conversation dwindling to a whisper, several lords of the secret party exchanged glances and hastily rose to pursue them. They, like Yulang, were far more intrigued by the prospect of endless wealth than the concealed matters of Kuqiang. As for the party leader, they certainly held him in esteem. But only if he personally issued orders, rather than allowing Kuqiang to intimidate them with mere pretense. In an instant, nearly half of those present had departed. Among those who remained, some expressed concern to Kuqiang. My lord, shall we truly not intervene? They were somewhat inclined towards Kuqiang's ideology. To this, Kuqiang merely shook his head, extending his tongue to comically lick his lips, as if savoring some lingering taste. Why should I impede them? Is it because Ing spoke falsehoods? Or do they lack the potential for success? Faced with Kuqiang's inquiry, the remaining few exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond. Thus, Kuqiang answered the question for them. I have tasted the truth in Ng's words, none have deceived us. My lord, do you imply that the boy's plan has a chance of success? One seemed to grasp a fragment of Kuqiang's meaning. Yet, this was soon followed by greater confusion. If so, why do you not wish to accompany them? Is it truly due to the party leader? The speaker's voice faltered as Kuqiang approached him, placing a finger on his lips. Sure, I have yet to finish my words. Kuqiang inhaled the residual scent left by Lin Shao, a peculiar smile gracing his features. It was the scent of hatred. The young man buried his hatred beneath a facade of authenticity, believing he had deceived everyone. Yet, I am not the foolish wolf of shadows, his emotions cannot ensnare me. Observe closely, for this is a plan destined for failure. That conscience-stricken merchant will inevitably meet his demise, and no one shall reap any benefit from this scheme. Having spoken, the weeping wall returned to its original position, falling silent once more. Oh, such a remarkable find exists. Beside the council chamber, Veiler gasped in astonishment at Lingyi's side. Before them stood a colossal cylindrical wooden statue, an unexpected structure drawn randomly from architectural blueprints. Pillar of Prayer, Era, Spiritual Transformation Era, Path of the Final Producer, Description. One day, we suddenly realized that by infusing spirit into fragile constructions, we could create functionalities that should not exist. Construction requirement, 300 units of wood. Note, construction requires a core building in the area. And this structure may only be erected on land owned by our faction. This marked Lingi's first encounter with a relevant architectural blueprint from the growth pathway. He had not anticipated that his initial draw would trigger the era's spiritual reward inclination. However, Lingi did not attribute this to a stroke of increased luck. A person who delights in laughter typically does not suffer from ill fortune, does he? Fortunately, the construction requirements were entirely met. Thus, after dispatching a procurement message, Lingi gathered his team and erected the pillar of prayer beside the council chamber. Upon completion, he beheld the building interface of the pillar of prayer. Pillar of prayer effect: list items in the trading hall. Efficiency depends on citizen productivity. Current citizens contributed 0.10. The effect was summarized in a single line. Yet it was sufficient to elicit Veila's exclamation. In past transactions, although Veila could swiftly list items using her Pishio wallet, it necessitated Lingi's proximity. Only then could she monitor both the trading hall and the regional channel while listing items. However, with the advent of the Pillar of Prayer, everything had transformed significantly. The products generated by the lumberyard and slime farm adjacent to the council chamber could now be directly listed by the Pillar of Prayer. This resolved the listing dilemma. And the remaining tasks could largely be managed remotely through the interface, even in Lingi's absence. This meant Lingi was now entirely liberated from the lumberyard. Consequently, Veila was likewise freed, no longer needing to maintain a schedule that was the complete antithesis of Lingi's. The thought made her drowsy, especially after enduring another sleepless night. A wretched lord, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave for a brief rest. Lingi nodded, casting his gaze toward Baemo. Baemo smiled knowingly, patting his chest. Lord and Miss Black-Hearted Capitalist, you may rest, I shall handle things here. I am Veila Barin. Vera spoke softly from the side. Yet no one paid her any heed. Baemo continued from where she had left off, having studied the sacred teachings from a young age. I can be deemed a disciple of the utmost virtue. Should any outsider dare to trespass, I shall surely use the words of the sage to enlighten them. Then it falls upon you, Baemo, Lingi replied, stifling a yawn. He had been roused by Vera since just after 9 o'clock. And for one who typically slumbered until noon, this was quite a torturous affair. Once I managed to catch a few more winks, I shall find a way to procure a war chariot for you. With that, Lingi turned and led Vera into the council chamber. Meanwhile, Honbao remained blissfully asleep on the wooden bed, showing no signs of waking. Zzz. Observing the soundly sleeping Honbao, Lingi couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. This fellow was in a deeper slumber than he ever was. Chapter 60, The Wheel reclining back onto hamburger. The soft texture instantly caused Lingi to close his eyes in bliss. This was far more comfortable than resting on Vera's lap. Such a plush and cozy mattress would be hard to find for many eras to come. Thus, for the foreseeable future, a hamburger would undeniably be his best companion. Damn Lord. I'm off to sleep. Naturally, Vera was reluctant to sleep on the hard wooden plank bed, so she comfortably nestled beside Lingi and soon drifted into a blissful slumber. Seizing the opportunity, Lingi pinched Vera's delicate face. Noticing her unresponsiveness, he too succumbed to a light nap. Before long, 2 soft snores emanated from the chamber. Zzz. Lord? The door to the chamber creaked open gently. Baemo cautiously peered in, his gaze landing on the cozy duo of Lingi and Vera, lingering for a moment. The next instant, a subtle smile graced Baemo's lips. You two truly make a lovely pair. Lingi's slumber was interrupted by a blinding ray of light. Lord, it's already afternoon. Baemo's gentle voice whispered into Lingi's ear. Realizing the time had slipped into the afternoon, Lingi slowly roused himself. Is it already afternoon? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced upwards. The sky. Suddenly, Lingi realized he was no longer in the chamber. At that moment, Hamburger bounced playfully a couple of times, and Lingi recognized that it was Hamburger who had awakened. Having previously dozed on Hamburger, he naturally followed suit as it came to life. Good morning, bipedal creature. Hamburger's voice chimed from beneath Lingi. Good morning, Hamburger. Lingi instinctively replied, then looked around, puzzled. Where is Vera? Why isn't she here? He distinctly remembered Vera lying beside him. Shoo. Emo made a silencing gesture, then pointed towards the chamber. I just carried the capitalist young lady back, she should still be sleeping. Lingi nodded in understanding and shot Emo an appreciative glance. Just then, he noticed a wooden basin in Emo's hands. What is this? Oh, this. Emo presented the basin before Lingi. I thought, now that you've awakened, you might need to freshen up a bit. Such thoughtfulness. Lingi dipped his hands into the basin, splashing water onto his face, instantly invigorating himself. One could only say that Emo was indeed an exceptional secretary, though not explicitly stated in his special abilities. Emo clearly possessed a greater knack for caring for others than Vera did. Has anything unusual happened while I was asleep? Lingi inquired, turning his attention to Emo. Unusual happenings? Emo shook his head, the surroundings were tranquil. I surveyed the area once more and confirmed that there were no threats near the lumberyard or the slime ranch. It was a relief. Lingi nodded and casually opened his personal interface. His level remained at 7, indicating that the market was not particularly active. Likely due to most people being asleep during the day. With no new rewards to claim, Lingi rubbed his chin, adopting a pensive expression. Viola was still asleep, what should I do now? As he glanced at his balance, he noted that during this period of slumber, his remaining assets of 16,000 gold coins had once again surpassed 20,000. Money, it seemed, was in ample supply for him. Unfortunately, no one had responded to his purchasing inquiries over the past few hours. This was, however, to be expected. Ancient musical instruments were rare, war chariots advanced, and minerals scarce. The three items Lingi sought were simply not commodities that an ordinary individual could readily procure. Even if someone had them, they would likely hesitate for a considerable time before considering a sale. After all, aside from the ancient musical instrument, both the war chariot and minerals were of paramount importance to a lord. One could argue that they were foundational to a lord's development. Naturally, it was not easy for Lingi to acquire these items. Perhaps he should not place all his hopes on others. Suddenly, Lingi recalled the honeycomb gel he had previously researched alongside Hamburger. A bright idea illuminated his mind. Indeed, in a wargame, convenience was not a given. As long as he could conceive of it and bring it to fruition, the absence of blueprints was inconsequential. Did the lack of blueprints mean he could not construct a war chariot? With this thought, Lingi's gaze drifted downward, ultimately landing on Hamburger. My dear partner. It seems I must trouble you once more. Guggle. Hamburger shivered, now able to comprehend the speech of bipedal creatures. It felt an ominous premonition at Lingi's words. However, unlike the previous research on honeycomb gel, this time Lingi did not overly trouble Hamburger. His first course of action was to enter the trading market and fervently purchase the blueprints that others had put up for sale. Wheels, fish hooks, bone needles. Most of these blueprints were not architectural designs and held little utility at the moment, thus many people chose to sell them directly in the trading market after they were revealed. The prices were quite reasonable, generally ranging from 3 to 5 gold coins, with some available for as little as 1 gold and others priced at over 10. Yet, in comparison to Lingi's financial resources, these amounts seemed rather insignificant. He swept through all the blueprints he did not possess, significantly enriching his technology tree, all for less than 3,000 gold coins. Of course, the majority of these were merely supplementary purchases. The blueprints Lingi valued most were those for the wheels. Original wheels, era, Stone Age, basic pathway, introduction, behold. The rolling ring bears the weight of civilization, it crashes the mountains' barriers, alters the trajectory of fate, and connects deserts with oases through its spokes. With this blueprint, Lingi is able to directly fabricate individual wheels, which are among the most crucial components of a chariot. due to the lack of mineral resources at hand. Lingi's experiment employs pure wood for the operation. Both the wheel and spokes are crafted from wood, and after meticulous polishing, several oxen are summoned to install them onto a hollow wooden frame. Thus, a rudimentary human-powered two-wheeled cart comes into existence. While this endeavor is not particularly arduous, the resulting object is still far from deserving the title of a chariot. Consequently, Lingi refocuses his attention on Hamburg, as gold coins slip through his fingers. My dear agent and supplier, it is once again time for our collaborative efforts to flourish. Chapter 61, on the feasibility of slime-driven chariots. Gulu Hamburg was perplexed. Yet, drawing from the experience of their previous collaborative research, he adeptly navigated through his various panels. Lingi refrained from unnecessary chatter, instead directing his commands while leaning atop Hamburg. His fingers hovered over Hamburg's recruitment panel, gesturing thrice. Recruit this one, and this one. The units he indicated were the previously unselected electric slime and the two toxic slime units, along with the bureaucrat unit. At that time, there had been a concern that Hamburg might suddenly amass a formidable force, posing a potential threat. However, as they became increasingly familiar with one another and their communication improved, Lingi's wariness towards Hamburg diminished significantly. In a matter of minutes, Hamburg successfully constructed a new slime nest and summoned all the units Lingi had pointed out. As he surveyed the newly recruited units, Lingi swiftly dismissed the toxic slime first, not for any particular reason other than its diminutive size. He extended his hand, comparing it in the air. The toxic slime, as a unit, was nearly the size of his palm. He felt he could easily grasp one with a single hand. What he sought, however, was not such a miniature companion. Lingi required a crucial component for the chariot, aside from the wheels: power. Conventionally, in accordance with his worldview and understanding, this role would be fulfilled by tamed horses. Yet, he had yet to encounter a horse, let alone consider taming one. Thus, he pondered, since both horses and slimes could pull a cart, it was illogical to assume that slimes were incapable of doing so. The collaborative research project with Hamburg was precisely centered around this notion. He had even conceived the project title, On the Feasibility of Slime-Driven Chariots. Fortuitously, they were engaged in a war game. Otherwise, Lingi mused that with such a project, passing a graduate program would be a mere formality. With the toxic slime dismissed, Lingi found his choices limited to the electric slime and the mutated slime. These two slimes, serving as a combat unit and a bureaucratic unit respectively, were not particularly small. The largest of them, the mutated slime, stood approximately 2 meters tall, adorned with menacing crimson spikes protruding from its form, exuding an intimidating presence. However, this did not imply that they were suitable for pulling a cart. Lingi quickly realized that the electric slime's body was too smooth. Tying a thick rope around it would result in it slipping away effortlessly, rendering it unmanageable. As for the mutated slime, its surface was excessively jagged. Binding a thick rope to it was akin to tying it to a saw blade, and any movement would result in the rope being severed. Consequently, due to their destructive tendencies, both the mutated slime and the toxic slime were completely eliminated from consideration. This left Lingi with only the electric slime as a viable option. Observing the electric slime rolling playfully before Hamburg, Lingi stroked his chin thoughtfully. How might one enable this slime to master the art of charioteering? At the very least, the sturdy rope tethering the chariot must remain intact. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lingi's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Hamburger. He recalled that Hamburger possessed a skill that allowed it to transform into a young girl. If that were the case, could it not also imply that this ability could facilitate the lightning slime's metamorphosis into a steed? Lingi shared his musings with Hamburger, to which it responded, steed. Just as it and its companions refer to humans as bipeds, it remains oblivious to the nomenclature humans utilize for animals. Thus, Lingi was compelled to elucidate the concept of a steed to Hamburger. That seems plausible, Hamburger replied, its tone tinged with uncertainty. Yet it complied with Lingi's instructions and summoned another lightning slime. Subsequently, from the trading post, he procured 2 transformation skill books. which were bestowed upon the two lightning slimes. Having acquired the transformation skill, the slimes swiftly morphed, under Lingi's guidance, into remarkably impressive warhorses. Clad in luminous armor, the steeds crackled with faint arcs of electricity, exuding an aura that seemed far removed from the current era. However, Lingi understood that regardless of their striking appearance, they were merely a FARD. The so-called warhorses, born from the lightning slimes, bore armor that, upon closer inspection with a blade, would prove to be soft and pliable. A mere aesthetic, lacking in substance. Fortunately, Lingi did not anticipate employing the slimes as actual warhorses in battle. His singular desire was to ensure that the robust rope tethered to these lightning slimes would not slip away. After reaching the thick rope that connected the two-wheeled chariot, he noted that, despite the transformation into the warhorse form, the rope still exhibited some slippage on the slime's body. Yet, at least there were points of attachment to secure it. Consequently, this trial yielded considerable success, as the two lightning slimes, beckoned to steeds, took several strides forward. The chariot was drawn along behind them. Instantly, Lingi turned his gaze towards Bayemo. Bayemo, do give it a try. Can this chariot be utilized? Certainly. Bayemo nodded. Then rose onto her tiptoes, gracefully stepping onto the chariot that Lingi had meticulously crafted for her. Lingi watched with a tinge of anxiety, for he was uncertain whether this contraption would indeed serve its intended purpose. Should it fail, he would have to resort to Plan B, replacing the pulling slimes with oxen or horses, thus exploring the feasibility of a human-powered chariot. If that too proved unworkable, he would have to resign himself to waiting for limited-time offerings at the trading post or seek to procure one from others for a price. However, just as Lingi pondered these contingencies, a notification window materialized before him. Secretary Bayemo's special skill, 8 Steeds Shadow Escape, has been activated. Current area, Ethereal Zone. Bayemo has entered a special state, as if on solid ground. This unit, while moving, will not be impeded or slowed by special terrain such as lakes or hills. Could it be that the state of as if on solid ground has been triggered? Is it truly the case that this entirely improvised war vehicle, devoid of any blueprint, has been acknowledged? Ling and Meng suddenly extended their hands, summoning Bayemo's personal interface. Indeed, as the two enhancement skills of the primary weapon and mount were activated, Bayemo's panel values ascended to an extraordinarily formidable level. Secretary, Bayemo, combat power, 500. Ling remained unaware of the combat power possessed by the ghostly creature that had previously attacked him. However, it could be surmised that the now inflated values of Bayemo would render him more than capable of effortlessly tearing apart a monster. Ding, suddenly, a private message materialized before Ling. Ghost Wolf, I have the coordinates for an open copper mine. Interested? Chapter 62, The Art of Divination by Tortoise Shells. Conscientious vendor, of course I am interested. Ling subconsciously pinched his own cheek, confirming that he was not dreaming. Was today a propitious day, bringing him a double happiness all at once? Or perhaps it was due to the refreshing wash of his face, enhancing his already fortunate appearance. While internally grumbling, Ling did not forget to respond. If the coordinates of the copper mine are accurate, I can assure you that based on the quantity of ore, the minimum reward will be 3,000 gold coins, with no upper limit. 3,000 gold coins. Beside an exposed copper mine. The howl of the wolf echoed with a piercing roar. If memory served him right, this area was merely a novice zone. The entire region still lingered in the primitive Stone Age. Yet, in such a barren and savage land, someone dared to tell him that the minimum reward was 3,000 gold coins, with no cap. What a staggering concept. Even as the wolf traversed from one era to the next, it had never held such wealth in its lifetime. What a wretchedly affluent individual. The wolf had always harbored a general disdain for humanity, but today, it found an individual human particularly intolerable. However, this also suggested that it had chosen its target wisely this time. The wolf did not hide its greedy gaze and turned to Lin Shao. That fellow had taken the bait. Meeting the wolf's gaze, Lin Shao revealed a wry smile, knowing well that with the esteemed presence of the wolf, Capturing a mere merchant would be a trivial task. Without further ado, the wolf, clearly unimpressed by Lin Zhao's banter, urged him to swiftly outline their next steps. What we must do next is, in fact, quite simple for you, my lord. As Lin Zhao spoke, he gestured towards the ground beneath them. With this mineral resource, we merely need to continue pretending to trade with the conscientious vendor. By luring him here, he will harbor no suspicion, given the allure of the mine. At that point, we can ambush him, and once he approaches, we shall swiftly subdue him, achieving our grand objective. The only challenge lies in how we shall relay the coordinates of this location to the conscientious vendor. Humph. Upon hearing Lin Zhao mention the difficulty, the wolf sneered. Finding it a trivial matter. We shall inform him of this place just as we discovered it. With that, the wolf beckoned behind him. From the ranks of the secretive party, several lightly armored warriors forced a terrified man before the wolf. Third. A warrior raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. You. The man, unkempt and disheveled, knelt in fear, unable to rise, stammering incessantly. Oh! The wolf slowly crouched down, a glint of coldness in his smile. What shall we do? Speak up, let us listen closely. As the man locked eyes with the spectral wolf, he gradually trembled and sealed his lips. He understood that the individuals before him were nothing but heinous villains, merciless demons who would not hesitate to shed blood. Previously, he had united with several human lords, managing to survive, albeit barely, during the turbulent days of the spectral tribe's sudden onslaught. However, with the abrupt appearance of the spectral wolf and his companions, everything changed. The subjects he had painstakingly recruited were instantaneously scattered and subsequently slaughtered by this group. The other lords, lacking sufficient interests to offer, were dispatched to accompany their fallen subjects. Only he remained, clinging to life for the sole reason that he could provide some benefit to the spectral wolf. In light of this, the man could only weakly inquire. I have fulfilled all your demands. You have located the minerals, when will you release me? Do you wish to live? The spectral wolf's pale hand gently tapped the face of the man whose name he did not even know. I appreciate your forthright nature. Therefore, living is not out of the question. As he spoke, the spectral wolf tossed a tortoise shell before the man. For this copper mine, perform another divination, once completed. You may depart. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be mad. Indeed. The reason he had survived in the presence of the spectral wolf and his clandestine lords was due to a unique skill he had acquired throughout his journey, tortoise divination. Tortoise divination, effect, consumes 10 years of life to perform a predictive calculation. The range is limited to the immediate area. Results can be inscribed upon the tortoise shell, creating a one-time consumable item. Having been coerced by the spectral wolf, the man had already utilized this skill twice. The first instance involved predicting the location of a conscientious merchant. That prediction proved successful, yet Lin Zhao intervened, believing that approaching the merchant without cause would only alarm him. If the merchant were to be startled, any future endeavors against him would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, a second instance of tortoise divination was employed to calculate the nearest mineral location. This was why, within half a day, the group of the spectral wolf had successfully located the minerals. After 2 consecutive uses of tortoise divination, the man had expended 20 years of his lifespan. Yet now, the spectral wolf demanded a third invocation, specifying that it must pertain to the very mine beneath his feet. Was this not a blatant squandering of his life? Fury welled within him, but confronting the icy, twisted gaze of the spectral wolf quelled his rage. Very well, he finally conceded. But we must agree that this will be the last time I assist you, and you must ensure my release. Of course. The spectral wolf nodded, taking a deep breath. The man picked up the tortoise shell cast before him and prepared to invoke tortoise divination once more. A decade of life has been consumed, and vivid images emerge within the man's mind. These visions manifest in intricate characters upon the surface of a tortoise shell. The consumable divination tool has been crafted. The specter of the wolf gazes at the shell in the man's hand, etched with characters. It is this very shell that guided them to the open copper mine. Alas! The shell is a one-time use item, destined to age and vanish once the divination is complete. Otherwise, it would serve as a reliable guide to a fixed location. Here. The man extends the shell towards the specter of the wolf. Can I now be released? We had an agreement, as long as I assist you with one final divination. You would let me go. Chapter 63, The Eve of Departure Leave. The shadow wolf grasped the tortoise shell, his gaze fixated on the man kneeling before him. Having sacrificed 30 years of his life, the man's skin had begun to wrinkle, and several strands of white hair now marred his once dark locks. Under the penetrating gaze of the shadow wolf, he instinctively tightened his grip on his heart. It was not until the next moment that the shadow wolf uttered, "Of course. You may leave." At that instant, the man exhaled heavily, relief washing over him. "I shall depart at once," he declared, steadying his trembling body as he prepared to rise from the ground. However, in the next breath, the shadow wolf's voice rang out again. "Con, see him off." Before the man could even process this command, a searing pain shot through his skull. Unbeknownst to him, the frigid iron gauntlet had already clasped onto his head. No. The man attempted to resist, but the strength of that hand was insurmountable, rendering any hope of escape utterly futile. The sound of cracking bones echoed as crimson blood cascaded down like a stream from the man's head. How had it come to this? He had been promised safety in exchange for his assistance. Gradually, he ceased to struggle, feeling the fissures form in his skull. Even if he were to miraculously evade this fate, he sensed that his time was short. As the specter of death loomed closer, the man found himself less fearful of the shadow wolf and the lords of the secret party. In the final moment before consciousness slipped away, he summoned the last remnants of his life force to cast the divination once more. This time, a smile graced his lips. "I see it now. Most of you shall perish. Your end is nigh. I shall await you in hell." His words were cut short as a tremendous force wrenched his head from his neck. Instantly, a geyser of blood erupted, splattering the faces of those nearby. The lords of the secret party were no strangers to such horrors. The shadow wolf merely wiped the blood from his face, severing the metallic taste, before revealing a grotesque smile. "Ha ha, I have not broken my word. Such is the fate of the worthless." Lin Shao observed the shadow wolf's macabre grin, stepping back a couple of paces while discreetly wiping the blood from his own face. It was evident that within the secret party, not a single soul was sane. Lin Shao resolved to utilize the secret party to eliminate the conscience merchant, after which he would devise a means to extricate himself from their grasp. For if he lingered too long within this organization, his own fate would likely be grim. Meanwhile, Ling He awaited a response from the shadow wolf, his mind preoccupied with a pressing concern. It was a realization that dawned upon him only after making his offer. How were others to convey the coordinates of the mines without a map in this region? Were they to rely on landmarks, as had been done in the previous regional channel, to ascertain coordinates and directions? This was hardly an ideal solution. If the distance between both parties is not particularly close, using landmarks as a criterion becomes essential. In the absence of such markers, it is quite possible for one person to head east while the other ventures west, ultimately leading them astray and preventing any chance of reunion. Surely, the enigmatic Wolf considered this dilemma, which may explain their sudden silence. Just as Ling was pondering this, a new message arrived in the private chat from Wolf. Wolf, I have prepared the coordinates. If you are willing to trust me, proceed to the trading hall and purchase an item called Turtle Shell. I have listed the selling price at 100 gold, which should be regarded as a deposit. As for the remaining amount, we will exchange payment and goods in front of the copper mine. At first glance, Wolf's words seemed reasonable. Upon opening the trading hall, Ling indeed found the turtle shell as described. Turtle shell, description, a commonly used tool in ancient divination, inscribed with an unknown coordinate address. Listing price, 100 gold, including a 15 transaction tax if Ling's assumptions were correct. This so-called unknown coordinate likely indicated the location of the copper mine mentioned by Wolf. Therefore, without hesitation, Ling placed the order. A mere 100 gold was insignificant compared to the immense profits the copper mine could potentially yield in the future. After the expenditure of over 100 gold coins, a turtle shell appeared in Ling's hands. The moment he grasped it, he felt as though he had entered a state of profound mystery. Despite being quite distant from the coordinates, holding the turtle shell instinctively guided him on the direction to travel, indicating the mountains to traverse and rivers to cross. Bayemo. Ling called out her name, intending to show the turtle shell to Bayemo as well. However, upon turning, he discovered that Bayemo had already disembarked from the war chariot and stood beside him, her gaze fixed intently on him, more precisely, on the turtle shell in his grasp. Ling waved the turtle shell before her, prompting Bayemo's eyes to follow. Confirming that Bayemo was indeed focused on the shell, Ling inquired, "Is there something wrong with this?" Bayemo furrowed her brow slightly. After contemplating her words, she replied, "It has a hint of blood." However, she quickly shook her head. "No, perhaps I am overthinking it." In light of Bayemo's demeanor, Ling appeared to grasp the situation partially. The notion of a turtle shell derived from a slain turtle. Having a slight blood scent did not seem particularly alarming. With this in mind, Ling extended his hand and pressed the turtle shell into Bayemo's possession. "Can you estimate how long it will take us to reach this location?" Upon receiving Ling's directive, Bayemo refrained from revisiting the previous topic. Instead, she took hold of the turtle shell, closed her eyes, and began to attune herself to its essence. After a moment, she finally responded, 3 days. If I travel at full speed, I can arrive in 3 days. And what about the others? Ling extended his hand, gesturing towards the cattle and the contracted ghost warriors within the lumber yard. If they were to embark on a prolonged journey, it was imperative for Ling to take the contracted ghost warriors along, as they served as his principal safeguard. Bayemo pondered momentarily before proposing a new estimate. Considering the others, a swift march over the span of 7 days would be a conservative assessment. The actual duration required might very well exceed that. The anticipated time suddenly escalated. Nevertheless, Ling nodded in agreement. "Very well, once Vera has rested, we shall officially set forth tomorrow morning." Chapter 64. The ailing Vera. With a blink, dawn broke, and Vera stood atop the war chariot, her staff pointed ahead as she emitted an excited exclamation. "Woohoo! Let us depart." She had awakened at midnight, only to be compelled by Lingi to indulge in further slumber. Thus now she was filled with an exuberance that was almost alarming. "Miss Blackheart, you seem particularly spirited today," Bayemo remarked with a chuckle beside her. "Indeed," Vera replied, lifting her chin high. "Ever since I began accompanying that scoundrel lord, my days have been a relentless cycle of shifts. I have long anticipated this outing. Heaven help her. At this rate, as the chief secretary, she would soon be reduced to nothing more than a beast of burden." At this point, Vera suddenly sensed an oddity in Bayemo's address. Blackheart, miss." She stared wide-eyed at Bayemo in disbelief. Is it truly appropriate to use such a moniker for an exceptionally charming lady? Just yesterday, she had been referred to as Miss Blackheart Capitalist, and now it had been shortened. Was she no longer deemed capitalist enough? With that thought, Vera pouted in indignation. All right, enough of the antics. Vera, step aside, Lingi's voice called from nearby. He was directing the contracted ghost warriors to load the chariot with their precious happy water. This was his lifeblood, and it was imperative to bring it along, even on this venture. Moreover, Lingi had increased the number of oxen and horses at the lumberyard to 1,000, compensating for the productivity loss caused by the withdrawal of ghost warriors. He had meticulously calculated this adjustment. Although output efficiency would temporarily decrease from over 80,000 units per day to over 70,000, the oxen and horses, in a state of full pay, would elevate their combat capabilities to a peak of 7 within approximately 4 days. Consequently, The daily resource output from the lumberyard would rise to 130,000 units, a significant improvement over the current yield. Additionally, these beasts possessed a remarkable initiative. With the emergence of the Pillar of Prayer, the lumberyard could now achieve a seamless automated service for resource production, transportation, and shelving without Lingi or the other secretaries needing to oversee operations on site. Reflecting on this, Lingi silently gestured a sign of encouragement towards the lumberyard. It was through the diligent efforts of these oxen and horses that his future prospects would continue to flourish. In that moment, the small figure leaped onto Lingi. "Are we leaving this place? Take me with you, please." It was Hongbao. Lingi frowned helplessly as he lifted Hongbao by the nape. "Why have you reverted to this form again?" The sight of Hongbao in her youthful guise was undeniably adorable, yet regrettably. She was not human and her petite size made her less than comfortable to carry. "Then I shall transform back," Hongbao replied, reverting to her round, gelatinous slime form, nuzzling against Lingi. Seeing this, Lingi nodded in satisfaction and lifted Hongbao onto the war chariot, with joy-inducing beverages in hand. How could one possibly neglect the presence of a hamburger, serving as both a companion and a proxy? After all, it is widely acknowledged that these two are a match made in heaven. Lingi could hardly bear to separate them. Just as preparations for their outing were nearing completion, Vera caught a glimpse of Bai Emo from the corner of her eye and, with a mischievous twist of her gaze, flashed a playful smile. "My lord," she called teasingly. Lingi replied, casting a suspicious glance at Vera. Such a title was typically reserved for moments of substantial profit. And Vera's sudden use of it raised his eyebrows in intrigue. Could it be? He hastened towards her, placing his hand upon her forehead, which was decidedly cool to the touch. She was not ill. "Huh?" Vera nearly faltered at his touch. However, Lingi's antics prompted her to speak her mind. "If we all leave, aren't you worried about the lumberyard encountering any dangers?" "Dangers?" Lingi mused, once more touching her forehead, concluding that she must indeed be unwell, as she was speaking nonsense. The notion of danger at the lumberyard was utterly far-fetched at this juncture. The most significant threat was his neighbor, the towering structure of the ghostly tribe, still engulfed in flames around the clock. Even if specters were to emerge from the tower, the thousands of slime nests on the plains would provide ample challenge for them. If the ghostly tribe was in such a predicament, one could only imagine the plight of the human lords in the vicinity. While the cattle and horses under Lingi's command were merely basic units. Upon entering the second-level pseudo-era, their peak combat capability reached 7 points. In the Stone Age, some basic units did not even achieve such combat prowess. Thus, within this region, Lingi represented the true danger. If someone were to approach the lumberyard with a handful of units possessing combat scores in single digits, it would be quite the folly. Lingi was left pondering whether he should pray for them or offer a few more incense sticks next year. "All right, I can see through your little schemes," he chuckled, playfully flattening Vera's top hat. Seizing the moment while her vision was obstructed, he pulled her down from the war chariot and aside. Leaning in close, he whispered, "Do you wish to stay behind to guard the place?" "Huh?" Vera, just adjusting her hat back into place, was taken aback by his suggestion. "I would never," she exclaimed, putting on a tearful facade. "Have you forgotten the old secretary now that you have a new one? I truly misjudged you, you rogue lord. Stop pretending." Lingi interrupted, holding her cheek to break her performance. He continued in a hushed tone, "Are you hoping Bai Emo will stay behind?" Vera's expression transformed instantly. The tears she had nearly shed retracting as she nodded in agreement. "So, what is the combined combat capability of the two of us?" Lingi inquired further, leaning closer to her. Vera's expression stiffened. The combined combat prowess of her and the despicable lord ought to reach a score of at least 1, or so she believed. More or less achievable. In that fleeting moment, the sliver of doubt regarding her own fighting capabilities crept into her mind. Observing this, Lingyi realized he had struck a chord with her, thus he released his grip on Vera's face, allowing it to snap back with a resounding pop. Vera immediately covered her face, wincing in pain. "Ouch, you brute overlord, do take it easy." However, at that moment, Lingyi had already mounted the war chariot, comfortably reclining in Hanbaga's embrace while beckoning her. "Hurry up, Vera, or you might be left behind to guard the house." On the chariot, Baimo watched as Vera sprinted towards them, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Miss Vera, it seems you harbor some grievances towards me." Chapter 65. Our journey sparked with excitement. Perhaps it was a sense of imbalance within Lingyi could truly empathize with Vera, although he remained silent. The disparity in their recruitment value, both being secretaries, was undeniably substantial. Only by planting a phoenix tree could one attract the phoenix. In the realm of elite secretary recruitment cards, Baimo was lauded as the phoenix. If the roles of Lingyi and Vera were reversed, confronting Baimo, the phoenix, Lingyi could scarcely imagine how he would reconcile his feelings. However, Vera harbored no ill intent. "I understand," Baimo interjected with a gentle smile, interrupting Lingyi mid-sentence. "As the sage says, a gentleman is dignified yet does not contend, and also, one should be lenient towards oneself while being critical of others. I shall endeavor to get along with Miss Vera, for we shall work together for the foreseeable future. Moreover, Miss Vera is quite charming, is she not? What are you two whispering about?" At that moment, Vera had climbed aboard the war chariot, her gaze flickering curiously between Baimo and Lingyi. "Nothing of consequence, dear Miss Blackheart," Baimo replied with a slight shake of her head. She then produced the tortoise shell that Lingyi had previously purchased with one hand while grasping the course rope of the chariot with the other. "Now that everyone is present, please hold on tight, for we shall embark." With those words, the chariot, driven by two thunder slimes, surged forward. In the ensuing 7 days, the entire region remained remarkably tranquil. Under the proactive offensive of numerous human lords, the spectral forces gradually waned in their assaults. Many began to experience an illusion of the peace reminiscent of the initial arrival of the war games. Of course, Lingyi and his companions were exceptions. He could never have anticipated that beneath Baimo's gentle demeanor lay the spirit of a speedster. Due to varying travel speeds, Baimo meticulously charted the course for the contracted ghost warriors each day, leaving the remaining time to explore the mountains and rivers with Lingyi and the others. "Hey! Hey, hey! Water, water, water! Oh! Please! Stop, stop! Oh!" Lingyi and Vera curled up in Honbao's embrace, their screams echoing. Oh! The joys of exploring. This exploration was indeed exhilarating, akin to a roller coaster ride. Once again, Lingyi witnessed the extraordinary nature of Baimo's abilities. In this ethereal region, bolstered by a sense of buoyancy, Baimo could effortlessly drive across the surface of an endlessly expansive lake. As for the steep 80-degree incline, it was a mere afterthought, she could ascend it with ease. Throughout their numerous excursions, Lingyi often felt as though he were on the verge of reuniting with his long-lost great-grandmother. This occasion was no exception. The war chariot ascended steeply into the clouds, finally halting at the mountain summit, where a human lord was dining with his subjects. Suddenly, a war chariot rushed towards me at a right angle, momentarily freezing my brain in a state of shock, causing the wild grass in my mouth to fall to the ground with a soft thud. "Oh my!" Lingyi glanced at the unknown lord before him, offering an awkward yet polite smile. "Hello." Yet in the next instant, he leaned against the chariot, retching violently. He heaved several times before finally suppressing the tumultuous gastric fluids churning within him. Beside him, Vela was not faring much better. However, compared to Lingyi, she found herself captivated by more intriguing matters, allowing her physical discomfort to be temporarily set aside. Without hesitation, she leapt down from the chariot and began to sift through the surrounding grass. This one has some edible value, albeit limited, let us call it 5 coppers. This one is quite good, fast-growing and highly nutritious, with no drawbacks except for its unpleasant taste, let us price it at 20 coppers. Oh, spices. As Vela plucked the grasses from the ground, she muttered incessantly. 2 gold, 3 coppers, 12 coppers. This had become her daily routine since venturing out recently. Under the gaze of her eye of value deconstruction, Vela could easily analyze the wild weeds for those with worth. She gathered these valuable seedlings together. All part of Ling He's plan to delve into agriculture once they had dealt with the mining affairs. At that time, these seedlings of varying values would undoubtedly prove immensely useful. Damn Lord, all collected. Although only a brief moment had passed, Vela returned to the chariot with a bulging sack in hand. Thanks to her eye of value deconstruction, she didn't need to painstakingly differentiate each weed. She merely walked around, collecting everything of worth, nothing more. Suddenly, the faint voice emerged from nearby. The overlooked human lord timidly raised his hand and spoke softly. Is it possible that what you're stealing is my sustenance for the coming days? Hearing the voice, Vela finally noticed a few individuals nearby. Her eyebrows arching slightly. You were watching me take this just now. Can it be called stealing when I took them openly? Besides, these seeds were clearly amongst the weeds. And you didn't even harvest them. Vela, Ling He interjected, surveying the group of individuals before the chariot. Aside from a few who resembled wild villagers, the leading lord was clad in tattered garments, his face grimy, gnawing on wild grass atop a hill. It seemed he was evading battle. Yet, it was understandable. In this world, many abhorred conflict, and Ling He counted himself among them. With this thought, Ling He suddenly tossed a few gold coins at the feet of the unfamiliar lord. Eat less grass, take this money and buy some bread. Having spoken, Ling He cast a glance at Bai Emo. Understanding the unspoken cue, Bai Emo released the coarse rope in his hand, then the war chariot surged back into motion. The lord had yet to retrieve the scattered gold coins when he beheld before him the magnificent war chariot drawn by 2 steeds adorned in radiant, phosphorescent armor, their bodies shimmering with dazzling arcs of electricity. With each forward stride of the horses, as their hooves met the ground, brilliant sparks erupted, illuminating the path with a spectacle of electric brilliance. This electrifying display continued until the chariot reached the edge of a cliff, executing a sharp 90-degree turn before vanishing from sight, leaving the lord momentarily dazed. However, once he regained his senses from the shock, the first action he took was to enter the regional chat. Little Evil Lord, does anyone know where the monetization channels for the war game are? I just witnessed a luxurious mount skin flash by me, trailing sparks and lightning. I no longer wish to exert myself. Chapter 66, Once. I too was a skeptic until I witnessed it with my own eyes. However, upon the release of the news by the Little Evil Lord, a wave of merciless ridicule surged through the channel. Chen Chong, 666, the person above must be delirious. Spending money on skins in a war game, how absurd. Violent Puppy, is storytelling so lackluster these days? Even the ghostly clan lacks such explosive effects. Justice and law, or it would be more convincing if it was said that the ghostly clan had some visual effects. Claiming it to be a human mount seems far-fetched. Looking around, nearly everyone who encountered the Little Evil Lord's message deemed him to be jesting. Of course, where there is jest, there are always those who stoke the flames of amusement. Onlooker, I can attest that what the Little Evil Lord says is the truth. For my distant cousin once received a legendary Dragon Slayer sword with his initial deposit of 999. Heroic essence, is that all? Just SOSO. I returned from my rebirth and infused billions into the war game. Now I have countless SSS-level officials under my command, trading at V for 50 copper and unlocking the subsequent chapters of my revenge story. Humph, these people are insufferable. The Little Evil Lord, seeing the barrage of mockery in the regional channel, could not help but stomp his foot in frustration. Yet soon after, his stomach grumbled with a pitiful sound. How hungry! The Little Evil Lord rubbed his belly and gazed at the wild vegetables on the ground, now trampled. He felt a pang of sorrow. The arrival of that war chariot had disrupted his hard-earned efforts to soften the vegetables, forcing him to start over. At that moment, The little evil lord's gaze fell upon several coins that Ling had dropped. After picking up the coins and successfully adding them to his personal interface, he realized this was no cruel jest. That unfamiliar human lord was indeed extraordinarily wealthy. Anyone capable of producing such a bounty of coins must have spent a fortune. Reflecting on Ling and that magnificent warhorse, the flicker of envy crossed the little evil lord's eyes. Before entering the war game, he was the type who enjoyed fully upgrading wings, pets, and mounts in online games, not for the sake of attribute bonuses, but purely for the allure of aesthetics. Therefore, he desired it. He truly yearned for it. Decision made. He would venture forth. The little evil lord raised his hand, bolstering his resolve. This time, he would seek out that lord driving the war chariot, firstly to inquire about the acquisition of that splendid steed, and secondly, to clear his name. He had not concocted a tale to deceive. However, in the ensuing time, although the little evil lord refrained from further messages in the regional channel, the matter of special effect mounts continued to be a source of jest, frequently brought up in these times of entertainment scarcity. The frequency of its occurrence drew the attention of the enigmatic leader of the secret society, Howling Phantom, even at the open copper mine. Initially, he was skeptical of the news. After all, despite traversing from Era 1 to Era 3, he had never encountered the peculiar entity described by the so-called evil sovereign. It was not until he witnessed, with his own eyes, the war chariot crackling with arcane electricity, that his doubts began to wane. Hello. Vayla stood atop the chariot, waving at Howling Phantom from a distance. Earlier, Ling He had shown her their private chat interface, allowing her to deduce that the figure by the open copper mine was indeed the Lord, Howling Phantom, who had sold coordinates to Ling He. As Vayla greeted him first, Howling Phantom reciprocated with a gesture towards Ling He and the others. However, from another perspective, he was subtly issuing commands to the members of the secret society surrounding him. Hold your positions. During the time that Ling He and his companions approached, the society had already excavated several hiding spots within the open copper mine. Given its nature as a mining site, the artificially carved caves blended seamlessly into the environment. They merely needed to conceal individuals within these pits for a perfect hiding place. At this moment, Bai Emo had driven the war chariot to Howling Phantom's side. Observing his pallid complexion and the faint aura of somberness surrounding him, Bai Emo furrowed her brow slightly. However, out of politeness, she chose to refrain from further comment. Howling Phantom's gaze shifted slightly as the chariot approached. He had already made deductions about the identities of those aboard based on their attire. The girl at the helm donned a vintage long robe, which did not resemble that of a lord but rather suggested she might be an official from the pseudo-era, perhaps from the Bronze Age. Then there was the boy reclining upon a slime. Why a slime? Howling Phantom paused momentarily. Yet, in contrast to the dashing warhorses and the electric aura emanating from the chariot, a mere slime seemed rather inconsequential. After all, a single slime could hardly stir significant trouble. And so he dismissed it. Overall, the boy appeared rather ordinary, not fitting the mold of a lord. If he were a lord, he might just be a mere vassal. Eliminating these two erroneous assumptions left only one individual on the chariot. Howling Phantom focused his gaze on Vayla, clad in a black suit, white shirt, dark patterned high hat, and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles that accentuated her poise, as well as the scepter she held aloft. Her attire and demeanor were unmistakable. Even in the pseudo-era, such a level of bureaucratic sophistication could not be expected from the second-tier era. Thus, Vayla's identity became abundantly clear to Howling Phantom. Clearing his throat, he feigned a smile and addressed her. I presume this esteemed lady is none other than the conscience merchant herself. Indeed. Initially, Vayla did not grasp the implication of Howling Phantom's words, assuming he was merely flattering her. It was only upon the utterance of his statement that she realized something was amiss. Upon regaining her composure, Vera pointed to herself. Are you referring to me? Indeed. Miss Venda, came the reply. A fleeting glimmer of insight flickered in the eyes of the shadow wolf. although Vera quickly retracted her words. That instinctive utterance still betrayed her identity. Reflecting on this, it became abundantly clear whom to apprehend first in the forthcoming ambush. However, while the Shadow Wolf had already devised plans on how to exploit the treasure trove that was Vera once she was captured, he remained oblivious to the gaze behind him, one that was even more wolf-like than his own. A girl. The conscientious vendor is actually a girl. Lin Zhao's teeth ground together in frustration. Despite having mentally prepared himself in numerous ways, he could never have anticipated that he would lose his initial advantage and be outmaneuvered by a conscientious vendor who turned out to be a female. Chapter 67, The Generous Vendor. At this moment, Ling He suddenly burst into laughter. Sister Vendor, aren't we here to conduct a transaction? Let's get down to business, shall we? As he spoke, Ling He extended his hand and playfully poked Veiler in the lower back, signaling her to continue the conversation in this guise. After all, Ling He had brought Veiler along to assess the mineral's worth and to negotiate a pricing plan with the Phantom Wolf. This is where the role of a secretary comes into play, does it not? Who among good employers personally engages in discussions over plans? That would be quite exhausting. As for the identity of the conscientious vendor, Ling He was not particularly concerned. If necessary, he would readily cede this trivial identity to Veiler. After all, earning money effortlessly is quite appealing. With this thought, Ling He opened a bottle of soda, reclining slightly as he sipped it leisurely. Noticing the Phantom Wolf staring at him in confusion, Ling He waved his hand nonchalantly. You all carry on with your discussion, I am but a bystander. Upon hearing Ling He's words, the Phantom Wolf regained his composure and, perplexed, turned to Veiler, asking, who is this? In his view, Ling He, as a vassal under the conscientious vendor, was behaving rather audaciously. Had Ling He joined the secret party and remained in his company, that playful poke would surely not have gone unpunished. Just a stray I took in on the road, no need to mind him, Veiler remarked, rolling her eyes. A stray you took in? Ling He's soda can suddenly crumpled in his grasp, his expression morphing into one of forced benevolence. He began to regret allowing Veiler to assume his identity. Observing his reaction, Veiler stifled a laugh in her heart. If it weren't for the presence of others, she might have burst into laughter. Engaging in a verbal spar with the insufferable lord was a battle she often lost. Now that Ling He wanted her to pretend to be the conscientious vendor, she would seize the opportunity to indulge in some banter. Of course, she did not forget the matter of financial significance. Her gaze first assessed the open copper mine behind the Phantom Wolf. Then she slightly parted her lips to present a surprising offer that left Ling He astonished. If you genuinely wish to sell this mine, we can offer you 8,000 gold. 8,000. Ling He sat up slightly, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Although the figure sounded rather daunting, he did not interrupt Veiler. One reason was that he had yet to expend much of his earnings over the past few days. Despite the fluctuating demands in the trading post due to the waning offensive of the ghostly tribe, he could still expect a daily income of around 20,000 gold. With several days' accumulation, after accounting for various expenses, Ling He currently possessed over 130,000 gold coins. Therefore, 8,000 gold was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Another reason was his trust in Veiler. He understood that when it came to matters of money, Veiler would never jest. Since she was willing to propose 8,000 gold at this juncture, there must certainly be sound reasoning behind it. For instance, the mineral content of this open-pit copper mine is astonishingly high. The Ghost Wolf fell into silence. Although he had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, the casual display of riches amounting to thousands of gold coins left him profoundly awed. Previously, Lin Shao had mentioned more than once just how wealthy the conscience merchant was. However, Lin Shao was not the one in question. The sums of gold, 10,000, several 100,000, that Lin Shao spoke of were merely figures to the Ghost Wolf. In contrast, the 8,000 gold coins referenced by Vera were tangible, readily available for immediate transaction. In this novice zone, even if he were to slay 100 lords, he might not earn that sum. In an instant, the ghost wolf entertained the notion of simply taking the money and departing. Observing the ghost wolf rendered speechless by the staggering figure, Vera inquired, "So, do you agree?" The ghost wolf slightly parted his lips. Yet the word of agreement had yet to escape when he caught a glimpse of a message from his friend in a private chat. "From Entropy, my lord. Do not forget our plan. The money they possess is far beyond this. Indeed, what fortune must one hold to casually present 8,000 gold coins? One could surmise it would be in the tens of thousands, if not more." A glimmer of greed flashed in the ghost wolf's eyes. And the earlier inclination to retreat vanished entirely. "Haha, I certainly agree. I must thank you for your generosity. With this sum, my future days will be much more manageable." While the ghost wolf spoke soothingly to Vara, his actions did not hastily reach for the gold. He understood that accepting the money would strip him of a legitimate reason to approach the few individuals by the war chariot. Thus, this moment to collect the payment was an opportunity he intended to exploit. As he relaxed their vigilance, he stepped closer to the war chariot and casually remarked, "Given the rampant ghost spirit clan, it has been safe for me to hide in this secluded spot. Yet, you all seem rather isolated. It must be perilous to venture without some retainers, and the journey here must have been arduous." "Perilous?" Ling cast a peculiar glance at the ghost wolf. Unlike Vera, he had no concern for the safety of their party. Nevertheless, since they were engaged in conversation, Ling did not mind offering a casual reply, chuckling as he did so. What danger could there possibly be? Even if there were, do you think with the merchant sisters' financial prowess, it would be insurmountable? Upon hearing this, the ghost wolf smiled wryly, slapping his forehead. Indeed, with the merchant sisters' wealth, summoning thousands of warriors is but a trivial matter. How could I have overlooked such a detail? Noticing this, Ling shook his head slightly. In truth, considering the time, the hundreds of contracted ghost warriors were merely a short distance away, just minutes from their location. It was only because the ghost wolf was alone that Ling refrained from revealing the presence of the ghost warriors behind them. After all, to put it plainly, Ling had no intention of resorting to forceful robbery. The news of the acquisition was personally disseminated by him, the goods were unproblematic, and the funds involved were insignificant in his eyes. He had no reason to compromise his broader vision for the sake of a trivial sum. Engaging in theatrical antics reminiscent of the legendary 800 Axemen, the primary purpose of bringing forth the contracted Spectre warriors was to remain vigilant against the potential emergence of the ghostly tribe's monsters during the night. Furthermore, after the procurement of the minerals, they would be tasked with overseeing the security of the copper mines. Indeed, as the cost-effectiveness of labor rises, Ling He had fully resolved to eliminate the contracted lumberjacks from his production framework. The remaining units of these Spectre warriors would be entirely reassigned to the security division. However, just as Ling He contemplated this, a notification window appeared before him. "You have entered an ambushed state. Your chat panel and recruitment panel will be temporarily disabled." Chapter 68, The Armored Knight. The events transpired with astonishing swiftness. In the very instant the pop-up appeared, before Ling He could even react, the Phantom Wolf had already shed all pretense and reached out towards Vara. Success was within his grasp. A flicker of triumph danced in the Phantom Wolf's eyes. This so-called conscientious vendor was no different from the foolish victims he had dispatched in the past. However, just as his hand ascended, poised to seize Vara by the collar, an excruciating pain suddenly erupted in his fingers. Oh! The agony was unbearable, and the Phantom Wolf let out a blood-curdling scream, instinctively retracting his hand. Once he regained his composure, he discovered that a diminutive wallet had latched onto his fingers. What on earth? Is it now the age where wallets can bite? A sense of absurdity washed over the Phantom Wolf. At that moment, his attention was entirely diverted by the wallet, causing him to momentarily forget his intent to attack Vara. It was Bai Emo who first regained her wits, maneuvering the chariot to distance themselves from the Phantom Wolf. After creating some space, she did not immediately counterattack but Like a hen protecting her chicks, extended an arm to shield Ling He and Vera, remaining vigilant against any potential threats lurking in the shadows. What do you mean? Vera finally comprehended the situation, her gaze filled with indignation as she glared at the phantom wolf. Had it not been for the proactive assault of the Paisho wallet, her momentary lapse in awareness might have led to her being dragged off the chariot by the phantom wolf. What do I mean? In response to Vera's inquiry, the phantom wolf, having completely discarded any pretense, unleashed a sickly laugh. My meaning is quite simple, dear vendor sister. With that, he seized the Paisho wallet and forcefully tore it from his fingers. Even as a piece of flesh was ripped away by the wallet, he paid it no heed. Solely focused on addressing Ling He and the others. I have a grand undertaking that requires the assistance of our vendor sister. And I wonder if you all would be willing to accompany me for a brief excursion. As his words fell, the ground around them resonated with the sound of heavy objects colliding as figures cloaked in black emerged from the openings of the open pit copper mine. Shadows surrounded them, and the chariot occupied by Ling He was subtly encircled. After the secret party's ambush surged forth from below, the phantom wolf did not hasten to issue further commands. In his view, this so-called conscientious vendor had already become the fish on his chopping board, ripe for slaughter. And his confidence, beyond the incompetent members of the secret party, stemmed primarily from the carefully cultivated bureaucrats he had nurtured. Con, step forth and meet our future new friends. At the phantom wolf's command, a formidable figure emerged from the ranks of the secret party. Clad in full heavy armor, each step he took resonated with a deep thud. Con, an armored knight from the Third Era, had his combat prowess stunted by a past incident that resulted in the death of his steed. Yet he still boasted a fighting capability that could exceed 150. Certainly, the current Con possesses a combat strength exceeding 100. The confident Wraith believes that with Con present, in conjunction with the numerous lords of the secret faction and their respective forces, leaving merely 3 individuals on that war chariot is utterly trivial. Thus, he patiently awaits the moment when that seemingly unattainable conscientious vendor reveals a visage of terror and despair. The more noble a person appears, the more delightful their expression of fear becomes, does it not? However, Wraith is destined for disappointment. Observing that the secret faction has refrained from launching further assaults, Ling and the others huddled closely together, whispering on the war chariot. What is the matter with this person? Ling inquired softly, why did he ambush us? And his troops do not appear to be products of our current era, do they? Indeed, they do not, Vera nodded. Presently, the regional era is the Stone Age. Even if someone, like Ling, had prematurely entered the Level 2 pseudo-era, it would at most be the Bronze Age. The forces that ambushed Ling and his companions evidently belong to a far superior era. This raises doubts about the true identity of these individuals. Are they truly human lords? Humph. At that moment, Vera seemed to recall something, suddenly stomping her foot in frustration. My offer was already quite reasonable, yet these insatiable wretches. In Vera's view, Wraith and his companions' assault was likely due to unresolved matters of interest. However, Ling held a different opinion. The ambush was indisputable, beyond reproach. Yet, judging by the scale and formation of the opponent, it was evident that they had been preparing for more than just a day or two. This must have been premeditated. As for the motive, sometimes hostility towards one's kin may not require excessive justification or excuse. A single word, jealousy, can encapsulate many issues. By Emo. Ling suddenly turned to Bai Emo and asked, if it were you, how confident would you be in breaking through? Although Bai Mo's combat strength of 500 seems substantial, Ling had not witnessed the attribute panels of high-end combatants. Thus, he remained unaware of how this 500 combat strength compared to the troops of a higher era. My lord, if you inquire about the likelihood of breaking through. Bai Emo hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at the secret faction members, then confidently stated, a perfect 10. However, I do not recommend that we attempt a breakout at this moment. Oh. Ling responded with a note of curiosity. Then, Bai Emo, What do you think we should do now? Bai Emo did not answer immediately, instead, he posed a question to Ling. Do you wish to trust me? As you trust Miss Vera. At last, she has uttered my name correctly, Vera interjected with a sarcastic remark. In a swift motion, Ling smacked Vera's high hat flat. Was this the appropriate time for such comments? After addressing Vera, Ling offered Bai Emo an affirming glance. Trust those you employ. If you are willing to believe in me, then I shall certainly trust you. Upon hearing this, Bai Emo smiled warmly. The ink shall not disappoint you. With a flick of his wrist, Bai Emo released the coarse rope, and the war chariot began to advance slowly towards the spectral wolf. However, the pace was not swift. Lacking the fervor of a charge, the spectral wolf raised his hand to halt the actions of the surrounding members of the secret party. With Korn by his side, he felt little trepidation towards the three approaching figures. Instead, he was more intrigued to see what tricks this conscientious vendor could conjure, especially now that his recruitment interface had been rendered inactive. Ahem. Bai Emo brought the war chariot to a stop at a respectful distance from the spectral wolf, coughed lightly twice, and then revealed a gentle smile. As the sage once said, to punish without teaching is cruelty. Therefore, esteemed guests, I believe we can continue our discussion. Chapter 69. To put it plainly, I have already stated my case. If, as Miss Vera has suggested, it is the quoted price that has left you all dissatisfied. Before Bai Emo could finish her sentence, a rude voice interrupted her. What are you? Is your lord a mute, which is why you dare to speak? Upon hearing this, Bai Emo's smile remained unperturbed. Yet, her gaze shifted past the speaker, locking onto the individual who had just spoken, and in one fluid motion, she drew her bow and nocked an arrow. With a swift flash, the arrow flew forth, and before the words had fully left the speaker's lips, it had already pierced his forehead. Third, a lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. This event triggered several notifications for Lin He. Congratulations on your first kill of a fellow lord. You have gained experience 0, you have obtained loot none. This marked Lin He's inaugural experience of slaying someone of his own kind. A fellow lord, albeit through Bai Emo's hand. Yet, confronted with the life that had flickered out in the blink of an eye, which had only moments ago been mocking him, he surprisingly felt no stirrings of emotion within. It was said that the first act of killing would induce nausea. Indeed, fiction often misleads, Lin He quietly scoffed. Meanwhile, the members of the secret faction instinctively scattered at the sight of the corpse. Once they regained their composure, they glared angrily at Bai Emo. In this moment, they were like fish on a butcher's block, and she had the audacity to attack. Nevertheless, Bai Emo maintained her smile, facing the ire of the many secret faction members, and calmly uttered, as the sage once said, to teach without regret, one must eradicate. This act, of course, aligned perfectly with the rights of propriety. What a fine adherence to propriety! Came a sarcastic voice from afar. No sooner had the words been spoken than another flash shot from Bai Emo's hand, followed by yet another body collapsing to the ground. Bai Emo gently lowered her longbow, surveying the crowd, whose foreheads glistened with cold sweat, and inquired with a smile, might you all now listen to my words in peace? No one dared respond to Bai Emo. After witnessing two lords fall in rapid succession, they were acutely aware that speaking might render them the next victims beneath her arrows. Even Lin Xiao, who had been inconspicuous in the crowd, felt a profound sense of dread. The speed of those two shots had been so astonishing that he had not even seen the draw. The men had simply transformed into corpses upon the ground. Had the two lords not spoken before him, there was a strong possibility that one of the lifeless bodies now lying on the ground could have been his own. Seeing that no one was willing to speak further, Bai Emo nodded slightly. After all, it is essential to discuss matters rationally. There is no issue that cannot be resolved through dialogue, is there? Thus, her gaze returned to the shadowy figure of the wolf. If the concern lies in the dissatisfaction with the quoted price, I can take it upon myself to increase it by 10% based on Miss Vera's original offer, bringing it to 800 gold coins. Subsequently, I shall round it up to 9,000, with the excess amount serving as compensation for the two brothers. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the ghastly visage of the Shadow Wolf revealed a faint smirk at the corners of his mouth. A life for 100 gold coins, should he commend his counterpart for their politeness. Indeed, 9,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. Had it not been for Lin Zhao's previous remarks, the Shadow Wolf might have considered withdrawing at this juncture. After all, discovering this open copper mine had only cost a few lives, rendering it a virtually zero-cost venture. Securing 9,000 gold coins would be a guaranteed profit. However, Lin Zhao's words had transformed the situation into something far more intriguing. If they could muster 8,000 gold coins, then surely 9,000 was within their reach. Which implied that subduing them could yield a wealth far surpassing such an amount. Thus, it is often said that money is the true devil. Now, the Shadow Wolf found himself ensnared by the potential future gains, his appetite far exceeding the mere 9,000 gold coins. Consequently, his response to Bai Mo's proposition was resolute: "I refuse." As he spoke, the Shadow Wolf licked the wound on his finger and sneered, "You have finished your discourse. Allow me to offer a suggestion: lay down your weapons and surrender, and you may yet retain a chance at survival. Otherwise, with our numbers overwhelming you, that solitary war chariot of yours will hardly safeguard you." He gestured ominously towards Vera, declaring, "Except for her, none of you shall live." "Oh, me?" Vera blinked in confusion, pointing to herself. The Shadow Wolf's intent was to incite discord between the Lord and the officer. At that moment, he even tapped into his peculiar verbal abilities. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a scenario would lead to a decline in loyalty, unless one were a die-hard officer. Yet, alas, he had miscalculated his target. Furthermore, loyalty was a non-existent concept here. Haha, Bai Mo chuckled, uncertain whether he was amused or infuriated by the Shadow Wolf. Taking a deep breath, he drew his bow anew. The arrowhead now aimed at the Shadow Wolf. Let me be straightforward: why resort to violence for what is inherently a simple matter? In a swift motion that afforded the Shadow Wolf no time to react, Bai Mo released the arrow. However, in contrast to the two who had fallen before, the Shadow Wolf's reflexes were decidedly sharper and his heart far more ruthless. He seized one of his subjects from behind to shield himself. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through the chest, causing the Shadow Wolf's eyes to widen in horror. The unfortunate soul he had instinctively pulled before him was one of his subordinate units, a Barefoot Knight Squire. Any unit associated with knights would invariably come at a steep price. Yet, the Shadow Wolf's anguish stemmed not from the loss of the squire, but rather from the exquisite chainmail adorning the squire's body, an item of considerable value, impervious to the primitive arrows of the Stone Age. The bow and arrows wielded by Bai Mo are evidently not relics of the Stone Age. With a single shot, he rendered the chainmail utterly useless. And the knight's squire appeared to be on the brink of death. Damn it! He carelessly cast aside the increasingly feeble squire. Yulang pointed towards the chariot and commanded, "Con. Eliminate them. And you all as well, move in. Spare no one except that conscientious vendor." Clearly, the members of the secret faction had long awaited Yulang's directive. Thus, the moment the command was issued, the encirclement around the chariot swiftly converged towards the center. Many among them brandished iron spears, perfectly suited to halt the chariot's advance. Humph. Observing this, Bai Mo chuckled calmly, drawing forth 4 arrows and knocking them upon his bowstring. The sage once said, "The departed flow like the river, unceasing day and night." This implies that the bodies of our foes should incessantly drift in the waters, regardless of the hour. It appears, then, that we can only be adversaries. Chapter 70, The Most Expensive is Free. The recent conversation marked the final opportunity granted by Bai Mo to the likes of Yulang and others. It was a reflection of the sage's words, "To punish without teaching is cruelty." Yet, the lords of the secret faction displayed no inclination towards repentance. In light of their obstinacy, Bai Mo decided that mercy was unwarranted. A mere few hundred souls stood before her. With a swift release of the bowstring, 4 radiant arrows surged forth, piercing the hearts of 4 distinct light-armored units. This was merely the commencement. as Bai Emo reached for the quiver atop the wagon. A relentless stream of arrows erupted from her grasp. Each pull of her bowstring heralded the imminent extinguishing of lives. The scene unfolded like a heartless reaper of souls, leaving the lords of the secret faction in a state of shock. Is this truly correct? Had they not been aware of the era they occupied, they might have believed themselves to be the ones crushed under the weight of time. Yet, in the next moment, as the arrows dwindled in the quiver, Bai Emo grew dissatisfied with mere archery. She flung the rope in her hand and surged forth, commanding the war chariot into action. What an opportunity! As the chariot drew nearer, a spear wielder tightened his grip on his iron spear. That accursed woman had slain so many of their comrades in such a brief span. If he could halt the chariot, the others would swarm and rend Bai Emo to pieces. Almost there. Closer, just a bit closer. Suddenly, as the chariot loomed just inches away, the spear wielder seized the moment and thrust his spear forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, accompanied by the spear wielder's astonished expression. The woman at the chariot's helm had deflected his spear with merely the edge of her bow. You! The spear wielder attempted to utter a word, but a wave of metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and his vitality swiftly ebbed away. In that instant, after deflecting the spear with the iron bow, Bai Emo had driven the edge into his heart. With the spear wielder's demise, the breach opened in the defense, and those nearby were unable to seal the gap in time. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Emo maneuvered the chariot through the secret faction's encirclement. Now, the tides of battle had shifted. The chariot circled the perimeter of the secret faction, occasionally claiming lives and constricting their space for survival. The transformation of circumstances was astonishingly rapid. The lords of the secret faction could scarcely fathom that the fish they had viewed as prey just moments ago had metamorphosed into a predatory white wolf. Bai Emo, how powerful you truly are. Ling He murmured softly. Though his voice was barely audible, it reached Bai Emo's ears. In the midst of her offensive and defensive maneuvers, she turned to Ling He and offered a subtle smile. Truly a bargain, is it not, my lord? As Vera watched Bai Emo display his prowess on the battlefield, a pout of dissatisfaction formed on her lips. After all, she had arrived first. Just then, as if sensing something, her gaze shifted suddenly towards another direction on the side of the war chariot. In the distance, on the horizon, 100 contract ghost warriors, wielding stone axes, were charging towards Ling He and her. After calculating the time, she realized that it had indeed been about 10 minutes. They were right on schedule. A spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, and an excited smile blossomed on her face. She then struck the chariot with her staff, extending a finger towards the distance. 1,000. Before the words could fully escape her lips, Ling He, quick as a flash, clamped his hand over Vera's mouth. My lady, such words should not be uttered. If Vera were to activate her index stimulation and promise 1,000 days of full pay, even in death, it would result in a fixed expenditure of tens of thousands of gold. Recruiting Bai Emo wouldn't even cost that much, for instance. Vera's offer for the open copper mine was merely 8,000 gold. Muffled protests escaped Vera as she attempted to pry Ling He's hand from her mouth. Just promise not to make reckless promises, she insisted. Upon receiving her nod, Ling He finally released his grip. Vera inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and shot Ling He an annoyed glare. You impertinent lord, do you wish to murder your exceptionally adorable chief secretary? Ling He cleared his throat, his gaze instinctively drifting aside. When he noticed that Vera had no intention of using her skills, he finally exhaled in relief. The sage once said, what is free is often the most costly. And this truth proved itself. Though recruiting Bai Emo required a hefty sum, the subsequent skills were surprisingly inexpensive. In contrast, if Vera were to unleash her abilities, it would risk Ling He's modest fortune, leading to bankruptcy in mere moments. At that moment, the members of the secret faction belatedly recognized the presence of the contract ghost warriors. It was clear they had indeed brought reinforcements. The secret faction lords were not particularly surprised by the appearance of the contract ghost warriors. Rather, it would have been more astonishing if a conscientious merchant had come without any subjects. In fact, upon seeing the appearance of the contract ghost warriors, the lords of the secret faction breathed a sigh of relief, regaining a semblance of confidence amidst the overwhelming tide of time. It seemed that the so-called conscientious merchant was merely strong in terms of a single administrative officer. Though the era had advanced, the subjects under him were still a motley crew of incompetents. Attack, attack. Block their path. One of the secret faction lords pointed into the distance. Although they had yet to devise a plan for dealing with Bayamo, slaughtering a group of bare-chested, poorly armed savages wielding mere stone axes was hardly a concern. After all, these units from the Third Era possessed a minimum combat power of 30, with armored units boasting combat power exceeding 60. This was destined to be a massacre. As a contingent of lords descended to command, a portion of the secret society's troops dispersed from the main force. No longer fixated on the white ink and war chariots, but instead charging forth to clash with the contract specters. The sharpness of iron collided with the weight of stone. In an instant, the sound of countless blades piercing flesh reverberated through the air. Just as the lords of the secret society had anticipated. Iron could effortlessly slay this unarmored ancient unit, while stone weapons found themselves somewhat powerless against iron armor. I did it, murmured an inconspicuous spear wielder. Previously, they could only watch helplessly as the white ink ripped the lives of their comrades, their morale plummeting to near despair. Yet now, the spear in his hand had pierced the heart of a contract spectre. Everything seemed to suggest that their adversaries were far from the formidable foes they had imagined. Their enemies were flesh and blood. Just then, a massive hand suddenly grasped the spear thrust forth by the soldier. Chapter 71, Fear, Total Collapse. A chilling voice, reminiscent of one emanating from the depths of hell, echoed forth from the front of the spear-wielding soldier. What is happening? The soldier stood rigid, gazing at the contracted demon warrior whom he had pierced through the heart. It was he who grasped the spear, attempting to wrench it free. Yet it remained stubbornly lodged within the warrior's body. Despite the loss of its heart, the contracted demon warrior exhibited no signs of weakness. For the sake of profit. For the sake of profit, it muttered incomprehensible words. Then, astonishingly, it advanced step by step toward the spear-wielding soldier, the spear still embedded in its chest. No. The soldier, horrified by the grotesque scene, collapsed onto the ground. You are not human, it is impossible for you to be human. Yet the contracted demon warrior uttered not a superfluous word, merely murmuring about profit as it raised its stone axe high. Thud. The axe descended with brutal force, striking the soldier's head. Fortuitously, the iron helmet mitigated the blow, leaving the soldier merely dazed, narrowly escaping a shattered skull. However, the contracted demon warrior showed no signs of halting. With relentless determination, it lifted the stone axe time and again. Thud. 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 With each strike, the iron helmet contorted further. Before long, a mixture of flesh and crimson fluid poured from the fractures of the soldier's helmet, which had been so thoroughly deformed. Only then did the warrior cease its assault, leaving the spear embedded in its own heart as it sprinted toward its next target. Similar scenes unfolded across the battlefield. Some attempted to slice the contracted demon warrior in half, while others aimed to cleave from neck to abdomen. Yet, they were baffled by one undeniable truth: no matter their efforts, the contracted demon warrior would not fall. Even when reduced to half a body, it would stagger to its feet, fighting until the final moment. At last, a soldier could bear the pressure no longer, succumbing to a complete psychological breakdown. No. What are we fighting against? They are not human, they are demons, vile creatures risen from the depths of hell. Weapons clattered to the ground as the soldier, overwhelmed by despair, wept and fled in the opposite direction of the contracted demon warrior. Fear, indeed, is contagious. Ding, the morale of your spear-wielding soldiers has decreased by 10 points, the morale of your foot knights has decreased by 10 points. The morale of your spear-wielding soldiers has collapsed. And their loyalty has decreased by 50 points, your spear-wielding soldiers have fled, your sword and shield soldiers have fled, your foot knights have fled, with the emergence of the first deserter. The soldiers attempting to intercept the contracted demon warrior disintegrated entirely. Even some panicked individuals, in their haste, retreated along the original path, charging towards the lines of their allies who were attempting to capture Baemo Khon. What on earth are you doing? The furious roar of Yulang reverberated across the battlefield. Do not concern yourself with their lives any longer. If you cannot take 2 down and leave 1, then eliminate them all. Originally, Yulang had intended to spare the conscience of the merchant of this golden mountain, allowing the wealth of others to serve as a stepping stone for his own ascent. However, as the merchant revealed more of his hidden cards, Yulang grew increasingly reluctant to spare his life. The line had only partially collapsed. If he hesitated any longer, the entire force might disintegrate, and Yulang himself could perish here. He was not without intellect and understood this all too well. Upon receiving Yulang's command, Khon, mingling among the crowd, finally sprang into action. Previously, he had been unable to find an opportunity to ambush Baemo and Ling He, only keeping his focus on Vera, moving slowly through the throng to conserve energy and await the right moment. But now, with Yulang's directive to kill them all, he no longer needed to reserve his strength. Seizing the chance as the war chariot charged towards the lines, claiming several lives, Khon abruptly sprang into action, his spear crashing down heavily onto the chariot. Charge! Baemo's voice rang out. Almost immediately, an arrow struck Khon directly in the face. The arrow found its mark, piercing perfectly through the gap in Khon's helmet. Fortunately, Yulang had invested significantly in Khon's equipment, which spared him from an instant demise. Yet, soon after, 3 additional arrows followed in swift succession, each striking precisely at the tail of the previous one. Under the compounded force, the initial arrow penetrated Khon's helmet, emerging from the back of his head. Third, the lifeless body fell, mercilessly crushed by the war chariot. Baemo, at that moment, withdrew his longbow and cast a glance at the corpse, reflecting. As the sage said, a commander can be seized by the army. I have been watching you for a long time. Previously, Khon was surrounded by armored foot knights. And to kill him, Baemo would have had to peel away layer upon layer of meat shields like an onion. But with Khon's sudden leap, he found himself utterly exposed, devoid of any cover. Khon. Yulang instinctively collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that one of his most elite officers, considered among the finest of the era, would fall without a chance to retaliate. His sorrow did not stem from the bond with Khon, but rather from the realization of his own impending doom. The death of a general in battle is the most devastating blow to morale. Now that Khon was dead, the remaining soldiers who had yet to flee began to show signs of disintegration. Moreover, with such a catastrophic loss, even if he miraculously survived this day, his standing within the secret faction would inevitably plummet. And the root cause of all this was from entropy. Yulang suddenly widened his eyes, lifting his head to survey the chaotic battlefield. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, fleeing soldiers scattered in panic, while the lords of the secret faction regrouped, striving to continue their resistance. Yet, it was precisely the absence of entropy that lingered. Damn it! The Shadow Wolf growled, his voice a low thunder. How could he have been outmaneuvered by a mere newcomer who had only just joined the organization? The prowess of this conscientious merchant was far beyond what any novice lord could possess. Her capacity as an operations officer exceeded even the realms of the First and Second Era. Had it not been for entropy, the Shadow Wolf would never have contemplated targeting the conscientious merchant. Nor, had it not been for entropy, he would have abandoned the endeavor the moment she had quoted 8,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, followed by 2 arrows that struck the Shadow Wolf in his lower abdomen. On the other side, atop the war chariot, Baemo gradually lowered his bow and gave a thumbs up to Ling beside him. My lord, what excellent marksmanship. Chapter 72, The Marketplace is a Battlefield. Not every encounter involves bloodshed. With a hint of embarrassment, Ling He scratched the back of his head. He had merely indulged a sudden whim. picking up a small wooden bow for a moment's amusement, harboring no ulterior motives. Given his strength, the arrows he released veered off course, likely to fall to the ground after just a few meters. To his surprise, Bai-Emo swiftly drew her bow in response, and her arrow seamlessly merged with his, piercing through the abdomen of the shadowy wolf. Was this one of Bai-Emo's attack skills? Ling He seized the opportunity to glance at her status panel. Spiral arrow effect fires a spinning arrow that can merge with any small projectile, slightly altering its target direction. Upon merging, the projectile inherits 90 of this unit's base attack power. It was evident that Bai-Emo, recruited at great expense, was indeed impressive, regardless of the skill's practical utility. It certainly enhanced Ling He's emotional satisfaction. However, this spectacle left a profound impact on Vera's tender heart. Wide-eyed, Vera leaned closer to Bai-Emo and whispered, "How can you speak such words without a twinge of conscience? Doesn't your heart ache?" "Not at all," Bai-Emo replied softly, adding, "Lord Ling, his archery skills are truly remarkable." "Really?" Vera's gaze drifted, her skepticism apparent. Perhaps Bai-Emo's enthusiasm was infectious. Or perhaps they were simply caught up in the thrill. Ling He, invigorated by the moment, grasped the small wooden bow once more, straining to draw the string. This time, his aim was directed at a distant secret party leader attempting to regroup. With a whoosh, the arrow slipped from Ling He's fingers, tracing an elegant arc before plummeting to the ground after barely 10 meters. In the brief instant when Vera could not react, Bai-Emo swiftly raised her hand and released her arrow. Spiral arrow. A streak of light soared forth, entwining with Ling He's now dormant arrow, propelling it toward the distance. A piercing scream echoed as the secret party leader was struck down by 2 arrows. Another commander was rendered powerless, plunging the battlefield into further chaos. The contracted ghost warriors soon surged forward, their bodies adorned with various weapons yet defiant in their survival, a terrifying sight that incessantly undermined the morale of the secret party. Bai-Emo, however, remained unfazed. Silently, she lowered her bow, turned to Ling He, and gave him a thumbs up, then smiled at Vera. "It's absolutely true," she affirmed. Leaning toward Vera and whispering, the sage said, "The marketplace is a battlefield, thus it can be inferred that the battlefield is a marketplace." Bai-Emo gently patted Vera's high hat twice. Indeed, battlefields are not solely about violence, they are also about the intricacies of human relationships. The heartless lady. There is still much for you to learn. Vera puffed her cheeks, having grasped the essence of Bai-Emo's words, yet she remained profoundly shaken. However, prior to this, with a swift motion, Vera brushed Bai-Emo aside, carelessly displacing the heart of a lady, an act unbecoming of her demeanor. Bai-Emo, unperturbed, merely chuckled lightly before tossing the coarse rope in his hand. "My lord, brace yourself, we are about to confront the mastermind behind this scheme." Upon hearing Bai-Emo's declaration, Ling He also sheathed his small wooden bow. Playtime had its limits, the matter at hand required their attention. Before long, the war chariot traversed the disarray of the enemy's retreating forces, halting before the Wraith Wolf. At that moment, the Wraith Wolf had just extracted 2 arrows from his abdomen, struggling painfully on the ground. Fortunately, the arrows had only pierced his small intestine, inflicting a non-fatal wound. As long as he could escape this battlefield before succumbing to blood loss, he believed he could devise a means of saving himself. Alas! A chilling voice emerged from behind him. "My dear Sela, where do you think you are going?" The Wraith Wolf stiffened, slowly turning his head. He beheld the war chariot and the 3 unscathed figures atop it. Not long ago, they had engaged in a similar discourse, with the Wraith Wolf standing alone against Ling He and his companions. In that moment, he felt no fear, for he was aware of the formidable forces lurking beneath his feet. Yet now, time had scarcely passed, and the scene remained unchanged. But the Wraith Wolf found himself utterly isolated. "Please, do not kill me," he mumbled, retreating slowly. "I agree to the deal, I will acquiesce to anything you ask." Blood trailed behind him. In response, Bai Emo simply raised his iron bow and said coolly, "The sage said, the petty fear authority but lack virtue. Is it not too late to utter such words now? We have granted you more than one opportunity. Even if you disagreed with the transaction, we could have parted amicably. And yet you." As Bai Emo spoke, he drew the bowstring taut. "Take a good look at the consequences of your deeds." The sage said, "How can one repay virtue with enmity? Even if the sage himself were present today, he would not spare you, and no, please." The wraith wolf trembled, raising his arms to shield himself, his voice stuttering. "I want nothing, I relinquish everything. Spare me, I beg you, spare me." In that moment, the wraith wolf had shed the manic effade he had worn just moments ago. He had believed himself to be unique among others, yet as death loomed nearer, he realized that there was little difference between individuals. The instinct for survival compelled him to utter the same pleas as those he had once slain. "Wait. I am still useful, I still have worth." As if seizing a lifeline, the shadow wolf abruptly raised his head, his gaze burning intensely upon Vera. He gestured towards his own chest. "I possess knowledge of many things, whatever you wish to know, I can divulge." "Oh!" Ling He suddenly interjected. Bai Emo, glancing at Ling He's expression, noticed a smile gracing his features and immediately understood, lowering her longbow in response. The ability to read the room is indeed a commendable skill. Fortuitously, being well-versed in the 6 arts, she was not unfamiliar with this. The chariot, steered by Bai Emo, drew nearer to the shadow wolf. In this moment, the shadow wolf was akin to a fish upon the chopping block. Gravely injured, he found himself with no escape from the chariot commanded by Bai Emo. With a bitter smile, he ceased his attempts to retreat, as if resigning himself to fate, and prepared to face the judgment of destiny. Ling He stood upon the chariot, leaning slightly forward to address the shadow wolf. "So, you just claimed that you can tell us anything." Chapter 73. You have done well indeed. The phantom wolf nodded. "For instance, this open-air copper mine was discovered after we ambushed a group of lords and utilized one of their unique abilities. Furthermore..." "Halt." The phantom wolf intended to continue speaking but was abruptly interrupted by Ling He's command. Instantly, he looked up in confusion, only to find Ling He yawning out of boredom. "To be frank, I harbor no interest in how you stumbled upon this mine. Whether you resorted to theft, robbery, or even murder, it matters not to me. What I do know is this: upon discovering this mine, the first person who came to your mind was me. And the first person to find it was also me. That is commendable, indeed." As he spoke, Ling He unexpectedly descended from the war chariot, patting the phantom wolf on the shoulder under Bai Emo's concerned gaze. "Do you know? Before you launched your attack on us, I believed we could become friends." "Friends?" The phantom wolf managed a bitter smile. Had Ling He uttered such words mere moments ago, he would have responded with mockery. Who would forge a friendship with an inconspicuous sycophant beneath the conscience merchant? Yet now, he found himself devoid of the standing or leverage to voice such sentiments. For he had been utterly defeated. Though he felt a sense of indignation, the phantom wolf had no intention of assaulting or capturing Ling He in his eyes. Vera was the infamous conscience merchant known to all in the channel. Thus, seizing Ling He held no tangible significance for him. Ling He continued to pat the phantom wolf's shoulder. "Yes, friends, we could have been friends." Alas! Shaking his head with a sigh. When he once more met the phantom wolf's gaze, Ling He's expression had shifted, his lips curling into a benevolent smile. "Now, I shall ask, and you shall answer." The phantom wolf nodded. He did not inquire whether he would survive after divulging information. He had engaged in such matters too frequently to entertain such foolish thoughts. He understood all too well that promises held less value than toilet paper. By refraining from asking, one could still cling to a sliver of hope and fantasy for the future. Yet to inquire would likely lead only to despair. At that moment, Ling He posed his first question. "Judging by your appearance, you seem not to belong to this era. Who exactly are you?" "We," though apprehensive. The phantom wolf could not suppress a slight smile when discussing his identity. We hail from the secret party, perhaps you cannot comprehend it now, but in our former domain. Those people referred to us as members of the Betrayer's camp. Regarding the secret party and the betrayers, the phantom wolf spoke candidly. Despite his considerable standing within the secret party, betraying them posed no psychological burden, especially for one capable of forsaking humanity as a whole. So, the Betrayer's camp is essentially an alliance of lunatics, deviants, and cultists. Ling He summarized. The phantom wolf paused momentarily, one could interpret it that way. But it is not entirely accurate. Intriguing, Ling He remarked with a faint smile. Is it intriguing? Yulang has shared information about the traitors with more than one person, yet he chuckled and remarked it was interesting, he had only seen Lingyi once. Indeed. Lingyi nodded, finding it exceedingly interesting. For some unknown reason, after listening to Yulang's description of the traitorous faction, Lingyi's initial reaction was neither outrage nor fear, nor any semblance of pity. His first response resembled the recognition of an opportunity. If there were no terrorists, to whom would the guns be sold, and who would purchase the bullets? Without missiles soaring through the skies, what value would an air defense system hold? The necessary evil serves as the finest catalyst for the market. Lowering his gaze, Lingyi glanced at Yulang's wound before turning to Vera, extending his hand. Did you not gather some herbs on the way here? Is there anything to staunch the bleeding? There are indeed. Vera reluctantly reached into the sack on the vehicle, producing a jar of herbal concoction. I prepared some of the herbs into a paste during my leisure time and stored them in here. You'd better use it sparingly, Lord Rascal, once it's gone, it's gone. The remaining herbs must be preserved for propagation, as you yourself stated before. I understand. Lingyi accepted the jar from Vera and placed it before Yulang. Surely. You do not require my assistance in applying the medicine. Yulang fell silent, then poured the salve from the jar onto his abdominal wound. It was not the deadly poison he had anticipated. The herbs provided by Vera effectively halted the bleeding from his injury. Why do you save me? Yulang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Lingyi's actions made him feel as though he had grasped a glimmer of hope, yet he feared that the other might, like himself, derive pleasure from toying with prey before its demise. He dreaded that he had mistaken a mirage in the desert for an oasis. The sensation of plummeting from paradise to perdition is the most agonizing. Lingyi chose not to answer Yulang's question, as he was under no obligation to do so. Noticing that the bleeding from Yulang's abdomen had ceased, Lingyi quickly posed his second question. From what you just mentioned, it seems you do not originate from this region. How did you arrive here? We traversed through the tower of the Ghost Spirit clan, Yulang replied. Half a month ago, we were within the tower, aiding the Ghost Spirit clan in repelling the invasion from the human lords. It was at that moment that the Ghost Spirit clan unexpectedly decided to sever ties with their original territory. We could not evacuate from the tower in time and consequently found ourselves in this new region alongside the Ghost Spirit clan. So that is how it came to be. Lingyi thought to himself, nodding subtly. However, he soon furrowed his brow while he had clarified the origins of the secret society. A new question arose regarding the Ghost Spirit clan. It appears that the Ghost Spirit tribe is not an indigenous race of this region. Their adversaries include the human lords of the Era 3, indicating that their own era is not significantly weaker. Given this, what means did such a formidable assembly of lords employ to descend upon the primitive Stone Age as if they were divine beings, merely to fish? This query was posed by Lingyi to Yulang, yet Yulang remained equally uninformed. Although they are part of the renegade faction and temporarily aligned with the Ghost Spirit tribe, their corporeal forms are ultimately human, and the Ghost Spirit tribe cannot possibly share all intelligence and information with them. Pfft. Upon hearing Yulang's words, Lingyi and the others could not suppress their laughter. Is this not a one-sided display of sycophancy? Vera chuckled as she remarked. Although Bai Emo quickly covered his mouth, he too smiled in agreement with Vera's observation. A woman's affections met with a man's indifference, why should one demean oneself to serve as a mere beast of burden? A warm face pressed against a cold heart, genuine feelings exchanged for disdainful glances. Chapter 74, The rules protect you, not me. The spectral wolf opened its mouth, seemingly prepared to retort. Yet, considering the current circumstances and positions of both parties, it ultimately swallowed its words. Very well. Noticing the spectral wolf's limited understanding of the ghostly spirit clan's situation, Ling He promptly clapped his hands. Now, my inquiries shall conclude here. I harbor no interest in your past misdeeds, nor in whom you have slain or plundered. As he spoke, Ling He suddenly elongated his tone, causing a pang of apprehension to surge within the spectral wolf. This scene was all too familiar to him. It was the very demeanor Ling He assumed when preparing to take a life. Was it now his turn to face such a fate? A myriad of thoughts raced through the spectral wolf's mind, and a bitter taste began to form at the corners of his mouth. Ling He's subsequent words drifted past him, unheard and unheeded. Abruptly, Ling He's hand landed on the spectral wolf's shoulder, startling him into a jolt. Were you listening to what I just said? Ling He scrutinized the spectral wolf with skepticism. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But he felt as though the spectral wolf had momentarily spaced out. Of course I was listening, the spectral wolf instinctively replied. He then observed Ling He extend his hand before him, making a beckoning gesture. Since you were indeed listening, then we can converse. Beyond this mineral resource, you must possess other items you wish to trade with me, correct? Gazing at Ling He's outstretched hand, the spectral wolf felt a deeper bitterness wash over him. For not long prior, he had made a similar gesture. I understand. In an instant, under Ling He's peculiar gaze, the spectral wolf appeared to age considerably. He extended his hand, and 2 blueprints materialized from thin air. I have heard of your circumstances and know that the wealth you possess is beyond my imagination. I am uncertain if there is anything on me that would pique your interest. If there is, it may perhaps be these 2 outdated blueprints. Before the spectral wolf could finish his sentence, Ling He had already snatched the blueprints, lowering his gaze to examine them. Subterranean smelting furnace, era, Bronze Age, basic path, description, with the earth's fire ablaze, bronze and copper resonate. The furnace, buried deep within the earth's veins, transforms ore into a flowing river of metal, forging the brilliance of civilization. Production rate, 300 ingots of any or 7 days. Construction requirements, 200 units of stone, 20 units of wood. Clay molding workshop, era, Bronze Age, basic path, description, a handful of clay, refined at 1000 degrees. Blends copper and tin in a 7:3 ratio. Only through established patterns may one wield weapons like forests of halberds. Construction requirements, 150 units of clay, 50 units of bone powder, 20 units of resin. These 2 blueprints represented structures from the 2nd level, rendering them of little use to the spectral wolf, who had already ascended to the 3rd era. Thus, they had remained with him until now, regarded as the most likely items of interest to Ling He. I have nothing more to offer, the spectral wolf said with a bitter smile. I do not yearn for much, I only seek a swift end. After all, since death is inevitable, he merely wished for a departure devoid of suffering. Indeed, a swift end, Ling He nodded in agreement. But not at this moment. What? You? The spectral wolf sharply lifted his head, shadows of determination and darkness flickering in his gaze. Yet, before he could lash out in fury, he witnessed Ling He turning to hand 2 blueprints to Vera. Vera, please assess the value of these 2 blueprints. What does this mean? The spectral wolf momentarily failed to fathom Ling He's actions. When he mentioned not now, did it not imply a desire for torment? At that moment, Vera had already received the blueprints, glanced at them casually, and provided her appraisal. They hold considerable value. The blueprint for the smelting furnace is worth approximately 50 gold, while the casting workshop blueprint is even more valuable, around 100 gold. Of course, Vera's assertion of value was not directed at Ling He but rather indicated that, compared to other blueprints from the Bronze Age, these 2 were of moderate to high worth. Most importantly, for someone like Ling He, who had yet to tap into the mining industry, these blueprints carried immense additional value. I see, Ling He nodded in understanding after hearing Vera's offer. Then turned to grasp the spectral wolf's hand. You. The spectral wolf found himself increasingly perplexed by Ling He's intentions. However, he soon felt a weight in his hand. Looking down, he was astonished to find a substantial handful of gold coins. A pleasant transaction. Ling He's voice resonated in the spectral wolf's ear. So, this was merely a transaction. Just an ordinary exchange. Instinctively, the spectral wolf stored the gold coins in his personal interface, staring in disbelief at the additional 150 coins. You see, conducting business is truly simple, is it not? Ling He patted the spectral wolf on the shoulder. With money and goods exchanged, we owe each other nothing. Noticing the spectral wolf still in shock, Ling He chuckled. Leaned closer, and whispered, as for the profits from the minerals, I shall not share those with you. I trust you understand the reason. Should there be further opportunities for trade in the future, remember this, the rules protect you, not me. With that, Ling He gave the spectral wolf's shoulder a firm pat twice before rising to return to the war chariot. He then looked down at the spectral wolf, smiling. Since our transaction is complete, I shan't keep you for a meal. You may leave. He spared the spectral wolf's life, allowing him to depart. The spectral wolf stood unsteadily, still grappling with disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, he finally voiced his lingering question to Ling He, so, you are the conscientious merchant. In truth, the moment Vera had referred to Ling He as Lord, the spectral wolf had begun to entertain some suspicions. Thus, he blurted out his question. Yet it was articulated in a declarative tone. To this, Ling He merely chuckled softly and nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. He. The laughter emanating from the shadow wolf seemed to revert to his previously morbid demeanor. His gaze lingered upon Vera for a brief moment before shifting to Ling He, offering a heartfelt thank you. This expression of gratitude was tinged with genuine appreciation, yet it was predominantly laced with the shadow wolf's self-mockery. He could have never envisioned that someone like him, who trampled upon rules, would one day find himself in such a pitiful state, devoid of the protection that those very rules provided. The so-called fair exchange stemmed from Ling He's compassion, which he had once spurned. The laughter ceased. The shadow wolf, clutching his abdominal wound, turned away and departed into the distance. This time, he did not reject Ling He's kindness once more. As he treaded upon the blood-stained earth, the once mad wolf king had transformed into a wretched solitary wolf. Chapter 75, extracting another 2 tails of oil from the bones as the shadowy wolf retreated into the distance. Bai Emo suddenly drew her bow, mimicking the action of pulling the string. Is this necessary? She inquired, her words veiled with ambiguity. However, Ling He understood her unspoken intent. Let it be, he replied, shaking his head as he gently pressed down on Bai Mo's longbow. After all, one cannot fault excessive courtesy. Courtesy. Vela voiced her skepticism. Is that man truly polite? I hardly think so. With that, she leaped from the carriage, retrieving her Pishio wallet from the ground. She vividly recalled the moment the shadowy wolf had reached for her. A man who would lay hands on a lady could hardly be deemed courteous. Indeed. A man who dares to lay hands on a lady, Vela thought, casting a glare back at Ling He. Why look at me like that? What have I done? Ling He responded innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He then pointed at the open copper mine beneath them. Look. Isn't this a grand gift he has bestowed upon us? Ling He perceived the situation with great clarity. Without the shadowy wolf, there would be no swift response to his request for mineral acquisition. Even if someone were to respond, they would lack the means to provide Ling He with the necessary coordinates. It was precisely because of the shadowy wolf's ruthlessness that he was able to meet the conditions and direct Ling He to this source of minerals in such a short span of time. Killing the shadowy wolf would merely offer a fleeting sense of satisfaction. However, Preserving him and granting him some funds for a resurgence might yield further rewards from this man's depths. Yet, Veila's thoughts diverged from Ling He's considerably. She glanced at the spot Ling He had indicated, slowly coming to a realization, and nodded. Oh yes, we haven't paid him. Calculating the expenses, Veila concluded that even accounting for the casualties among the contract warriors, their expenditure was but a few hundred gold coins. Yet, they had yet to contribute a single coin towards the stipulated 8,000 gold coin acquisition fee for the copper mine. With this in mind, Veila's perception of the shadowy wolf softened significantly. She even mused that if there were more such rogues, it might be all the better. Suddenly, Baemo stifled a laugh. Veila raised an eyebrow. Are you laughing at me? No, not at all, Baemo replied with a smile, setting her lombo aside and voicing her thoughts candidly. I merely believe that the Lord is benevolent and acts in accordance with propriety, truly embodying the qualities of a wise ruler. Benevolent? Ling He's ears perked up. Baemo's words resonated deeply within him. Curiosity piqued, he asked, if I had not intervened just now, what would your view of me have been? Well, Baemo said, her eyes curving into a smile, the Lord's decisions are like divine commands, reading the world of malice, a course of action entirely fitting with propriety. Naturally, I hold great admiration. Ahem, Ling He coughed awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed. In Baemo's eyes, whether one had just slain the phantom wolf or spared it, both actions ultimately adhered to the principles of propriety. Suddenly, Ling He recalled the secretive faction mentioned by the Phantom Wolf. The Lord accompanying the Phantom Wolf was merely a fraction of this clandestine organization, with numerous other lords dispersed throughout the region. Baemo, what do you think about a sudden assault to eradicate this secret faction? Baemo, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied succinctly, the sage states, sufficient provisions, troops, and trust are paramount. One must first strike at the enemy's forces if compelled to act. This implies that if an organization possesses ample resources, military strength, and cohesion, one should first dismantle their military. If the Lord were to strike, it would not only serve as a precaution but also align with the sage's doctrine, thus upholding propriety. And what if I were to turn a blind eye? Ling He inquired. By doing so, would it not demonstrate your capacity for tolerance and broad-mindedness? Prioritizing the greater good above all. That, too, would be in accordance with propriety. I believe I understand now, he mused. Veila, standing nearby, blinked as she absorbed the exchange between Baemo and Ling He, grasping its essence. So, all roads lead to propriety. She pondered aloud. But what exactly is propriety? Oh, it is indeed a sacred concept, Ling He responded, affectionately patting Veila's hat. Those who understand will grasp it, those who do not will remain oblivious. Veila puffed out her cheeks, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Observing this, Ling He chuckled, his spirits evidently lifted. Is this the essence of actions that invariably conform to propriety? He reflected, acknowledging Baemo's exceptional capabilities as a secretary recruited at great expense. Initially, Ling He had perceived Baemo as merely a bodyguard adept in martial skills. Yet now, it was clear that Baemo excelled in public relations as well. Henceforth, Ling He could pursue his endeavors freely, secure in the knowledge that a land scholar would later provide counsel on his behalf. Very well, let us shift our focus, he declared, producing a bottle of refreshing beverage to cheer Veila, and using the two schematics presented by the Phantom Wolf. Ling He adjusted his mindset for playful banter and began to address serious matters. First and foremost, securing the mining site was imperative. Coincidentally, with the collapse of the secret faction, the ambush had long been lifted. Ling He decisively recruited 2,000 oxen and horses, purchasing the requisite stone tools from the marketplace. The total expenditure amounted to a mere 4,000 gold coins. However, this acquisition resulted in Ling He monopolizing nearly all the stone tools available in the marketplace. This incident stirred quite a commotion within the regional channel, as stone tools held little intrinsic value. Most individuals preferred to craft their own rather than purchase them outright. The sudden shortage of stone tools in the market was indeed an anomaly. Nevertheless, Ling He paid little heed to the ongoing discussions in the regional channel, focusing instead on assigning tasks to his newly recruited oxen and horses. The council hall, as the core structure, along with the pillar of prayer for storing goods, would undoubtedly be the first to be constructed. The construction of these two edifices necessitates a considerable amount of timber. Consequently, while attempting to retrieve his materials, Ling He discovered an issue within the trading post: you have exceeded the maximum range for retrieval from the listing location at the open-air copper mine. The timber he had listed was inexplicably in a state that prevented him from removing it. Prior to this, Ling He was oblivious to the existence of such a restriction. It seemed that once an item was listed, it could not be withdrawn unless one returned to a certain proximity of the listing location. It appears that the trading post serves merely as a local insurance depot. The notion of utilizing the trading post as a lossless remote storage solution is evidently unfeasible, as this avenue has been preemptively obstructed. Fortunately, timber is not exceedingly rare, and after dispatching a group to gather more, Ling He turned his attention to the two Bronze Age blueprints belonging to the Spectre Wolf. The construction requirements of clay, bone powder, and resin for these Bronze Age blueprints seem rather peculiar in the present context. Chapter 76: Creating demand through one's own efforts among the various resources. Bone meal is perhaps the most readily obtainable commodity today. Having just endured a fierce battle, although many fled due to the swift disbandment of the secret faction, a considerable number of corpses still remained. Ling estimated that by stripping the flesh and blood from these bodies and subjecting them to incineration, he could produce a substantial quantity of bone meal. Well, this task shall be entrusted to Vera. Ling pointed towards Vera, hesitating for half a second before redirecting his attention to Bayemo. It is better if Bayemo handles this. Allowing Vera to undertake such a grim task felt slightly malevolent, whereas it was entirely fitting for Bayemo to assume this responsibility. Bayemo nodded slightly, accepting the task without protest. And what of me? Seeing Bayemo rise to disembark, Vera leaned closer to Ling, gesturing to herself. You scoundrel lord! Do you wish to forget me so swiftly? Naturally, you have your own duties to attend to. Ling reached out to ruffle Vera's hair, but the hat obstructed his gesture, forcing him to settle for patting her hat instead. Preventing Vera from burning the corpses was merely Ling's attempt to preserve his own conscience. As for her idleness, it was inconceivable that Vera would ever remain inactive. With these thoughts in mind, Ling once again sent out a procurement message within the regional channel. Conscientious trader actively seeking large quantities of clay and resin. 1 gold per set of clay, 3 gold per set of resin, can be directly listed on the trading post, will buy upon sight without private messaging. After dispatching the procurement message, Ling adjusted the trading panel to face Vera. For now, could you assist me in monitoring the trading post? Ling had no intention of searching for clay and resin himself. Based on his estimates, these materials should not be considered rare or precious within the entire region. It would be far more efficient to procure them directly through the regional channel rather than scouring the world for them in pursuit of establishing a foundry. After all, as the old adage says, time is money, saving time translates to earning more gold. Thus, every coin spent is essentially profit if it allows Ling to gain more wealth. For this reason, Ling was even willing to temporarily elevate the prices of clay and resin beyond their usual worth. Having earned over 100,000 gold coins, it was only fitting to invest a portion of it, was it not? Of course. It was precisely this line of thinking that ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of many within the regional channel. Utterly bored, 3 gold for a set of resin, and 1 gold for a set of clay, this surely exceeds the earnings from battling the spirit tribe, does it not? For many, Ling's current procurement message was far more astonishing than the previous one. Unlike the ancient instruments, war chariots, or minerals, which felt elusive to most, clay and resin were far easier to procure. In fact, the absence of these materials in the trading post was not due to their rarity, but rather because, in the early stages of survival, no one had deemed them necessary. However, now, Ling had single-handedly created a demand for these resources. As I arrived at my designated location, I discovered a patch of sticky land beside the river, which has now transformed into a veritable gold mine. The acquisition plan unfolded even more smoothly than Ling He had anticipated. Perhaps the positive image Ling He had cultivated over time played a crucial role. Most people's initial reaction to his purchasing request was one of belief rather than skepticism. Within less than half a day, Vera successfully gathered all the materials needed to construct a foundry from the trading post. A considerable amount of clay and some solidified pine resin accumulated before Ling He. At this moment, Bai Emo returned to the war chariot, reporting on the results of the battlefield cleanup. The secret society had left behind over 100 corpses near the copper mine, of which the equipment had already been reclaimed by Bai Emo, excluding the damaged gear that could not yet be reforged. Approximately 30 usable sets of armor remained. How do you intend to handle these? Bai Emo inquired, seeking Ling He's opinion. Ling He stroked his chin and suggested distributing them among the contracted ghost warriors. Despite the devastating losses they had inflicted upon the secret society, the contracted ghost warriors had also suffered significant casualties. 30 sets of armor would adequately equip the remaining ghost warriors, providing each with a suit. Bai Emo nodded slightly, expressing no objections to Ling He's decision, and continued her report. Beyond the gear, considering the bodies of the contracted ghost warriors, nearly 200 corpses yielded 400 sets of bone powder. This was largely thanks to the robust physique of the contracted ghost warriors, which produced a higher yield of bone powder compared to the soldiers of the secret society. Furthermore, after half a day's excavation, thousands of oxen and horses had extracted nearly 5,000 sets of stone materials and over 2,000 sets of malachite, while the logging teams brought back several thousand sets of timber. Thus, what appeared to be a complex array of materials for the furnace and foundry was, under Ling He's vast manpower and financial resources, collected in excess within a remarkably short span of time. Naturally, Ling He felt no hesitation. He promptly opened the construction panel and ordered the immediate installation of 10 subterranean smelting furnaces and a ceramic casting workshop near the copper mine. With the numerous oxen and horses at his disposal, these structures would be completed in less than 10 hours. Meanwhile, Ling He did not halt the acquisitions on Vera's end. Although a single foundry might gradually meet the needs of all his subjects, Ling He's ambitions extended far beyond that. As the saying goes, with greater ability comes greater power and wealth. The opportunity to monopolize the next era was eagerly presented to Ling He by the Shadow Wolves. Faced with such a tantalizing prospect, how could Ling He possibly resist? Moreover, the cost of a foundry is merely a few hundred gold coins. This sum, when dispersed, could present an opportunity for many to achieve sudden wealth overnight. However, for Ling He, it hardly constitutes a substantial amount. Suddenly struck by a thought, Ling He turned back and gently patted Hamburger's body. Zizi Hamburger showed no response, clearly having succumbed to slumber. Ling He found this rather amusing, for during the journey in pursuit of these mineral resources, thanks to their collaboration on the slime gel, Hamburger's assets had already soared to several thousand gold coins. Is this not the very essence of the adage that even the impoverished, upon acquiring sudden wealth, cannot compare to the affluent who lounge upon their luxurious sofas? Chapter 77 The sole instance of softness. In summary, with substantial financial investment, Ling He has successfully established a firm foothold in the copper mining venture. All the challenges encountered during the initial phase of mining were effortlessly addressed by Ling He's vast resources. What remains is merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the Phantom Wolf, nursing his wounded abdomen, has distanced himself entirely from the mine. He does not feel an urgency to reunite with the fleeing leaders of the Secretor faction. Instead, his thoughts are predominantly consumed by Ling He. Currently, the Phantom Wolf harbors a conflicted perception of Ling He. On one hand, there is a semblance of gratitude, for Ling He has indeed spared him, choosing not to pursue him with murderous intent. On the other hand, everything he holds dear has been obliterated by Ling He's actions, making it impossible for him to feel no resentment. Chuckling weakly, he leans against a sturdy tree, a morbid smile gracing his lips. It is quite peculiar how gratitude and hatred can coexist within a single individual. Humanity is indeed a paradoxical species. Reflecting on humanity. The Phantom Wolf recalls the recent moment when he was mocked by Ling He and his companions. Yes, he is merely human. The morbid grin gradually fades, replaced by a flicker of indistinct darkness in his gaze. By virtue of his humanity, he cannot attain the unfettered trust of the Spectral Clan or any other foreign race. Even as a member of the Traitors faction, this remains true. After spending considerable time under the guidance of that formidable leader, he seems to have nearly forgotten the initial reasons for joining the Traitors' camp, becoming humanity's adversary. Was it to grow stronger in this dog-eat-dog world? When did he lose sight of his original intent and transform into a man consumed solely by thoughts of battling humanity? A sigh escapes the Phantom Wolf's lips. A sense of confusion washing over him, accompanied by vulnerability, all triggered by Ling He and his companions' mockery. This marks the first time he contemplates his future after annihilating the human lords. After a brief moment, he shakes his head slowly, unable to find an answer. Perhaps only the leader of the secret faction knows the solution to this quandary. The Weeping Wall was right. He should not have acted impulsively but should have remained alongside the Weeping Wall, patiently awaiting the leader's return. Just then, a trembling voice breaks through the air from behind him. Lord Phantom Wolf. Upon hearing that familiar voice, an immediate surge of anger courses through him, and he glares ferociously in the direction of the sound. Indeed, Lin Shao stands there, visibly shaken. You dare to show your face before me again, from Entropy. Faced with the Phantom Wolf's accusation, Lin Shao trembles, stammering, I am sorry, Lord Phantom Wolf. I was just too frightened. I didn't intend to flee. The Phantom Wolf regards him coldly. Were it in the past, Lin Shao's actions would have warranted immediate punishment, even if it meant sparing his life. However, after his encounter with Ling He, his heart has softened considerably. Observing Entropy's trembling and timid disposition, it was evident that he would not dare to scheme against him. As for fleeing, given that even he had been reduced to such a state, it was entirely understandable for him to escape, considering Entropy's meager combat prowess. My lord, is there anything you require my assistance with? Lin Shao inquired, his voice quivering. Upon hearing this, the remnants of the fury within the Shadow Wolf gradually abated. At the very least, while others were preoccupied with their own escape, Entropy had chosen to return and seek him out. Reflecting on this, the Shadow Wolf irritably extended his hand toward Lin Shao. What are you dawdling for? Come and assist me at once. Why yes, Lin Shao stammered, nodding as he cautiously approached to help the Shadow Wolf rise. Observing Lin Shao's meticulous demeanor, the Shadow Wolf felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, you might as well stick with me. Keep your distance from the Weeping Wall, he is not as formidable as he appears. The Shadow Wolf's words trailed off abruptly as a sharp pain pierced his chest, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. Lowering his gaze in shock, he discovered a stone dagger embedded in his heart. But we are teammates. As his vision began to blur, this phrase was met with Lin Shao's merciless extraction of the dagger from his chest. A torrent of blood surged forth, and the Shadow Wolf's sight dimmed progressively. In his final moments, a singular thought consumed his mind. This was the first time in his life he had shown weakness. Weakness allowed the blade to penetrate so easily. Lin Shao casually flicked the blood from the stone dagger, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. Having previously betrayed the Shadow Wolf, he had no intention of encountering him again. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a scene revealing the other's vulnerability. Casting a glance at the ground, he noticed a glimmering heap beneath the Shadow Wolf's lifeless form, and his eyes brightened with intrigue. Gold coins. All of them were swiftly absorbed into his personal interface, totaling over 30. Such a sum typically required the defeat of at least 2 ordinary lords to amass. Moreover, the benefits of slaying the Shadow Wolf extended far beyond mere riches. Lin Shao's gaze swept over the growth path, his body trembling not from fear, but from exhilaration. Growth path, the false creator god, current level, LV11, the experience gained from slaying the Shadow Wolf had propelled Lin Xiao's previously abysmal development into the upper echelons of this realm. Even when compared to the morally conscious merchant. The thought of the morally conscious merchant extinguished the smile upon Lin Xiao's lips, plunging his mood into gloom. In contrast to that economic powerhouse, he remained insignificant. No, it was not just a matter of the present. The more he focused on the other, the deeper his feelings of helplessness grew. By leveraging the market, the morally conscious merchant's growth was nearly equivalent to the collective advancement of all human lords within the region. The Golden Mountain elevated him ever higher, and the more Lin Xiao yearned to chase after, to ascend, the more he felt a suffocating weight upon him. Meanwhile, within the initial hiding place of the cave, before a gathering of secret party lords, the weeping wall emitted a sound that was both mournful and mirthful. The Shadow Wolf has perished. His warriors were expected to play a more significant role. Upon hearing this, the surrounding lords of the secret party exhibited little astonishment. For once one joins the secret society, all members are automatically added as friends. The removal of the Shadow Wolf and several other lords from the friends list already revealed much. "My lord, please accept my condolences," someone whispered as they approached the weeping wall. Yet, the weeping wall merely shook his head. Those who noticed his expression would discern that at this moment he was smiling. A night drenched in blood. The dawn has arrived. Ling He stood before the smelting furnace, which had been tirelessly worked on throughout the night by the cattle and horses. Holding a piece of malachite in his hand, he turned to Vera and Bayamo. "So, can we now proceed to smelt copper?" Chapter 78. While I may not understand alloys, I certainly master the art of business, of course. Absolutely not. The voices of Bayamo and Vera resonated almost in unison. Why not? Ling He and Bayamo gazed at Vera with synchronized expressions. "You are not thinking of something inappropriate, are you?" Ling He inquired hesitantly. "What inappropriate thing?" A question mark floated above Vera's forehead, but she quickly shook her head and pointed a finger at Ling He. "You rogue lord. Do you intend to smelt red copper?" "Red copper? Isn't it bronze?" As Ling He spoke, he cast a pleading glance at Bayamo. "Is copper divided into red, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, and violet?" To this, Bayamo straightforwardly shook his head. "I'm afraid not, my lord. As the sage said, to know is to know. And not to know is not to know. Regarding the red copper mentioned by the black-hearted lady, I must admit my ignorance." Seeing this, Vera slapped her forehead in exasperation. "All right, my mistake, that certainly isn't common knowledge." However, her lips soon curled into a smile. "It seems even the most exquisite secretary Bayamo is not omniscient." "Humph. Then let this lady enlighten you." With that, Vera turned her gaze to Ling He. "Rogue Lord, do you know how many types of copper there are? Quit the chatter and just tell me." Ling He tossed the malachite in his hand aside and stepped forward, forcefully flattening Vera's high hat, then roughly ruffling it. "Ugh," Vera puffed out her cheeks. "Just say it, no need to get hands-on." Interrupted by Ling He, Vera lost her urge to show off. After clearing her throat, she began to earnestly introduce the types of copper to Ling He and Bayamo. There are many varieties of copper, primarily including brass, bronze, white copper, and red copper. Brass requires the smelting of zinc ore alongside copper ore, hence known as a copper-zinc alloy, often used for crafting musical instruments. White copper, on the other hand, is a copper-nickel alloy known for its corrosion resistance. Many who are financially constrained yet wish to maintain appearances opt for white copper tableware instead of silver, as it is more affordable without sacrificing dignity. If one, like the Rogue Lord, disregards everything and directly smelts copper, the resultant product is pure copper. Or as I previously mentioned, red copper. Red copper boasts exceptional conductivity, however, once fashioned into equipment, its hardness is a mere 35 HV. At this point, Vera paused, observing the expressions of Ling He and Bayamo. The result was evident, both wore looks of utter confusion. Ling He felt as if long-forgotten chemistry knowledge was invading his mind, while Bai Emo was completely lost amidst the various terminologies Vera had mentioned. It appeared that, in comparison to Bai Emo, Vera had her advantages, particularly in the context of their respective eras, where Vera completely overshadowed Bai Emo. And what of bronze? Bai Emo inquired directly. The sage declares that it is no shame to seek knowledge from those below, and thus, Bai Emo does not perceive any embarrassment in his ignorance on certain matters. Bronze, Vera mused, raising one finger, then reconsidering and extending it to two. Bronze can be broadly categorized into two types, one of which epitomizes the brilliance of the Bronze Age, necessitating the fusion of tin with copper to create a copper-tin alloy. As she spoke, Vera's gaze shifted towards Ling He. However, this time she had learned her lesson. After a fleeting glance at Ling He, she redirected her attention to Bai Emo. Do you know the hardness of copper-tin alloy, known as bronze? As anticipated, Bai Emo was somewhat accommodating. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured a guess of 50 HV. He did not comprehend what Vera meant by HV, but reasoning that bronze is indeed harder than red copper, he deemed this a reasonably conservative estimate. Yet, Vera smiled, her lips curving in amusement. Incorrect. The answer is 100 HV. The hardness of copper-tin alloy is nearly 3 times that of pure copper. The might of bronze, which can lend its name to an entire era, far exceeds common imagination. However, upon hearing this, Ling He shook his head in frustration. Are you suggesting that, in addition to copper ore, I must also seek out zinc and nickel ores? And most importantly, locate a source of tin? Or, Vera interjected with a smile, you could consider an alternative bronze solution. She continued, arsenic bronze, typically derived from the direct smelting of arsenic copper ores, features a simple process and can achieve a hardness of 80 HV. Although arsenic bronze is softer and more brittle than copper-tin alloy, it possesses a notable characteristic once crafted into equipment. Vera paused briefly before uttering a single word, toxic. The byproduct of smelting arsenic copper ore is arsenic frost, which you may also refer to by its alternative name, arsenic trioxide. Equipment fashioned from arsenic bronze, upon inflicting wounds on living beings, results in a mortality rate significantly higher than that of copper-tin alloy. And furthermore, Stop. Ling He interjected, observing Vera's endless discourse. Before we delve further into bronze, could you enlighten me on how red copper equipment compares to stone tools? Naturally, it surpasses them. Although Vera had persistently emphasized the weaknesses of red copper equipment, it ultimately depended on the comparison's context. When juxtaposed with stone tools, red copper, though slightly lacking in hardness, perfectly compensates for the brittleness of stone. Sharpened stone tools, the more they are honed, become increasingly susceptible to chipping and even shattering upon impact. In contrast, red copper is entirely different. Its remarkable toughness ensures that even after being dulled from repeated strikes, it can be easily restored to functionality with just a bit of polishing. However, Vera insisted, if one engages in combat using red copper equipment, depending on the intensity of the battle, it is imperative to polish it every 1 to 4 hours to counteract the dulling of its edge. If we were to switch to bronze, then the shortcomings of red copper and stone tools would cease to exist. Wait a moment. Amidst Vera's lengthy exposition, Ling He suddenly grasped a few key phrases. Are you implying that red copper equipment requires polishing after a few hours of use, and that this polishing results in a loss of thickness, ultimately leading to its complete obsolescence after a period of time? Vera tilted her head in confusion. Somewhat. Is there a problem? The issue is far more significant. Ling He placed his hands on Vera's shoulders, exclaiming, this is precisely the arrival of low-end products in our next era. He may not comprehend alloys, yet he certainly possesses an astute acumen for business. If the equipment crafted from red copper is indeed as Vera described, then in the forthcoming era, it is likely that no one will surpass Ling He in reaching out to the copper ore market. Chapter 79, The Gatekeeper of the Bronze Age. What does it mean? Vera blinked in confusion. Wasn't she discussing the drawbacks of red copper equipment? How did Lingi's train of thought abruptly shift to such inferior products? Observing Vera's dazed expression, Lingi chuckled softly. Have you forgotten how the world's most durable light bulb manufacturing company met its demise? However, this statement failed to elicit any acknowledgement from Vera. What on earth are you talking about? I can't comprehend a word. Lingi then recalled that in Vera's era, capital had yet to recognize this fatal flaw. Thus, among the three present, only he was privy to this knowledge. Before Lingi ventured into the war game, the light bulbs produced by the world's most durable light bulb manufacturing company could last for decades, even centuries. Yet, the market became entirely saturated, leaving no excess demand, leading to the tragic downfall of a giant company that once defined an era. Stepping over the bones of their predecessors, newcomers established the Solar Alliance, which subsequently limited the lifespan of light bulbs to a mere 1,000 hours. Anyone who dared to defy this rule faced market hostility and expulsion, while the United Merchants reaped substantial profits. Noticing that time was still on their side, Lingi succinctly recounted this tale to Vera and Bayamo. Could it really be like that? Vera covered her mouth in astonishment. It was her first time hearing that merchants could perish in the market due to the exceptional quality of their goods. Oh, such is the market, Lingi remarked with a gentle laugh. Complex, ruthless, seemingly orderly yet devoid of logic, that is the essence of the market. Could you elaborate on your plans? Bayamo inquired. Certainly, Lingi replied, snapping his fingers and gesturing toward the furnace before them. Imagine a furnace that can refine 300 metal ingots every 7 days, with a loss during the smelting process. Lingi paused, looking at Bayamo. Bayamo immediately responded, approximately 3 sets of wood are required for each ingot. Indeed. Lingi nodded. The cost is not insignificant. Currently, the rapid development of the copper mine was primarily sustained by Lingi's financial investment. Aside from the enormous initial costs, the subsequent maintenance expenses would also be staggering. If we were to produce strong and durable bronze equipment all at once, how would you suggest we price it? I know the answer, Vera exclaimed, raising her hand high. Considering the initial investment, along with the material and labor costs during production, setting the price at 10 gold per bronze ingot seems quite reasonable. Lingi acknowledged, but then posed several more questions. If we release bronze ingots at 10 gold each, how many people would be able to afford them? Those who can afford bronze ingots, in light of the remarkably high durability of bronze equipment, might ponder whether they could repurchase. Alternatively, if the need for bronze equipment arises, might it be more advantageous for them to unite and mine together? This thought left Vera in deep contemplation. Each query posed by Lingi struck at the heart of the matter. The precursors do not necessarily guarantee immense profit or a life of ease. At 10 gold pieces per bronze ingot, it is nearly unattainable for most. And given the high quality of bronze, one cannot expect a surge of return customers in the near future. Those unable to afford bronze ingots may seek alternative paths, perhaps by offering their labor to gradually extract the resources they require. This could even foster a new class of merchants specializing in the sale of unrefined ore, encroaching upon Lingi's market. If this cycle continues, the most dismal outcome may mirror that of the light bulb company in Lingi's narrative, crushed beneath the relentless wheels of the market. Thus, we require red copper, Lingi interjected. Inferior to bronze, yet superior to stone tools. It is a consumable product that won't infringe upon the future market for bronze equipment. Is there a more perfect entry-level commodity? Regarding the pricing of red copper, we could even reduce it to 3 gold pieces. 3 gold pieces. Upon hearing this astonishing price, Vera was jolted from her reverie. Is that figure not excessively low? If we calculate based on Lingi's listed price for timber in the trading post, the cost to smelt a single red copper ingot involves 90 copper solely for timber. This figure only accounts for the timber consumption. Additionally, there are labor costs for mining the ore, smelting it, and constructing the furnace. Each step incurs significant expenses. At a price of 3 gold pieces. After paying the 15 transaction tax, only 2 gold and 55 copper remain. This means that a single red copper ingot would yield just over 1 gold piece in profit. When accounting for the materials needed to build the furnace, the profit may dwindle even further. Vera simply could not fathom how such pricing could yield any profit. No. Pricing does not operate in such a manner. Ling He chuckled, shaking his head as he corrected Vera's miscalculation. Do not forget that we control the timber market. We are the largest sellers, not buyers. The timber market is currently saturated, and increasing productivity will lead to surplus capacity that cannot be sold, resulting in zero profit. And therein lies the purpose of red copper. At this juncture, Vera fully grasped the implication. Beneath the guise of red copper, the actual intent is to sell timber. Precisely. A glimmer of insight shone in Ling He's eyes. Unless one possesses the scale of Ling He, deriving profit from red copper will barely cover the costs of recovering the furnace. Such is the nature of capital games. Vast capital forms an impenetrable wall, obstructing the pathways of all latecomers. Contemplating this, Ling entered the construction interface and once again placed several subterranean smelting furnaces. Then, he extended his arms towards the front. The only task that lay before us was singular: to smelt copper. To smelt copper. And yet again, to smelt copper. As red copper stood as the sentinel of the Bronze Age, it would thwart every attempt of those who dared to covet our precious minerals. With that, Ling descended from the war chariot and tossed 2 cans of delightful beverage to Vela and her companion. He then opened a can for himself, raising it high. Let us rejoice in the prospect of venturing into new markets. Cheers! Cheers! By Emo, undeterred, lifted his can in a toast to Ling. However, on the other side, Vela gazed at the can in her hand, her expression shrinking with realization. For she had finally come to understand one crucial truth: that scoundrel overlord. This is tin. Chapter 80, not impossible, but learnable. Pft. Upon hearing Vera's words, Ling He spat out the joyous beverage he had just sipped. Wiping the corners of his mouth, he raised the canister of the delightful drink in his hand, inquiring, "Are you saying that this is tin?" "Indeed," Vera nodded. "My judgment is infallible. But didn't you previously mention that this item is worthless?" Ling He recalled the excitement on Vera's face when he first presented her with the joyous drink, though not the kind of excitement one would expect, but rather one suggesting he was a spendthrift. Vera was fully aware of her reaction at that time and did not deny it. "At that moment, I genuinely deemed it worthless," she clarified. However, she quickly provided her rationale. "Although this canister contains tin, the quantity is rather minimal." As she spoke, Vera pulled the tab of the canister and tilted her head back, gulping down the entirety of the joyous drink. "Huh!" With a satisfied burp, she presented the now empty canister to Ling He, showcasing its inner surface. "Look here, you rascal lord," she pointed to the interior of the canister. The so-called tin was merely a thin layer lining the inside. "Is that all?" Ling He instinctively remarked, only to swiftly realize the implication of Vera's earlier statement regarding worthlessness. One cannot assess value solely based on price without considering measurement. While tin does possess a certain worth, a mere thin coating indeed holds little value. Conversely, one must not overlook quantity in favor of measurement alone. Presently, all the joyous drinks within the entire region resided in Ling He's possession, with many cans still resting atop the cart. The combined quantity of these cans could very well increase the amount of tin, or couldn't it? Ling He, unexpectedly pleased, chuckled while scratching his face. "I suppose my luck is rather fortuitous, isn't it?" "Fortuitous, indeed," Vera rolled her eyes. "The requirements for copper tin alloys are not particularly stringent. The tin content can range from 5 to 20 to yield acceptable bronze, even at the minimum standard of 5 tin. The resulting bronze possesses a hardness exceeding that of red copper. This means that if utilized wisely, we could effectively equip a formidable force with bronze weaponry using these cans. Had I not been informed of the circumstances beforehand, I might have thought you had orchestrated this, you rascal lord. At this juncture, Vera paused, casting a suspicious glance at Ling He. Rascal lord, you did not, in truth, scheme this, did you? Haha, Ling He chuckled, scratching the back of his head. And then shook his head emphatically. It was merely an accidental stroke of luck from a wealthy individual. How could I have possibly orchestrated something so long in advance? Observing his reaction, Vera retracted her doubtful gaze. It is indeed a daunting thought that if Lingyi and Jean could manipulate every aspect of life, it would be rather terrifying. However, there remains a crucial point that the impertinent lord must remember. Veiler raised a finger, emphasizing that during the smelting process, only the tin-coated layer from the cans may be mixed within the copper ore. The can for this delightful beverage is primarily made of aluminum. And should excessive aluminum elements be introduced during the copper ore smelting, the entire batch of metal would be rendered utterly worthless. This matter is quite straightforward. Lingyi did not perceive Veiler's statement as a particularly challenging task. He nonchalantly summoned 2 oxen from the furnace area and presented the empty can to them. Smash this can open and meticulously grind down its coating, let me know if it can be accomplished. The 2 oxen cautiously accepted the can from Lingyi, hesitating momentarily before resolutely declaring, we cannot do it, but we can learn. Excellent. Lingyi approached and patted the shoulders of the 2 oxen, stating, we truly require your ambitious spirits, I mean your assistance. He then pointed to the 2 oxen in succession. From today onwards, you shall assume the roles of captain and vice captain of the can grinding team. I will assign you a few more helpers. While speaking, Lingyi summoned several more oxen, casually handing them the emptied cans from the war chariot. Without pausing for any expressions of gratitude, he waved them off, saying, enough standing around. Get to work. As the oxen moved away, picking up stones to commence the grinding of the can's interior, Lingyi turned to Veiler, spreading his hands in a gesture of resolution. See. The issue has been resolved, hasn't it? The previous problem was indeed settled. Veiler blinked, questioning. But when did we establish the position of captain for the can grinding team? Sighing, Lingyi chuckled softly. Outside her realm of expertise, Veiler proved to be quite novice. Realizing this, Lingyi waved his hand dismissively and remarked, there is no need for extra wages, why concern ourselves with such matters? That is a valid point. Veiler nodded in agreement. Impertinent lord, I acknowledge your impertinence. Do refrain from recognizing non-existent matters daily, Lingyi muttered under his breath. His gaze shifting to Baemo slightly inclined his body, acknowledging, my lord, your benevolence in recognizing talent and utilizing individuals appropriately is indeed commendable. Look at that. Although Veiler incessantly calls him the impertinent lord, he has consistently been a good person. Moving beyond that topic, Lingyi's mind wandered to the situation at the lumber yard. In his haste to depart, he had left most of the delightful beverage and the empty cans behind at the lumber yard. With the realization that the trading post could not serve as a long-distance special tool, how to transport such a large quantity of cans had indeed become a dilemma. Yet, perhaps the trading post was not entirely useless. With his keen commercial acumen, Lingyi swiftly recognized another potential use for the trading post, express delivery. As long as one is willing to pay a sufficient transaction tax, resources can be swiftly transferred between 2 lords of the same clan. The only drawback lies in the risk of being outmaneuvered by other lords in the vicinity if the pricing is set too low. However, for an empty canister, it seems that even a price of 1 copper, no, even that modest sum, could easily attract competition. Lingyi shook his head inwardly, pondering the unpredictability of human behavior. Who knows? Perhaps there exists some astute individual in the region who keeps a vigilant watch on low-priced refuse. Nevertheless, setting a price around 20 or 30 coppers would certainly deter any fool from spending such a hefty sum on a mere empty canister. Now that a method for transporting the canister has been devised, the pressing question remains, where does one procure the personnel? Where does the Lord find someone to bind? With this thought, Lingyi turned and scratched the back of the hamburger, lamenting how wonderful it would be if you were a person. Chapter 81, The Grazing Beggar Gulu. Hamburger first emitted a sound of confusion. After a moment of comprehension, it seemed to grasp the meaning of the bipedal creature. Suddenly, Ling He felt as though the comfortable sofa he had been lounging on had vanished, and he found himself seated upon the lap of a little girl. Hamburger! Ling He exclaimed with a scowl, I was merely speaking figuratively, a metaphor. Moreover, Ling He was aware that, even if Hamburger were to assume a human form, it would still be unable to utilize the trading facilities of the human realm. Given that it could not even access the trading post, it was naturally impossible for Hamburger to engage in remote transactions with Ling He. PFF, Vera stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Oh, the shameless lord, your true nature is revealed. Isn't it? Reluctant as you may be, you show no intention of rising. As she spoke, Vera cast a sidelong glance at Bayamo, curious about what further insights he might offer. Yet, under Vera's gaze, Bayamo merely tilted his head slightly and spoke softly. The sage says, I've observed the means. Consider the origins, and discern the resting place. Indeed, we ought to approach an individual from multiple perspectives, examining them through a dynamic lens. Thus, from a higher dimensional, dialectical viewpoint, the Lord's actions are certainly in accordance with propriety. Vera's mouth fell slightly agape. Is this permissible? When did Baimo's discourse become so advanced? Each word she comprehended, yet when woven together, it merely conveyed a sense of propriety. Nonetheless, with Vera's earlier remark, Ling He felt it inappropriate to linger on Hamburger any longer and promptly stood up. He then turned, grasped Hamburger's cheeks, lifted it into the air, and shook it vigorously, causing Hamburger to revert to its original form. Once he saw his agent Hamburger had finally returned to its normal state, Ling He released it and comfortably reclined back onto his sofa. What was he contemplating just now? Yes. He needed to find an agent of his own kind. Upon this realization, Ling He felt a tinge of regret. He had released the phantom wolf too soon. Had he known he would need it now, he would have kept it around a bit longer. At the very least, he could have captured one of those inexplicable secret party lords lurking behind the phantom wolf for use. Now that the phantom wolf had vanished, those secret lords had also disappeared without a trace. Thus, to accomplish his tasks, he would now have to seek out a human lord nearby. However, solitary human lords are quite elusive. Given the population density of the area, they might pass by without Ling He even noticing. Otherwise, he would not have encountered so few souls during his week-long trek from the lumberyard to the open copper mine. Just then, a familiar yet foreign voice echoed in Ling He's ears. It was neither Vera nor Bayamo, nor did it belong to the laborers at the mine. The voice was coming from afar. Ling He abruptly raised his head and spotted, at the horizon's edge, several figures he vaguely recognized approaching swiftly. For a moment, he could not recall who they were. Yet, this was indeed a rare human lord. Ling He suddenly extended his hand, pointing towards a figure in the distance while calling out loudly, catch him. Don't let him escape. Ha! Suddenly receiving the command, Bayamo instantly reacted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he prepared to aim his bow at the figure in the distance. If he shot the opponent's leg, they would certainly be unable to flee. However, Ling He was quick-witted and seized Baimo's bow, preventing such a drastic measure. Baimo's action was halted, and seizing the moment, Vayla brought her staff down heavily onto the ground. Charge! In an instant, the group clad in armor and wielding great swords surged forward. After a change in equipment, the remaining contracted ghost warriors under Ling He had significantly enhanced their combat prowess. Contracted ghost warrior, combat power, 1540, with the enhancement of their armor. These contracted ghost warriors, in a non-death state, now boasted a combat power of 55 points, far surpassing their former capabilities in a death state. As the security force assigned by Ling He to this mining area, any primitive military unit from the Stone Age would likely be torn to shreds upon encountering them. Meanwhile, the diminutive evil lord was racing towards Ling He, accompanied by a few of his subjects, waving as he ran. Hey! I finally found you. However, just as the words left his lips, the diminutive evil lord unexpectedly collided head-on with the approaching contracted ghost warriors. Faced with a horde of armored behemoths, the diminutive evil lord's followers exchanged glances, seemingly steeling themselves for a decision. Ding, your subject, the Wasteland Tracker, has lost 100 loyalty points. Your subject, the Beast Whisperer, has lost 100 loyalty points. Your subject's loyalty has entered negative values. Your subjects have fled. What? Fled? The diminutive evil lord abruptly halted, turning around in bewilderment to glance behind him. It was utterly empty. Rubbing his eyes, he found it still empty. Ha! 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 The diminutive evil lord's voice grew increasingly incredulous. In the next moment, he felt a heavy weight crash onto him, completely pinning him down. Half a minute later, once the contracted ghost warriors confirmed there were no threats in the vicinity, Ling He leisurely arrived at the scene in the chariot driven by Emo. Help me. Beneath the weight of the contracted ghost warriors, the diminutive evil lord trembled, extending his hand as if he were on the verge of losing consciousness. Let him up. At Ling He's command, the contracted ghost warrior that had pinned the diminutive evil lord finally stood up. As the oppressive weight lifted, the diminutive evil lord gasped for fresh air. Just moments ago, 60 pounds of armor combined with nearly 200 pounds of muscular bulk had been crushing him. He almost suffocated. Big shot, it's only our second meeting, must you be so enthusiastic? The diminutive evil lord said, wiping away the tears that had formed from his struggle for breath. Second meeting? Listening to the other party's words, Ling He gradually recalled his impression of him. Who are you? After pondering for a moment, Ling He suddenly clapped his hands in realization. You are that beggar hiding atop the mountain, grazing. Grazing, beggar. The little evil lord smiled wryly, clutching his heart. Not a big shot, but your words strike rather deep, don't they? Moreover, I do have a name. I am Lysian. Wait, I have no interest in knowing that. Ling He interrupted the little evil lord, speaking directly, I will inquire about your presence here later. For now, would you like to accept a fortuitous opportunity? Ding, the conscientious merchant lord has sent you an invitation to be an agent. If you do not refuse, it will be automatically accepted after a countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The little evil lord glanced around at the menacing contract ghost warriors. Given the circumstances, could he afford to decline? Chapter 82, I assure you, every coin is earned through toil and sweat. 10 seconds may seem neither long nor short. In the brief moments that flickered through the mind of the diminutive evil lord, a new window appeared before him. You have been designated as the human representative in this region by the conscientious merchant. At this moment, Ling He revealed a smile and beckoned to the surrounding contract demon warriors. You may disperse now, we are among allies. Upon receiving Ling He's command, the demon warriors ceased their oppressive demeanor, allowing the diminutive evil lord to exhale a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, he noticed Ling He descending from the remarkably impressive war chariot and standing before him. Instantly, the evil lord's heart clenched, as a torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. Finally, he managed to force a rather unattractive smile. Esteemed one, so you are the merchant. Did you not know? Ling He appeared somewhat taken aback. Why would you pursue me if you were unaware of my identity? He had initially believed that their earlier encounter atop the mountain, far from the open copper mine, suggested that the other was aware of his status and had come to follow him. Well, the diminutive evil lord scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I merely wished to inquire where you acquired your mount. Do you believe me? Your mount? Ling He instinctively turned to glance at the war chariot. Surprisingly, he thought it quite stylish, even if he had cobbled it together himself. Are you implying that you desire this? Indeed. The evil lord's eyes sparkled with excitement as he vigorously nodded. As a devotee of aesthetics, for him, handsomeness was paramount, combat prowess could be overlooked, but appearance could not. Might you reveal where I can obtain the skin for this mount? I have yet to encounter such a thing in the trading post. Is there some hidden shop? Perhaps a super VIP store unlocked by spending a certain amount. I see. The diminutive evil lord's enthusiasm grew. Are you a reincarnator? Having anticipated the emergence of the wargame and thus sold your property and borrowed extensively to invest in it. Seeking to teach a lesson to those who looked down upon you in your previous life. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. Drawing closer until his face nearly touched Ling He's, were it not for the absence of weapons. Bai Emo might have been compelled to shoot an arrow through his forehead. Ling He's brow furrowed slightly, his smile diminishing. Due to the representative mechanism. The diminutive evil lord now appeared on his friend list. Yet, why did this evil lord seem rather dim-witted? As the evil lord attempted to lean in further, Ling He promptly extended his hand, disdainfully pushing the other's head away. Observing the current situation, Ling He felt that if he did not interrupt soon, the other might conjure an entire million-word novel within his imagination. Thus, Ling He cleared his throat. Ahem, it is not as absurd as you presume. Nor am I some reincarnated spender. Although I possess considerable wealth, I can unequivocally assert that every penny and every coin I hold has been earned through hard work and toil. Upon hearing Ling He's vehement denial regarding the matters of spending money and rebirth, the diminutive evil monarch was momentarily taken aback. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Ling He nodded decisively, expressing disdain for those who seek to gain without labor. As they conversed, Ling He suddenly recalled something. Chuckling softly as he gestured towards the war chariot behind him. I assent this what you desire. If you genuinely wish for this war chariot, it may not be impossible. However, the price is 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold. The diminutive evil monarch swayed slightly at Ling He's quotation, appearing as though he might shatter. Despite being mentally prepared for the high price of attractive skins, the figure of 1,000 gold seemed outrageous. Could the wealthiest lord in the region even afford such a sum? No, wait. The diminutive evil monarch stole a glance at Ling He. Well, yes. The wealthiest lord in the region could certainly muster 1,000 gold. But what about the second wealthiest lord in the region? The answer was no. Based on Ling He's pricing, this dashing steed would likely remain exclusively his for a considerable time. Noticing the reluctant glimmer in the diminutive evil monarch's eyes, Ling He smirked. His quote of 1,000 gold was not intended to mock or deceive the diminutive evil monarch, nor did he genuinely intend to sell the war chariot. The reality was that such a chariot could not be mass-produced. As the saying goes, rarity begets value. Creating a visually striking wooden war chariot with substantial combat capability required the collaboration of Hamburger. This was not an issue, as Ling He had felt that aside from sleeping hours, there was no time when Hamburger was uncooperative. However, a crucial problem loomed ahead: the skill books. A war chariot necessitated at least 2 type-specific skill books. While the drop rate for these skill books was not low, human lords could not acquire them. Even if a human lord were to obtain a type, it would only yield variations of the same skill. Only slime lords could drop skill books imbued with unique slime racial characteristics. Unfortunately, the skill books produced in the slime trading market were far from sufficient to meet Ling He's demands for mass-producing such war chariots. The reason? The number of slime lords was dismally scarce. Indeed, lamentably few. During the week of travel, Ling He had taken the opportunity to review most of Hamburger's panels. Through the regional channel, he discovered that the number of slime lords in this area was less than 1,000. Initially, Ling He had assumed that the slime race was simply too weak to sustain a larger population. However, through Hamburger's explanation, he learned that the initial population of the slime race in this area was merely a little over 1,000. In comparison to humanity, this was evidently inequitable. Yet, in the realm of war games, fairness is a mere illusion. The elderly, children, the vast grasslands, and the snowy fields. To win at the starting line is not merely a phrase. Those who have recently arrived only to perish for various reasons must feel this sentiment most profoundly. Moreover, if war games truly existed in fairness, then the formidable specters of the ghostly clan, comparable to the era of the Third, should not manifest. Nor should the likes of unscrupulous vendors. Observing his own hands, Ling He chuckled softly, realizing he had allowed his thoughts to wander. Recalling his focus, he approached the diminutive evil lord and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, inquiring, "Do you consider 1,000 gold to be a substantial amount?" The little evil lord instinctively retorted, "Not much." "Certainly not." Ling He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the little evil lord. "Do you remember when I mentioned offering you an opportunity? Becoming my agent is merely a matter of 1,000 gold, it is hardly significant. Chapter 83, the skin will be there, the pancake will be there, extend your hand." Upon hearing Ling He's words, although the young wicked lord was perplexed, he instinctively raised his hands, cupped together. He then witnessed Ling He placing his palm above the young lord's hands, followed by a cascade of coins raining down. So many. So many. In mere seconds, the young wicked lord's hands brimmed with gold coins, and the excess began to spill from his grasp, clattering onto the ground. "Boss! What are you doing?" Ling He seized his generous shower of coins and smiled at the young wicked lord. "Try to deposit these coins into your personal panel." "Is that possible?" The young wicked lord mumbled, yet his hands moved swiftly. Soon, he had accumulated all the coins in his hands and those scattered on the floor into his personal panel. Just enough, exactly 1,000. Before the young wicked lord could utter a word, Ling He's coaxing voice echoed in his ears once more. "Try to buy something at the trading post, something expensive." Under Ling He's persuasion, the young wicked lord opened the trading post panel. After all, it wasn't his money, even if it was spent. He wouldn't feel any remorse. With this thought, he glanced at the trading post and spotted a skill book labeled Whirlwind/, reaching out to tap on it. Whirlwind/, listed price 15 gold, including 20 transaction tax, would you like to purchase? Yes. Transaction failed, transaction failed. The young wicked lord stared in bewilderment at the sudden pop-up window and then at the coin balance displayed on his personal panel. Clearly, he had enough gold coins. So why did the transaction fail? Does this war game have bugs too? Ling He observed this scene keenly. Previously, while collaborating with Hamburger on the Slime Ranch, he had harbored a suspicion, but Hamburger's compliance had prevented him from substantiating his doubts. Now, trying it out on the young wicked lord confirmed his conjecture. This pertained to the agent mechanism, which harbored an unwritten hidden rule regarding the handling of money. Your money is your money, my money is my money. The agent mechanism distinctly delineated ownership of funds. It imposed no restrictions on the portion of money belonging to the agent. However, if it was money given by Ling He, even if it entered the agent's account, it would be subject to limitations akin to a secretary mechanism. Unless Ling He explicitly permitted it, the agent had no right to freely utilize the funds that belonged to Ling He. Just like moments ago, Ling He had casually suggested the young wicked lord buy something at the trading post without specifying what it should be, nor had he granted permission to use his finances. Thus, when faced with the 15 gold price of Whirlwind/, the young wicked lord's insufficient balance resulted in the transaction failure. "Now try buying another Whirlwind/" Ling He said with a smile. Oh, the young wicked lord held no expectations and casually tapped on it again. A skill book for the Whirlwind/ unexpectedly dropped at the feet of the young evil lord. How could this have succeeded again? A question mark floated above his head. In response, Ling He merely smiled and provided a brief explanation about the agent mechanism to the young evil lord. This included his logistics ideas and the role the young evil lord was to play in it. The details were not overly complex, and the young evil lord grasped them with ease. He also came to understand the true meaning of the opportunity Ling He spoke of. By safeguarding this mining site for Ling He and efficiently serving as a logistics node, he would earn a one profit from every transaction he conducted with Ling He. Although this may not seem substantial, the sheer volume of goods Ling He handled was astonishing. Even the smallest fraction leaking through Ling He's fingers could yield him 1,000 gold coins or more within just a month or two. This was surely far more lucrative than engaging in life-and-death battles. In other words, in a month or two, would I be able to purchase a mount skin? Ahem. Ling He had not anticipated that the young evil lord was still preoccupied with the skin he had mentioned. However, this was indeed a good thing. Having demands would surely amplify work enthusiasm. With this thought, Ling He glanced at the young evil lord and said, I entrust this arduous task to you. Can you manage it? The young evil lord instinctively stood at attention, assuring him that the task would be accomplished. Ha ha ha, no need to be so formal. Seeing that the young evil lord had fully comprehended his role, Ling He chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. He then instructed the surrounding contracted ghost warriors to escort the young evil lord back to the mining site. To the side of the newly appointed leader of the grinding group. If there are any tasks, I will notify you through private messages. Ling He's voice grew fainter as he departed. Once the young evil lord returned to his daydream of future profits, he found that Ling He had already vanished from his sight. He was left alone, being escorted by the contracted ghost warriors deep into the furnace area of the mining site. Gulped, the young evil lord instinctively swallowed hard. What was this unexpected sensation of being tricked into a pyramid scheme? Would he be able to live? With such thoughts, he cautiously glanced at the contracted ghost warriors. Then tentatively took a step towards the exit of the mining site. The contracted ghost warriors turned their heads, emitting a puzzled grunt. The young evil lord immediately lowered his head, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and spoke rapidly. I was just stretching my legs due to a cramp. I apologize for any disturbance. Meanwhile, Baimo's war chariot had already begun its return journey. Thanks to the secret party's team. Ling He had now confirmed by Mo's combat prowess, realizing how extraordinarily formidable he was in this area. Therefore, he no longer needed to mobilize a large number of contracted ghost warriors for protection during his travels. Without the contracted ghost warriors, Ling He's speed on the return trip was more than double that of his journey there, feeling the cool wind rushing past him. Reclining upon the hamburger, Vera suddenly turned her head. Although she was reluctant to inquire, she asked, do you truly place your trust in that individual, despite having only met twice? With the total duration of our encounters not exceeding 30 minutes. Trust. Ling, resting his hands behind his head, chuckled lightly. I have faith in each and every one of my subordinates. If need be, I shall dismiss them and seek out another. That is indeed a valid point, Vera conceded. Nodding in agreement. The agent mechanism dictates that within the same territory, only one agent of a particular race may exist simultaneously, and direct replacements are not permitted. How one is dismissed, however, remains an unspoken understanding among all. More than that, I am curious about another matter. Ling summoned his personal panel before Vera, pondering. It has been several days, why am I still stuck at level 7? Chapter 84, The True Determinant of Potential is not the name of the growth path. Ling He recalled that just a week ago, his level was merely 7. Yet, despite the passage of several days, his gold earnings had accumulated to over 100,000, while his experience points remained stagnant. He was still at level 7. The same as when he left the lumber yard. Because Ling He spoke in a casual tone, Veila did not respond directly to his question, instead. She leaned on hamburger and tilted her face to retort, are you eager to level up? Ling He pondered for a moment and shrugged nonchalantly. He wasn't particularly keen on leveling up. Levels did not equate to combat prowess, at least not from the perspective of the end producer pathway. The rewards from these initial 7 levels were substantial. Not to mention the exorbitant amount needed to recruit Baimo. Even the 300 sets of wood required to construct the Pillar of Prayer were astronomical figures for an ordinary lord at this stage. Had Ling He not completed his initial capital accumulation early on, he might not even have had the opportunity to utilize these level rewards. However, although he was not overly concerned, it was impossible to be completely indifferent. After all, many in the regional channel had already surpassed level 15. As he spoke, he heard Veila's mischievous laughter beside him, followed by her hand playfully tugging at his face. I initially thought you, the slacker lord, were completely unconcerned. If you do care, then turn over and develop new products properly, lazy lord. The growth path clearly states that experience can only be gained through monopolies. Do you plan to consume wood for a lifetime? Monopoly, rather than trade or income. Did it imply that the experience he could gain from each type of commodity was limited? This thought flickered through Ling He's mind. But it was quickly dismissed due to Veila's antics. While chatting was one thing, Ling He was certainly not inclined to indulge her actions. Stretching out his hand, he playfully tugged at Veila's cheeks, pulling them apart. Haven't I said it more than once? What kind of good secretary PUA's their boss? A chaos lord, Veila mumbled. Her words muffled. Gaggle in the midst of Ling He and Veila's playful tussle. Hamburger blinked his large, watery eyes, extending his small round hands, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Abai Emo, who was driving the war chariot, casually picked up a leaf and began to play a soft tune, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Fortunately, their playful banter was brief. It was Veila who released her grip first, and Ling He showed no intention of pursuing the matter further, maintaining his languid posture. After a while, seeing that Ling He had no subsequent actions, Veila finally lifted her gaze to the sky and softly spoke. There is something I've been wanting to say for a long time. Oh. Ling He turned his head, curious about what profound insight Veila might have this time. I am not a competent secretary, and you are not a qualified lord, or rather, an end producer. Oh, I was wondering what it was about. Ling playfully patted Vera's hat, suggesting that since it was free, they might as well enjoy it together. Did you only catch the first part of that? Vera replied, somewhat speechless, wondering how such a simple statement could sound so peculiar when uttered by Ling. What else could it be? How else could it be interpreted? Ling shot a glance at Vera, challenging her to point out his shortcomings. Well, there are quite a few, Vera retorted, counting them off on her fingers. You get too emotional, sometimes acting without logic, you claim to seek dominance while treating interests lightly, you are overly accommodating, and even when offended, you remain unfazed, like me. That is not so terrible, is it? Before Vera could finish her thought, Ling grasped her mouth, and she found herself confronted with his ambiguous smile. What do you think a true producer should be like? Should they never crack a joke, their minds consumed solely by calculations and profit, clinging to their wealth until they grow old and lonely? Vera's gaze flickered as she could only emit muffled sounds. Ling, however, seemed uninterested in her response, continuing his monologue. No, I cannot speak for others who have chosen similar paths of growth, but I am evidently not one of them. As he spoke, he released his grip on Vera's mouth, tapping his heart with his thumb. If a producer's goal is to monopolize everything, does that everything consist solely of tangible riches? I am fond of a saying, private property is sacred and inviolable. For me, my emotions, whether joy, admiration, compassion, contentment, or even pain, sorrow, embarrassment, confusion, are my private possessions. A true producer should be the master of wealth, not its slave. I will not relinquish what I have monopolized for mere coins. Why lower oneself to pursue gold and jewels, which would steal my joy? At that moment, Bai Mo's voice floated from ahead, summarizing Ling's sentiments. Vera's eyes flickered slightly as she turned her head aside. Is it that profit is less important than willingness? Is that how you perceive a producer? Suddenly, Ling noticed Vera covering her mouth, stifling a laugh. Humph, dear Lord, you are becoming increasingly intriguing. By the way, did you know? Vera turned her face, her amber eyes locking onto Ling's. Many believe that one's potential for growth is determined at the moment of choosing their initial path, but this is not the case. The true determinant of a person's potential is their inner self and the journey they have traversed. A weak person at level 100 is inferior to a strong one at level 1, for if the challenges faced are the same, rapid advancement only highlights one's insignificance. Conversely, the difficulty of leveling up may signify that the self within you is indeed formidable. Therefore, all right, Ling interjected, raising his hand to halt Vera. Philosophical musings will end here. Let me clarify my position, an upgrade is essential, and regardless of your compliments, the tasks at hand are yours to undertake. Ha! Vera's expression instantly stiffened. This is troubling, I am about to be subjected to the insidious manipulation of that wretched lord again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The region remains remarkably tranquil, at least from Ling He's perspective. During this time, Ling He has gleaned insights into certain characteristics of the growth path levels through Vera's explanations. For instance, there are no two identical growth paths. Even if the names of the growth paths are the same, they will yield entirely different upgrade rewards based on the Lord's inner aspirations and the disparities of the era. In essence, it is akin to a game of chance. Ling He rolled his eyes and then glanced at his personal panel, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Chapter 85 The Lens of Surplus Value. Ever since Vera discovered the source of upgrade experience, she has been utterly occupied for the past 3 days. As it stands, Ling He has been unable to find any new commodities that could be monopolized immediately. Thus, in pursuit of an upgrade, Ling He was compelled to allow Vera to exploit the herbal market. For Ling He, this was an entirely uncharted territory, a market he had yet to harvest. Even if Vera, by herself, could only capture a minuscule share of this market, it was still preferable to the stagnated experience yielded by lumber and fire slime gel. After 3 days, Vera managed to select easily obtainable herbs that did not require cultivation and sold them in the trading post. Consequently, the growth path that Ling He had been pursuing for his upgrade finally culminated in reaching level 8 upon his return to the lumberyard. Vera stifled a yawn, covering her mouth. Using a lady as a beast of burden, I must retract all the compliments I've bestowed upon you, you wretched lord. So, what is your upgrade reward this time? As she spoke, Vera leaned closer to Ling He, peering at his personal panel. She observed the following inscription, LV7 LV8, Lens of Surplus Value. Pfft, this was not a laugh of mockery, but rather Vera nearly choked on her saliva, prompting Ling He to evade her in disgust. What else with the excitement? No, it's not that. Vera pointed at Ling He's panel, struggling to articulate her thoughts. I've been wanting to criticize this for ages. What kind of luck is this, you insufferable lord? Ling He, somewhat puzzled by Vera's remark, inquired, what is wrong with my luck? He glanced at his upgrade reward, which was still a consumable item, and felt a twinge of disappointment. Lens of Surplus Value, single-use item, description, examine the surplus value. Effect, choose any category, if there are high-value targets within this area. One will be randomly marked. From the effects, it seemed somewhat akin to the tortoise shell that the spectral wolf had sold him earlier, both being single-use consumables. At that time, the spectral wolf had only priced the tortoise shell at 100 gold, leading Ling He to initially perceive this item as not particularly valuable. Seeing this, Vera facepalmed and shook her head, reminding him, you wretched lord, have you forgotten why we returned? For the tin mine. Suddenly, Ling He recalled that he had been so preoccupied with pressing Vera that he nearly overlooked their primary objective. He hastily dismounted from the war chariot to list all the empty joy water cans in the lumberyard. He then used the friend panel to remind the little Demon King not to neglect their tasks. Watching as the little Demon King purchased all the listed joy water cans, and estimating that they could refine a furnace of bronze with a minimum ratio, Ling He finally returned to Vera's side. Vera, were you about to say something else? Vera sighed, facepalming once more. You wretched lord, could you not let me finish my thoughts? What I intended to convey is that, when calculated according to rarity, tin ore is indeed a valuable target. Wait, does that mean? Ling instinctively turned his gaze toward his personal panel. Just then, Vera's voice echoed beside him, affirming that if his understanding of valuable targets was not mistaken, the probability of locating tin or using this item to search for high-value minerals was quite significant. Furthermore, it was likely hidden within rich mineral layers beneath the surface. Upon saying this, Vera's gaze toward Ling grew increasingly peculiar. You lucky lord. What is the secret behind your fortune? I can't shake the feeling that the goddess of luck is conspiring to feed you. Vera had sensed something amiss for quite some time. Normally, the rewards obtained from leveling up should be rather random. Ling's level was not particularly high. So how was it that he consistently received precisely what he needed or rewards that were incredibly beneficial for his subsequent advancements? Could it be attributed to the luck one attached to the attributes of the spiritualization era? No, that didn't seem likely. After a brief contemplation, Vera dismissed the thought. To her, Ling had already been exceptionally fortunate even before choosing to enter the spiritualization pseudo-era. Could it truly be as Ling suggested? That those who smile often enjoy better luck? Ha, how absurd. Ling chuckled and scratched the back of his head, according to Vera. His recent fortune had indeed been rather favorable. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Ling remarked half-jokingly, could it be because I still owe 100,000 gold coins? Although he had the means to repay the loan for the 100,000 gold coins he borrowed to purchase the spiritualization logging yard, he had no immediate plans to repay it. After all, there was still plenty of time within the year, there was no rush for repayment. Perhaps by the end of the year, he might find himself in such a predicament that he would no longer need to repay the initial loan of 100,000 gold coins. Using debt as a threat in a war game, is it? Vera clapped her hands in realization, exclaiming, I knew it. You have funds yet refuse to repay. When it comes to being unscrupulous, you clearly have your methods. I already said it's not that absurd, Ling replied with a hint of exasperation. Moreover, this residual value lens may not necessarily lead us to the tin ore we currently desire. With that, Ling took out the item and held it in his palm. The residual value lens appeared as a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. Just as Ling extracted the residual value lens, the pop-up window appeared before him. Please select the item you wish to search for. Note, if there are no high-value targets meeting the criteria in the area, the usage count will still be consumed. This implies that regardless of whether the search is successful or not, the residual value lens can only be used once. Ling pondered for a moment but did not put the item away. Instead, he directly selected the item he wished to seek. Minerals. He was eager to discover what kind of high-value minerals he could find in this area. Marking successful flashed across the system prompt. Then he observed that the residual value lens in his hand, under the refraction of light, formed an image resembling an arrow. At that moment, this figure was directed towards a position slightly below him. From this inclined perspective, the indicated mineral deposit was not far from his location. Could it be that a high-value mineral resource lay hidden right beneath his feet? Contemplating this, he immediately rose to his feet and called out to Vera. Let us go take a look. After addressing Vera, he followed the guidance of the residual value lens and made his way to the base of the blazing tower of the Ghost Spirit clan. Boss, you are back. The cattle left to tend the campfire promptly approached Linghe, greeting him. Linghe did not respond. His gaze was entirely fixated on the arrow of the residual value lens. At that moment, the arrow pointed directly downward at a 90-degree angle, confirming Vera's assertion that it indicated a deep mineral vein beneath the surface. Chapter 86, The Buried Dormant Volcano Without the Residual Value Lens. This vein of ore might remain undiscovered for an indeterminate period, awaiting the maturation of mining technology. However, at present, there is little to be said. Ling pointed to the ground beneath his feet and then issued a command to the bovines and horses gathered around the campfire. Start digging. It seemed somewhat unethical to directly excavate the foundation of the Ghost Spirit clan's tower, yet the creatures merely exchanged glances before promptly getting to work. The soft turf was the first to be removed, followed by the incessant sound of chiseling stone. Initially, Ling anticipated that this phase would persist for quite some time. However, after merely 15 minutes, with a resounding thud from a bovine striking down its pickaxe, an unfathomably deep hole appeared before Ling. Did we break through? Ling stepped forward to inspect, then turned to meet Vera's gaze. Suddenly, the pungent odor wafted from the hole, infiltrating Ling's nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Choked by the acrid scent, Ling was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Lord, are you all right? White Ink, standing nearby, rushed forward to support Ling, guiding him a few steps back. He was indeed fine, but trouble loomed ahead. Vera's voice came from the side, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Ling turned to look, and saw Vera crouched in the very spot he had just vacated, seemingly conducting a chemical experiment, covering her nose as she inhaled the fumes emanating from the opening. The stench of marsh gas. What is being released is hydrogen sulfide. I believe I comprehend the situation now. Vera suddenly stood and hastily retreated to Ling and White Ink's side, then smiled faintly. This area was once a dormant volcano, and its being covered by plains could only result from millions of years of geological transformation. Moreover, I think we should flee. Why? Ling instinctively inquired. As soon as the words left his lips, he observed Vera extend a trembling finger towards the campfire burning before the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower. Hydrogen sulfide is flammable and will explode. What? White Ink's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding all notions of decorum. He swiftly clutched Ling and Vera under each arm and hurriedly retreated to the war chariot as it sped away. Just as the chariot had barely distanced itself, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, resonating clearly even several kilometers away. Simultaneously, the ground trembled violently, and a terrifying mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. My goodness! On a distant hillside, several human lords stared in awe at the mushroom cloud, their voices filled with astonishment. Unbelievable! Due to the Ghost Spirit Clan's tower being exceedingly conspicuous, the lords situated in the elevated terrain found it impossible to overlook its presence. In ordinary times, few dared to approach the towering structures of the Ghost Spirit Clan, which also served as Linghi's lumberyard, remaining undiscovered by other human lords. Yet many harbored fantasies about a means to eradicate those lofty towers that dominated the landscape. Explosions were among the most common thoughts. But since most were still entrenched in the Stone Age, such notions were often dismissed as mere jest. Little did they know that the mushroom cloud they had never glimpsed in their lives would manifest today, bringing them face to face with it in a war game. As they beheld the mushroom cloud ascending into the heavens, darkening the sky, many lords swallowed hard. Soon, the regional channel erupted with fervor. All manner of chaotic messages were overshadowed by the sudden appearance of the enormous mushroom cloud. Frantic snail, where did this come from? Are we still in the Stone Age? Tea without sugar, a mushroom cloud. I can almost see my great-grandmother smiling at me. Half-price chips, did a human lord do this? Please, someone responsible, speak up. I'm about to wet myself. Allahu Akbar, the great Lord declares responsibility for this matter. In the face of the suddenly rising mushroom cloud, there were those who trembled in fear, others who approached it with a sense of humor, and yet more who proclaimed accountability. The myriad expressions of humanity were laid bare within the regional channel. However, many lords positioned at a relative distance remained oblivious to the unfolding events. The worst assassin in the village, what mushroom cloud? Am I the only one in the dark? I feel utterly isolated. Grandpa Jean, I don't know either one, half-price chips, it's a mushroom cloud, the kind from a bomb. Before being dragged into the war game, I studied chemistry. A mushroom cloud of this magnitude requires hundreds of tons of explosive yield. As some individuals stepped forward to elucidate the situation, news of the mushroom cloud spread through the regional channel like a plague. Many who had not witnessed it firsthand initially reacted with disbelief. After all, to produce a mushroom cloud in the Stone Age, if true, would be astonishingly preposterous. Yet, despite their skepticism, witnessing the fervent declarations of countless others instilled a sense of foreboding, leading many to adopt a mindset of better to believe than to disbelieve. Jean Kwang was among them. He had chosen a gathering place situated in a relatively low-lying area, surrounded by mountains that provided natural barriers. Thus he had not witnessed the uproar surrounding the mushroom cloud in the regional channel. However, if the news were true, the thought weighed heavily on his heart. An attack of such magnitude was beyond the capabilities of contemporary humanity. Could it be that a force more terrifying than the Ghost Spirit Clan was assaulting their towers? If his conjecture were to be true, it would spell disaster for all the lords within the region. Preparations must be made promptly. The Basaka opened his personal interface, hesitated for a moment, then sent a private message to the individual he deemed most trustworthy. Basaka, merchant. Are you aware of the mushroom cloud that has been the talk of the region? At this moment, Emo had just emerged from the dense black smoke in his war chariot. Faced with the unexpected inquiry from the long uncontacted Basaka in his private chat, Linghe, still feeling a sense of dread, glanced back at the billowing black smoke before responding in the chat. Conscientious merchant, I am aware it was my doing. Chapter 87 is a product of my own making. Call me Battle Maniac, is it really you, vendor brother? After a brief moment of astonishment, Battle Maniac instinctively believed that Linghe was merely jesting with him. It is understandable, for even he, upon first hearing about the mushroom cloud, had difficulty believing it. Realizing this, Battle Maniac sent another private message. Call me Battle Maniac, no, I am not joking with you, vendor brother. Please observe the current regional channel. Many are claiming to have witnessed the mushroom cloud rise with their own eyes. I am pondering if this is indeed true. It could signify the emergence of a force more terrifying than the Ghost Spirit clan. If we do not prepare promptly, I fear. What does he fear? Linghe, while glancing at the continuous private messages from Battle Maniac, shifted his gaze toward the location of the tower. Through the thick smoke. Starting from the tower of the Ghost Spirit clan, a massive pit, with a diameter of over 100 meters, had appeared. The tower had completely tilted. It was only due to the resilient crust of the earth that much of the explosion's impact was mitigated, preventing the tower from shattering into pieces. Yet, despite this, in the face of subsequent shockwaves and scalding smoke, terrifying fissures began to appear upon the tower. It seemed that even if there were still remnants of the Ghost Spirit clan within the tower, they would be incapable of addressing matters outside in the immediate future. Confirming this, Linghe once again turned his attention to the private chat interface. Call me Battle Maniac, I fear we may all perish in this catastrophe. After sending the private message, Battle Maniac let out a heavy sigh. For him, and indeed for most human lords, the sudden onset of warfare could very well be deemed a calamity. He was uncertain of the vendor's thoughts, yet he felt a sense of gratitude toward him. Since the emergence of the Ghost Spirit clan, he had been closely monitoring the dwindling number of human lords in the region. Aside from the appallingly high death toll on the first day, the losses among the human lords had gradually diminished with the vendor's boundless supply of goods. It was precisely for this reason that he felt the vendor was trustworthy and sought him out first in times of uncertainty. Ding, at that moment, a new message arrived in the private chat, prompting Battle Maniac to look up immediately. Conscientious vendor, I am not joking, it was indeed my doing. I inadvertently struck a magma channel of a dormant volcano while mining, and the campfire ignited the accumulated methane within the channel. This seems quite plausible. Striking a dormant volcano and then igniting methane that had accumulated for centuries, resulting in a mushroom cloud. How reasonable, indeed. Battle Maniac felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why, when they were still in the Stone Age, had the conscientious vendor already excavated a dormant volcano? From a scientific perspective, it was simply unscientific. However, before Battle Maniac could respond, Linghe swiftly sent another private message. Conscientious vendor, as for the matter regarding the explosive incident with the Ghost Spirit clan's tower, I can only say that it was an unforeseen accident. Linghe's desire to dismantle the Ghost Spirit clan's tower is not particularly fervent. He has always maintained an appreciative stance towards the clan. Not only for their stimulation of market consumption but also because their two ultimate strategies represent the fastest means for humanity to acquire gold coins and experience. As Linghe's sole lucrative opportunity at present, he is quite reluctant to see the Ghost Spirit clan exit this game so swiftly. After some contemplation, he realized that Zhong Kuang, being the first to establish a guild in the entire region, is likely to become a significant patron in the future, thus leaving the matter unresolved would be rather unwise. Linghe then sent several messages through the private chat channel. Conscientious vendor, the situation is essentially as I've described. Jean Kwang, you can rest assured, you are well aware of my credibility, and I would never jest about such matters. Call me Jean Kwang, that is indeed the case. After sending this message, Jean Kwang stared at the private chat for quite some time, ultimately lacking the resolve to voice another thought that lingered in his mind. Noticing that no further messages were forthcoming from Jean Kwang, Ling He casually closed the private chat window and shifted his focus back to the site of the recent explosion. Due to the explosion, the earth had been upheaved, revealing deep mineral veins that were previously marked by the residual value lens, now transformed into open-pit mines. Unfortunately, the cattle that were originally stationed near the campfire did not manage to evacuate in time and were all lost in the recent cataclysm. Damn it, Lord. What should we do now? Veila's voice echoed from the side. After the recent assault by the Ghost Spirit clan, she once again found herself in close proximity to death alongside Ling He. With a long breath, Veila cast an unusual glance at Ling He. Having just endured such a terrifying explosion, she felt that her previous remarks about Ling He's good fortune had been made far too soon. This was no mere gift. It was a matter of life and death. The residual value lens should have pointed towards high-value targets, yet it led Ling He to this cursed location instead. Could it be that his debt of 100,000 gold coins had drawn the attention of some unseen force? Perhaps we should repay the debt? Veila tentatively suggested. Have you lost your mind? Ling He replied with surprise, glancing at Veila, bewildered by the thoughts swirling in her mind. In matters of interest-free loans, one does not speak of repayment until the deadline approaches. More than that, Ling He was curious about what kind of mineral could precipitate such a grand upheaval. However, considering the thick black smoke billowing before him, it was evidently impractical for Ling He to venture into the mines with the residual value lens for health's sake. Oh! Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ling He's mind. He expended 10 gold coins to recruit 10 contract lumberjacks, who then materialized before him. The lumberjacks, robust and vigorous, could likely withstand a few breaths of toxic smoke without succumbing immediately. Though their intellect may be somewhat lacking, Ling He had no expectations of them undertaking particularly intricate tasks. You will proceed shortly to gather fragments that appear distinct from ordinary stones, and then bring them back to me. Do you comprehend? In response to Ling He's directive, the 10 contract lumberjacks shouted, "Everything for profit," and without hesitation plunged into the searing smoke. Before long, several contract lumberjacks returned one after another, bearing small, shattered pieces of ore. Ling He merely placed the ores before Vera, allowing her to quickly ascertain their nature. Granite? Rubbish, sick father. Mica? Rubbish, sick father. Cassiterite? Wait. Ling He observed as a contract lumberjack presented cassiterite, then raised the remaining value lens in his hand. The vital mineral from the Bronze Age had been discovered. Yet the mineral indicated by the remaining value lens was not cassiterite. Chapter 88, The last piece of the new market. Is there anything more precious than tin ore? Just as this thought flickered through Ling's mind, a contract lumberjack burst forth from the black smoke, cradling a cluster of lead-grey ore. This is silver ore. Vera's voice rang out, tinged with surprise. Simultaneously, the remaining value lens held in Ling's hand shattered in response. It was evident that the mineral indicated by the lens was indeed the silver ore presented by the contract lumberjack. However, before Ling could inquire further, he noticed Vera's expression transforming into something peculiar. This. I truly do not know whether to say that the bastard lord is lucky or unfortunate. Under Vera's explanation, Ling swiftly grasped the meaning behind her words. Silver ore, as a mixture of silver and sulfur elements, held immense value in Vera's eyes. In terms of worth, it ranked just below pure silver ore and argentiferous ore among silver types. However, prior to industrialization, the value of silver was nearly confined to its function as currency. Within the context of the wargame, silver was not considered circulating currency. This meant that unless Ling reached an era where he could recruit a secretary of Vera's caliber, silver ore would be utterly worthless to him. TSK. Ling clicked his tongue. According to the previous insights from the Shadow Wolf, the secret party hailed merely from Era 3. By such calculations, Vera's era must be at level 4 or 5. Quite a distant gap indeed. Despite possessing a value far exceeding that of tin ore, the silver ore was practically unusable in the short term, making it undeniably frustrating. Fortunately, while the most valuable silver ore may currently lack worth, one of its associated minerals, tin stone, directly filled the last void in Ling's commercial landscape of Era 2. Now, he was lacking nothing. Suddenly, Ling's lips curled into a smile as he reached out, grasping at the black smoke before him. The next era that belongs to us has truly begun. Vera remained silent beside him, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of light. The last time Ling exhibited this demeanor was on the very first night they met. At that time, Ling had rapidly transformed from a small fish into a giant whale. Then he had laughed and declared to the trading hall, "Game over. Vera, don't dawdle, there are many tasks ahead for you to undertake with Bayamo." Ling's voice interrupted Vera's thoughts. "Bastard lord, would you die if you didn't squeeze me for a day?" Though Vera expressed this sentiment, her actions did not falter. And the occasional smile that graced her features was genuine. After all, who would dislike making money? Ling remained unaware of Vera's inner thoughts. He merely entrusted the trading panel and the chat panel to Vera and Bayamo, respectively, before opening the construction interface to undertake a sweeping transformation of the lumberyard surroundings. Initially, his plans were bound to evolve. According to Ling He's previous estimations, due to the exceedingly limited quantity of tin ore at hand, all smelting furnaces would be established in the copper mine area. This approach would necessitate only trading for a few joyful water jugs and a small amount of wood, significantly reducing the production costs of red copper ingots. However, as tin ore was unearthed, employing a similar production strategy proved to be impractical in terms of cost control. On one hand, tin ore is difficult to price, has a strategic resource whose reserves are, under normal circumstances, far less than those of copper. If the listing price is set too low, it could easily be snatched up by overly eager lords. Conversely, if priced too high, the 15 trading tax imposed by the trading post would greatly inflate Ling He's production costs. Therefore, it would be more prudent to smelt in designated zones. Apart from the initial batch of bronze ingots, the copper mine area would solely focus on the production of red copper ingots, while the smelting area for bronze ingots would be relocated closer to the lumberyard. The advantages of this arrangement were undoubtedly clear, such as having a constant supply of fuel nearby, eliminating concerns over tin ore pricing. Furthermore, Ling He need not worry about the pricing of copper ore. According to his vision, the listing price for each piece of copper ore would be marked at 1 gold, which effectively represented a logistical cost of 15 copper. This pricing would hardly impact the profits derived from bronze. Even if someone carelessly purchased these copper ores, they would find themselves lamenting in vain when faced with Ling He's subsequent listings of ready-made red copper ingots. Amused by this thought, Ling He couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, ha ha ha. In the following moments, gold flowed like water from his hands. Population, materials, wages, tools, virtually every aspect required expenditure, with each transaction representing a level of consumption beyond the reach of ordinary lords. Thousands of cattle and horses were recruited, some tasked with delving into the toxin-laden mines to gather tin ore, while others continued to replenish the lumberyard. Ultimately, the remaining livestock was responsible for erecting numerous subterranean smelting furnaces and foundries across the plains. Days swiftly passed. During this brief period, many individuals noticed the unusual activity surrounding copper ore within the trading post. Frequently, large quantities of copper ore would suddenly appear for sale, only to be swiftly depleted within a short span. Many referred to this phenomenon as the copper ore ghost of the trading post, marking it as one of the most discussed occurrences in the Human Regional Channel, aside from the astonishing mushroom cloud from a few days prior. Some even speculated that there was a bug in the wargame, attempting to make purchases, only to confirm that transactions could indeed be successfully completed. However, Due to the absence of smelting facilities, all who acquired copper ore could only stare blankly at the ore lumps, ultimately tossing them into a corner to gather dust. Ling He, however, did not place much importance on this matter. Rather, the declining profits made it difficult for him to concern himself with such trivialities. In recent days, his daily earnings in gold coins have dwindled to a mere range of 3,000 to 5,000. Previously, due to excessive copper refining, his balance had plummeted to 90,000 gold coins, and after 3 days of effort, it barely returned to 100,000. The primary culprit behind this predicament was the ominous mushroom cloud that had risen that fateful day. The terror of that mushroom cloud was overwhelming. And the area was far less expansive than Ling had imagined, causing all creatures to quickly become aware of its ominous presence. Consequently, the ghastly spirits, who were already experiencing a gradual decline in their offensive, were driven into a state of retreat by the sheer fright of the mushroom cloud. As the ghastly spirits recoiled, the absence of stimuli led to an immediate market downturn. The demand for honeycomb gel plummeted as it became largely unsought after. With the absence of external threats, the human lords found themselves with the luxury of time to ignite fires, yet the sales of fire slime gel diminished with each passing day. Chapter 89, The Request of the Battle Madman. Although lumber still constituted the primary source of income, sustaining Lingi's daily earnings, the contraction of the Ghost Spirit clan led to the disappearance of the primary source of explosive gold coins. Many lords with the means began to fell trees themselves to diminish their reliance on the trading post for timber, attempting to amass the dwindling gold coins in their possession. It seemed that the old market model could not endure for much longer, Lingi muttered to himself. From the very first day of selling lumber, he had foreseen the current predicament. Although timber prices had been significantly reduced, ordinary lords could only obtain a few copper coins by slaying neutral wild creatures, making it increasingly difficult to purchase several sets of lumber. It could be said that had the Ghost Spirit clan not emerged, dispersing wealth within the region while simultaneously stimulating the human market with their lives, Lingi would never have been able to earn tens of thousands of gold coins daily, or even surpass 20,000. If the Ghost Spirit clan were to be eliminated, the market system established under the threat of their presence would inevitably collapse. However, the issue was not grave. Lingi calculated the time the first batch of red copper ingots would be ready the following day. This batch would yield around 6,000 ingots, all sourced from his own materials. In other words, despite Lingi's anticipated price being merely 3 gold coins, all profits from the entire production line would flow directly into his own coffers, meaning he would earn far more than others might imagine. Speaking of which, the time for the bronze ingots to be ready was also tomorrow, Lingi mused. Earlier, at the open-air copper mine, he had utilized the leftover cans from the war chariot to smelt a small batch of bronze ingots. However, this could not be considered the first batch, as the maximum yield was only around 20 pieces, hardly reaching full production, and would not create any significant stir in the trading post. Thus, Lingi did not intend to sell this batch of bronze ingots. He wished to keep them as a memento, and also to conduct a preliminary test comparing the differences between bronze and red copper equipment. As for now, all Lingi needed to do was wait for time to pass slowly, thereby solidifying his dominant position in the future market. Yet, during this waiting period, an unexpected private message suddenly appeared before him. Call me Battle Madman. Hey, vendor brother, I've given it some thought, and I must discuss this matter. May I ask you for a favor? After sending the private message, Battle Madman nervously clenched his fists. He had contemplated this matter days prior but had been too shy to voice it to Lingi. However, as the offensive of the Ghost Spirit clan weakened and the coalition of lords under his command grew increasingly confident, he could no longer resist seeking out Lingi. Seeking my assistance. Lingi raised an eyebrow as he read the content of the private message. In truth, there had always been individuals wishing to request something from him, but most messages were filtered out by Mo at the very moment they were sent, never reaching Lingi. Battle Madman, however, was evidently an exception. In the past, when Ling He was at his weakest, someone had inquired whether he required assistance, a gesture that Ling He has not forgotten. Moreover, aside from the clandestine secret factions lurking in the shadows, Zhong Kuang is arguably the second most formidable military presence in the entire region. It is quite difficult to fathom that he would find himself in need of others' help. Therefore, for both emotional and logical reasons, Ling He is prepared to discover what Zhong Kuang truly desires from him. Conscientious vendor, Zhong Kuang, please speak freely. We are all human, and what matter cannot be negotiated. Right? Seeing that Ling He did not immediately decline, Zhong Kuang ceased his hesitance and directly conveyed his request through a private chat. Call me Zhong Kuang. To be honest, it's rather difficult to broach this subject. However, could I implore you, dear vendor, to lend us some lumber? Lumber? Ling He was taken aback. If Zhong Kuang had asked to borrow money, he might have been more reluctant. However, considering that due to the stagnation of trade lately, a considerable amount of lumber was piling up in Ling He's possession, lending it out was certainly an option. Noticing Ling He's momentary silence, Zhong Kuang quickly added in the private chat. The price will be calculated at the current market rate, no. Even if you increase the price a bit, it would be fine. We will surely repay the principal with interest. Of course, if you are unwilling, I will not trouble you further. Realizing this, Ling He hastily sent a message. Conscientious vendor, wait a moment, I never said I wouldn't lend it. However, how much lumber do you wish to borrow, and for what purpose? You must give me some indication, Zhong Kuang. Call me Zhong Kuang, that is fair. But please, do not get too excited just yet, we need to borrow around 3,000 units of lumber. As for the purpose, you must have constructed the council hall, right? Are you familiar with the advisory function? Advisory. Ling He recalled that the council hall indeed had this feature. However, it had been marked as advisory, not activated, rendering the entire function inoperative, and thus he had long since ceased to pay attention to it. Conscientious vendor, is this lumber related to the advisory function? Call me Zhong Kuang, precisely. To be frank, one of my subordinates possesses a special ability unlocked at level 10, which allows for the activation of the advisory function. Soon, the detailed information regarding this ability was sent to Ling He in written form by Zhong Kuang. Destiny, advisory mechanism, era, Stone Age, ritual path, description, there exists a predetermined fate, a destiny linked by blood, connecting us from all corners of the earth. Effect, sends advisory requests to the top 100 clan lords in the region, invited lords may proceed to the council hall to accept the advisory. When the number of accepting lords exceeds 50, the advisory is executed. Ling He scrutinized the information Zhong Kuang had sent. He began to understand why Zhong Kuang sought to borrow 3,000 units of lumber. To engage in a council, 3 conditions must be met. Firstly, one must rank among the top 100 in terms of development within the region. Secondly, a council hall must be constructed. And thirdly, there must be an individual to initiate the council. It seems that the first and third conditions have already been fulfilled by the war frenzy, with the only deficiency being the construction of the council hall. The council hall requires a substantial investment of 500 units of timber, a cost that is not affordable for everyone, as not all possess the wealth of Ling He. Despite this, Ling He remained perplexed as to why War Frenzy would extend credit for a seemingly obscure council function. Preferring directness over circumlocution, Ling He posed this question directly to War Frenzy. Soon, he received a prompt response. Call me War Frenzy, what if I told you that the council function determines the ultimate strategy we, the human race, will employ in this region? Chapter 90, Diplomatic Support and the Ultimate Strategy. Upon gazing at these 4 words, Ling He was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that it was merely 2 weeks prior when he received 2 notifications regarding the ultimate strategy, heralding the arrival of the Ghost Spirit clan in this region. While his understanding of the ultimate strategy remained somewhat limited, the intelligence currently at hand suggested that it profoundly influenced the overarching dynamics of the area. If the words of the battle maniac held any truth, then the advisory function would dictate the subsequent ultimate strategy employed by the human race in this territory. A soft chuckle escaped Ling He's lips. Conscientious merchant, battle maniac, I can offer you 5,000 sets of this timber, and I shall cover all transaction taxes, requiring no repayment of any gold coins from you. However, I have one condition. Battle maniac stared at the latest private message from Ling He, falling into a contemplative silence. Although he was aware that he shared a tenuous connection with the conscientious merchant, he was equally cognizant that their relationship could hardly warrant such extravagance. A direct exemption of 500 gold coins, coupled with the merchant absorbing the transaction taxes, all for the sake of one condition. This undoubtedly indicated that the condition held considerable value in the merchant's estimation. What could this condition possibly entail? A sense of uncertainty lingered in Battle Maniac's heart, yet he still opted to respond in the private chat. Call me Battle Maniac, please tell me your condition, merchant. Conscientious merchant, no need to be anxious, my condition is rather simple and won't require much effort from your end. Ling He chose not to prolong the suspense and promptly articulated his stipulation. I require you and your associates to furnish me with comprehensive diplomatic support in the upcoming advisory sessions. In simpler terms, when faced with issues that necessitate a vote during the advisory, I need your unreserved backing for the options I endorse. Diplomatic support. Upon encountering this phrase, Battle Maniac was initially taken aback, but then a wave of relief washed over him. It was not a particularly burdensome condition. The integrity of the conscientious merchant was well recognized within the region, and any option selected by him would undoubtedly be sound. Given this, the merchant's proposal seemed akin to a gift. Battle Maniac promptly replied, Call me Battle Maniac, if this is your condition, merchant, I have no objections. What? He was already in agreement. A faint smile graced Ling He's lips, he was adapting quite swiftly. Conscientious merchant, in that case, let us prepare for the transaction. Vera. Summoning Vera to his side, Ling He gestured toward the private chat interface. He requested her assistance in processing this transaction. Unlike gold coin transactions, gifting resources necessitated a barter approach. In such exchanges, the transaction taxes were entirely determined by the trading post, adhering to its own system of addition and multiplication, rendering manipulation of tax rates through price alteration impossible. Consequently, there were instances when the tax rate could exceed that of gold coin transactions. Adhering to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, this transaction was perfectly suited for Vera, as it hardly affected Ling He's intellect. Vera leaned forward, engaging in the transaction with the Battle Maniac. Yet, she did not forget to murmur, is it truly a gift? That scoundrel lord is becoming increasingly extravagant. What are you mumbling about? Ling He scolded lightly, tapping Vera's heart. He understood that Vera was not opposing him. She merely lamented the small sum of money they were missing out on. After all, as a heartless capitalist of the Victorian era, it was hardly surprising to harbor such sentiments in a time when one would rather pour milk into the river than sell it cheaply. Nevertheless, Ling He felt compelled to correct Vera's perspective. It is often said that value is not solely represented by visible currency. Everything in this world, whether tangible or intangible, can be measured by value. Rather than considering it a gift, it is more appropriate to view it as a standard transaction. We exchange surplus tangible goods for the intangible assets we require. The Battle Maniac would not incur losses from this transaction, but certainly, neither would I. All right, scoundrel lord, you know I don't understand these things, Vera sighed, shaking her head and pointing at the panel before Ling He, indicating that the transaction had been completed. It seemed that the individual still had something to convey to the scoundrel lord. Following Vera's gesture, Ling He glanced towards the screen. Call me Battle Maniac, thank you, merchant. I will need 3 days, at most 3 days for construction, after which I will send a proposal to all the human lords in the region. Taking advantage of the current retreat of the Spirit Clan, if we human lords unite and formulate our ultimate strategy, We will surely have the opportunity to defeat them decisively. At that time, humanity can become the dominant and sole power in this region, ensuring safety for everyone. So this was the battle maniac's perspective. Ling He lingered particularly long on the words victory and safety. This was indeed characteristic of the battle maniac, after all. How could one not call him a kind-hearted individual willing to extend a helping hand to strangers? Unfortunately, he would be disappointed. Ling He chuckled softly and typed a few words in the private chat. Conscientious merchant, all right, I await your return. He then casually closed the private chat. Returning to a state of idleness, Ling He's gaze drifted toward the distant, ominous smoke. The cracked tower of the Spirit Clan still stood, shrouded in the haze. If the Spirit Clan's strength and foundation truly were as they currently appeared, one could only wonder how much longer this tower would remain erect on this land. Retracting his gaze, he and Vera spent the afternoon enjoying the cool breeze on the grass. As night deepened, Ling He finally returned to the council chamber. Resting his head on Hamburger's lap and drifting into a peaceful slumber. In his dreams, countless cattle and horses toiled diligently. Outside the open copper mine, furnace after furnace melted copper, which was then poured into molds, giving birth to the first bronze ingot in this region. In a moment of reverie, a pop-up appeared before Ling He. Bai Emo and Vera, who stood beside her, simultaneously noticed the emergence of this window. Damn Lord! Hush! Just as Vera reached out to awaken Ling He, she was halted by Bai Emo, noticing the confusion on Vera's face. Bai Emo placed a finger to her lips and offered a faint smile. Well, if you don't call, then don't. The sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the conference hall. And Ling He rose from her slumber, stretching languidly. Uninterrupted by Vera, today was yet another day for indulging in a leisurely sleep. My lord, you are awake. Bai Mo's gentle voice floated from directly in front. Ling He looked up to find her, as usual, prepared with warm water, standing beside her bed. Chapter 91, The Art of Spring and Autumn. Do wipe your face, my lord, Bai Emo gently suggested as she produced an exquisite white handkerchief embroidered with golden threads. Dipping it in warm water, she delicately began to cleanse Ling He's face. Such a handkerchief was certainly not a luxury of the present age, thus. It seemed that Vera would have to endure a slight indignity. After ensuring Ling He was presentable, Bai Emo smiled softly. As the sage once said, a gentleman should properly adjust his attire, maintain a dignified demeanor, and command respect. Although the circumstances were less than ideal, it was indeed one of my duties as a secretary to assist the Lord in upholding cleanliness and decorum. Out of the corner of her eye, Bai Emo noticed Vera, who lay beside Ling He, producing soft snores from her mouth and nose. Vera's small hands were mischievously kneading the hamburger beside her, with drool trickling down the corner of her mouth onto the smooth surface of the bun. Little money, little money. Bai Emo couldn't help but smile warmly. After thoroughly soaking the handkerchief, she vigorously scrubbed Vera's face. Awake, you heartless miss. If you do not rise, the sun shall scorch your backside. No. I'm dying. Vera squirmed beneath Bai Mo's persistent ministrations. Yet, even without any enhancements, Bai Emo possessed a combat prowess of 20 points, 4 times that of an ordinary contract lumberjack. Given Vera's non-existent combat strength, she could only endure Bai Mo's relentless assault on her face. After a considerable time, Bai Emo ceased her actions, having polished Vera's face to a shine. Ha! You've survived. Vera lay limply in the embrace of the hamburger, looking as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Hey! Why did my handkerchief end up in your hands? Who knows? Bai Emo shrugged innocently. It was strange that such occurrences were not chronicled in the sage's teachings. She then placed the handkerchief and basin outside the council chamber, all the while under Vera's fierce gaze, before returning to stand before Ling He as if nothing had transpired. Hey! You! Vera opened her mouth, but Bai Emo did not afford her the chance to question. Instead, she turned to Ling He with a light chuckle. My lord, there appears to be something of considerable importance awaiting your attention on your panel. Changing the subject, this was undoubtedly an evasion. Vera pouted in indignation. Meanwhile, upon hearing Bai Mo's prompt, Ling He reached out to open his personal panel. What is this? He paused, staring at the notification that had popped up on the screen. Regional announcement triggered. Congratulations, you have smelted the first bronze ingot in this region. Becoming a pioneer of human civilization. A regional announcement will soon be made. Would you like to remain anonymous? This seemed to be Ling He's first experience with a regional announcement. Prior to this, apart from the two ultimate strategies of the Ghost Spirit clan, he had never encountered any other regional notifications. However, could this be considered a matter of significance? Perhaps its sole purpose is to remind him that the first batch of red copper ingots and bronze ingots has been produced in the mining area. Ling He, indifferent, shook his head and instinctively selected no regarding anonymity. Yet, he quickly realized something and abruptly lifted his gaze towards Bai Mo. Bai Mo, can you modify the regional announcement? At that moment, Ling He recalled Bai Mo's somewhat subtle yet easily overlooked special ability. Spring and autumn writing style, when our side triggers a regional server-wide announcement. We can add, modify, or delete any text within it. In response to Ling He's inquiry, Bai Mo did not deny it, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. My lord, do you have anything you wish to convey? Would you like to make a regional announcement? Even if it's just casual conversation, that is perfectly acceptable. Casual conversation? No. Ling He certainly would not squander this opportunity on trivial chatter. His eyes flickered with thought, and a smile unexpectedly graced his lips as he posed a seemingly unrelated question. Is it morning or noon? Right now. Bai Mo pondered for a moment, and based on the position of the sun outside, it should indeed be noon. Noon, you say? Ling He nodded, quietly calculating in his mind. With the Ghost Spirit clan beginning to retreat, humanity no longer needed to operate under the cover of night as before. This meant that at this hour, the vast majority of people should be awake. Bai Mo, say this later. Ling He leaned closer to Bai Mo and swiftly whispered a few phrases. Bai Mo's eyes curved slightly, and she nodded in understanding. After that, she extended her hand in front of Ling He and made a swift motion on the panel regarding anonymity. The art of writing, termed spring and autumn. Simultaneously, a notification window popped up before all human lords in the region. Regional announcement, conscientious merchant has new stock. Copper ingots are being sold at a loss. Only 3 gold for one. Just 3 gold. For the price of a honeycomb gel, you can possess your very own copper equipment. What are you waiting for? Act now. Limited quantities available or fast come, fast served. Miss today, wait another week. Additionally, all lords in the region can enjoy affordable casting services for just an extra 1 gold. You can avail yourself of copper equipment shipping services, choose from swords, spears, axes, and more. New product preview, bronze ingots, the best item for entering the Pseudo era, affordable and plentiful. For details, please follow Conscientious Merchant in the regional channel. Conscientious Merchant, your premier shopping choice. Overwhelmed by a deluge of information. Many people's first reaction was, has the merchant begun to list new products? However, they quickly noticed how the message appeared, and the regional channel erupted into chaos. Extreme Marksman, damn. The merchant has plastered ads all over the Wargames regional announcements. Zhao Ritian, how much has the conscientious vendor contributed to the wargame? I. Zhao Ritian, shall match it with double the amount. Account hacked, Brother Ritian, please refrain from jesting, the vendor's assets are truly beyond your financial reach. Backstab failed, to be frank, I suspect that the vendor is merely an NPC merchant from the novice village, casually throwing advertisements in my face. Has he inadvertently exposed his hidden motives? This phenomenon extends beyond mere regional channels. By the riverside, in the snowy plains, across the arid deserts. Numerous lords, Having faced life and death crises under the onslaught of the ghostly tribe, gaze upon the 4 characters spelling out regional announcement. What they truly receive is a deluge of advertisements thrust before them, leaving them in prolonged silence. Chapter 92, The Living Saint of Loss-Making Transactions. Suddenly, a message flickered across the regional channel. Little Evil Monarch, am I seeing things? Did the vendor just announce in the regional report that a bar of copper is priced at merely 3 gold? But to smelt a bar of copper, one needs a copper ore and several sets of wood. Initially, everyone's attention was fixated on why the conscientious vendor could advertise through the regional report. However, upon Little Evil Monarch's prompt, they began to discern the underlying implications of this advertisement. A bar of copper for only 3 gold. Many swiftly calculated in their minds. Given that previously, Ling He had repeatedly listed copper ore at 1 gold, the price of copper ore had now been firmly established at that figure. Moreover, it seemed that Little Evil Monarch had inadvertently revealed the consumption involved in smelting copper bars. Although the exact number of wood sets was unknown, the cost of at least 1 gold for wood was a certainty, right? With 1 gold for a piece of copper ore, plus 1 gold for wood. And considering the 20 transaction tax on the 3 gold listing, the profit would merely be 40 copper. No, it cannot be calculated so simply. Constructing smelting facilities necessitates materials, which incurs additional expenses. Recruiting labor for mining and smelting is yet another financial burden. Thus, selling copper ore at 3 gold truly leaves no room for profit. And as the conscientious vendor claimed, it might even be a loss. Furthermore, the equipment shaping priced at 1 gold, when factoring in the wood and labor costs during manufacturing, is unequivocally a loss. Realizing this, many gasped in astonishment. Loss-making sales, such an unfamiliar term. It can only be said that while there are many who take advantage of others in this war game, there seems to be but one benevolent vendor offering true assistance. Oh, Saint! Zhang Kuang gazed at the regional channel, sighing as he clenched his fist involuntarily. To be fair, if it were left to him to incur losses for the benefit of the entire region, he would be unable to do so. Yet that conscientious vendor effortlessly accomplished what he could not. Meanwhile, Ling He, the individual who Zhang Kuang regarded as a saint, was grinning at the several panels before him. He had once again concluded the competition. In fact, he had disqualified all contestants even before the start of the contest. For Ling He, who held mastery over all aspects of the industry, the profit from selling a piece of red copper equipment was far greater than outsiders could imagine. Without even considering the value of surplus wood transfer, Ling He had already optimized cost compression to the utmost. Take, for instance, the equipment shaping requiring an additional 1 gold. Through large-scale, organized casting workshops co-located with smelting furnaces, he could eliminate the time and material costs associated with remelting during shaping. Therefore, even after deducting the 15 transaction tax, Ling He could still retain a significant portion of that 1 gold. This approach is something that other lords, who have failed to complete their original capital accumulation, cannot possibly emulate. Ling He smiled subtly and murmured, "Those who imitate me shall perish." This aligns with his long-held beliefs and methods. Morality is irrelevant to business. Customers are inherently allies, while competitors are the true adversaries. In an unregulated capitalist market, a true merchant, as a pioneer, will never leave a sliver of opportunity for those who follow. Contemplating this, Ling He reached out in the private chat channel to send a message to Little Evil Lord, conscientious merchant, well done. Indeed. The guidance on how to steer the conversation in the regional channel was imparted by Ling He to Little Evil Lord. Faced with Ling He's praise, Little Evil Lord, situated far away at the open copper mine, felt a bit bashful and scratched the back of his head. Initially, he had some reservations about being under Ling He's influence. However, after several days serving as a logistics node and engaging in trade, he had wholeheartedly transformed into the image of a conscientious merchant. The rewards he received from the merchant were simply too generous. For every transaction involving copper ore, he earned a 1 commission. In other words, for every 10,000 units of copper ore listed, Little Evil Lord would receive 100 gold coins. In just a few days, he had amassed over 200 gold coins. How long would it take to earn such a sum through toil and struggle? Little Evil Lord had come to fully understand that the significance of choice outweighs that of effort, even if he was merely a subordinate to the merchant. In a few months, he would likely ascend to become the second richest in the entire region. With this realization, Little Evil Lord instinctively sent another message in the private chat: Little Evil Lord, all thanks to the merchant's excellent teaching. I will certainly work harder and resolutely take the merchant as my role model. Conscientious merchant, as a role model for you. Perhaps not, after all, we are acquainted. And I would rather not see you bankrupt so soon. Little Evil Lord. This fellow Ling He chuckled and shook his head, offering no further explanation as he turned his attention to his personal panel. The number of gold coins on his account was rising rapidly, and in a short span, his earnings exceeded 10,000. Indeed, customers are like damp sponges. With sufficient pressure, one can always extract some essence. If this pace of trading continues, Ling He estimated that the first batch of red copper ore would yield approximately 20,000 gold coins. Unlike timber, the demand for copper equipment would not significantly decline with the passage of time, rather, it would soar. This would create a monopolistic market capable of generating substantial profits regardless of external stimuli. Humbling, he stroked his chin, reflecting that the necessity of the ghostly spirit tribe might soon be diminished. Although he had not reached the point of contemplating their eradication, compared to before. The market in Ling He's hands no longer seemed entirely dependent on their existence. So be it. Ling He shook his head, realizing that he needed to contemplate this matter further. He decided that he would wait until the advisory function on the war frenzy side was activated, allowing him to discern the ultimate strategy before making a resolute decision. At present, aside from the rapidly accumulating gold coins, the experience from his growth path was also advancing at an astonishing pace. Perhaps it was due to the fact that, in contrast to the lumber market, there was no competition in the copper mine market. Ling He had completely monopolized 100 of the market. Consequently, the monopoly over red copper ingots accelerated his growth experience far more swiftly than he had anticipated. LV8 LV9 Resolution, Taxation, LV9 LV10 Breakthrough, Direction Decision. In just a single day, Ling He ascended 2 levels. Chapter 93 Breakthrough, Choice of Direction, Resolution, Taxation, Synopsis. The extraordinary measures are employed for extraordinary individuals. Every debt must be settled. To refuse is to risk losing even more. Effect: taxation will serve as your legitimate justification for declaring war, allowing you to present blood debts as your ultimate strategic proposal. The ultimate strategic proposal. Veiler and Baemo had been steadfastly by Ling He's side, and this startling voice immediately drew their attention. Are you all right, you scoundrel lord? Veiler scrutinized Ling He's expression, her previously piercing gaze directed at Baemo now entirely withdrawn. Cough, cough. Ling He awkwardly cleared his throat twice. His understanding of the ultimate strategy was rather limited, which was why he had instinctively reacted with surprise just moments ago. Thus, to propose an ultimate strategic resolution in the assembly, one must first unlock the corresponding strategic proposal within the growth route's upgrade rewards. Ling He silently noted this point in his mind. Then, in the presence of Veiler and Baemo, he continued to examine the rewards for reaching level 10. Breakthrough, Choice of Direction, Synopsis. We have completed the initial accumulation of capital, navigating through the most arduous phase of starting from nothing. Now, it is time for us to determine the path we shall take in the future. Right or wrong is irrelevant, as it lies solely within our minds. Effect: choose a bias. Depending on the choice, it will influence subsequent upgrade rewards to a certain extent. Note: if no bias is chosen before level 11, it will be automatically regarded as a renunciation, maintaining a path of moderation. After reading the synopsis and effects, Ling He murmured, choosing the future direction. Is it akin to a job change in an online game? No, the rules of our game should not be so simplistic. With this thought, Ling He instinctively clicked to enter. However, instead of a selection interface, a prompt appeared. You are about to enter the choice of direction during this period. You will temporarily enter a state of sleep. Please ensure that you are in a safe area. Additionally, you may select a guiding secretary to accompany you into the choice of direction. Suddenly, a soft sensation grasped Ling He's palm. He looked up to see Veila, who had just scolded him as a scoundrel lord, now extending her hand to hold his, her seemingly calm gaze betraying a hint of caution. Scoundrel, my lord. Do you choose me or Baemo as your guiding secretary? Due to Ling He's earlier exclamation of surprise, both Veila and Baemo had been paying close attention to him and had seen the contents of his panel. The guiding secretary. Accompanying Ling He into the choice of direction may seem inconsequential, as it would not affect any of his decisions. However, in reality, as the only one privy to Ling He's chosen bias, the selection of the guiding secretary would subtly convey much about his preferences, whom he trusts more, whom he favors, and to whom he leans in his heart. The position and authority of a secretary largely derive from the Lord himself. The moment of choice had already commenced when Ling He was preparing to delve into the direction of his decision. He did not immediately announce the candidate for the guiding secretary but instead lifted his gaze towards Baemo. In response, Baemo chuckled softly, shaking his head and taking a step back. You need not concern yourself with my thoughts, I can better ensure your safety from the outside. Or, if you truly feel troubled, I believe that selecting a guiding secretary is not an absolute necessity, is it? Ling He was momentarily taken aback. Baemo's reminder indeed held merit. He could very well proceed without either Veila or Baemo entering the decision-making phase alone. Thus, he would embody the essence of moderation. Furthermore, any choice he made would remain unknown to anyone but himself. Noticing that Ling He had ceased to speak, Veila gently released her hold on his hand. I understand. At this juncture, refraining from choosing anyone is the wisest decision. However, just as Veila prepared to step back, Ling He suddenly reached out and grasped her wrist. Veila, accompany me for a moment. Huh? Veila's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Ling He. Do you not comprehend Baemo's intentions? The best choice now is to select no one. The best choice. Ling He chuckled softly. You once told me that the Bronze Age was the optimal entry into the Pseudo Age. When have I ever adhered to conventional tactics? You. Veila wished to articulate her thoughts further, but Ling He did not afford her that opportunity. Do you confirm that you are in a safe zone? Yes. As the words fell, both Ling He and Veila suddenly felt a fleeting disorientation. A wave of drowsiness enveloping them. In mere moments, they collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. How filthy it is to sleep on the ground. Baemo sighed, shaking her head, then effortlessly lifted Ling He and Veila from the floor. Her gaze shifted to the creature named Hamburger. You are called Hamburger, correct? Such a peculiar name. May I ask a favor of you? Gaggle. Hamburger bounced up and down, and since Baemo could not comprehend its response, she assumed it was in agreement. She placed the slumbering Ling He and Veila atop Hamburger and, observing the two nestled together, Baemo's eyes crinkled with a smile. True friends emerge in times of adversity. How many remember the bonds forged in glory? Lord and the heartless lady, I find you delightful. Meanwhile, Ling He shuddered, abruptly awakening from his stupor. Am I dreaming? He glanced around, only to find an abyss of darkness and two floating objects on either side. One was a balanced scale, and the other a gaping maw. After briefly scanning the two objects suspended in midair, Ling He shifted his gaze downwards. Veila, Veila, are you still there? The voice of Ling He reverberated through the pitch-black expanse, echoing all around him. Soon, he heard the sound of a staff clattering to the ground, followed by a hand, adorned in tattered white gloves, resting upon his shoulder. Veila emerged from the darkness, declaring, Of course I am still here, you insufferable lord. Before she could finish her sentence, Ling He pushed her aside with his hand on her face. If you are still here, then why adopt such a sinister demeanor? Who do you intend to frighten? Lingi retorted irritably. Well, it hasn't frightened you, has it, you insufferable lord? Vela pouted, leaning in once more. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Enough with the banter. Lingi interjected, pointing towards the two floating objects. Quickly, help me examine this. Is this what they call a biased selection? Oh. Vela lifted her gaze to the balance and the large beak above them, narrowing her eyes slightly. If I am not mistaken, this is due to your entry into the pseudo-spiritual era, which has influenced your growth trajectory. Thus, the options available for selection have been imbued with additional mysterious elements. Chapter 94, The Direction of the Heart, Insatiable Greed, Mysterious Elements. Mysterious elements. Vera nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that the cunning lord should have sensed this as well. Since entering the era of spiritual transformation, many rewards acquired through advancement have defied conventional understanding. Therefore, when faced with choices of inclination, one must inevitably adopt a perspective that transcends ordinary logic. However, inquiring about such matters with me is futile. Vera patted her chest, asserting that she is, indeed, a staunch advocate of capitalist materialism. Really? Lingi remarked with a skeptical expression, saying, then why have you been cast by the god of commerce? The initial recruitment card that summoned Vera had claimed the ability to recruit secretaries from any era, leaving Lingi uncertain of her true origins. The so-called Victorian era was merely a jest of Lingi's. At least, his understanding of that era certainly did not encompass the existence of a god of commerce. A notion that sounded profoundly idealistic. TSK Vera clicked her tongue lightly, recalling that the cunning lord had chosen her, which had initially brought her a fleeting sense of joy, only to have it dashed by his immediate critique. All right. As she spoke, Vera casually tossed her scepter aside. Then, she raised her hands, framing the gaping maw above her in a gesture of perspective. Cunning lord, what does this mouth evoke in your mind? A mouth? Lingi hesitantly replied. Slap, turning her head. Vera smacked her own face, the motion sliding down from her brow. In moments of utter exasperation, one can truly be rendered speechless. Vera now fully comprehended the essence of this phrase. What I meant was, is there a possibility? Vera raised a finger, cunning lord. Might you consider viewing this mouth from a more abstract angle? For instance, envisioning it as concepts of gluttony or greed. Or perhaps imagining it as a divine entity from some novel. Envisioning? Lingi raised an eyebrow slightly, beginning to grasp Vera's implication. Indeed, envisioning. Vera nodded, asserting. I believe that the so-called inclination choice is not merely a matter of presenting two options for you to choose between. If that were truly the case, then the two options hovering above us should be accompanied by their respective descriptions. But they are not. No descriptions, no affects, everything is blank. Thus, I boldly speculate that what truly determines the direction of our future is this. Vera said, placing her finger flatly and gently tapping the location of Lingi's heart. It is one's own heart. Lingi understood Vera's meaning. The choice of direction is far more complex than the brief introduction suggests. A binary choice, or perhaps a ternary choice incorporating moderation. No. The directions available to him have always been boundless, it merely depends on how he interprets the two objects above his head. Contemplating this, Lingi redirected his gaze towards the corpulent mouth that Vela had pointed out, attempting to grasp its significance from an abstract perspective. Vela, in turn, withdrew her finger that had been indicating Lingi's heart, her playful expression vanishing in tandem. This shift occurred as Lingi's internal landscape transformed, and lines of text began to materialize above that gaping maw. Endless greed description, you are akin to an insatiable abyss, perpetually unfilled and eternally unsatisfied. The path ahead is merely a cake awaiting consumption. To devour, to consume, to crave more is your sole purpose in progressing. There is no need for claws or blades. Your fangs will rend every barrier that obstructs you, embedding themselves in the flesh of every foe, draining them of every drop of blood and marrow. Note: choosing this path necessitates a character inclined towards chaos. Is this a reflection of my innermost self? Ling He pondered as he observed the words hovering before him. A slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Prior to entering the wargame, Ling He had indulged in several tabletop games during his leisure time. Thus he possessed a rudimentary understanding of what it meant to lean towards a chaotic alignment. It was akin to a grid of factions, self-serving, overbearing, dogmatic, and exclusionary, all traits that align with chaos. Yet, Ling He had always believed himself to be a good person. So, my lord, are you ready to choose this path? Veila's voice chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement, even inadvertently altering her address. Clearly, she was quite pleased with this manifestation of Ling He's inner self. No. Ling He resolutely shook his head, then emphatically tapped the annotation line. It was abundantly clear that I could never choose this alignment. How could my character possibly align with chaos? He had received multiple acknowledgements of being a good person. Prior to entering the wargame, he would have been venerated in a shrine. The emergence of a path like Endless Grid could only imply one possibility. Ling He glanced at Veila out of the corner of his eye, recalling her assertion that viewing that mouth as a symbol of greed must have misled him. Yes. It must be so. The heartless capitalists of the Victorian era were indeed too malevolent. Stand aside, let me handle this. With that declaration, Ling He pushed Veila behind him and, cracking his knuckles, strode towards the scales suspended in the air. This time, he would not allow Veila's beguiling words to sway him. Humph, Veila pouted, observing Ling He's retreating figure and muttering softly. It was clearly you who came here on your own last time. What does that have to do with her? Moments later, Ling He arrived directly beneath the scales. Without Veila's interference, he felt an unparalleled clarity within. So then, what path does the scale represent? Shall it allow both sides to bid, tilting towards whichever offers the higher price? As this notion emerged, it was promptly dismissed by Ling He. No, such thoughts must be banished. This fickleness resembles the erratic behavior of a disordered mind, does it not? Thus, what other significances could the scales of justice possess? Weight, transactions, manipulation, the ghostly balance, and so forth. It is all a chaotic jumble. Ling He tapped his temples, realizing that the more he pondered, the more convoluted his thoughts became. He ought to contemplate something more positive. For instance, what vocabulary could the ghostly scales conjure? Unfairness. Indeed. Suddenly, Ling He struck his palm with a fist. If unfairness is the opposite of fairness, then fairness must naturally be one of the meanings of the scales. How could he have dwelled on such a simple matter for so long? Following the concept of fairness, one could further associate it with balance, contracts. Just as a torrent of thought surged through Ling He's mind, words began to gradually materialize above the scales. Chapter 95, The Axiom Descends. Balancing the scales, the axiom of oath and gold. Synopsis: the axiom descends, balancing the scales. Blood-soaked weights, soul bones binding the heavens. We place gold and silver on one side of the scales, wishing to attain all that we desire through their equilibrium in the covenant. When the scales tip, gold becomes the new oracle. Note: choosing this path necessitates a character alignment leaning towards neutrality. Upon reading the notes concerning the axiom of oath and gold, Ling He exhaled deeply. Based on his experiences derived from insatiable greed, it appeared that the two blank options presented in this darkness could each be shaped only once. Once a complete understanding was formed, it could never be altered again. Thus, when the synopsis mentioned blood-soaked weights and soul bones binding the heavens, Ling He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, instinctively fearing he had once again been influenced by the malevolent capitalist, Veila, resulting in a chaotic inclination. To have two consecutive chaotic inclinations that could not be selected would imply that he could only tread the path of moderation. Fortunately, the final requirement leaned towards neutrality, which Ling He felt he could indeed embody. Well, perhaps it's insatiable greed, Vela remarked after a moment of contemplation. No, Ling He shook his head. Then patted Vela's high top hat twice. No matter how favorable the inclination, one must still have the ability to choose, correct? What are you doing? Vela exclaimed. Retreating a few steps to protect her hat, fearing it might get shorter with each tap. And how can you be so certain that you cannot choose insatiable greed? Just as Vela uttered these words, Ling He reached out towards the scales above his head. His movement was so swift that Vela had no opportunity to continue her persuasion. In the next moment, the scales appeared to sense something and descended, coming to rest in Ling He's hands. Confirming your alignment compatibility, a message flashed before Ling He's eyes. Almost immediately, the pitch-black space brightened, filled with 5 different hues of light. This spectacle did not last long. In the blink of an eye, all the light surged toward Ling He's body, ultimately resulting in only 2 colors successfully passing through him. Words began to appear one by one before Ling He and Vela. Never yielding to authority, never pledging loyalty. Neither the laws of the empire nor the doctrines of faith, much less the judgment of good and evil, can bind you. Freedom is your inherent right. You cherish your own freedom but do not commit to safeguarding the freedom of others. Under freedom, your actions are often unpredictable. You may sacrifice an army and engage in a battle against demons to rescue a stranded kitten. Or you may stab the heart of the savior to savor a rare vintage. You do not lean towards either side of good or evil. For good and evil are but a thought away for you. Acting as you desire, unpredictable. Your character alignment is chaotic neutral. Do you confirm your chosen direction, the axiom of oath and gold? I assent to this slander. His character truly leans towards the chaotic alignment. Ling He's lips twitched. Without a moment's hesitation, he could already sense the playful expression on Vera's face beside him. I knew it. Vera raised her head high, tilting it as if to imply, if you, the scoundrel lord, were truly of a different character, how could such inclinations arise within you? Hey, let me tell you. Vera intended to say more, but Ling He did not afford her the opportunity, immediately pressing down on the scale. Confirmation. Congratulations. You have successfully chosen the inclination, axiom oath of gold. You have gained a special ability, blood-stained weights at both ends of the scale, due to spiritual influence. Your combat power has increased. A multitude of notification windows appeared before Ling He. The 2 colors that had lingered in the dark space now surged into his body. In an instant, Ling He felt a warm current coursing through him, as if it bestowed upon him boundless strength. Is this the sensation of spiritualization? Ling He instinctively clenched his fist, glancing at his personal interface. He saw that his combat power had risen to combat power 1. Pft, ha 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 ha, Vera, beside Ling He, paused for half a second before bursting into laughter, her mirth so overwhelming that her words became slightly incoherent. At least, Chaos Lord, think positively. You are no longer a character without any attributes. TSK, Ling He clicked his tongue, feeling the surge of energy within him dissipate entirely. Looking on the bright side, his combat power had risen from 0 to 1, indicating that this choice of direction had granted him an infinitely positive enhancement in combat capability. Furthermore, with such an increase, there was still ample room for future growth. He could easily boost it by another 100. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Ling He silently nodded. Indeed. Thinking this way made his mood much lighter. One should embrace contentment. Moreover, this choice had also bestowed upon him 2 special abilities, had it not? Ling He meticulously scanned his personal panel. Ling He, nickname, Conscientious Merchant, Growth Path, Ultimate Producer, Current Level, LV10, Cost Control, Attack Defense